My name is Qin Feng, a poor guy who just graduated from university. How poor? I can barely afford the rent, and I'm about to be kicked out by the landlord, bedding and all. But who could have imagined that on the field of wilderness survival that concerns the fate of nations around the world, elite soldiers from various countries would rush to build shelters for me, and even the Navy SEAL instructors from the United States would cry and beg me to team up with them. All of this stemmed from the depletion of Earth's resources and the near destruction of civilization. Thus, a groundbreaking wilderness survival livestream that would change the fate of humanity was born. 100 representatives are randomly selected from each country in the world and sent into this perilous and unknown wilderness. The resources they acquire will be returned to their respective countries 10,000 times over. The final ranking will directly determine the survival and prosperity of each nation. When the list of representatives from China was announced, it included delivery drivers, wilderness survival streamers, elite soldiers, top celebrities, and me, an ordinary college graduate. This news caused an uproar throughout the country, with everyone lamenting China's bad luck. After all, other countries had only selected highly skilled professional athletes. But no one knows that I'm no longer that ordinary person. I've transmigrated and am bound to a daily login system. As long as I survive in the wilderness for a period of time, I can obtain master-level skills and incredible items. Inside the rented room, I suddenly paused. I looked down at the last tube of toothpaste-like nutritional supplement on the table. That was my food for tomorrow. I picked it up, and with a slight squeeze of my fingers, snap. The plastic tube cracked, and thick, white paste spilled from the tear, dripping onto the stained floor. I tossed the empty tube into the trash can, slowly stood up, and gently stretched my neck. A crisp click rang out. I walked to the window and looked out at the desolate street through the dirty glass. The next moment, blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire world. An irresistible force suddenly pulled me into some unknown space, and I heard a piercing sound of space tearing apart. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing firmly in a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees reached straight into the sky, their rough bark covered with moss, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and plants. How long has it been since I smelled this? I took a deep breath, my lungs instantly filled with fresh air, and the long-lost feeling of exhilaration made me squint my eyes. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in my mind, teleportation complete. Welcome to the eerie wilderness. A total of 117 countries are participating, with 100 representatives from each country, for a total of 11,700 participants. Each participant will receive 3 fixed items: a set of protective clothing, a multifunctional backpack, and a thermal blanket, 5mm×5mm. In addition, each person will randomly receive 3 survival tools. Please check your inventory. The moment the words left his mouth, major live streaming platforms around the world were instantly overwhelmed. In the US live stream, shouts of amazement filled the air. What the fuck? This place is like Jurassic Park. Our Navy SEALs are kings in this environment. Other countries' trash cans are doomed. Look at those people from China, they're definitely scared to death, haha. The Russian audience was equally assertive. This forest is like our backyard to us Siberian hunters. I bet we can rule this wilderness in 3 days. Meanwhile, viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream had mixed feelings. This environment looks too dangerous. There are traces of wild animals everywhere. Go, Feng! You're not alone. Where is Goddess Lingyue? I want to see Goddess Lingyue. Just then, attentive viewers suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap! This desolate continent is huge. Some people are in snow-capped mountains, some are in deserts, and some are by the sea. How big is this? It's bigger than the entire Dragon Kingdom. Indeed. Through the panoramic map, everyone was surprised to discover that this continent, known as the Strange Wilderness, actually contains almost all of Earth's ecosystems. Tropical rainforests, coniferous forests, deserts, glaciers, wetlands. 11,700 participants were randomly assigned to different areas, each hundreds of kilometers or more apart. Of course, some lucky participants ended up in the same area as other participants from their own country. I looked down and noticed a smartwatch I'd never seen before on my wrist. The watch face clearly displayed, live stream status, on daily off time, 2 hours. Is this what they call live streaming equipment? In other words, my every move right now is likely being watched by billions of people around the world. Interesting. I crouched down and opened the dark green backpack beside me. Inside, several items were neatly arranged: a set of outdoor clothing that looked to be of excellent quality, complete with underwear and boots, made of lightweight yet durable fabric that was waterproof and tear-resistant, and a neatly folded silver-gray thermal blanket. There were also 3 randomly assigned survival tools: a sharp entrenching tool with serrated edges, a small iron pot with a lid that could hold 3 liters of water, and a roll of high-strength fishing line. Not bad, I thought to myself. Although there were no crucial tools like a flint, salt, or a knife, the entrenching tool was still quite practical, and the fishing line and pot would come in handy. However, many viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream began to worry. An entrenching tool is fine, but what can you do with fishing line and a pot? Look at the equipment of other countries. They have military knives, survival knives, and flint and steel. Sure enough, cheers erupted in the live streams of other countries. Jack from the United States had drawn a military dagger, a flint and steel, and a bow and arrows. God! Jack's setup is practically cheating. The Russian contestants were even more impressive, bringing out combat axes, survival knives, and wilderness first aid kits. The Japanese representative went even further, bringing a samurai sword, ninja stars, and poison packs. As global viewers were enthusiastically discussing the equipment gap, suddenly, a chilling system notification rang out: warning! Player Abdul Hassan has been killed by a giant brown bear due to improper teleportation. Current survivors, 11,699. The live stream fell silent. Then, a flood of terrified comments erupted. What? You died right after teleporting? Mom! I want to go home. Fear spread rapidly, and even the foreign viewers who had been mocking us earlier fell silent. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, anxious voices rose and fell. Brother Foam, run! Don't let the wild beasts find you. What if he also? Don't say such unlucky things. Brother Foam will definitely make it. Meanwhile, I remained unusually calm. I tucked the entrenching tool into my waistband, packed the fishing line and pot into my backpack, and then changed into my protective clothing. The clothes fit perfectly and felt wonderful to wear. I looked up at the dense canopy of trees above, then looked down at the soil and vegetation beneath my feet. High humidity, loose soil, lush vegetation. It was a typical temperate deciduous broad-leaved forest environment. Judging from the sunlight, it must be around 10 o'clock in the morning. Interesting. A smile involuntarily crept onto my lips. This familiar environment reminded me of my past life exploring Chambai Mountain. Back then, I lived alone in the primeval forest for a whole month. Fishing, hunting, building shelters, crafting tools, these skills are already etched into my body's memory. And now, I also have a sign-in system that I haven't even figured out myself. Just then, the system interface appeared on my retina. Welcome to the Wilderness Check-in system. You can check in once every 3 days of survival. Current location, Mysterious Wilderness Eastern Forest Area, Newbie Gift Pack is ready, open now? I silently chanted. Activate. Ding. Acquired skill, Master Level Environmental Perception. A strange power instantly surged into my mind. Everything around me became crystal clear in an instant. Wind direction, humidity, changes in air pressure, animal tracks, plant conditions. All the information flooded into my mind like a tidal wave and was quickly analyzed and integrated. There was a clear stream 300 meters away, which was drinkable. There was a natural cave 700 meters to the northwest, suitable for building a shelter. There was brown bear droppings directly in front, which meant that large carnivores were active nearby, among the surrounding plants. 7 were edible and 3 had medicinal value. This is Master-level environmental awareness? A look of surprise flashed in my eyes. With this skill, my chances of survival in this wilderness have increased at least tenfold. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the viewers were puzzled. Why isn't Brother Feng moving? What's he doing? Get moving! Don't just stand there. Everyone else has started moving, and he's still standing there daydreaming. But they didn't know, I moved. Without any hesitation, without the slightest confusion. I walked step by step towards the northwest, my steps firm, my direction clear. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom. In the enormous conference room, hundreds of survival experts had already taken their seats. The giant display screen on the wall was divided into 100 small windows, broadcasting the real-time movements of us contestants. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is urgent. A middle-aged man strode into the conference room. He was Li Jianjun, the Minister of Emergency Management of the Dragon Kingdom. We must immediately establish a Supreme Command Center to provide technical support and psychological assistance to the athletes. According to the rules of the wilderness system, each nation can send a message of no more than 100 characters to the participants each week. Soon, 3 hosts took to the live broadcast stage. Sa Baining, dressed in formal attire, solemnly announced, "Dear viewers, I am Sa Baining. Today, We will witness together the life and death trials of the sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom in this alien world. Seated in the center was the gentle and kind-hearted Dong Qin, whose reassuring national aura seemed to instantly soothe the hearts of over 1 billion Chinese people. Hello everyone, I am Dong Qin. At this crucial moment, we must have faith in our athletes, who carry the hopes of 1.4 billion compatriots. The third speaker was Qin Yi, a disciple of the renowned survival expert Bear Grylls and one of the most authoritative experts in the field of wilderness survival in our country. His tone was serious and firm. I am Qin Yi. Next, I will provide you with a professional analysis of the contestants' survival strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a performance, but a real life-or-death struggle. Their appearance caused the live stream chat to explode with comments. Teacher Sa. Teacher Dong. Teacher Qin Yi is here too. What a professional team. Seeing them puts my mind at ease. China will win. With the national team's support, our players will definitely survive. At this point, a significant difference emerged in the number of viewers across the various live streams. Lin Yu's live stream, 80 million viewers. Chen Hu's live stream, 60 million viewers. Lin Yihan's live stream, 40 million viewers. And my live stream only had 300,000 viewers. Most viewers felt that I, a college student, was just a burden and not worth watching. Let's take a look at our outstanding contestants. Dong Qin's gentle voice rang out. The scene cut to Lin Yu. She was seen standing tall and graceful, quickly and efficiently setting up a makeshift shelter. Lin Yu has demonstrated an extremely high level of professionalism, Qin Yi exclaimed, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Look at the location she chose, sheltered from the wind, facing the sun, and with traces of water nearby. That's incredibly professional judgment. She used a military-style tactical shelter construction method, which can effectively protect against wild animal attacks. The live chat instantly erupted with comments. Goddess Lin Yu is awesome. This is our Dragon Kingdom's ace. No wonder she's a special forces soldier, she's so professional. The scene then shifts to Chen Hu gathering wild berries. He has a keen eye, carefully selecting berries that are uniform in color and shape, meticulously checking each one for poison before picking them. Master Chen Hu truly lives up to his reputation as a grand master of internal martial arts. His composure is something ordinary people simply cannot match. Sa Baining nodded approvingly. He's currently picking hawthorn berries, which are rich in vitamin C and are a very important source of nutrition in the wild. His harvesting technique is extremely professional, perfectly avoiding any poisonous wild berries. Qin Yi continued his professional commentary, his tone filled with respect. The live chat erupted again. Dragon Fist Master is awesome. Steady and methodical, that's what a professional player is like. With Master Chen here, I feel at ease. In contrast, my live stream was much quieter. Brother Feng is still walking? He's been walking for 10 minutes. Where is he going? Everyone else has started building shelters. Everyone else has started working, and he's still wandering around aimlessly. I don't understand, I have absolutely no idea what he's doing. Forget it, I'm going to watch Cold Moon Goddess, this college student is boring. The number of viewers slowly dropped from 300,000 to 280,000, then to 250,000. I had no idea what those comments were saying. My attention was entirely focused on the information conveyed by the master-level environmental perception. The humidity in the air was increasing, and the refreshing feeling of the moisture made me even more certain that my judgment was correct. The scent of earth mingled with a sweet, moist aroma, and a faint, almost imperceptible fishy smell. This meant there was not only water ahead, but also fish. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. When a stream appeared before me, I couldn't help but be amazed. It was a clear stream, about 2 meters wide, with a moderate current, and the pebbles on the bottom were clearly visible. More importantly, the water had a pale blue-green hue, indicating it was rich in minerals and a naturally high-quality water source. Occasionally, a flash of silver confirmed my suspicion. There were indeed fish in the stream. I took off my backpack and retrieved my fishing line and hook. This scene cheered up the few viewers in the live stream. They actually found spring water. It looks so delicious. Yeah, I haven't seen water like this in decades. Brother Feng is lucky, he found a water source. Wait, what's he going to do fish? I found a long branch, carefully checked its flexibility, and after confirming that it could withstand the tension, I tied the fishing line to it. Then, I picked up an entrenching tool and began digging in the creek. The shovel turned over damp, dark brown soil. Soon, several plump earthworms were unearthed. I picked out the fattest one and skillfully threaded it onto the hook. My movements were clean and efficient, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. This series of actions, seemingly simple, actually embodied a wealth of wilderness survival experience. But in other countries' live streams, laughter erupted. In the US, "Ha! This Chinese college student can't even make a decent fishing rod. That broken stick? Are you kidding me? Are all Chinese people this primitive? Ha! Our Jackson experts have already built a shelter, and this guy is still playing in the mud. The mockery from the Japanese was even more vicious. Baka! Is this the standard of the Chinese? Even a 3-year-old is better than him. Look at our Mudo, he's already started a fire. The Chinese are still digging for worms. Chinese are Chinese, forever lagging behind. These comments were simultaneously transmitted to my live stream. My mere 250,000 viewers instantly erupted in fury. You damn Japanese devils! Come and try if you dare! Shut up, you bunch of useless trash from the US! What can you do besides spout nonsense? Our brother Feng is down to earth, practical, and effective, 100 times better than your flashy but empty talk. Support brother Feng. Don't listen to those foreign dogs barking. Go brother Feng. We believe in you. By then, I had already cast my line into the water. I found a comfortable spot to sit down, holding the simple fishing rod in one hand and gently draping the line with the other, feeling every movement underwater. This primitive fishing method demands a high level of perception and experience. Modern people have long relied on electronic floats and have lost the ability to communicate with nature. But I am different. In my past life, I fished using this method for a month in Chiangbai Mountain. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Some viewers in the live stream started to get impatient. Why haven't any fish taken the bait yet? Is there no fish in this water at all? I see all the other contestants have caught something, but Feng is still just standing here spacing out. Just then, a flash of silver light streaked across the stream. The fishing line taut. My heart skipped a beat. It's on the hook. My eyes narrowed, and I gripped the line tightly with my right hand, clearly feeling the immense pull from underwater. This fish was incredibly strong. Judging from the pulling force, it must have weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. It thrashed about in the water, desperately trying to break free of the hook. But I was experienced and skilled, so I didn't try to pull it hard. Instead, I cleverly used its strength to guide it slowly towards shallower water. This battle was a test of endurance and skill. The more fiercely the fish struggled, the faster its energy was depleted. I remained calm throughout, the fishing line moving as smoothly as an extension of my own arm. In the live stream, the remaining viewers held their breath. Go Feng! What a huge fish! The pull is incredible! My God, there really is a fish! 3 minutes passed. I finally dragged the large silverfish, which was at least half a meter long, ashore. It was a wild carp, its scales shimmering in the sunlight, and its plump body weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. It was jumping around on the shore, its vitality astonishing. Success! I whispered. Good water quality is essential for raising such plump fish. I looked at the carp with a satisfied smile. This one fish is enough for me to eat for a whole day, and as a wild fish, its nutritional value is far higher than that of farmed fish. The live stream was silent for 3 seconds. Then, the chat exploded like a tidal wave. Holy crap! That's huge! Brother Feng is awesome! He's proven them wrong! He's proven them wrong! Who said Brother Feng couldn't do it? This is real skill! Damn, I almost went to watch someone else's. Is this the legendary master-level fishing technique? Just then, a code system notification suddenly rang out across the globe. Ding! First resource acquisition detected. Triggering the 10,000X return mechanism. Dragon Kingdom obtains 10,000 wild carp. Placement location: Central Square of the Dragon Kingdom capital. The world fell silent for 3 seconds. Everyone watching the live stream, whether Chinese or foreign, was stunned. A 10,000-fold return? One fish turning into 10,000 fish? Was this a dream? Then, the world erupted in chaos. In the central square of the Dragon Kingdom's capital, a massive golden light descended from the sky, forming a 10-meter diameter pillar of light in the center of the square. After the pillar dissipated, 10,000 lively, wriggling wild carp appeared out of thin air, piling up into a small mountain. Each fish weighed 4 or 5 pounds, its scales gleaming silver, and the fishy odor quickly filled the entire square. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with silver light, creating a truly magnificent scene. The citizens in the square were stunned at first, then erupted in deafening cheers. My God! It's true! A 10,000-fold return! It really is a 10,000-fold return! Qin Feng! Qin Feng did it! I take back what I said before. Brother Feng is awesome! The entire square erupted in celebration. People raised their phones, frantically taking photos and recording videos. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. In the live broadcast studio, the 3 hosts were completely dumbfounded. Dongqing's mouth hung open, her elegant composure utterly shattered, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Sao Baining kept rubbing her eyes, making sure she wasn't seeing things, her voice trembling. This really happened? Qinyi jumped up from his chair, his voice excited. This! One fish turned into 10,000 fish! The comments section went wild. Feng Xin! From today onwards, you are Feng Xin! The first person to get a 10,000x return. I cried, I really cried. Where are the haters? Come out and get beaten up. Who said our Dragon Kingdom is finished? This is a live slap in the face. Fengshen is forever a god. I want to have Fengshen's babies. The number of viewers on the live stream skyrocketed. 250,000. 1 million. 3 million. Meanwhile, in other countries' live streams, the previous mockery abruptly ceased. It was replaced by a screen full of resentment and envy. Fuck! Why not us? Damn luck! Baka! This can't be! Why the Chinese? Seriously! This isn't fair! No matter how unwilling they were, the facts were undeniable. I, Qin Feng, a college student looked down upon by countless people, used the fish to make the world reevaluate the power of the Dragon Kingdom. I looked down at the still wriggling fish in my hand, a slight smile playing on my lips. Finally, I could eat real meat. But while the global audience was still reeling from the shock, several discordant comments popped up in the live stream from China. 10,000 fish sounds like a lot, but we have over 1 billion people in China. On average, that's not even enough for a fish scale. Let's be realistic, guys, we won't get to eat all this good stuff. Don't worry, we won't get any, it's already been distributed by the higher-ups. These comments instantly resonated with many viewers who followed suit. Heh, so what if it's a 10,000-fold return? We're just watching the show. In the official Dragon Kingdom livestream room, the three hosts all looked rather grim. Just then, a solemn voice resounded throughout the nation, urgent announcement. The Dragon Kingdom government solemnly announces, all the resources obtained by the contestants in the eerie wilderness, multiplied 10,000-fold, will be distributed fairly, openly, and transparently to all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom through a nationwide unified lottery system. No organization or individual may retain these fish. Violators will be prosecuted for treason. The draw for 10,000 wild carp will be broadcast live nationwide tonight at 8 p.m. Winners can collect their prizes at the nearest location by presenting their ID card. The news caused an instant uproar throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap! Is this for real? A nationwide live lottery? I love it! Treason as punishment? That's ruthless! God Feng not only brought fish, he brought hope. In the live stream, those sarcastic voices instantly disappeared, replaced by a barrage of emotions. Long live the Dragon Kingdom! I'm definitely watching TV tonight at 8 p.m. Even if I don't win, this attitude alone is enough. Sabining's voice trembled with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the attitude of our Dragon Nation. We share the good times and will never let a single compatriot down. Dongqing also disregarded elegance and applauded directly. This is the responsibility of our Dragon Nation. Little did I know that my single fish had stirred up such a storm throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. I was focused on preparing for my second cast. That last fish had greatly boosted my confidence, and I felt in excellent condition. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, the second fish took the bait. It was a grass carp, even bigger than the first one. I skillfully hauled it ashore, but this time the system didn't beep again. Looks like there's still a chance of getting a 10,000x return. I continued fishing for my third fish, but still no return was triggered. I sighed. It seems like the hope of letting more brothers eat fish is going to be difficult. Although slightly disappointed, the viewers in the live stream remained enthusiastic. It's okay. Fengshen has already done a great job. 3 fish. That's enough to eat for a long time. Keep it up. Watching Fengshen fish is a treat in itself. I'm already looking forward to seeing you eat the fish. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Japanese player Matsushita Morisa has obtained resources, 3 poison mushrooms. Trigger 10,000x return. Japan has obtained 30,000 poison mushrooms. Placement location, Central Tokyo, Japan. The Japanese livestream chat instantly went from excitement to deathly silence. Poisonous mushrooms? 30,000 poisonous mushrooms? What the hell is this? Viewers worldwide were stunned for a few seconds, then erupted in gloating laughter. Ha! Karma's come true! Poisonous mushrooms repay 1,000-fold. This is fate. Weren't you so arrogant just now? How about that? 30,000 poisonous mushrooms, Japan's in for a surprise. Baka! Why are they poisonous mushrooms? That stupid woman, Matsushita Morisa. Is she trying to poison us? Why are the Dragon Kingdom fish, and we're poisonous mushrooms? Watching the reactions in the Japanese livestream, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Their cursing was just like a bunch of irrational monkeys, venting their anger and incompetence behind their keyboards. The live stream in China was already filled with a lively, gloating atmosphere. Ha! Poisonous mushrooms! Serves the Japanese right. This is divine retribution. Didn't you eat 2 mushrooms before? Have you already forgotten? Just as everyone was still discussing it, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Indian player Raju has obtained resources, 5 rotten fruits, triggering a 10,000x return. India has obtained 50,000 rotten fruits. The Indian livestream chat exploded instantly. What? Rotten fruit? Is this Raju an idiot? Why are we so unlucky? Immediately afterwards, ding! South Korean player Park Dandiak has obtained resources, Stinky Fish X2, triggering a 10,000x return. South Korea has obtained Stinky Fish X20000. Only a devastated Sekida remained in the South Korean livestream chat. Watching other countries' contestants reap the rewards of their negative publicity, I couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. Ha! The contrast is too stark. Our function is still the best. Fresh carp versus poisonous mushrooms, rotten fruit, and stinky fish. That's the difference in skill. At that moment, a news system notification sounded. Ding! Dragon Kingdom player Ling Yu has obtained resources, 1 wild rabbit, triggering a 10,000x return. Dragon Kingdom has obtained 10,000 wild rabbits. Drop location, Central Square of the Dragon Kingdom capital. The release of 10,000 wild rabbits ignited the live stream. Goddess Ling Yue! Another 10,000 times return! 10,000 rabbits! The camera switched to Ling Yue's side. I saw her, that cool and valiant female Special Forces soldier, crouching beside an injured little rabbit. The rabbit's hind leg was scratched, and blood was gushing out, making it look pitiful. An ordinary girl might have already felt pity and tried to treat it. But Ling Yu was different. Her gaze was calm, rational, and unwavering. Little one, may you be reborn into a better family in your next life. She cleanly and efficiently finished off her prey, then began processing it. Her movements were fluid and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. This was the discipline of a Special Forces soldier. The live stream chat was filled with cheers. That's what professionalism is all about. Goddess Ling Yue is so cool. A saintly heart will kill you in the wilderness. Long live pragmatism. Meanwhile, other countries' live streams were filled with envy and resentment. Damn it! Why is it China again? Their luck is too good. A fish and a rabbit triggered a 10,000-fold return. Even General Blake from the United States said with a grim face. These 2 contestants from China are indeed quite skilled. Hearing these voices, I felt my blood boil. At this moment, in the central square of the Dragon Kingdom's capital, following the carp, 10,000 plump wild rabbits appeared out of nowhere. Each one weighed 3 or 4 pounds, with glossy fur, clearly top-quality wild rabbits. The citizens in the square were already in an uproar. It's happening again! Another 10,000x return! 10,000 rabbits! The Chinese contestants are amazing! Tonight's lottery is even more exciting! At that moment, I put away my fishing rod. Looking at the 3 plump carp in front of me, I nodded in satisfaction. I took out the entrenching tool from my backpack and skillfully removed the scales from the fish. Then they gutted it, throwing the entrails directly into the river to bait the fish. When I saw the swim bladder, I chuckled. This thing is a good thing. Not only can it be eaten, but it also has other uses. But I don't plan to use it right now. After processing the 3 fish, it was getting dark. A good haul today, I thought, stretching and looking around. This body of water was rich in resources and clear. If I set up camp nearby, it would become a stable food source. But now, I have another important problem to solve: find shelter and start a fire. I filled the small iron pot with clear stream water and put it in my backpack. Although the system said it was drinkable, I dared not be careless. In the wild, even the smallest details can determine life or death. Moreover, this dense forest is damp and cold. Drinking hot water to prevent hypothermia is basic common sense. Speaking of the prepared fish, relying on my masterful environmental sense, I located a cave in the northwest direction. I set off towards my destination. The forest was unusually quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of my clothes against the leaves and the occasional thud of the 3 fish in my hands. It was too quiet. I frowned. Based on my past life's experience, this kind of silence often meant danger. The viewers in the live stream were still immersed in the joy they had just experienced. Is Feng going to find a place to stay? By the way, why is this forest so quiet? Maybe it's afternoon, and the animals are all resting. Suddenly, roar! A deafening roar of a brown bear echoed from afar. Immediately following, a wild deer let out a piercing cry. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Flocks of startled birds took flight, obscuring half the sky. I stopped abruptly, looking warily in the direction the sound came from. A brown bear! The live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! A brown bear! We're doomed! Feng is in danger! That roar sounded terrifying. A brown bear is the king of the forest. One slap from it could kill someone. Meanwhile, the live streams from other countries were buzzing with excitement. Ha! Karma's come back to bite. Brown bear, go eat that college student. Serves you right for being so arrogant. China's good luck has run out. General Blake from the United States sneered. It seems God is fair after all. He won't let the Dragon Kingdom have such good luck forever. Meanwhile, the Japanese livestream chat was screaming wildly. Baka! Go, bear! Tear that Dragon Kingdom person to pieces! Inside the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, the three presenters were also panicked. Sabining's face was tense. This brown bear is one of the most dangerous predators in the forest. Dongqing's face was even paler. What should Qin Feng do now? He only has an entrenching tool. He's no match for the brown bear. Only Qin stood up. As a professional survival expert, his judgment was decisive. No! He must leave this area immediately. Brown bears are extremely powerful and fast. A direct confrontation would be suicide. But I didn't panic at all. I stood quietly, listening to the sounds in the distance. Judging from the sounds, the brown bear was probably hunting a deer, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from me. A thought struck me. Not out of fear, but excitement. There was clean water, abundant fish, and lush vegetation. If the cave was habitable and safe enough, then it wasn't me who should leave, but the bear. In my past life, I was a wilderness survival enthusiast, having encountered various wild animals, wolves, wild boars, and even tigers. Brown bears, though powerful, are not invincible. The key lies in method, timing, and wisdom. Humanity's dominance on Earth has never been based on brute force, but on intellect. I glanced at the brown bear from afar, not intending to confront it head-on, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Along the way, I kept bending down to pick up the dry branches that had fallen to the ground, until my back was almost aching. The branches varied in thickness. Some were suitable for starting a fire, while others were suitable for sustaining a flame. Then we won't have to go through the trouble of cutting down trees to start a fire. I stuffed the branches into my backpack one by one, my movements already practiced. In the live stream, the viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is Fengshen planning to find a shelter? Thank goodness he didn't go and fight the brown bear head-on. My heart was about to jump out of my chest. It took me a good 10 minutes to walk about 800 meters from the brown bear. It wasn't that the path was too difficult, but rather that I was constantly observing my surroundings. Where were the edible plants? Where might animal tracks be hiding? And where would be suitable places to set traps? My masterful environmental perception is like a sophisticated radar, constantly gathering all sorts of useful information for me. Finally, I found the cave. It was located halfway up a small hillside, with its entrance facing south, allowing sunlight to stream in to its maximum extent. The cave was concealed by vines, making it extremely difficult to spot from a distance. It was very well hidden. I stood at the entrance and carefully observed my surroundings. The cave was about 3 meters deep, 2 meters wide, and just tall enough for me to stand upright. It was very dry inside, and I didn't find any animal droppings or unusual odors, indicating that no large animals had been inhabiting the area recently. This place is passable as a temporary shelter, I decided after walking around the cave. Shelter from the wind and rain isn't a problem, but the space is too small for long-term living. I'll have to find a more suitable place in a few days, or maybe I should just build my own shelter. I put my backpack in the driest corner of the cave and started preparing to start a fire. First, I gathered tinder. There were plenty of dry leaves near the cave entrance, perfect for starting a fire. I grabbed a handful of leaves, crushed them with my hands to make them fluffier and easier to ignite. Next came the tinder. I found some dried moss and bird feathers nearby, which served as natural tinder. Then came the tools for starting a fire by friction. I chose 2 pieces of wood, one for a fire board and the other for a drill rod. I used an entrenching tool to carve a small groove in the firewood, making a small opening at the edge so that sawdust could fall out. All preparations were complete. I gripped the drill rod with both hands and began to spin it rapidly. Sizzle! The sound of wood rubbing against wood echoed in the hole. I controlled the pace, ensuring speed without damaging the tool by applying too much force. 3 minutes later, smoke began to rise from the groove. 5 minutes later, the sawdust turned reddish. I carefully poured the reddish sawdust onto the tinder and gently blew on it. Whoosh! A wisp of smoke rose. The tinder had caught fire. I immediately added dry leaves, and the flames leaped up. Then came thin twigs, followed by slightly thicker ones. 10 minutes later, a campfire was roaring at the cave entrance. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! He really started a fire! Is this how you make fire by friction? Fengshen's technique is so professional. I'm impressed. Even Bear Grylls failed twice last time. Inside the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, the 3 hosts couldn't contain their excitement and applauded. Sabining's eyes were filled with excitement. This technique is definitely professional level. Dongqing nodded with a smile. From material selection to operation, every step is perfectly standard. Qin even stood up directly. As a wilderness survival expert, I can confidently say that this is the most standard demonstration of starting a fire by friction. Meanwhile, in other countries' live streams, a sour tone began to emerge. It's just lighting a fire, is it really that big of a deal? Our contestants can do it too. It's just luck. But they all knew in their hearts that being able to start a fire by friction in such a short time could not be explained by luck alone. After the campfire was lit, I began preparing dinner. I selected 3 straighter branches and skewered 3 cleaned carp on them. The fish glistened enticingly in the firelight, and I placed the skewers over the fire to slowly grill them. I rotated the fish skewers from time to time to ensure that each side was heated evenly. The fish skin began to shrink under the high temperature, and the sizzling sound was clearly audible. A fragrant aroma gradually filled the cave. 10 minutes later, the fish skin turned golden and crispy, while the fish meat inside remained tender. I gently sliced open the fish skin with an entrenching tool, and the snow-white fish meat and rising steam rushed out. I tore off a piece of fish and put it in my mouth. The juices burst in my mouth, and the taste was incredibly delicious. Not bad. I nodded and continued to enjoy my outdoor dinner. The viewers in the live stream were practically drooling. Wow! It looks so delicious! Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is divine grilled fish. I haven't had fresh fish in ages. Fengshen could totally switch to being a food streamer. Meanwhile, viewers in other countries' live streams were completely bewildered. Why can he eat so well? Our contestants are still gnawing on tree bark. Just as I was enjoying my grilled fish, the water in the small iron pot boiled. The bubbling sound echoed in the cave, and steam kept rising. Suddenly, my master-level environmental perception sent me a message. There's a special herb near the cave entrance with slender leaves and a faint fragrance, perfect for brewing tea. And it even has a mild aphrodisiac effect? I was taken aback. Huh! I quickly put down the fish I was holding and went to the cave entrance to search. Sure enough, I found a few green plants next to a rock. The leaves were dark green with fine serrations on the edges and emitted a minty fragrance. This is dragon's beard grass? I recognized it. I had encountered it in my wilderness survival experience in my past life. Back then, the local natives often used it to make tea, saying it could refresh the mind and enhance physical strength. As for its aphrodisiac effects, the system's suggestion should be correct. I chuckled and began picking the dragon's beard grass. I carefully plucked the leaves, making sure not to damage the roots, so that they could continue to grow. I have to remember this spot. If I move, I have to take all of these plants with me. I silently made a mental note of it. 1, 2, 3. I counted the number I picked, and finally collected a total of 10. Just as I placed the last one into my backpack, the familiar notification sound rang out again, echoing across the globe. Ding! Rare resource detected. Triggering a 10,000x return. Dragon Kingdom obtained. 10x 10,000 Dragon Beard Grass. Distribution location. Randomly distributed throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The world fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in chaos. Across the Dragon Kingdom, 100,000 dragon's beard grass plants appeared out of thin air in every corner. Some found them in flower beds in residential areas, some saw them on lawns and parks, and some even sprouted from flower pots on their balconies. The entire Dragon Kingdom instantly came alive. In the command post, when Qin saw this green plant, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad, not bad! This herb clears heat and reduces internal fire, and it even has aphrodisiac effects." Then, Sabining immediately added, "Most importantly, a lot of green vegetation has appeared on our land, which is of great significance for improving the ecological environment." He wanted to change the subject of aphrodisiacs, but he never expected that the men of the Dragon Kingdom didn't care about environmental improvement at all. The moment the words aphrodisiac were uttered, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap! Aphrodisiac? Really? Fengshen is giving all the men in the country a treat. Haha, a lucky one sprouted on my balcony. Honey, come see this miracle. Thank you, Fengshen. I'll try it tonight. Brothers, now the men of our Dragon Kingdom are truly virile. Meanwhile, in other countries' live stream rooms, viewers were already exasperated. Damn it! Why is it China again? Aphrodisiac? This isn't fair. We need this herb too. Fuck! The Chinese are so lucky. I nodded at the system notification, quite satisfied. I casually picked a few dragon's beard grass leaves and put them into the small iron pot. The hot water instantly turned pale green and emitted a delicate fragrance. I picked up the iron pot and took a small sip. The tea was sweet and refreshing, with a hint of mint. It made me feel much more energized. The taste is indeed quite good. I put down the small pot and continued eating the grilled fish. After finishing 2 fish, I was about 80% full. I'll eat the last one tomorrow morning. I patted my slightly bulging belly, making a crisp sound. At this moment, countless men in the Dragon Kingdom were frantically searching for dragon beard grass, intending to return home and verify its effects. This night was destined to be extraordinary. The night grew deeper and deeper. This was everyone's first night. It was pitch black all around, with only the campfire crackling and popping. Occasionally, a few sparks would land on me, which I would gently brush off. The entire wilderness was silent. Even the chirping of insects was so faint as to be almost inaudible. I leaned against the cave wall, holding a still warm iron pot, slowly sipping tea while gazing at the dazzling starry sky outside. Free from urban light pollution, the sky was exceptionally bright. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, dotted with twinkling stars. A full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light spilling across the earth. This is so pleasant. I let out a long sigh. This tranquility, far removed from the hustle and bustle, is something I could never have enjoyed in my past life. Just then, my smartwatch vibrated. I glanced down and saw a system message: current global death toll, 127, Dragon Kingdom death toll, 0, remaining participants, 11,573, causes of death, hypothermia 42, wild animal attacks 38, accidental falls 25, food poisoning 13, other 9. My heart tightened slightly. 127 people had died on the first day. This was even more brutal than I had anticipated. Thankfully, there were 0 casualties in the Dragon Kingdom. I hope everyone can hold on. I prayed silently. This wilderness is far more treacherous than it appears, and everyone who has survived deserves our respect. I stood up and began preparing for the night. First, I added firewood. I added the dry branches I had collected during the day to the fire, one by one, and even picked out a few thick logs to make sure they would burn all night. In the wild, fire is life. It provides warmth and keeps wild animals at bay. Most animals have an innate fear of fire. Next, I wrapped the thermal blanket tightly around my body. Although the temperature inside the cave was acceptable, the temperature difference at night was significant, and hypothermia was a deadly, invisible killer. Finally, and most importantly, I found a sturdy branch at the cave entrance, and placed the small iron pot upside down on it. Then I made a simple warning device out of fishing line. Whenever someone or an animal approaches the hole and touches the line, the iron pot will fall and make a sound, waking me up immediately. That's much safer, I thought, carefully inspecting my little contraption and nodding in satisfaction. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Holy crap! This is so professional! They've even installed early warning systems. Fengshen has turned a cave into a fortress. This is the difference between professional and amateur. While everyone else is still trembling in fear, Fengshen is already enjoying life. After doing all this, I lay down in the deepest part of the cave, my right hand gripping the entrenching tool tightly. It was my only weapon, my last means of survival. Even in my dreams, I dared not let my guard down. The firelight cast dappled shadows on the cave walls, and a few wolf howls echoed in the distance. I, however, had already drifted into a light sleep. This was an essential survival skill in the wild, allowing me to both recover my strength and remain alert. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were filled with admiration. Even when Fengshen sleeps, he's so professional. He's still holding an entrenching tool. His alertness is incredible. I'm completely convinced now. I was truly blind before. The night grew deeper. Strange noises echoed from the wilderness, but the cave I was in was warm and safe. The campfire burned quietly, crackling softly. This night was destined to be peaceful. Early morning. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the cave entrance and fell on my face. The golden light outlined my clear features, even my eyelashes seemed to glow with a faint gold. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Fengshen is so handsome. His looks are absolutely stunning. The moment the sunlight shone on his face, my heart skipped a beat. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. Is this the legendary breathtaking beauty? I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the warmth on my face. I stretched, loosening my slightly stiff body. The chill of the night hadn't completely dissipated, and the cave was still a bit cool. But compared to outside, this place was practically paradise. Just then, my master-level environmental perception sent me new information. There's a brood of pheasants 2 kilometers to the southwest. And there are quite a few of them, at least 4. Haha, looks like we won't be eating fish today. A hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. Although fish tastes good, eating it every day would get boring. It would be great to have a change of pace. Besides, pheasant is more nutritious, rich in protein and with moderate fat content. This kind of prey is very rare in the wild. I quickly packed my gear and slung my backpack over my shoulder. I covered the fire with soil to prevent it from starting a wildfire. Before leaving the cave, I looked back at the shelter that had sheltered me from the wind and rain for the night. If there's no better place nearby, I'll come back, I thought to myself. Heading towards the pheasant's nest, I walked and stopped along the way. Not to admire the scenery, but to search for suitable ingredients. To catch pheasants, an entrenching tool alone is far from enough. I need a more effective weapon, a spear. In the wild, a spear not only has a long range but is also simple to craft, and the materials are readily available. Most importantly, it can compensate for humans' shortcomings in strength and speed. As I walked, I observed the trees along the roadside. The spear shaft had to be straight, stiff, of the right length, and of moderate weight. These seemingly simple requirements were actually quite difficult to find. After walking for about half an hour, I finally spotted my ideal target in a birch tree. This is a straight branch, about 3 centimeters in diameter, and nearly 2 meters long. The wood is hard, without any obvious bends or knots. I can smell a faint resinous aroma emanating from the surface, indicating that the wood is very fresh and has excellent toughness. This is it. Without hesitation, I started climbing the tree, my movements as nimble as a monkey's. I first tested the weight-bearing capacity of the branches with my hands, and only after confirming that there were no problems did I begin to actually start climbing. The entrenching tools seemed to come alive in my hands. Every cut was precise, ensuring a clean cut without damaging the trunk. The whole process was seamless, with almost no wasted effort. From climbing the tree to cutting the branch, it was all done in less than 5 minutes. Viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. His tree climbing skills are so professional. He seems like a born hunter. I was quite satisfied with the branch in my hand, but instead of heading straight to the pheasant's nest, I found a flat rock to sit on and began to concentrate on crafting my weapon. First, I sharpened the spearhead. Using the blade of my entrenching tool, I carefully shaved the wood, bit by bit. Each cut was precise, sharp enough to be just right, but not so fine as to weaken its strength. Wood shavings fell softly, and the spearhead slowly took shape. Next, I began polishing the entire spear shaft. I used the stone to buff the surface, removing burrs and uneven areas. Polishing isn't just for a comfortable grip, I thought to myself. A smooth surface also reduces air resistance, making it more accurate when throwing. After we start a fire, we'll heat the spearhead with the fire. The high temperature will make the wood harder, force out the moisture, and make the fibers tighter. The whole process took me about 40 minutes. I ate some leftover grilled fish from yesterday to replenish my energy, all while keeping an eye on my surroundings. This multitasking ability amazed the viewers in the live stream. When I held up this meticulously crafted spear, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap! This spearhead is incredibly sharp. The craftsmanship is amazing. It's even more exquisite than store-bought ones. Is Fengshen going hunting? I can't wait. I swung the spear with satisfaction, feeling its weight and balance. Perfect. With this handy weapon, my hunting success rate would greatly increase. It's time to go and meet those pheasants. I shouldered the spear and strode towards my target. However, just as I was heading towards the pheasant den, the various live stream rooms in China suddenly exploded. Brothers! Quick, go check out the Japanese pirates live stream. Holy crap! Something big happened over there with the Japanese pirates. What's going on? 2 Japanese pirates met up. The barrage of comments was flying, and viewers were switching between live stream rooms one after another. In Japan, the scene shows a man and a woman meeting by a stream. The woman is the ninja Matsushita Morisa, petite yet agile, with her black hair tied up high and her eyes sharp as knives. The man is the martial artist, Kobe Zaiji, tall and muscular, with a hideous scar on his face. Ha ha ha, heaven's on my side! They actually found teammates. Matsushita Morisa paired with Osamu Bichi, this combination is simply invincible. Ha ha, the other countries are doomed. Inside the Japanese High Command headquarters, the high-ranking officials stood up excitedly. Fantastic! With the 2 of them working together, their combat power increases exponentially. A brown bear? It's just a dog in front of us. What hope do those useless Chinese have? They mock other countries without restraint, but their voices noticeably lowered when they mentioned the United States. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Dragon Kingdom command post suddenly became tense. Cao Baining frowned. Indeed, 2 people teaming up in the wilderness is far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. It's a qualitative leap. Dongqing said worriedly. They can take turns keeping watch at night, divide the work, and cooperate, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Qin Yi was even more direct. The most crucial thing is that they can hunt large prey together. This advantage is too great, we must find a way to counter it. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the audience's emotions plummeted. It's over! The Japanese pirates are too lucky! 2 professional players teaming up? How are we supposed to compete? Our people need to meet up soon too. Upstairs, running into each other in this vast wilderness is harder than winning the lottery. The Japanese are just incredibly lucky. But then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Matsushita Morisa and Kobe Osamu stood by the stream, the sound of the water too loud to make out what they were saying. But judging from their lip movements and gestures, they seemed to be engaged in some kind of intimate conversation. Suddenly, under the gaze of billions of viewers worldwide, they actually hugged each other tightly. What? Baka! What are they doing? Immediately afterwards, the female ninja began to unbutton her ninja outfit, and the male fighter also began to take off his clothes. At the crucial moment, the screen went black. The player has ended their live stream. Viewers worldwide were stunned for a full 9 seconds, then they exploded. Haha, so that's what this combination is like. So relatable. Where did they go? What are they up to? So hard to guess. Master. So this is the kind of master they are. The Japanese livestream room was instantly flooded with sarcastic comments. Baka! These two idiots! At a time when the nation's survival is at stake, they actually... Disgraceful! Utterly disgraceful! Inside the Japanese command headquarters, the high-ranking officials, who had just been excited, now looked extremely grim. Baka Yuru! These two idiots! Is this the time for romance? Survive first, then talk about love. Fools! The commander slammed his fist on the table. Are their brains filled with shit? I, of course, was unaware of the farce unfolding outside. At that moment, I was stealthily approaching the pheasant nest. My environmental awareness kept relaying information. 100 meters ahead, 3 pheasants were foraging. 2 were adult pheasants, plump and with bright feathers. The other was a chick, only half the size of the adults. 2.5, just right. A slight smile played on my lips as I gripped the spear tighter. Using the trees and bushes as cover, I slowly approached my target. The pheasants were extremely alert. The slightest rustle would send them into flight. I had to strike with deadly precision. 5 meters to go. I stopped and carefully observed the 3 pheasants' positions and activity patterns. 2 adult birds were focused on pecking at insects, while the chicks hopped around nearby. Now! I leaped out of the bushes, my spear thrusting out like lightning. Whoosh! The spear had pierced precisely into the body of one of the adult pheasants. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The remaining 2 pheasants scattered in fright, but I had already succeeded. The pheasant was still struggling on the spear, blood dripping down the shaft. A plump pheasant weighing 3 or 4 pounds, its reddish-brown feathers gleaming in the sunlight. Haha, not bad, we'll have pheasants for dinner tonight. Just as I was preparing to process the prey, the familiar system notification sounded again. Ding! Resource acquisition detected. Triggering the 10,000X return mechanism. Dragon Kingdom obtained, 10,000 wild pheasants. Placement location, central squares of major cities in the Dragon Kingdom. The world is once again in awe. In the central squares of major cities across the Dragon Kingdom, a golden light suddenly appears. 10,000 lively pheasants have materialized out of thin air. Each one weighs 3 or 4 pounds, with magnificent feathers and boundless vitality. Cluck! Cluck! The crowing of roosters echoed throughout the city, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Another 10,000-fold return! Wild chickens! 10,000 wild chickens! Fengshen is awesome! Hey, what are you doing? The Dragon Kingdom live stream room completely exploded, with the number of viewers instantly exceeding 5 million. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries were utterly exasperated. Why is it always China? What kind of monster is that college student? 3 consecutive returns of 10,000 times the initial investment. Is that even reasonable? The Japanese livestream room fell into complete silence. The 2 experts, who were just moments before studying life, now looked utterly ridiculous. While others were seriously trying to survive, you 2 were having a romance in the wilderness? The difference is just too great. I looked at the plump pheasant in my hand and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like I'm in luck today. I started looking for a suitable spot to start a fire and enjoy this delicious pheasant feast. I carefully made my way through the forest, carrying a plump pheasant. My environmental awareness constantly provided me with information about my surroundings. There was a swamp about 200 meters to my left, unsuitable for stopping. There was a small puddle about 300 meters to my right, but the water was murky and unusable. I went around in circles, but couldn't find a better water source than the stream from yesterday. Looks like I'll have to go back to the old spot. I chuckled, shook my head, and turned to walk towards the stream where I had fished yesterday. The familiar sound of flowing water reached my ears again, and the clear stream shimmered in the sunlight, making me feel much more relaxed. Looking at this familiar place, I couldn't help but sigh. This is still the best place. I found a flat boulder, tossed the pheasant onto it, grabbed an entrenching tool, and chopped it on the head. Blood gushed out. Some feathers can be kept, I muttered to myself as I plucked them. I selected some intact feathers to make fletchings, which will greatly improve the accuracy and stability of the arrows. After the pheasant was plucked clean, I picked up an entrenching tool and cut open from below the breastbone all the way to the anus, carefully removing the internal organs bit by bit. Chicken hearts, livers, gizzards, these are all treasures. Even the casings are good. After cleaning them thoroughly, they're crunchy and delicious. As for the inedible organs and other scraps, I didn't just throw them away. These things have the strongest fishy smell, perfect for baiting the area. With that, I tossed the debris into a small puddle by the stream. Watching the fish begin to swim, a smile involuntarily crept onto my face. A little longer, and with more fish, catching them would be easier. I cleared a space, laid out dry firewood, and as soon as the flames leaped up, I immediately skewered the pheasant and placed it above the fire. While adjusting the pheasant's position, I picked up my fishing rod, wasting not a single second. I cast the fishing line into the river where I had just baited the spot, and within seconds, the rod sank sharply. Thud! I pulled up a palm-sized cushion carp. Here it comes! For the next half hour, the fish were indeed biting much better than yesterday. All sorts of fish were taking the bait one after another. I wonder what the experienced anglers would think if they saw this? There were silvery whitebait, grass carp fry with greenbacks, and a black carp weighing a good 2 pounds. This black carp is really good stuff, the meat is delicious and there are hardly any bones. I looked at my haul with satisfaction. Just as I caught my third fish, the familiar system notification sounded. Ding! Resource acquisition detected. Triggering a 10,000x return mechanism. Dragon Kingdom obtained 30,000 mixed freshwater fish. Release location: major lakes and reservoirs in the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, 30,000 freshwater fish appeared out of thin air in several reservoirs within the Dragon Kingdom. Whitebait, cushion carp, grass carp, black carp, common carp, all kinds of fish swam happily in the water. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! It's happening again! 30,000 fish! Is Fengshen trying to feed the entire nation? 3 consecutive 10,000-fold returns. Is he even human? Upstairs, this is obviously a god. God Feng is eating chicken tonight, and the whole country is eating fish. I just went to the reservoir, and there are so many fish that they're jumping out of the water. The number of viewers instantly exceeded 80 million, and the live stream's popularity exploded. Cao Baining's voice trembled with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed a miracle once again. Dong Qin could not hide her excitement either. Qin Feng's performance has completely overturned our understanding. This is no ordinary college student, he's practically a god of the wilderness. Qin Yi went even further, commenting. From a professional standpoint, every skill Qin Feng demonstrated reached a master level. Fishing, processing prey, starting a fire, each one was textbook level operation. At that moment, I was taking the golden brown, crispy pheasant off the fire. The skin was charred and crispy, and the fat dripped onto the fire, making an enticing sizzling sound. The rich aroma of meat mixed with a subtle smoky flavor was simply mouth-watering. I used an entrenching tool to cut off a piece of chicken leg and took a small bite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the deliciousness of the chicken instantly exploded in my mouth. The meat of wild pheasants is much firmer and more flavorful than that of domesticated ones. The cooking time is just right. I nodded in satisfaction. The viewers in the live stream, watching me eat with such relish, were practically drooling. This roast chicken smells so good. I want to jump into the screen and grab a piece. Hey, me too. I can't take it anymore. Watching this is making me starve. It's only the second day, and Fengshen is already enjoying a life of luxury in the wilderness. As I was munching on the roast chicken, I also prepared the fish, intending to grill it as well. Just then, my watch suddenly lit up and emitted a rapid notification sound. I put down the chicken leg and looked at the screen. System announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Li Ming has triggered a 10,000x return. Resources gained: Wild Kiwi X50, returned resources, Wild Kiwi X500,000, notification: contestant Li Ming has died after accidentally falling during the gathering process. I was stunned for a moment. Someone had died, and it was one of our country's athletes. Although I have a strong mental fortitude, seeing the news of my compatriot's death still weighed heavily on my heart. I understand Li Ming's thinking. Everyone, including the other contestants, is desperately trying to bring glory to China and make a contribution. But in the wilderness, a moment of impulsiveness could be a fatal price to pay. The viewers in the live stream, who had been laughing and chatting moments before, fell silent instantly. The chat was filled with mourning and regret. A hero! A true hero! Brothers, let's be rational. The players' lives are more important than any return. Yes, living is the most important thing. Li Ming gave his life for 500,000 Kiwis. He is a true national hero. I hope the other players are all safe and sound. Inside the command post, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. A general clenched his fist. Another good young man is gone. Another senior official's eyes reddened. Li Ming sacrificed himself for the Dragon Nation. Cao Baining sighed deeply, her voice choked with emotion. Dear viewers, let us observe 3 minutes of silence for the brave contestant Li Ming. Although he has left us, we will forever remember his contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. A brief silence fell over the entire live stream. 3 minutes later, Dong Qing said softly, We must turn our grief into strength and pay even closer attention to the safety of the remaining players. Each and every one of them is an invaluable asset to our nation. Qin added solemnly. This lesson tells us that safety is always the top priority in the wilderness. No amount of resources is worth risking your life for. When the news of Li Ming's death came, I stopped chewing. Expressionless, I carefully wrapped the remaining roast chicken and fish in large leaves and stuffed them into my backpack. Then, I extinguished the fire and completely covered it with soil, making sure no trace was left. After doing all this, I slung my backpack over my shoulder, gripped my entrenching tool, and turned to step into the depths of the dense forest. Where is Fengshen going? Isn't he going to eat? That roast chicken looks so delicious. He must be in a bad mood. After all, a fellow countryman just sacrificed his life. That's right, who has the appetite to eat at a time like this? Hopefully, Fengshen can adjust. The live stream chat was filled with concern and understanding. In the command center, Sa Bining's expression also became solemn. It seems that Li Ming's sacrifice has had a significant impact on Qin Feng's mentality. Dong Qin nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with worry. I hope he can adjust his mindset as soon as possible. In the wilderness, negative emotions are extremely deadly. Only expert Qin frowned, his eyes fixed on my composed figure on the screen. No, you're mistaken. Qin Ye's voice was resolute. He's not dejected, quite the opposite, he's more focused and more dangerous than ever. He's surveying his territory, eliminating potential threats, and searching for more valuable resources. Qin was right. My mind was clearer than ever before. My masterful environmental perception clearly constructed a three-dimensional image of every rustle of grass within a radius of hundreds of meters, which appeared one by one in my mind. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows. A squirrel, clutching nuts, darted from one tree to another, curiously observing me, this two-legged creature passing by. Several colorful forest birds chirped and chattered in the nearby bushes, their clear voices brimming with life. I glanced at the small animals, shook my head, and didn't linger. They were too small, troublesome to process, and the meat wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth. Without a suitable ranged weapon, efficient hunting in the jungle was simply a pipe dream. I need a bow, a powerful bow. I moved slowly along a wildlife trail, my steps light and almost silent. After walking about 2 or 3 kilometers, just as I was about to change direction, my environmental perception system suddenly emitted a strong signal. Hint, large area of high-quality bamboo forest discovered 300 meters ahead. I paused, my eyes gleaming. Bamboo. That's the legendary hardware shop of the wilderness. Bamboo tubes can be used to make cups, bowls, and even cooking utensils. Bamboo shoots are edible. Bamboo strips can be woven into all sorts of tools. Most importantly, bamboo of the right age and with the right resilience is the perfect material for making bows. It's practically a treasure from heaven. I forced down my excitement and quickened my pace. Soon, a lush bamboo grove came into view. The bamboo stalks were straight and tall, each as thick as a bowl, and their vibrant green joints gleamed in the sunlight. I stepped forward and tapped one of the bamboos. The crisp, resonant sound made me smile slightly. Not bad, these are all good bamboos that are over 3 years old. Their elasticity and toughness are top-notch. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. What is Fengshen doing? Does he want to eat bamboo shoots? The bamboo is so old, can the shoots still be eaten? Why do I feel like Fengshen looks at the bamboo like a pervert looking at a beautiful woman? The person in front, your analogy is strange, but it's quite apartment. Now that I've found the material for the bow, a new problem has arisen. What should I use for the bowstring? The fishing line in my backpack is strong enough, but not tough enough. It will break after a few stretches. A memory flashed through my mind. Mulberry tree. When I was a child in the countryside, the old people in the village often used the tough bark of mulberry trees. They would tear it into long strips, soak it, pound it, dry it, and then twist it into ropes. 3 strands twisted together would make a sturdy and durable bowstring. The vegetation in this wilderness is very similar to that on Earth. Since there's bamboo, there's a high probability that there are mulberry trees as well. Never mind that for now, let's gather enough materials. I made a decision, swung my entrenching tool, and chopped down a bamboo stalk I had my eye on. Thud! The entrenching tool struck the tough bamboo wall with a dull thud. My arm muscles bulged, and I shoveled away, one shovel after another, my movements powerful and rhythmic. Bamboo shavings flew everywhere. Before long, a bamboo stalk 7 or 8 meters long crashed to the ground. I didn't stop, and continued cutting bamboo. A second one, a third one. What I needed to make wasn't just a bow, but also a large number of arrows, and even some defensive traps. Bamboo, the more the better. The viewers in the live stream started another round of speculation. Why cut down so much bamboo? To build a house? Use bamboo to build a house? That would be too flimsy. Stop guessing, Fengshen's thoughts are beyond the comprehension of us mortals. Just watch and that's it. Just as I chopped down the 5th bamboo stalk and was about to drag it to the open ground, A familiar yet exhilarating system notification echoed throughout the world. Ding! Detected that Dragon Kingdom player Qin Feng has acquired a large amount of strategic resource, bamboo. Triggered a 10,000x return. Dragon Kingdom gains 50,000 high-quality adult bamboo. Deployment location: designated barren mountains in the southwest region of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! 1 second ago, the whole country was still immersed in grief over the sacrifice of their compatriots, and the next second, this sudden blessing from heaven left everyone so surprised that they couldn't react. In the southwest of China, on those barren mountains stripped bare by soil erosion, tall and sturdy bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground, growing at a visible speed. In just a few dozen seconds, the barren mountains were transformed into a verdant sea of bamboo. The bamboo grove swayed in the wind, emitting a melodious rustling sound. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! 50,000 bamboo poles! It's Fengshen again! It's him again! Bamboo has so many uses! Construction, papermaking, handicrafts, it's a steal! My live stream viewership instantly surpassed 10 million. The barrage of comments surged like a sea, almost flooding the entire screen. Inside the command post, several generals jumped up from their chairs with excitement, their faces flushed. Great! Excellent! Bamboo! This is a treasure! With this bamboo forest, many raw material problems for light industry will be alleviated. It will also help improve the soil erosion problem in the southwest. This achievement is no less than that of 1,000 troops. Sa Baining was so excited that she was incoherent. Dear viewers! I don't know what to say. Dong Qing's eyes were red and her voice choked. He always brings us the greatest surprises and hope when we need him most. Expert Qin Yi adjusted his glasses, suppressing his emotions, and analyzed in a professional tone. Everyone may not know why Qin Feng cut these bamboos, but I have a bold guess. His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Qin Yi took a deep breath and said, word by word, what he's making is a bow and arrows. He's forging a set of hunting weapons for himself, enough to dominate the wilderness. In the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, when expert Qin Yi definitively analyzed that I was preparing to make a bow and arrow, the screen full of 666 and expert is awesome comments that he had expected did not appear as expected. A brief silence followed by a deluge of mockery and ridicule. That's it? That's all? I have an announcement. I'm a prophet. I guessed yesterday that Fengshen was going to make bows and arrows. Stop bragging, upstairs. I knew at the moment Fengshen chopped down his first bamboo shoot, he just needed a suitable bowstring. Please stop analyzing. If you keep going, you'll be able to predict what color underwear Fengshen will wear tomorrow. In the studio, Qin Yi stared at the comments on the screen, his face flushed crimson. He awkwardly adjusted his glasses, coughed twice, and struggled to maintain his expert composure. Ahem, well, it's mainly because Qin Feng's thinking is so clear. Great minds think alike. Seeing this, host Sa Baining immediately smiled and smoothed things over. Hey everyone, don't make things difficult for Professor Qin Yi. What does this show? It shows that our Chinese audience is highly knowledgeable, almost on par with experts. This is a good thing, a good thing. Dong Qing also gently covered the corner of her mouth and smiled gently. Yes, seeing Fengshen grow stronger step by step, we all feel incredibly honored. Although Li Ming's sacrifice is tragic, it has also made us more united and more eager to see Qin Feng's future performance. Dong Qing skillfully deflated the heavy atmosphere with a few words, and everyone's attention was once again focused on my figure moving silently in the wilderness. Deep in the forest, I bound 5 sturdy bamboo stalks together with strong vines, forming a huge green raft. Taking a deep breath, I bent down and, with a burst of strength, hoisted the raft, weighing several dozen kilograms, onto my shoulder. Holy crap, that's really tough. The rough bamboo joints hurt my shoulder blades, and a heavy pressure instantly spread throughout my body. My feet wobbled, but my muscles tensed instantly, and I steadied myself like a rock. I started walking towards the temporary shelter. Each step I took left deep footprints in the soft, humus-filled soil. Huff, huff! My breathing became rapid, and my warm breath turned into puffs of white mist in the cool air. But I had already begun rapidly calculating in my mind the various details of making traps with these bamboos. The air was filled with the fresh, earthy scent of rain mixed with the aroma of plants, and a faint hint of the gamey smell of wild animals. Roar! Just then, a ferocious bear roar came from the depths of the forest. The sound was deep and powerful, like a thunderclap rolling through the forest, shaking the leaves and instantly silencing the chirping of insects and birds in the forest. Bear! It's that bear again! Damn, the noise! The sound waves are practically hitting our faces. Fengshen isn't far from it. We're doomed. If we encounter it head-on, carrying dozens of kilograms of bamboo, we won't be able to escape. It's a death sentence. But upon hearing this roar, powerful enough to terrify any ordinary person, I only paused slightly. My body instantly went into battle mode, muscles tensing, but after just half a second, I regained my composure. There was no panic, no turning to run. I simply turned my head slowly and listened intently. A head-on confrontation? That's something only a fool would do. With my current physical condition and equipment, my chances of winning against that adult brown bear, which probably weighs over 500 kilograms, are practically zero. But who says it has to be a head-on collision? A sly smile crept onto my lips. The image of that massive brown bear flashed through my mind, its hide, thick enough to make top-tier armor, its incredibly valuable bile, and its hundreds of kilograms of incredibly nutritious bear meat. This isn't a threat at all. It's clearly a mobile treasure trove of resources. Looks like I'll have to prepare a big gift for you. I licked my dry lips, a cold smile curving my lips. Without further hesitation, I shouldered the heavy bamboo, my steps quickening as I strode towards the cave. Back at the shelter, I unloaded the bamboo with a loud thud. Without taking a break, they immediately began processing these enormous bamboo stalks. Picking up an entrenching tool, they aimed the sharpest edge at one end of the bamboo and swiftly began to chop. Swish! 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 Each strike of the blade was precise and powerful, sending the green bamboo skin and snow-white bamboo fibers fluttering and swirling. With the flick of my wrist at a tricky angle, the originally blunt bamboo tip gradually transformed into a sharp, 30-centimeter-long bevel under my skillful hands. This is one of the deadliest traps in ancient warfare and hunting, the bamboo stake trap. I made more than a dozen of these pointed bamboo stakes, each more than half a meter long, and I polished the tips repeatedly with stones until they were flawless. The viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. Holy crap! What is Fengshen doing? Making so many spears? I have a bad feeling, could it be for dealing with that bear? Fengshen is going bear hunting? Amidst the gasps of the audience, I tied the dozen or so sharp bamboo stakes together with vines, wrapped the remaining roasted fish and chicken in large leaves, picked up my entrenching tool, and quietly disappeared into the forest once again. This time, my target was clear, the brown bear's territory. I fully activated my master-level environmental perception, and every rustle of grass within a radius of hundreds of meters formed a clear and three-dimensional image in my mind. I could see night birds preening their feathers on the branches, and naturally, I could accurately avoid the bear's possible patrol routes. Soon, a pungent, fishy stench mixed with a foul smell filled my nostrils. I immediately stopped and crouched down. On the path ahead lay a pile of bear droppings, still steaming. Fresh. Found it. A flicker of joy crossed my eyes, showing no disgust whatsoever. I looked around to make sure it was safe, then put down the supplies on my back and gripped the entrenching tool tightly. Thud! The blade easily cut through the surface humus and embedded itself deeply into the damp mud. I dug silently, shovel after shovel. My movements were mechanical yet full of endurance. Sweat quickly soaked my forehead, sticky and unbearable. I didn't have time to wipe it away, so I let the sweat trickle down my cheeks and into the soil beneath my feet. The prolonged exertion left my arms aching and burning, as if countless ants were gnawing at them, but I maintained a steady and efficient pace without letting up. Time slowly passed. 1 hour, 2 hours, a full 3 hours later. When I used the last bit of strength to throw a shovel of mud out of the pit, a pit about 1 meter in diameter and nearly 2 meters deep finally appeared before my eyes. I climbed up the pit, gripping the wall for support, panting heavily, my chest heaving. After shaking my aching arms, I immediately moved the dozen or so sharpened bamboo stakes over. Using both hands and feet, I slid into the narrow pit and forcefully drove each sharp bamboo stake into the soil at a 30-degree angle upwards. I tamped each bamboo pole firmly to ensure they could withstand a heavy impact. Soon, the entire bottom of the pit was covered with bamboo spikes pointing straight up. Then, I bent down and carefully laid out camouflage above the trap. Each branch I selected was of uniform thickness, strong enough to support the loose soil and fallen leaves, yet also strong enough to break instantly under heavy pressure. One by one, I intertwined more than a dozen branches in a specific structure, creating a fragile yet sufficiently stable net. Then I gently spread the withered yellow leaves, one by one, across the branches. From a distance, it looked like an ordinary woodland. Who would have thought that a deadly trap was hidden under our feet? Finally, I grabbed a handful of damp humus and spread it evenly over the camouflage layer, completely concealing all traces of human intervention. I stepped back a few paces, squinted slightly, and examined my masterpiece as if it were a work of art. The trap had vanished. All that remained before me was an ordinary, unremarkable woodland that blended seamlessly into its surroundings. Perfect. I patted the dirt off my hands with satisfaction, then carefully placed the 2 still fragrant grilled fish in the center of the camouflage layer. Big Bear, a 5-star feast is ready, won't you have a bite? My tone was light, but it contained a hint of cold killing intent. The last rays of sunlight were fading on the horizon, and a soft twilight had enveloped the mountains and forests. I picked up my entrenching tool and hurried towards the stream. The babbling water sounded especially crisp and clear in this tranquil forest. I squatted by the stream, watching the clear water ripple across the bottom of the pot. The water was cool, with a unique sweetness from the mountains. After filling the pot with water, I gathered some dry firewood. In the damp forest, dry fuel is the lifeblood of survival. Back in the warm stone cave, I skillfully lit a campfire. The orange flames quickly rose, dispelling the darkness and chill from the cave entrance. I placed the pot on the fire and threw in a handful of dragon's beard aphrodisiac herbs. Soon, a steaming aroma, mixed with the fresh scent of herbs, filled the cave. TSK, this smell, it's even more invigorating than Starbucks pour-over. I tore off a large piece of roast chicken, dipped it briefly in the boiling herbal tea, and then popped it into my mouth. The meat was tender, and the tea had a sweet aftertaste. The feeling of relief, like surviving a disaster, made me close my eyes comfortably. But soon, a deep-seated craving welled up inside me. Salt. Damn it, there was no salt. I swallowed the meat in my mouth, my brow furrowed. No matter how delicious the food, without the balance of salt, it lacks soul. It's only the second day. After digging so many traps and sweating so much during the day, my body has already started to protest. I feel a faint soreness deep in my muscles, and my mental state is noticeably less energetic than the previous 2 days. I must find salt tomorrow, I resolved. After eating and drinking my fill, I didn't rest immediately. Instead, I picked up a thick bamboo and began to cut it with an entrenching tool. Swish, swish. The sound of a sharp shovel blade slicing through the bamboo echoed rhythmically in the cave. I need to prepare a bamboo tube to keep out moisture for the salt I find in the future. The natural bamboo joints formed a perfect base. My task was to carve a perfectly fitting lid at the other end. Just as I was completely absorbed in this delicate work, a low rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Boom! The sound echoed through the mountains. Then, large raindrops began to patter lightly on the ground outside the cave. It's raining? I looked up into the cave. The once star-studded night sky was now completely obscured by thick, dark clouds. The rain grew heavier and denser. The torrential downpour instantly engulfed the entire forest, leaving only a curtain of rain between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the live stream relentlessly switched to the situations of the contestants from various countries. In the United States, John, the strongest Special Forces soldier, was currently huddled up under a large tree that offered no shelter from the rain. The icy rain streamed down the edges of his clothes, drawing away the last bit of warmth from his body. Fuck! This damn weather! He muttered, his teeth chattering. The Japanese athlete, Tanaka, was in an even worse predicament. He could only find shelter on a protruding rock, but the wind and rain poured in from all sides. Soaked to the bone, like a drowning dog, he could only futilely hug himself. Achoo! A sneeze suddenly burst out, and his cold body convulsed violently. Despair began to spread in his heart. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with angry and incredulous comments. Japanese live stream. Baka! Useless! Our great Japanese samurai can't even withstand a rainstorm? It's over, Tanaka-kun is going to die here. Where's the Bushido spirit? Show it! Lighthouse Country live stream. Oh my god! Is this John? Our strongest warrior? He looks like a homeless vagrant. Change the camera. Let me see what's going on with that Chinese guy. He's definitely in a worse state. He's been digging all afternoon, he must be exhausted. The scene shifts. Ling Yu, a female Special Forces soldier from China, has found a dry cave. The firelight dances on her cold, stern face. She is meticulously polishing a dagger, her eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Actress Lin Yihun used her delicate hands to build a simple shelter, which, though crude, provided her with a semblance of peace. Dragon Kingdom livestream. Sister Ling Yu is so steady. Forever a goddess. Ihan is not bad either. At least much stronger than those warriors. Where's Fengshin? Quickly give the camera to Fengshin. Finally, the camera focused on me. The world's audience was stunned. Inside the cave, a campfire flickered, warm and bright. I was leaning against the dry stone wall, holding a steaming iron pot in my hands, slowly sipping herbal tea. This stark contrast created a breathtaking scene, violently assaulting everyone's eyes. What the fuck? Is this a movie shoot? Everyone else is struggling to survive, and he's on vacation? I was oblivious to the clamor of the outside world. I was simply immersed in this tranquility, isolated from the world, holding a cup of hot tea, watching the lightning outside the cave illuminate the rain curtain time and time again, and a sense of ancient security welled up in my heart. Suddenly it occurred to me that for our ancient ancestors, such rainy nights meant safety. Thunder drowned out footsteps, and torrential rain washed away scents. Wild beasts would mostly choose to hide in their dens, waiting for dawn. This is a rare night of respite bestowed upon humankind by nature. This sense of security, deeply rooted in our genes, has evolved over millions of years and remains etched in our souls. That's why people always sleep especially soundly on rainy nights. The rain grew heavier, as if it were washing away the entire mountain forest. I finished the last sip of hot tea and began preparing for bed. I used a few stones to wet the iron pot inside the cave entrance. This is the most basic tripwire alarm. Anything trying to sneak into the hole would hit the pot, making a noise that would wake me up. Better safe than sorry. After doing all this, I pulled the thermal blanket tighter around me and slowly laid down against the stone wall warmed by the campfire. The sound of rain outside was like the most natural lullaby, and the warmth of the campfire gave this cave a sense of home. Chapter 13 Wilderness Airdrop. A good night's sleep. When the first ray of sunlight penetrates the dense treetops and turns into mottled light spots falling at the entrance of the cave, Qin Feng woke up slowly. He stretched out his body and felt a refreshing crisp sound in all his joints. After the rainstorm, the air in the mountains and forests is so fresh that it makes people intoxicated. The fragrance of soil and grass mixed together, inhaled into the lungs, full of freshness. The bonfire had died out, leaving only a few warm embers. Qin Feng waved at his live broadcast watch as a greeting. Good morning. His voice was calm, but it instantly ignited the long live broadcast room that had been waiting for a long time. Holy crap! Maple God is finally awake! He slept so soundly. I was so nervous I didn't sleep all night, just waiting to see if the trap would yield any results. Stop wasting time, Maple God, go check on your big baby. Bear! 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 Don't rush me upstairs. Didn't you see Fengshen stretching? The boss's daily routine is so plain and boring. Qin Feng naturally couldn't see these comments, but his thoughts at the moment coincided with those of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. Trap. He had spent a lot of energy to dig that out yesterday, and it would be his main source of protein for the next few days. He picked up the sharpened spear, put the engineer's shovel behind his waist, and prepared to set off. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice rang out without warning in the ears of every contestant and global audience. Global announcement. To increase the intensity of the competition, we are now sending 1,000 resource airdrops across the entire wild continent. Red smoke will be released as a sign after the airdrop lands. The items in the airdrop box are random, including but not limited to food, water, first aid kits, tools, axes, even guns. Please proceed with caution, contestants. Good luck. Boom. This announcement was like a blockbuster bomb, instantly exploding around the world. In Longgua's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was like a flood that had been opened, madly flooding the screen. Oh my God! Are you serious? Directly airdropping guns? Is this wilderness survival or PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds? It's over. This is going to be chaos. Isn't this obviously going to make the contestants kill each other? Those bastards from Lighthouse Country are absolutely going crazy. Out of their 100 contestants, at least 30 are retired Navy SEALs or Delta Force members. If they get their hands on guns, won't they just kill people? Maple God, be careful. Don't join in the fun. In the official live broadcast room, the expressions of the three hosts also became extremely solemn. This is forcing speed. Sabining changed his usual humorous tone and said in a serious tone. The appearance of airdrops means the players' safe zones will no longer exist. Conflicts and encounters will be inevitable in the fight for supplies. Dongqing frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. And they mention firearms. This is so unfair to us Dragon Country players. Except for Captain Ling Yu, the others are basically ordinary people. How can they compete with those professional soldiers? No, this is also an opportunity. Qin Yi, the survival expert who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke with sharp eyes. High risk also means high reward. A first aid kit, an axe, and a gun are invaluable in the wilderness. The key is how to choose. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Qin Feng's live broadcast. Qin Feng just frowned slightly after hearing the announcement. He raised his head and scanned the sky above his head, which was completely blocked by the towering trees. There are no empty shadows to be seen at all. Without hesitation, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and walked firmly in the direction of yesterday's trap. What a joke! No matter how good an airdrop is, you still have to have it nearby. I haven't seen any airdrops in this area for 100 miles. Traps are still more cost-effective. When Qin Yi saw this scene, his eyes lit up with astonishing light, and he couldn't help but slap his thigh. Beautiful! This is the most rational and correct choice. In the case of complete information asymmetry, airdrops are unknown and full of dangerous variables. However, the traps are known. Giving up the immediate stable income and gambling on an illusory opportunity is a taboo in military strategy. Qin Feng, he is born to be a top hunter. A barrage passed by. So whatever you say is right, right? Qin Yi pushed his eyes and smiled. Come and ban this person for me. After a night of heavy rain, the forest path became muddy. When you step on it, it makes a puff-puff sound. The slippery mud almost swallowed his ankles, and each step was extremely heavy. The leaves above his head could not bear the rain, and it kept dripping down, hitting his neck, making it feel cold. It took more than half an hour to finally return to the place where the trap was set yesterday. He was still far away when he suddenly stopped. I sniffed the air hard, and besides the fragrance of soil, there seemed to be a faint smell of blood. His heart skipped a beat. Done! He immediately lowered his body, gripped his spear tightly, and glanced around vigilantly. He walked more lightly, almost silently, moving forward. Soon, the scene before him made his pupils shrink. The trap he had carefully disguised was now in a mess. All the branches and fallen leaves used to cover the cave had sunk in, forming a huge gap. There were messy traces of struggle on the surrounding soil. Something fell! A surge of ecstasy instantly rushed to Qin Feng's head. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the spear, and his breathing became a little rapid. Could it be that bear? In his mind, he had already imagined the sizzling bear paws and the bearskin coat that was strong enough to withstand any severe cold. Qin Feng almost rushed over the distance of just a few dozen meters. The Dragon Country audience in the live broadcast room all held their breath, their hearts in their throats, looking forward to witnessing the miracle. It's a bear! It's definitely a bear! Maple God is going to defy the heavens! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Let me see! What the hell is that big thing? Qin Feng rushed to the edge of the trap in 2 steps, holding his spear across his chest subconsciously, ready to strike back at any moment. Look down! At the bottom of the pit, there was no giant black bear as he had imagined. Instead, there was a huge monster of equally large size. It was a red deer. At this moment, he was lying miserably at the bottom of the pit. His eyes had long been dull. Its abdomen and chest were pierced by several sharpened bamboos. A blood hole as big as a bowl was gushing with blood, staining the soil at the bottom of the pit dark red. Apparently it panicked and lost its way during last night's rainstorm, missed a step, and fell into this death trap. Although it wasn't a bear, Qin Feng felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. But the scene before him still made his eyes shine. This deer is nearly twice as big as an ordinary sika deer, weighing at least 200 or 300 kilograms. It's not just meat. This is fat, this is calories, this is protein. It is the capital that allows him to dominate this wilderness full of dangers. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about how to deal with this huge prey, the familiar system prompt sound once again resounded around the world. Ding! Dragon Country contestant Qin Feng successfully captured a large prey, a red deer, triggering a 10,000-fold reward. Reward, red deer x 10,000. Location, Central Square of Dragon Kingdom capital. Boom! The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. The next second, in the central square of the Dragon Kingdom capital, one after another, strong and lively sika deer poured out of the light gate like dumplings. Thousands of deer are galloping. The scene is spectacular to the extreme. After a brief pause, the people of the whole country burst into thunderous cheers. Fuck! Maple God! I declare that from today on, Qin Feng is my only male god. Who agrees and who disagrees? Objection? Whoever dares to oppose me will fight him to the death. I've eaten the fish that Maple God gave back to me before. It was so delicious. Ha! I'm in the Imperial Capital Square. I'm stunned. Wow, this guy is stronger than an ox. A group of soldiers are catching him. Thank you, Maple God. Even in this age of resource depletion, we can still witness the magnificent spectacle of thousands of deer galloping across the land. I have no regrets in this life. Chapter 14 Brown Bears Snatch Food. My God! China's luck is simply incredible. Japanese viewers say they've drooled their eyes out. Damn it! While our South Korean athletes are still gnawing on tree bark, the Chinese are already enjoying a delicacy of venison. In live streams from various countries, the screens were practically covered with envious and jealous comments. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, everyone's hearts were in their throats, following Qin Feng's every move. In the scene, Qin Feng stands at the edge of the trap, gripping an entrenching tool tightly in his hand. He didn't rush down. Instead, he first threw the entrenching tool into the bottom of the pit. Then, he grabbed the vines along the edge of the pit with both hands, nimbly swung his body, and landed steadily on the soft soil. The moment it landed, a strong, nauseating smell of blood, mixed with the stench of dirt, assaulted its nostrils. Qin Feng frowned slightly, and his Adam's apple bowed. This is the taste of food, the taste of life. At the bottom of the pit, the huge deer lay dead in a pitiful state. Several sharp bamboo stakes pierced its body from different angles, revealing its robust muscle fibers. Qin Feng walked around the corpse and reached out to press the muscles of the deer's leg. Sturdy and resilient. Great product! He muttered to himself, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his voice. He pulled out his entrenching tool, rubbed it on the deerskin, and began to work. No unnecessary movements. The first cut precisely severs the carotid artery in the neck, draining all remaining blood. Then, the entrenching tool in his hands transformed into a scalpel. Cutting, separating, and deboning. Each cut follows the muscle fibers and the seams of the bones, peeling off whole pieces of venison. Deer leg, deer ribs, tenderloin. In the blink of an eye, he had broken down the enormous 300-pound creature into 7 or 8 parts, and arranged them neatly. This technique was so swift and skillful that it didn't seem like a struggle for survival. It was more like a performance of master butchering an ox. This is insane! Did Fengshen graduate from the slaughtering program at New Oriental Medical College with this technique? As someone who's been a butcher for 20 years, I'm ashamed of myself. This isn't a college student, it's a human weapon. Qin Feng couldn't see the noise in the live stream. He tore off several large leaves and carefully wrapped the fattest deer tenderloin and a piece of deer rib to prevent them from being contaminated by the soil. Then, he shouldered the heaviest hind leg. The weight of over 50 pounds pressing down on his shoulders made his body sag slightly. But his steps were unusually steady, and with the strength of his arms, he easily climbed up the pit wall. They returned to the ground without pausing for a moment. The heavy deer leg seemed not to be a burden, but rather a driving force propelling him forward. The forest was silent except for the rustling sound of footsteps on fallen leaves. His gaze never wavered, sweeping over every rustling sound and movement around him like a hawk. With such substantial reserves, he cannot afford to make any mistakes. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to the cave. He placed the deer leg on the coolest stone slab in the cave, then moved several large stones to weigh it down before turning around and rushing towards the trap without stopping. 2 more trips. He licked his chapped lips and quickened his pace. The remaining meat must be transported back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the dense forest less than 100 meters from the trap, an enormous brown bear peeked its head out from behind the bushes. Its standing height is definitely over 3 meters, and its brown mane stands up like steel needles. The most terrifying thing was its eyes, which were devoid of any emotion. Only pure, apex predator-like hunger and savagery. The sweet, bloody smell in the air made it let out a suppressed growl from its throat, and glistening saliva dripped down its sharp fangs. It watched Qin Feng's departing figure, its huge bare paws pawing restlessly at the ground. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng reappeared at the edge of the trap. He jumped down nimbly, ready to carry the second batch of spoils. But the moment his feet touched the ground and he saw the scene at the bottom of the pit, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and froze on the spot. The bottom of the pit is empty. Apart from a few torn banana leaves and pools of congealed dark red blood, the remaining large pieces of venison, along with the bones, had all vanished without a trace. What happened? Qin Feng's breath hitched for a moment. His gaze suddenly swept towards the ground. On the damp soil, several huge and shocking footprints were clearly imprinted. Each footprint was larger than the face of his entrenching tool, with 5 thick toe prints deeply embedded in the mud. At the front of each toe print are 5 parallel claw marks, each over 10 centimeters long. The claw marks, like 5 daggers, carved a death sentence into the soil. Bear! And it was an unimaginably giant bear. A chill instantly shot from Qin Feng's spine to the top of his head. The bear was right in front of me, right behind me. If I had left even a moment later, the consequences are simply unimaginable. He looked in the direction of the footprints, and saw that on one side of the pit wall, the soil had been violently dug out, forming a rough slope. That bear used brute force to carve a path for itself. What a terrifying power this is! My God, what kind of monster is this? Run! Fengshen, run! This opponent is not even in the same league. Command! Look at this data. Based on the depth of the footprints and the signs of damage, this bear's weight may exceed 500 kilograms. At the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, all the experts were deathly pale. Cao Baining stared intently at the screen, her heart pounding in her chest. Dong Qin even stood up abruptly, her hands clenched tightly. What should Qin Feng do now? Even professional hunters wouldn't dare to provoke a brown bear of this size. The bottom of the trap pit. Qin Feng stood beside the giant bear paw print, his face ashen. The meat that was about to be eaten flew away, and there was such a terrifying neighbor next to me. This is the worst-case scenario. He slowly bent down, stretched out his finger, and touched the edge of the claw mark. The soil is still very fresh. That thing just left not long ago. He might even be enjoying his dinner somewhere nearby. He slowly stood up, his chest heaving violently. In the end, it turned into a long, turbid breath filled with white mist. The shock and anger in his eyes were replaced by a cold, killing intent within a few seconds. Without saying a word, he picked up the entrenching tool from the ground, turned around, and climbed up the pit wall. Damn it! I'm not finished with you! You dare steal my stuff, I'll skin you alive! Qin Feng gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He was really angry. Inside the cave, the deer's hind leg, which had been carried back, lay quietly on the cool stone slab. But Qin Feng had no appetite at all. He sat at the entrance of the cave, repeatedly wiping the entrenching tool that had been stained with deer blood. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling his face, but it couldn't dispel the gloom between his brows. A fire was burning inside my chest. That damn bear! Call! Qin Feng let out a long breath and stood up. Sitting still will only fuel your anger. He needs to do something to give this pent-up energy an outlet. He glanced at the deer legs stored inside the cave, then at the unprocessed deer hides in the corner, picked up his entrenching tool, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the cave without looking back. It's still early, not yet noon. He decided to change direction and try his luck in an area that had never been explored before. Chapter 15. A tiger in trouble is bullied by a monkey? Just one shovel to end it. Dragon Kingdom live streaming room. What's wrong with Fengshen? He seems a bit off. Nonsense! If a bear stole the prey you worked so hard to hunt, would you be happy? Sigh, it's heartbreaking to see, they're not even eating. Don't worry, Fengshen has a strong mentality. He's just gone out to adjust his state. Inside the studio, host Sa Baining looked at Qin Feng's silent back on the screen, her tone somewhat heavy. Expert Qin Feng is not processing food but instead choosing to go out and explore. Could this be a risk in terms of survival strategy? Qin Yi pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharp. On the contrary, this is the most correct choice. There is a powerful competitor in his area, so he must immediately expand his exploration area to find safer territory or more resources. Dongqing nodded in agreement. That's right, turning negative emotions into motivation to move forward is a powerful ability in itself. Qin Feng walked along an unfamiliar mountain ridge towards the direction where the sun was rising. The forest here is much denser than the area near his shelter, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun. The ground was covered with decaying leaves that had accumulated for who knows how many years. They were soft and yielding underfoot, making no sound. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of decaying plants. Occasionally, an unidentified bird would let out a clear chirp, only to quickly fall silent again. After walking for more than a kilometer, my frustration gradually subsided. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A strange feeling welled up inside me. Master-level environmental perception. In his mind, an invisible map unfolded instantly, and environmental information within hundreds of meters around him flooded in like a tide. About 50 meters to his left front, a clear point of light appeared. What is that? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately changed direction, pushed aside the bushes blocking his way, and ran in that direction. Soon, a grove of trees that stood out from the surrounding environment came into view. These trees have grayish-white trunks, flexible branches, and oval leaves with serrated edges. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. A mulberry tree! It's a mulberry tree! This is a godsend. He strode forward, reached out and touched the rough bark, his joy almost overflowing. Bamboo is an excellent material for bow bodies, while the bark of mulberry trees is the best choice for making bowstrings. By simply peeling off the mulberry bark and then pounding, soaking, and kneading it, you can obtain a bowstring with unparalleled strength and toughness. With a bow, with arrows, and with a mulberry bark string. That bear, we should settle our score with him. Qin Feng hardened his heart and no longer hesitated. He immediately pulled out his entrenching tool and carefully peeled large pieces of bark from several sturdy mulberry trees. Roll it up carefully and stuff it into your backpack. Unfortunately, the system did not announce the return of 10,000 times the amount this time. Qin Feng didn't care. Finding the materials was already incredibly lucky. Only after collecting enough did I contentedly put on my backpack. We are preparing to continue our in-depth exploration. Suddenly, I felt a light tap on my right shoulder. The touch was gentle, with a touch of warmth like a hand. Holy crap! Who is this? Swish! A chill ran from Qin Feng's tailbone straight up to the top of his head. His muscles tensed instantly, almost instinctively, and his body twisted sharply to the left. At the same time, the entrenching tool in his right hand swung backward with lightning speed, accompanied by the sound of wind cutting through the air. Turn around, defend, counterattack. The entire movement is completed in a second. However, there was nothing behind him. Qin Feng's pupils contracted as he warily scanned his surroundings, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Grumble! A sharp scream came from overhead. He looked up suddenly. On a thick tree branch, A half-grown monkey was hanging upside down, one paw still in the position of patting his shoulder. When it saw Qin Feng turn around, it showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and faced Qin Feng's face. With a pooey sound, he spat out a mouthful of sticky saliva. Qin Feng tilted his head and narrowly avoided the attack. The saliva, carrying a fishy, foul odor, flew across his cheek. His face instantly turned cold. Seeing that its first attack missed, the monkey grew bolder, its body swung around like a robber. It gripped Qin Feng's backpack straps tightly with both paws and pulled him backward with force. Shichichi! It pulled as it did so, letting out arrogant cries. At this moment, the anger in Qin Feng's heart, which had been ignited by the giant bear but forcibly suppressed by him, exploded. Oh shit! A bear stole my meat. Now even a mischievous monkey dares to ride on my head and shit on me? Court death! Qin Feng forced out two cold words, his eyes now filled with uncontrollable killing intent. He held nothing back, using his waist to power a sudden rotation of his body, which in turn propelled his right arm. He poured all his strength into the entrenching tool in his hand. Call! The entrenching tool, its edges honed to a sharp point, drew a chilling arc in the air, carrying with it an unparalleled rage. It slashed fiercely at the monkey's hands that were tightly gripping the backpack. Puff! A dull sound that makes your teeth ache. Chirp! The monkey let out a shrill, distorted scream as its two front paws were cleanly severed at the wrists. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It screamed and fell from the tree, rolling on the ground in agony, looking at its bare wrist and letting out a desperate wail. Qin Feng remained expressionless, his eyes as cold as frost. He stepped forward, raised his entrenching tool high, and without hesitation, swung it down at the monkey rolling on the ground. Bang! The sound of a skull cracking rang out, the monkey's screams stopped abruptly, its body twitched twice, and then it remained motionless. Warm blood splattered on Qin Feng's trouser leg, but he didn't even blink. The whole world became quiet in an instant. Only the strong smell of blood permeated the forest. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room exploded at this moment. Holy crap! Fengshen is awesome! Well done! That felt so good. That was fucking satisfying. You arrogant little monkey, you dare to be so cocky. There can be no mercy when dealing with such aggressive beasts. Fengshen just unleashed all his anger towards the bear, ha ha ha. Most viewers applauded Qin Feng's decisiveness and ruthlessness. But soon, some discordant voices also emerged. No way! That's so cruel! It's just a monkey! That's right, it just wants something to eat, why didn't you just give it a little? Why did you have to be so rough? Oh my god, this is too bloody, I'm going to throw up! How could Qin Feng do this? Doesn't he have any compassion? I've unfollowed you. Anyone who supports a streamer who indiscriminately kills innocent people must have mental problems. In the live stream, the two sides instantly started arguing fiercely, and the barrage of comments scrolled faster than ever before. In the studio, before Sa Baining and Dong Qin could speak, the voice of expert Xinyi rang out. Well done! He adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses unusually serious. I'll say it again, don't use your moral standards in the safe zone to judge a survivor struggling between life and death. This monkey is not afraid of people, it actively provokes others and tries to steal from them. In animal behavior, this is an extremely dangerous signal. If Qin Feng backs down today, tomorrow this monkey will bring its troop to seize everything from him. In the wilderness, to be kind is to be cruel to oneself. Qin Feng's handling of the situation was flawless. He decisively eliminated a potential threat. Qin Ye's voice was strong and clear, instantly silencing all the overly sentimental comments in the live stream. In the scene, Qin Feng flicked the blood off his entrenching tool, didn't even glance at the dead monkey's corpse, and turned to walk deeper into the forest. He was not interested in this food. They might only consider eating monkey meat when they are in a life-or-death situation with absolutely no food available. Chapter 16. The ghostly scene of the century. The Indian contestant actually. There wasn't a trace of industrial fumes in the air of the forest. Each breath feels like it's cleansing my lungs. It will dissipate all the stagnant energy that has accumulated in the body over the years. This vibrant, pristine landscape is now a rare sight, only found in textbooks on Earth. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, hundreds of millions of viewers watched this fairy tale scene, and the barrage of comments suddenly became gentle. It's so beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. This must be the place depicted in ancient Chinese landscape paintings. I cried. In my 30 years of life, I have only ever seen such green trees and such a blue sky in holographic images. Sigh, if only Fengshen could return more of these green plants, even just a small grove, it would give our city a breath of fresh air. Yes, seeing Fengshen walking in such a place makes my eyes feel much more comfortable. In the studio, host Dong Qing also sincerely exclaimed. Although this eerie wilderness is fraught with danger, its pristine nature and purity are indeed a treasure we have lost. Every exploration by Qin Feng is like unveiling a lost scroll for us. In the midst of this peaceful atmosphere, the style of the comments in the live stream suddenly changed. Several bolded and highlighted comments flooded the screen. Holy crap! Guys, stop watching! Quick! Go to India's number 18 live stream room! It's an epic spectacle! You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go. Go see that Indian guy. I'm totally blown away. That guy's defying the heavens. Directions to Indian contestant Kumar. High energy warning. High energy warning ahead. In an instant, everyone's curiosity was piqued. A contestant from India? Weren't they always hungry and performing poorly? What kind of high energy scenes can we expect? Driven by intense curiosity, countless viewers from China flocked to the Indian live stream room. In the video, an Indian contestant with a big beard is looking smug. Beside him was a freshly opened airdrop crate containing a first aid kit and several packets of compressed biscuits. What's even more eye-catching is that he was holding a large, wriggling lizard that was over a meter long. It seems that this player named Kumar was quite lucky, as he found an airdrop and even managed to grab some food. In the highest command headquarters of India, several high-ranking leaders looked at the screen and smiled with satisfaction. Good job, Kumar! Lizard meat is still meat, it can provide protein. Finally, we've made progress. Our nation's fortunes are about to start to improve. However, the next second, Kumar's expression suddenly turned strange in the live stream. He looked at the struggling lizard in his hand, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Then, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, he actually slowly unbuckled his belt in front of the lizard. Whoosh! The live stream screen went black instantly. A cold, impersonal system message appeared in the center of the screen. This player has turned off their live stream and will be forced to turn it back on in 2 hours. The whole world fell silent at that moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The live stream chat rooms in all countries around the world exploded with comments. What did I just see? Did he just take his pants off? Ugh! My eyes! My eyes are dirty! What is he going to do to that lizard? I originally thought the Japanese players were invincible, but I didn't expect there to be other masters out there. Indian, you are the real god! Awesome! All I can say is awesome! Is this something a carbon-based life form could do? The Indian High Command is probably too ashamed to face anyone now, they've probably just died on the spot, ha ha ha. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the host, Sao Baining, was trying so hard to suppress his laughter that his face turned red. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Ahem, well, every country has different customs and traditions, we still need to respect the contestant's personal choice. Dong Qing looked embarrassed and speechless, and could only pick up her water glass and drink to cover it up. Expert Qing Yi, his face dark, coldly uttered 2 words. Madness! Unaware of the outside turmoil, Qin Feng continued walking through the forest. The further he walked, the muddier the ground became. His master-level environmental perception ability allows his brain to issue early warnings. Beneath the seemingly peaceful meadow ahead lies a swamp capable of swallowing everything. Without hesitation, he changed direction and walked around the edge of this land of death. Soon, he noticed that the animal droppings on the ground were becoming increasingly dense, some fresh and some dried. This place is definitely a gathering place for some kind of animal. Or rather, it's the main route they must take every day. Qin Feng slowed his pace and gripped the spear in his hand tightly. He blended into the environment silently, like a stalking cheetah. Suddenly, he stopped and listened intently. A very faint, wet-licking sound came from the wind. He pushed aside a clump of ferns in front of him and cautiously peeked out. Ahead was a small clearing in the woods, and in the center of the clearing, a small deer with sleek fur and a graceful figure is sticking out its tongue and intently licking a large, grayish-white stone. Every few licks, it would suddenly raise its head, its clear deer eyes scanning its surroundings warily. Its long ears twitched constantly, picking up any suspicious sounds. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw the stone. My heart started pounding uncontrollably. Salt! That rock is a natural salt mine. It is the source of life for all herbivores. In the past few days, he has only been getting trace amounts of salt from the food itself, and his body has begun to send warning signals. Slight muscle twitching and rapid loss of energy. All of this is reminding him that he must replenish his salt as soon as possible. And now, a huge treasure is right in front of him. Qin Feng's hand, gripping the spear, was bulging with veins from excitement. He stared intently at the fawn that was still licking the rocks, his calm gaze replaced by a burning greed. He wants the salt mine. He wants that deer too. He slowly squatted down, lowering his center of gravity to its lowest point. He seemed to blend into the shadows on the ground. He calculated the distance, estimated the wind direction, and all he could see in the world was the unsuspecting neck of the fawn. Now is the time. Qin Feng suddenly exerted force in his lower back, and his arm muscles instantly bulged. He channeled all his strength into his right arm and hurled the spear with all his might. Call out! The spear, with a piercing whistle that tore through the air, transformed into a black shadow almost invisible to the naked eye, and precisely pierced the deer's neck. Puff! Blood spurted out. The fawn let out a short, mournful cry, its body trembling violently. He took only a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud, his limbs twitching a few times before falling silent again. Qin Feng did not rush out immediately, but maintained his throwing posture. His cold gaze swept quickly across every shadow around the open space. Better safe than sorry. A minute later, after confirming that no other predators had been attracted, he strode out. First, he pulled out his spear, then strode to the huge grayish-white rock, took out his entrenching tool, and forcefully knocked off a small piece. He brought the stone fragment to his nose and sniffed it hard. A unique, salty, and fishy smell, a mixture of soil and minerals, hit my nostrils. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and gently licked it. A long-lost, pure salty taste exploded on his taste buds in an instant. It's salt! It really is a salt mine! An indescribable surge of joy erupted from Qin Feng's chest. He could no longer contain himself, and he raised his head and let out a suppressed yet exhilarating low roar. Cool! With salt, he could make jerky and preserve food for a long time. With salt, his physical fitness can be quickly restored to its peak. Chapter 17: Murder in the Lighthouse Country. Meanwhile, Chinese viewers who had just escaped from the live stream in India erupted their comments like a volcano when they saw this scene. Holy crap! I just came back from throwing up, and Fengshen has already hunted down another deer? And salt! And it's a natural salt mine! Fengshen has found a strategic resource. Ha! While others are challenging the limits of survival, I, Fengshen, am challenging the limits of humanity. This is the difference between a god and a mortal. With meat and salt, if this doesn't send me soaring to the heavens, I'll wash my hair upside down. In the studio, the host Dongqing was so excited that she stood up abruptly, her voice trembling slightly. A salt mine! Contestant Qin Feng has found a natural salt mine! Expert Qin Yi also nodded vigorously, his face full of admiration. Just as Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement over this huge gain, a cold and ruthless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Trigger the 10,000-fold return mechanism. Dragon Kingdom obtained, 10,000 wild forest deer. Location: Central Square of Dragon Kingdom capital. When the news arrived, the Dragon Kingdom's highest command was instantly in an uproar. In the live broadcast room, the viewers who were just cheering for the salt mine went completely crazy when they saw the spectacular scene of thousands of deer galloping as the broadcast was suddenly interrupted on the screen. Holy crap! It's happening again! The familiar 10,000-fold return, the familiar Fengshen flavor. 10,000 deer! That's enough to eat until you're stuffed. No, that's too small a scale. We need to build a national-level deer breeding base. I'm numb. Fengshen, please stop your magic. If this keeps up, I'm afraid the athletes from other countries won't starve to death, they'll die of craving. Amidst the revelry, a question drifted by. Why can we return from the deer hunt, but there's been no activity after discovering the more valuable salt mine? The question was immediately drowned out by a bold and domineering comment. Newcomer? Returning salt mines? What a joke! Our Dragon Kingdom has enough salt for all of humanity to eat until the earth explodes. Understand? I, Fengshen, only replenish what we lack. In the wilderness, Qin Feng dragged the lifeless forest deer to the salt mine, but did not immediately process the prey. Instead, he pulled out his entrenching tool and began to strike the huge, grayish-white rock with all his might. Ding! 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 The edge of the entrenching tool collided with the hard rock, sending up tiny sparks. With each shovel stroke, the vibrations made his hand tingle slightly. But more than anything, it's a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Making a killing! As the backpack filled with more and more salt and minerals, the heavy weight pressed down on my back, bringing a sense of security. Qin Feng stopped after filling a backpack almost halfway with what he estimated to be over 20 pounds. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, then, dragging Lin Lu by the hind leg with one hand, strode towards his shelter. A happy smile also graced her face. Today's harvest was so plentiful. A deer weighing 40 or 50 pounds would be enough for him to eat for a long time. In addition to these 20-odd kilograms of coarse salt, once purified and processed, He could then start making jerky and cured meat, completely solving the food storage problem. The journey back seemed much easier. Just as he was walking through a dense forest, the multifunctional watch on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Qin Feng stopped and raised his wrist. On the screen, several official announcements from the Dragon Kingdom were displayed. Announcement: Zhang Dali, a contestant from China, has triggered a 10,000x reward for his edible tuberous sweet potato in the eastern hilly area. Announcement: Chinese athlete Wang Tai discovered hemostatic herbs in the southern rainforest, triggering a 10,000x reward. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Ling Yu has successfully hunted down a jungle wolf, triggering a 10,000x reward. Seeing this series of good news, Qin Feng's usually expressionless face subtly curled up at the corners of his mouth. Very good. Everyone is working hard. The hope of the Dragon Kingdom is being ignited little by little. This eased the pressure on his shoulders a little. But there were only a few. Because he knew very well that the real threat was never hunger or wild beasts. Instead, it's the other contestants. Just as he was about to continue his journey, his watch started vibrating violently again. This time, it wasn't a message from the Dragon Kingdom channel, but a scarlet, forced pop-up global announcement. Global announcement: Jack from the United States has successfully eliminated Pedro from Pakistan. Disuse? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Before venturing into the wilderness, the official explanation for this word is death. Someone committed murder. And the contestant is from the United States. The jubilant atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room was instantly chilled by this bloody announcement. The comments paused for a full 3 seconds, then erupted in an even more frenzied manner. Murder! Holy crap! People from the US have committed murder! Pedro? I remember he was that Brazilian football player? Gone just like that? Damn it! They don't follow the rules! Rules? In their eyes, their fists are the rules! In the studio, Sabaining also put away all her smiles, her expression becoming serious. Qin stared intently at the screen, his voice hoarse and cold. I've said it before, when the pressure to survive reaches a certain level, or when conflicts of interest become irreconcilable, the hunting down of players is inevitable. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. He paused for a moment, then pulled up the information on Jack, the American player. Jack, a former member of the U.S. Navy SEAL Team 6, is a top-tier elite Special Forces soldier, skilled in jungle warfare and assassination. For him, this wilderness was not a place for survival, but his hunting ground. Meanwhile, on Earth, the official spokesperson for the Samba Kingdom immediately convened an emergency press conference. She tearfully denounced the barbaric acts of the athletes from the United States. However, their protests were met with contempt throughout the United States. Your athletes are trash, and your whole country is trash. We will not only kill players from your country, but also players from other countries. There is only one rule for survival in the eerie wilderness. Survive. The wind seems to have gotten colder. Qin Feng stood still, motionless. An invisible stench of blood filled my nostrils. The nature of this game has changed. From this moment forward, every living person in this wilderness could be a hunter. It could also be the prey. Chapter 18: Refining Salt and Making Bows and Arrows. Back inside the cave, Qin Feng sat cross-legged beside the fire, with a pile of grayish-white salt ore in front of him. Although the global announcement was still echoing in his mind, his expression remained unusually calm. Because now is not the time to overthink. Survival is the only way out. He picked up a fist-sized piece of salt and placed it on a flat stone. Then he picked up another stone and slammed it down. Crack! The salt ore shattered with a crack, sending up several tiny fragments. Qin Feng didn't stop, striking again and again with a steady and powerful rhythm. Each impact was precisely controlled in terms of force, aiming to shatter the salt ore into pea-sized pieces without scattering fragments everywhere. Ding! 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 The monotonous knocking sound echoed inside the cave. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, viewers watched Qin Feng intently as he worked on the salt mine. Holy crap! What is Fengshen trying to do? Smash salt? I understand. Purification. Fengshen wants to purify salt. Damn it, I was just worried about the murder, but now that I see Fengshen knocking on the salt, I feel inexplicably at ease. In the studio, a hint of approval flashed in expert Xinye's eyes. Qin Feng's mental fortitude is truly remarkable. Having just received a murder report, I can immediately calm down and handle the matters at hand. This kind of composure is something that ordinary college students definitely don't possess. Sabaining nodded. Yeah, if it were me, I'd probably be panicking by now. Dong Qin couldn't help but sigh. And look, the force and angle of his strikes are very deliberate, It's clear he's experienced. A dozen minutes later, a small pile of pea-sized salt mineral fragments had accumulated in front of Qin Feng. He clapped his hands and poured all the pieces into the iron pot. The ratio of water to salt is about 10:3, which is the optimal ratio he estimated based on experience. The next step is to heat and dissolve. Qin Feng placed the iron pot on the fire and stirred it continuously with a sharpened wooden stick. As the temperature rose, steam began to rise from the pot. As the salt fragments gradually dissolved, the water became turbid. Glug glug. The salt water in the pot began to boil, and a faint salty taste mixed with the aroma of minerals wafted through the air. Qin Feng took a deep breath. This flavor means the food can be preserved for a long time. This means he has gained more confidence to survive in this wilderness. After dissolving, the next step is filtration. Qin Feng was prepared. He took an empty bamboo tube out of his backpack. Then he grabbed a handful of fine sand from the cave entrance, scraped some ashes from the campfire, and finally broke off a few pieces of burnt charcoal. He first laid a layer of fine sand at the bottom of the bamboo tube, then wood ash, and finally placed crushed charcoal on top. A simple yet effective filter is now ready. Is this the legendary activated carbon filtration? Feng Shin's skills are absolutely amazing. I'm speechless. Is this guy really just a college student? Qin Feng slowly poured the steaming hot salt water into the bamboo tube filter. The murky liquid poured in from above became clear and transparent as it flowed out from the bottom. He repeated the filtration 3 times until the brine that flowed out was completely clear. The final step is evaporation and crystallization. Qin Feng poured the filtered salt water back into the iron pot and simmered it over low heat. That's about right, he said excitedly. With salt, survival in the wilderness gains another layer of protection. As the moisture evaporated, white crystals began to appear at the bottom of the pot. The entire purification process took nearly 2 hours. When Qin Feng scraped up the layer of snow-white salt crystals at the bottom of the pot with a wooden stick, the live broadcast room completely erupted. Holy crap! The purification was actually successful. This salt looks even whiter than the ones you buy at the supermarket. Qin Feng looked at the results in his hand with satisfaction. They refined the salt twice more, following the same steps, until the bamboo tube was completely filled with salt. Enough for half a year. My stomach promptly let out a rumbling protest. It's time to enjoy today's spoils. Qin Feng dragged out the deer leg. This leg has firm flesh and evenly distributed fat. Just looking at it makes one's mouth water. He used an entrenching tool to make several cuts in the meat to help it absorb the flavors and heat properly. Then, he carefully sprinkled on the freshly purified salt. The snow-white salt grains landed on the bright red venison, glittering in the firelight. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the deer leg touched the heat wave above the flame, it made an enticing sound. The aroma of meat mixed with the saltiness of salt filled the cave. Qin Feng flipped the deer leg over, observing the changes in the meat. The surface gradually turns an enticing caramel color, as the oils slowly seep out under high temperatures. TSK, this is just the right temperature. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. We'll be able to eat it in a little while. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were drooling. Damn it! I just finished dinner, and now I'm hungry again. You can almost smell the aroma of that barbecue even through the screen. Feng Shin is releasing poison in the middle of the night. That's too much. Hey upstairs, it's only 8 p.m., okay? That's even worse. I haven't had dinner yet. In the studio, even the usually reserved Dong Qin couldn't help but swallow hard. It smells so good. Sao Baining went even further, clutching her stomach. I can't take it anymore, I want to eat it too. Qin Yi maintained his professionalism, but his eyes never left the screen. Look at Qin Feng's technique for flipping the deer leg. His control of the heat is extremely precise. This kind of skill definitely can't be mastered overnight. About half an hour later, the deer leg was finally roasted. The skin is crispy and fragrant, while the meat inside is tender and juicy, with the saltiness perfectly permeating every fiber of the meat. Qin Feng tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a rich aroma of meat exploded in my mouth. The delicious juices, mixed with just the right amount of saltiness, made him squint his eyes. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. It tastes even better than I expected. This was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten since he came into this world. It wasn't just because of hunger, but also because it was the result of his own hard work, creating civilization from nothing. After eating and drinking his fill, Qin Feng did not rest. He took out the mulberry bark he had collected earlier from his backpack and began to make a bowstring. Mulberry bark has long and tough fibers, making it an excellent material for making bowstrings. Qin Feng tore the bark into thin strips and then began to twist it into rope. This is a task that requires patience and skill. He had to ensure that every fiber was tightly bound together, and that the resulting rope was strong enough but not too thick to affect its elasticity. In the firelight, Qin Feng's hands deftly rubbed together. Tiny fibers gradually coalesced in his hands into a strong rope. Wow, this craftsmanship is incredibly detailed. It seems like Fengshen can do everything. Is he even human? You're so professional at making ropes, I'm truly impressed. Wait, is Fengshen making a bow and arrow? Holy crap! Fengshen is about to enter the era of cold weapons. After finishing the bowstring, Qin Feng took out the bamboo he had cut earlier and began to make the bow body. He selected the thickest and straightest bamboo, carefully peeled off the outer skin with an entrenching tool, and then began to shape it. Bamboo's natural elasticity makes it an ideal material for making bows, but to make a good bow, every detail must be meticulous. The curvature and thickness of the bow, the position of the grip, everything requires precise calculation and repeated adjustments. This curvature is not enough. Qin Feng frowned and continued whittling the bamboo. It needs to bend a little more. Qin Feng was working with complete concentration, utterly immersed in the joy of creation. 2 hours later, a beautifully designed and perfectly shaped bamboo bow appeared in his hand. It's nice, it feels great. Next came the arrows. Qin Feng used thinner bamboo to make the arrow shafts, whittling them straight and smooth. Then, the pheasant feathers collected earlier were used to make arrow fletchings, with each feather carefully selected and trimmed. The arrowheads were made from sharpened deer bone, which was then hardened over a fire, making them as sharp as metal. Each arrow is carefully calibrated to ensure weight balance and stable flight. That should be enough. Qin Feng examined the arrows in his hand. We can test its power tomorrow. Looking at the bow in his hand and the 12 arrows neatly arranged in front of him, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Now, he has real long-range weapons. He now has more options, whether it's hunting or dealing with potential hunters. With this bow, it's time to settle accounts with that bear that stole my meat. Qin Feng gently stroked the bow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 19. Survive for 3 days, sign in for the first time, and get. The morning sunlight shone through the cave entrance. Qin Feng used a chewed-up twig dipped in charcoal powder to carefully clean his teeth. A faint, slightly bitter taste filled my mouth, but it was followed by an indescribable refreshing sensation. That feels so good! Just as he finished rinsing his mouth and felt refreshed, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Host detected has survived in the wilderness for 3 consecutive days, meeting the check-in requirements. Check in now? Qin Feng paused. Sign in. He almost forgot this very foundation of his livelihood. These 3 days were so fulfilling, he was either looking for food or making tools, to the point that he almost forgot he was a man with a cheat code. Check in. Qin Feng silently recited this in his heart. Before checking in, please choose whether to temporarily turn off the live stream to ensure the privacy of the check-in rewards. The system prompts are very user-friendly. Qin Feng chose yes, without hesitation. The next second, the watch on his wrist went black, and the signal was completely cut off. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the previously clear picture suddenly went black. The billions of viewers instantly erupted in uproar. Holy crap! What's going on? Where's my Fengshen? Why is the screen black? It's not a glitch! Look at the top right corner, it says player actively closed the live stream. Actively shut down? What's Fengshen going to do? Could it be, he's going to use the toilet? Upstairs, is that all the world you've got? My Fengshen must be cultivating some unparalleled divine skill, which is not convenient for us mortals to pry into. Is it possible that Fengshen is secretly having an extra meal for himself, so as not to make us hungry? In the studio, the 3 hosts looked at each other in bewilderment. Sa Baining stroked his chin, a playful look on his face. Oh my, is this the first time Qin Feng has voluntarily turned off his live stream? Looks like he has a little secret to keep. Dong Qing's expression also carried a hint of curiosity. Indeed, based on his previous performance, he was almost always live streaming, and he was very open and honest. There must be a special reason for this sudden closure. Qin Yi crossed his arms, his brows slightly furrowed, and offered what seemed to be the most reasonable guess. I suspect he might be creating some kind of decisive tool or trap. This explanation was accepted by most people. Inside the cave, Qin Feng only gave the order in his mind after confirming that the live stream was off. System, check in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received the following reward: Colt M1911 pistol, customized version, X1.45 ACP ammunition X30 rounds. Buzz. Qin Feng felt as if he had been hit on the head with a heavy hammer, and his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. In the open space in front of him, a flash of light appeared, and a jet-black pistol with a cold, metallic sheen materialized out of thin air. There were also 3 magazines filled with bullets neatly arranged next to it. This M1911 was different from what he had imagined. The lines of the gun were more rugged. The grip is covered with a non-slip diamond pattern, and there is a reserved tactical rail below the barrel. A pinnacle of modern industrial creation. Firearms. Qin Feng's heart started pounding uncontrollably. He reached out and gripped the cold gun handle with trembling hands. The heavy weight was transferred to his palm, and the unique solidity of steel and gunpowder instantly gave him an unprecedented sense of security. With the bow and arrow, he felt he had entered the era of cold weapons. Now, with this gun, he has directly boarded a rocket and stepped into modern warfare. "You little bear, you're dead meat this time," Qin Feng muttered to himself, but after the initial excitement, an even more serious problem arose. How do you explain this thing? I can't exactly tell the newly turned-on live-stream camera that I made this by rubbing bamboo and vines together, can I? That would be treating the entire world's audience like idiots. What if they got punished by this weird wilderness system? We must find a legitimate source. Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. The global announcement about the resource airdrop flashed through his mind. Airdrop! Yes, airdrop! He slapped his thigh, and his thoughts instantly became clear. If he finds an airdrop crate that no one else has discovered, and then happens to take this gun out of it, everything will fall into place. There are already firearms in the airdrop. Although both will shock the world, they are completely different in nature. That's it. Qin Feng carefully wrapped the magazine and pistol together in a piece of animal hide and stuffed it into the deepest part of his backpack. This is his biggest trump card, and he must not reveal it until he finds a suitable stage. After doing all this, he restarted his live stream. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the screen, which had been black for less than 2 minutes, lit up again. He's back! He's back! Fengshen has emerged from seclusion. Look! Doesn't Fengshen have a different aura? He seems more confident. Is it just my imagination? I just went to the toilet, how could it open up my meridians? The audience didn't notice anything unusual, but Qin Feng himself felt the heavy weight of modern civilization as he put his backpack back on. He tied the remaining venison with vines and carried it on his shoulder. Then, with his left hand he picked up the newly made bamboo bow and arrows, and with his right hand he carried the sharpened spear. Fully armed, he walked out of the cave. What is Fengshen doing? Why is he so fully equipped? Judging from the direction he's heading, it seems he's heading towards the trap from yesterday. He's even brought bait. His target is clear. He's going to cause trouble for that bear. Holy crap! Really? That was a 500-kilogram giant bear. Has Fengshen gone mad? In the studio, Qin Ye's expression also turned serious. Qin Feng's choice was bold and also risky. He's going to actively hunt down that brown bear. However, the fact that he brought a bow and arrows indicates that he did not intend to engage in close combat, but rather planned to utilize his ranged advantage. Sao Baining nervously rubbed his hands together. But can arrows effectively damage those thick-skinned, large creatures? It's difficult. Qin Yi shook his head. Unless it hits a vital spot like the eye. Otherwise, if it is provoked, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone's heart was in their throat. At this moment, Qin Feng remained unusually calm. He arrived at the trap that had been destroyed by the brown bear. The soil around the pit was still soft, and a huge bear paw print was clearly visible. Instead of taking immediate action, he began to rearrange the traps. The sharp bamboo stakes that were dug out yesterday were reinserted, the angle was adjusted, and the entrance was disguised perfectly with loose soil and leaves. They threw the bloody venison onto the trap. After doing all this, he chose a large tree next to the trap with an excellent view. Using both hands and feet, they climbed up silently. He settled himself on a thick tree branch, placed his spear beside him, and then took down his bamboo bow and knocked an arrow with a deer bone arrowhead. He drew back the bowstring, feeling the powerful force transmitted through the bamboo bow, and aimed at the camouflage trap below. Everything is ready. Qin Feng was like a patient hunter, blending into his surroundings and quietly waiting for the bear to walk into his trap. He squinted, looking at the sunlight filtering through the trees. Bear, your lunch is ready. Now it's up to you whether you dare to come and get it. Chapter 20. Qin Feng and Lin Yu passed by. A gentle breeze, carrying the moist scent of grass and trees, brushed against Qin Feng's cheek. He remained motionless during the long wait. To pass the time and to stay informed about the outside world. He raised his wrist and lit up the watch. On the screen, lines of information scrolled and refreshed. Global announcement: Bruce from the United States has successfully activated a resource airdrop and obtained a composite crossbow and 10 arrows. Global announcement: Indian athlete Raj has died after ingesting poisonous plants. Regional announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Wang Xian has discovered iron ore, triggering a 10,000x return bonus. A new open-pit iron mine with abundant reserves has been added within the Dragon Kingdom. Iron ore! Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. This was a wonderful surprise, but it also served as a reminder to myself. We currently only have wooden weapons, which are a bit insufficient. After finishing this deal, the key is to go out and explore more. Only by smelting iron ore and forging iron weapons can we achieve long-term development. As Qin Feng imagined this, his sense of urgency intensified. We must deal with this bear as soon as possible and stockpile enough food. Then go find an airdrop to legalize the origin of your handgun. Meanwhile, in another forest area a few kilometers away from the trap, a lithe figure moved silently through the woods, her steps light and her movements swift. Each step landed in a place where it wouldn't make a sound. It is the Dragon King card. Female Special Forces soldier, Leng Yu. Her live stream also maintained consistently high viewership. Countless viewers followed her perspective, experiencing a textbook-level jungle infiltration. Suddenly, Leng Yu stopped, squatted down, and scanned the ground with sharp eyes. Stop! Stop! What has the goddess of Cold Moon discovered? That crouching stance is so professional. It's perfect for a sudden attack or a quick retreat. Soon, the camera zoomed in for a close-up, and the audience saw what Leng Yu had seen. Small pieces of bamboo skin that had been peeled off. She didn't say anything, picked up the bamboo skin, rubbed it between her fingers, and then brought it to her nose to smell it. He then turned his gaze to a cave not far away. Instead of rushing forward, she began to investigate around the cave. Soon, more traces of human habitation appeared before her eyes. Tree stumps felled with sharp tools, bloodstains left after animal entrails were processed. Finally, she arrived at the entrance to the cave where Qin Feng had lived. A faint aroma of smoke and the lingering fragrance of meat, mixed with a salty taste, wafted into my nostrils. Inside the cave, the embers of the campfire were still warm, and there were scattered salt deposits on the ground. All the details came together to form a clear image in her mind. A powerful being with extremely rich experience, exceptional practical skills, and who has already solved the three major survival problems of food, fire source, and salt. Holy crap! What a coincidence! This is Fengshen's house. That's your long-lost teammate. I'm so anxious. We can't communicate with each other through the comments, we can only watch helplessly. At the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters, everyone stood up, staring intently at the screen, their fists clenched. How they wished Leng Yu could reunite with Qin Feng. With these two trump cards joining forces, the chances of the Dragon Kingdom winning this time will be greatly increased. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. Leng Yu observed the cave entrance for a full 5 minutes before finally choosing to retreat. The wariness in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by a solemn expression. This territory now has an owner. Moreover, he is an absolute powerhouse. Entering the territory of a powerful individual without knowing whether they are friend or foe is an extremely dangerous act. She can't stay here. She needs to find other Chinese compatriots who may be alone and in need of help. She touched her backpack, which contained the jerky she had made. These are her food rations, and also the hope she leaves for her future teammates. As the sun sets, its golden red afterglow filters through layers of leaves. The air became hot and stuffy, and even the chirping of insects and birds became much sparser. Qin Feng had been in the tree for 4 or 5 hours. He was currently lying on a branch, resting with his eyes closed to conserve his energy. Suddenly, a very discordant rustling sound came from behind. That wasn't the sound of wind blowing through leaves, but rather the rustling of some heavy object crushing fallen leaves and broken branches. Here we come! Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. He held his breath and looked in the direction the sound came from. A massive brown bear, of an exaggerated size, slowly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. It was much larger than Qin Feng had imagined. It was definitely over 3 meters tall when it stood up. The enormous head twitched slightly, its nostrils flaring, clearly attracted by the bloody smell of venison. The live stream chat exploded instantly. A bear! It's that bear! It's really here! My God, the sense of oppression is so intense, I feel like I'm suffocating even through the screen. Fengshen Wei! Run! Arrows can't penetrate this thing. Run? Where do you think you're going? If you fall from the tree, you'll be a bear's snack. In the studio, Sa Baining was so nervous that sweat beaded on her forehead. Professor Qin Yi, what should we do? Qin Ye's expression was more serious than ever before. He stared intently at the screen. Don't panic. Qin Feng's choice to stay in the tree gives him a safety advantage. Now let's see if his trap will work. The giant bear approached the trap step by step. It stopped at the edge of the trap, its enormous paw less than half a meter from the camouflage of loose soil and leaves. The giant bear looked down at the piece of venison that exuded an enticing aroma. A gurgling sound came from his throat, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth to the ground. But it didn't move. It simply walked around the trap, occasionally sniffing it intently. Its small eyes flashed with a wariness that was incongruous with its enormous size. It seemed to know that this delicious meal was dangerous. Time ticked by, and Qin Feng's heart was in his throat. The bamboo bow in his hand was drawn taut, and the arrowhead made of deer bone was locked firmly in the giant bear's eyes. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Either the bear loses patience and steps into the trap. Either it reveals an absolute flaw. This is a game of patience and wisdom. The giant bear circled the trap 3 times, letting out a low, anxious growl. It was obvious that it was extremely hungry. Finally, it made a decision. But what happened next left Qin Feng and tens of millions of viewers in China completely dumbfounded. The giant bear, instead of pouncing or testing the area like any other wild animal, cautiously approached the edge of the trap. He gripped the pit wall with his forepaws, and then, like a human, controlled his body, pressed himself against the pit wall, and slowly slid down. Plop! Its massive body landed steadily at the bottom of the pit. And those sharpened bamboo stakes were stuck half a meter away from it, but it perfectly avoided them. As the giant bear slid down, the camouflage layer above the trap and the piece of venison also fell in, landing right next to its mouth. This beast actually entered the trap unscathed and got the food. Holy crap! This is a bear. It's even smarter than Big Bear and Little Bear. It's a spirit. This bear is definitely a spirit. It knows where the trap is and how to get down safely. I'm dumbfounded, really. I thought I was watching Animal World, but you turned out to be giving me a performance of Sun Tzu's Art of War? The entire live stream room in China went completely crazy with comments. Everyone was shocked by the bear's unbelievable intelligence. On the tree, Qin Feng's hand, gripping the bough, was bulging with veins. He had considered countless possibilities, but this was the only one he hadn't thought of. At the bottom of the pit, the giant bear picked up the venison, stood up, and dug its 2 huge paws into the mud, preparing to climb out of the trap. Chapter 21: The Angry Brown Bear. At the bottom of the trap, a giant bear, carrying a piece of deer meat in its mouth, sank slightly. 2 bear claws, as big as millstones, pierced deeply into the damp soil. It's coming out! In the global live stream, millions of viewers were on the edge of their seats. Inside the studio, Sabaining and Dong Qing were so nervous that their hands were clenched tightly, their knuckles turning white. Only Qin Yi, his eyes fixed on the screen, muttered to himself. Chance! Above the treetop, Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. What we've been waiting for is now. The giant bear exerted its strength, its muscles bulging, and its massive body was forcefully pulled from the bottom of the pit. Just as that huge, mud-covered head peeked out from the edge of the trap, facing the direction where Qin Feng was. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound ripped through the silence of the forest. The arrow, already poised and ready, carried Qin Feng's full power. It transformed into a blur and shot precisely at the giant bear's forehead. Bang! A muffled sound. Just as Qin Feng had expected, the simple bamboo bow and deer bone arrows were simply unable to pierce the giant bear's thick skull. However, that enormous impact force landed squarely on its head. Ouch! The giant bear, in pain, jerked its massive head back, instantly losing its balance as its body, which had just crawled out most of the way, emerged from the ground. The massive body crashed heavily to the bottom of the nearly 2-meter-deep pit. This time, there was no buffer or dodge whatsoever. Puff! 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 A series of teeth-grinding sounds of sharp objects piercing flesh were clearly transmitted to the whole world through the live broadcast. Those deadly bamboo stakes that Qin Feng had carefully sharpened and stuck diagonally into the bottom of the pit have finally met their target. Roar! A heart-wrenching and furious roar soared into the sky, shaking the entire mountain forest. Countless birds that had been roosting in the forest took flight in fright and fled in panic. This scream sent chills down the spines of all viewers watching the live stream, regardless of nationality. Holy crap! I hit it! I really hit it! Listen to that sound! It definitely penetrated! Fengshen's trap worked. Amazing! That arrow was a stroke of genius! I thought Fengshen was going to fail, but he predicted Xiong's prediction. Ha! That was awesome! Serves you right for being so cocky. Now you know how to slide down. You're having fun now, aren't you? The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room instantly transformed from a stifling silence into a deafening frenzy. The pent-up frustration from being overwhelmed by the giant bear's intelligence was released in an instant. In the studio, Sabining excitedly slammed her hand on the table. Beautiful! So beautiful! On the tree, Qin Feng's forehead was also covered in fine beads of sweat. A drop of sweat slid down his chiseled cheek and landed on his bent arm. He dared not relax for a moment, and with lightning speed, he drew a second arrow from behind his back and quickly nocked it on the bowstring. The arrow, now fully drawn, coldly pointed downwards at the roaring traps that continued to emanate from below. If that bear dares to show its face again, it will be met with another round of merciless attacks. Because he knew that the bear was definitely not dead. Roar! 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 Sure enough, inside the trap, the bear's roar grew increasingly ferocious. It endured the excruciating pain of its body being pierced by bamboo stakes, struggling frantically. The huge bare paws slapped wildly at the bottom of the narrow pit, each swing kicking up large amounts of mud and gravel. Soon, billowing smoke and dust poured out of the trap opening, forming a yellow barrier that instantly obscured Qin Feng's vision. Qin Feng frowned. This bear is quite clever. Damn! This beast is practically a demon. It can even use smoke bombs? It's out of sight. Feng Shen can't see what's happening inside. Is this bear trying to climb out under the circumstances? Is it still alive? The audience's hearts were once again gripped. Qin Feng held his breath, his ears twitching slightly as he listened carefully to the sounds below. In the smoke and dust, the pounding gradually subsided. Instead, there was a sound of something rubbing against the soil. It's climbing. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he drew the bowstring tighter. Suddenly, a huge black shadow slowly rose from the billowing smoke and dust. But this time, the direction in which the shadowy figure appeared was completely opposite to that before. It faced Qin Feng directly with its broad back covered in thick, coarse mane. Fuck! Even with Qin Feng's calm and collected nature, he cursed inwardly at that moment. This bear's combat intelligence has completely surpassed the realm of wild beasts. It was shot once and immediately understood where the threat came from, and quickly found the best response strategy. Despite his shock, Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. Whoosh! The second arrow whistled out and struck the broad bear's back with precision. However, what happened next left everyone feeling deeply powerless. Clang! The sharp deer bone arrow struck the bear's back. It made a sound like it hit leather, and then bounced off without any surprise. The arrow fell limply, not even leaving a mark on its thick fur. Physical defense maxed out. Moreover, the giant bear seemed to sense the attack from behind, and its climbing movements became exceptionally agile, with its speed suddenly increasing. Qin Feng sensed something was wrong and reached out to touch the third arrow. But in just a short moment, roar! A roar that was right next to us. The giant bear had used its terrifying strength to force its way out of the trap. It was covered in blood, with several broken bamboo stakes still stuck in its abdomen and flanks. The blood stained its brown fur a dark red, making it look extremely ferocious. But these injuries did not affect its movement. On the contrary, they completely unleashed its ferocity. It crawled out of the trap, and its pair of small, scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Qin Feng above the tree. Next second, without pausing, it pounded the ground with its limbs, its massive body transforming into an out-of-control heavy tank. They launched a deadly charge towards the massive tree where Qin Feng was, a tree that required 2 people to encircle. Boom! 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 The heavy footsteps made the earth tremble slightly. The oppressive feeling it exudes when it runs is simply suffocating. The bushes and shrubs along the way were as fragile as weeds in front of it, and were easily broken and crushed. A strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with the stench of wild beasts wafted towards us. It's over! Run! Feng Shen, run! How can we run? Jump down? There are bears right below. This tree is going to be broken. It's definitely going to be broken. I can't watch anymore. Someone save Feng Shen! At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room was plunged into unprecedented panic and despair. All the joy and excitement before was shattered by this vengeful beast that crawled out of hell. In the studio, Sabining and Dong Qin turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. Jin Yi suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the screen, his lips trembling. He exhausted all his knowledge and could not conceive of any possibility of human survival under such circumstances. Chapter 22 Kill the Brown Bear. Boom! The giant bear's body slammed violently into the ancient tree, which required 2 people to hug. The whole tree shook violently. The leaves fell like a torrential downpour. Qin Feng stood on the treetop, feeling a terrifying force from the tree trunk beneath his feet that almost lifted him away. He gripped a thick branch tightly with one hand, his body swaying with the giant tree's movement, but his lower body remained as steady as a rock. The tree did not break. Roar! Having missed its target, the giant bear's rage almost materialized. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the black dot on the tree. It took a few steps back and its thick limbs dug 4 deep holes in the ground. Thump! 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 A second impact. Crack! A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out. A clear crack quickly spread out from the center of the tree trunk. The tree is about to break. Fengshin, run! It's over! This time it's really over! Many viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live stream room instinctively covered their eyes, unable to watch any longer. Inside the studio, Qin suddenly stood up, braced his hands on the table, and leaned forward as if he wanted to rush into the screen. However, just a second before the giant tree was about to collapse, Qin Feng made a move. He didn't panic, and didn't even look at the fatal crack. After a bear crashes, it needs a short period of time to adjust its posture. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Now is the time. Qin Feng released his grip, tossed the bamboo bough behind his back, and grasped the hardwood spear, which he had whittled to an unparalleled sharpness, with both hands. He did not climb up, nor did he try to jump to another tree. His legs were only slightly bent. Then, facing the giant bear below that was retreating and preparing to launch its third charge, he leaped down. Holy crap! He jumped? He's gone mad! Fengshin is committing suicide! At that moment, everyone thought Qin Feng had given up. But the next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the air, Qin Feng's body was taut and straight, like a javelin. He gripped the spear tightly with both hands, using his body weight to keep the spearhead pointing steadily downwards. He was like a human cannonball falling from the sky. Time is infinitely stretched at this moment. The giant bear, which was gathering its strength, seemed to sense a deadly threat from above. It suddenly raised its head, and for the first time, a clear, human figure was reflected in its small, scarlet eyes. Fear appeared for the first time in the eyes of this jungle overlord. But it was too late. Pfft. That wasn't the crisp sound of a sharp instrument cutting through flesh. It was a mixed sound, like a spear piercing through thick fur, and then chiseling open a hard skull. The sound, transmitted clearly through the microphone, reached every live broadcast room around the world. Creepy. Warm, fresh blood mixed with white brain matter gushed out like a fountain from the bloody hole on the bear's head. Qin Feng's feet landed heavily on the giant bear's broad back. He stood firmly on his feet. The spear was still in his hand. Most of the spear's shaft had already sunk into the giant bear's head. Roar! The giant bear only had time to let out a faint, almost inaudible mournful cry before its massive, mountain-like body surged forward a few steps before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The earth trembled. It twitched a few times, then fell silent. Qin Feng stood on the bear carcass, his face and clothes splattered with blood. He remained expressionless, simply raising his hand and casually wiping the scalding blood from his face with the back of his hand. The movement was as calm as wiping away a drop of rain. Damn! We finally killed them! Dead silence. Absolute silence. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers, whether they were covering their eyes or staring wide-eyed, were all frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. In the studio, Sabaining, Dongqing, and Qin stood frozen in place, each with a different posture, like 3 stone statues. A good 10 seconds or so passed. Fuck. A spectator typed out 3 words in a trembling voice. Like a signal. The entire Dragon Kingdom live stream room was instantly flooded with a barrage of comments. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What just happened? God! A miracle! This is a miracle! A spear technique that fell from the sky. He gambled his life and gravity together. He won! Killed? That monster was just killed like that. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I want to have Fengshin's babies. Get out of here, you men upstairs. I'll be reborn. In the studio, Qin slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed red, and he roared incoherently. Gravitational potential energy. Textbook. This is the ultimate weapon that takes high school physics to its extreme. He turned his body into a weapon. Incredible. That's fucking amazing. Sabaining was so excited that all she could do was shout. Maple God! Maple God! Maple God! Dongqing covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and a trace of lingering fear. She murmured to herself. That wasn't skill, that was courage, a resolute disregard for life and death. He was a man, but also a hero. Meanwhile, live streams around the world went crazy. Lighthouse Country live stream room. Shit! Replay! Show me the replay now! I don't believe a human could do that. It's calculated. His takeoff height was about 8 meters, his weight was about 80 kilograms, and his final descent speed exceeded 12 meters per second. The instantaneous pressure generated was enough to penetrate a skull. Oh my god, this guy is a physics monster. Japanese livestream. Baka! What a resolve! Ichi no Tachi! This is a strike that risks everything. Our Bushido is a joke in front of him. Just as the world was going crazy over this earth-shattering attack, the cold, mechanical system notification sounded all over the globe. Global announcement: Qin Feng, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, has successfully hunted down a mutated brown rabbit, triggering a 10,000x reward. An additional 10,000 adult brown bears of the same size will be added to the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! Within the Dragon Kingdom, in various primeval forests and nature reserves, one after another, enormous bears with massive bodies and ferocious auras appeared out of nowhere. They looked around blankly, then let out a deafening roar. The Dragon Kingdom suddenly possessed 10,000 brown bears. Its strategic, economic, and ecological value is immeasurable. 10,000? My god! Our dragon country has struck it rich! After a brief moment of stunned silence, viewers from other countries were completely overwhelmed. Why? Why is it China again? Our contestant is still outsmarting a rabbit! He's already started slaughtering bears. And he's killed 10,000 of them? I protest. I strongly suspect he cheated. Cheating? Tell me, how do you cheat? Jump down and kill yourself? Qin Feng was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He simply jumped calmly off the bear carcass and walked to the creek. He knelt down and immersed the spear, stained with blood and brains, in the cool stream water, rinsing it carefully. The stream was first stained red, but quickly returned to its clear state. After washing the spear, he washed his hands and face. After doing all this, he returned to the giant bear's carcass. The behemoth weighing 500 kilograms was like a small mountain of flesh. Qin Feng drew the entrenching tool from his waist and pondered for a moment. He didn't bother with the bear meat first. Instead, they carefully cut open the bear's abdomen with an entrenching tool and precisely located the dark green sack-like object. Bear bile. He took it off intact, wrapped it in a clean, large leaf, and stuffed it into his backpack. He then began processing the bear skin. This was a huge undertaking, but he was skilled and precise, making every shovel and every cut with great efficiency, without wasting a single ounce of his strength. The viewers in the live stream, who had just calmed down from their frenzy, were once again stunned by his incredibly professional butcher skills. Is there anything you, Fengshin, can't do? For others, killing a bear is an epic event, but for Fengshin, killing a bear is just an everyday occurrence. Others process their prey for survival, but Fengshin processes it, like he's in his own kitchen. Qin Feng's mind was filled with nothing but desire for the brown bear's flesh. He cut off the foremost prized bear paws and a large piece of tenderloin, and carefully wrapped them in the prepared bear skin. After doing all this, he stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his greasy hands. Chapter 23, Green Onions and Bear Meat? Airdrop found. Qin Feng carried the chunks of meat wrapped in bear skin and searched for a suitable open space nearby. I had only taken a few steps when a familiar and enticing aroma wafted into my nostrils. It was a spicy yet fragrant aroma that instantly reminded him of the taste of his hometown. Green onion? Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked in the direction of the scent. On a sunny slope not far away, clumps of lush green plants swayed in the wind. Those familiar tubular leaves and those distinctive white roots, it's the wild scallion. Wow, what luck! Qin Feng swallowed hard, a strong feeling of hunger rising in his stomach. He hadn't eaten for almost 10 hours. Having just gone through another life-or-death battle, his physical strength was already exhausted to the limit. Seeing these scallions now is like seeing a delicious treat. As a native of eastern Shaanxi, Qin Feng has a natural love for scallions. When I was a child, the happiest thing was eating a big scallion pancake. The spicy and sweet taste is still deeply imprinted in my memory. He walked quickly to the scallion field, squatted down, and examined it carefully. These wild onions grew exceptionally well, with thick stems, sturdy leaves, and a rich, fragrant aroma. Qin Feng reached out and plucked one, gently peeling off the outer skin with his fingers to reveal the tender white scallion inside. TSK, this quality is even better than the ones in the supermarket. He couldn't resist taking a small bite. Instantly, the familiar spicy flavor exploded in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds and invigorating him. This pure, natural wild flavor is more authentic than any seasoning. Tasty! Without any hesitation, Qin Feng pulled up more than a dozen thick scallions and tied them into a bundle with the scallion leaves. With these treasures, today's bear meat feast is complete. He found a flat, open space nearby, put down his backpack, and started a fire. The dry branches quickly caught fire, and orange flames danced in the breeze. Qin Feng placed the carefully selected bear meat tenderloin on a flat stone and carefully sliced it into thick slices with an entrenching tool. Fresh bear meat is deep red with clear marbling and exudes a subtle wildness. Sizzle! The meat slices sizzled enticingly as soon as they touched the hot stone slab. The rich oil slowly seeps out under high temperature, and the aroma of meat mixed with the smell of smoke spreads. Qin Feng turned the meat slices over while sprinkling them with refined salt. The snow-white salt crystals glittered in the firelight and quickly blended into the meat. As the temperature rises, the surface of the bear meat gradually turns an enticing caramel color, with the edges curling up slightly, releasing a rich aroma. Almost. Qin Feng picked up a perfectly roasted piece of bear meat and put it in his mouth while it was still hot. Instantly, a rich aroma of meat exploded in my mouth. Bear meat has a firmer texture and a richer flavor than beef, with a unique wild taste. It's perfectly salty and savory, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, simply a delicacy. But after a few bites, Qin Feng felt a bit greasy. Although bear meat is delicious, it has a high fat content and can be greasy if eaten alone. It's time for the green onions to come in. Qin Feng picked up a scallion, peeled off the outer skin, revealing the tender white part of the scallion. He took a big bite, and the spicy juice instantly filled his mouth. Then, he picked up a piece of hot bear meat. The aroma of meat and the spiciness of scallions blend perfectly in the mouth. The greasiness of the bear meat is completely neutralized by the spiciness of the scallions, resulting in a complex and layered taste. Absolutely amazing! Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This combination was simply a match made in heaven. A bite of meat, a bite of scallion, then another bite, and the cycle repeats. Every chew is a feast for the taste buds, making it irresistible. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room was in complete uproar. I can almost smell the aroma of this scallion and bear meat through the screen. Damn it, I'm on a diet, and right now I feel like I could jump into the screen and grab a bite. Is this the legendary outdoor barbecue? I'm so jealous. Stop being so sour, I'm already crying. Why do other people's survival stories sound so sweet? In the studio, the three hosts were also incredibly tempted. Sabine clutched her stomach. I can't take it anymore, I need to go buy some scallions. Right now. Dongqing swallowed gracefully. This kind of natural food is indeed something to look forward to. Chenyi added more professionally. Look at how Qin Feng eats it. Green onions can not only cut through the greasiness, but also supplement vitamins and prevent scurvy. This combination satisfies both taste preferences and ensures a balanced nutritional intake. Qin Feng was enjoying his meal when a thought flashed through his mind. It would be even more perfect if we could have some baijiu, Chinese liquor. He licked his lips, imagining the exhilarating feeling of strong liquor going down his throat. Once we find a suitable place to build a shelter, the brewing plan will also need to be put on the agenda. Qin Feng pondered in his mind. Brewing wine requires grains, yeast, and a suitable fermentation environment. Although the conditions are demanding, it's not entirely impossible. When the time comes, barbecue with baijiu, Chinese liquor, will be the true enjoyment of life. Just as he was enjoying the delicious food, he caught a glimpse of an unusual wisp of smoke rising above the distant forest. That's not an ordinary cigarette. Instead, it was a vibrant red, standing out starkly against the blue sky and white clouds. The smoke rose in a straight line, clearly not from a naturally occurring flame. Airdrop! Qin Feng reacted instantly, and an excited glint flashed in his eyes. That iconic red signal smoke is the identification mark released when the airdrop container lands. He quickly estimated the distance. It was probably deep in the dense forest, about 20 kilometers away. It's quite far. At this pace, carrying all my luggage, it'll probably take a whole day. There's no rush. Let's eat first. He continued to slowly and deliberately enjoy the food in his hands. While the airdrop crates are tempting, filling our stomachs is more important. Besides, it will take other players quite a while to traverse this treacherous forest to reach the airdrop point. Qin Feng took another big bite of the scallion. The spicy juice invigorated him. Fragrant! Meanwhile, in another forest area closer to the airdrop point, Lingyu was crouching in the canopy of a large tree, and through the dense foliage, she also saw that wisp of red smoke. Her eyes instantly sharpened. As a professional Special Forces soldier, she understood the value of airdrop crates better than anyone else. It might contain advanced weaponry, valuable medical supplies, or high-energy military rations. Any one of these could greatly enhance her ability to survive in this wilderness. Judging from the terrain, it should be a relatively open valley. The flat terrain is suitable for airdrop crates to land, but it also means a lack of cover and easy exposure. The risk is very high. Lingyu weighed the pros and cons in her heart. The airdrop point will inevitably attract a large number of players, leading to a fierce battle. With her own strength, The chances of winning the airdrop crate and the melee are not high. But she had no choice. As the ace of the Dragon Kingdom, she must fight for more resources for the country. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, she will fight with all her might. Lin Yu checked the equipment. A military dagger, a homemade bow and arrows, a few pieces of dried meat, and a bottle of purified water. Her equipment was rudimentary, but sufficient for her to complete the mission. She took a deep breath, and like a ghost, slid down from the tree, quickly stealthily heading towards the direction from which the red smoke was rising. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream went wild when they saw this. Holy crap! Even the goddess of cold moons saw the airdrop! This is going to be interesting. Will Fengshin and the goddess meet at the airdrop point? Please! Let them team up! The two kings of the Dragon Kingdom combined are invincible. I hope nothing goes wrong, it must be very dangerous there. In the studio, the three hosts also became nervous. This airdrop could very well be a turning point, Qin Yi analyzed. Top players from all countries will rush there, and it will inevitably be a fierce battle. Cao Baining clenched his fist. I hope all our athletes can return safely. Dong Qi nodded. Yes, safety comes first. We can find the equipment later, but we only have one life. In the distance, red smoke was still rising. This wisp of smoke will become the most dangerous bait in the wilderness, attracting countless hungry wolves. Chapter 24 Gold Mine on the Road. The afternoon sun shines through the treetops, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. Qin Feng wrapped some bear meat in large leaves and stuffed it deep into his backpack. Unfortunately, the backpack was too small, so most of the bear meat had to be thrown away. It really hurts. He sighed as he looked at the hundreds of pounds of bear meat on the ground. These are life-saving treasures in the wilderness. But there's no way, one person can't take so much away. The bear skin is rolled into a tube and tied to the outside of the backpack. Spears, bows and arrows, engineer's shovels, pistols, everything you need is there. Qin Feng looked up at the wisp of red smoke in the distance, excitement flashing in his eyes. What good stuff will be in the airdrop box? Let's go! He strode towards the red smoke. The thick fallen leaves under my feet made a rustling sound. Ancient trees are towering, vines are entwined, and the air is filled with the fragrance of plants. On the hillside closer to the airdrop point. Did you see that deer? Matsushita Morisa licked her lips, greed glittering in her eyes. She may be petite, but she exudes a dangerous aura. Of course I saw it, my little wild cat. Little Zaiji grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. This burly man was covered in muscles, his fists wrapped in homemade protective gear, and he looked like a human beast. The two hugged each other tightly, and Matsushita Morisa stood on tiptoe and kissed the man lightly on the cheek. We must get this airdrop. Don't worry, I'm here. Shiobi Zaiji patted his chest. Whoever dares to snatch it from us will see how hard my iron fist is. Matsushita Morisa gave a sweet laugh. Of course you're the hardest. Let's go quickly and don't let others get ahead of us. The two packed up their equipment, and walked hand in hand quickly towards the airdrop. It is really surprising that they can still maintain sweetness in the harsh environment of wilderness survival. Major live broadcast rooms around the world were in an uproar. Holy crap! This is about to start a big brawl. Those two Japanese bitches are still showing off their affection. It's so disgusting. They have the advantage in numbers, the other players are in danger. In the Japanese live broadcast room, the audience was so excited that they almost jumped up. Come on, Matsushita-chan and Shiobi-kun. Let those guys who fight alone see the power of teamwork. Ha ha ha, this airdrop will definitely be ours. The players from other countries are all on their own, how can they possibly be our opponents? In the live broadcast room of Lighthouse Country, the audience is also eager to try. Where's Jack? He should have seen the airdrop too, right? With Jack's strength, he can even face two Japanese. Looking forward to a bloody battle. Let these yellow-skinned monkeys see what a true warrior is. Audiences from all over the world were cursing at each other crazily in the barrage, and the atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Inside the Longwa studio, the three hosts had serious expressions. The situation is not optimistic. Cao Baining frowned. When those two Japanese players join forces, it will be difficult for others to compete. Dongqing bit her lower lip lightly. I hope our players can do what they can and not take any risks. Qin Yi pushed his glasses. Based on the terrain analysis, this airdrop is likely to trigger a large-scale conflict. All players please be careful. On the screen, Qin Feng was moving quickly through the dense forest. His movements were light and swift, making almost no sound. Look at Qin Feng's route choice. Qin Yi pointed at the screen. Instead of taking a straight line, he chose a relatively hidden but slightly longer path. This shows that he has tactical acumen and knows how to avoid possible ambush points. Deep in the dense forest, Qin Feng moved forward cautiously. The trees around were getting denser and denser, almost completely blocking out the sunlight. The air became cold and damp, and all kinds of strange noises came from all directions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Huff, huff, huff. There were birds singing, the sound of wind blowing through leaves, and the sound of some unidentified creatures crawling. Qin Feng gripped the spear tightly in his hand, mobilizing all his senses. Eyes scan every shadow, ears catch every strange sound, and noses distinguish various smells in the air. The backpack is getting heavier. Bear meat, bear skin, and various equipment weigh at least 60 kilograms. Qin Feng felt his shoulders begin to ache, and his pace slowed down. Damn it, if this keeps going on, we'll never get to the airdrop point. He stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sound rang in my mind. Master-level environmental perception triggered. Special mineral resources detected nearby. Qin Feng paused and frowned slightly. It was a strange feeling, as if an invisible thread was pulling him in a certain direction. What special mineral? He followed the direction guided by his perception and pushed aside a thick bush. A naturally formed rock wall appeared before my eyes. The rock is a peculiar ochre-red color, and its surface is covered with fine lines. But the most eye-catching thing are the golden particles embedded in the rocks. In the sunlight, the particles sparkle and emit an attractive metallic luster. Qin Feng widened his eyes. What the hell is this? He walked quickly to the rock wall and gently stroked the golden particles. The cool touch and the unique metallic texture made him certain. Oh my God, Qin! Natural gold mine. The gold is of very high purity, with some grains even as small as a thumb, forming golden veins in the rock. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated instantly. In modern society, gold is hard currency. On the resource-depleted blue planet, the value of gold is immeasurable. Holy crap! It's out! He immediately took out his engineer's shovel and began digging carefully. The shovel collided with the rock, making a crisp, ding-ding sound. The texture of the rock was not too hard, and after some effort, he successfully dug out more than a dozen pieces of ore with extremely high gold content. Each piece is the size of an adult's fist, heavy and shining with gold. Qin Feng became more and more excited as he dug. This piece is worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. This one is bigger, at least 100,000. Holy crap, this entire vein of ore is worth tens of millions. He put the 10th piece of gold ore into his backpack. At this moment, the system prompt sound that drove the whole world crazy resounded through the world again. Ding! Dragon Country player Qin Feng discovered a natural gold mine, triggering a 10,000-fold reward. Reward: large gold mine x 10,000. Drop location: randomly distributed within Dragon Country. Boom! The entire Dragon Kingdom was boiling in an instant. In the central square of the imperial capital, the elderly men and women who were taking a walk stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. The ground began to shake slightly, and then small hills rose from the ground. The surface of those hills sparkled with dazzling golden light, and countless gold veins crisscrossed, shining brightly with golden light. Oh my God! This is a mountain of gold! We're getting rich! Our Dragon Country is going to get rich! Maple God! My Maple God! You are our God of wealth! The same miracle is happening all over the country. On the Bund in Shanghai, a glittering golden island suddenly appeared on the bank of the Huangpu River. In the Shenzhen Bay Area, more than a dozen gold mines have risen from the sea. At Chengdu's Tianfu Square, the ground cracked, revealing the dazzling gold veins underneath. The entire Dragon Kingdom instantly turned into a golden country. The Longwa live broadcast room went completely crazy. Oh my God! Oh my God! Is Maple God going to defy the will of heaven? 10,000 large gold mines! Our Dragon Nation has directly become the richest country in the world. Other countries must kneel down and call me daddy. Maple God is awesome. Dragon Nation is awesome. The barrage of comments was so dense that the screen was almost invisible. Live broadcast rooms in various countries were also in an uproar. The audience in the lighthouse country was stunned. Fuck! This is impossible! How could Dragon Country have so many gold mines? Our economic dominance is over. Japanese audiences are even more desperate. It's over, it's over. We will never catch up with the Dragon Nation. Why didn't we discover the gold mine? Matsushita-chan, hurry up and grab the airdrop, or you'll really have no chance. In the wilderness, Qin Feng looked at the heavy gold ore in his hand and grinned. This wave of huge profits. He carefully put away all the gold ore and put on his backpack again. Although the weight increased a lot, this weight made him feel extremely secure. Now when I go to grab the airdrop, I feel different. Qin Feng strode towards the red smoke. Come on, let me see what other surprises are waiting for me. Chapter 25 Hail falls from the sky. There is someone outside the cave. The entire Dragon Kingdom was boiling in an instant. Not only among the common people, but also at the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng's live stream was playing on the huge screen. When the system notification sounded, the entire command center was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. An elderly general with white hair and star-studded belt stared intently at the words, "Large gold mine times 10,000, on the screen. He was so excited that his whole body trembled, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Quick! Calculate it! Approximately how much are the reserves of 10,000 large gold mines? Even the voice of a strategy advisor wearing gold-rimmed glasses changed. Reporting to the commander. According to international standards, a large gold mine has reserves of at least 50 tons. 10,000, that's at least 500,000 tons of gold. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the command center. 500,000 tons. This is more than twice the total amount of the world's existing gold reserves. God bless the Dragon Kingdom! God bless my Dragon Kingdom! The old general, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears, looked up at the sky and roared. At the same time, in the central square of the capital, the ground began to shake violently, and small hills shimmering with dazzling golden light rose from the ground, with brilliant golden veins coiled on them like the blood vessels of a giant dragon. My God! It's a gold mine! A real, breathing gold mine! Maple God! Maple God is our living God of wealth! Across the country, the same miracles are unfolding in a frenzy. On the Bund of Shanghai, a glittering golden island rises from the Huangpu River. In the Shenzhen Bay Area, more than a dozen gold mines rise from the sea. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom has truly become a golden kingdom. The Longwa live broadcast room went completely crazy. Holy crap! 10,000 massive gold mines! What does that even mean? From now on, let's see who dares to play economic sanctions against us. We can crush them with gold bricks. Other countries must kneel down and call me daddy. Maple God is awesome. Dragon Nation is awesome. In the studio, the three hosts were so excited that they were incoherent. Cao Baining clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling. 500,000 tons of gold. Comrades, this is a number that can change the world order. This is a miracle. Dong Qing's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. With this wealth, we can purchase large quantities of food and strategic energy that we desperately need. Our children will have more to eat, and our country will go further. In other countries' live streams, there was only deathly silence and wailing. The American audience looked ashen-faced. It's over. Our gold reserves have become a joke in front of China. Our economic hegemony is completely over. Japanese viewers gritted their teeth. Baka! Why? Why wasn't it our great Matsushita who discovered the gold mine? South Korea's defenses were completely breached, and the internet was flooded with posts about it. Gold was first discovered and used for decoration in ancient times by our peninsula. This is the Dragon Kingdom stealing our cultural heritage. Of course, these remarks from South Korean netizens naturally drew criticism, with some using extremely offensive language such as, "Hey kid, your horse is gone, I'm going to work at 8 a.m. Some people chuckled and said, "When our dragon country was founded, you Koreans were still picking bananas from trees." People from other countries even came to criticize South Korea, making it the target of public criticism. In the wilderness, Qin Feng felt the heavy gold ore in his backpack, and couldn't help but smile. This is a huge profit. Next, it's time to grab the airdrop. He headed towards the drop point, red smoke still rising into the distant sky. The other contestants are definitely rushing to get there as fast as they can. However, less than half an hour after he left, the weather in the sky suddenly changed without warning. The sky, which was just clear and sunny a moment ago, is now filled with rolling dark clouds that instantly block out all the sunlight. The temperature plummeted, and the air became damp, cold, and biting. This weather is so unpredictable, it changes way too fast. Qin Feng looked up and frowned. A howling wind swept in from all directions, causing the trees to sway wildly. He quickened his pace, trying to reach the airdrop point before the weather completely deteriorated. Bang! A hailstone the size of a baby's fist slammed into his shoulder, sending a sharp pain through him that made him wince. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, as if the sky had burst open, a dense hailstorm descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Countless hailstones pounded the earth, instantly shattering leaves and snapping fragile branches. Within seconds, the ground was covered with a layer of white hail. Holy crap! This is murder! Qin Feng was so dizzy from being hit that in a panic he grabbed the iron pot from his backpack and, without thinking, slammed it over his head. Ding ding dong dong. The hailstones pounded on the bottom of the pot, making a dense, popping sound like beans being fried, which made his eardrums ring. But this is still better than having your head split open. He hunched over, using his backpack to protect his back, and struggled forward amidst the relentless hailstorm. Every hailstone that hit me hurt terribly, and my back and arms were quickly covered in bruises. This is fucking deadly. Qin Feng, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle, ran as fast as he could, searching for a place to take refuge. Finally, he discovered a naturally formed cave at the foot of a rock wall not far away. The entrance to the cave is small, but just big enough for one person to fit through. He rushed in. The world fell silent instantly, with only the crackling of hailstones hitting the ground and the howling of the wind outside the cave. Qin Feng took the iron pot off his head and touched his head, which was still numb from the shock. The sturdy bottom of the pot had been smashed into several small, clearly visible dents. Damn it, this weather is awful. He leaned against the cave wall, panting heavily. Outside, the hailstones were falling harder and harder, some even larger than an adult's fist. It hit the ground with a dull thud, a sound that sent chills down your spine. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were on tenterhooks for him. Holy crap! This hailstorm must have been fired from a cannon! It could kill someone! Fengshen reacted so quickly. Using an iron pot to protect his head, he's a master of equipment. It looks so painful. I feel so sorry for Fengshen. In the studio, the three hosts also looked worried. Sabining shook his head. The weather here changes too drastically, it doesn't conform to scientific laws at all. Dongqing bit her lip tightly. I hope the other contestants can also find a place to hide in time. At this point, the other players also suffered as a result. Matsushita Morisawa and her little bazaar were running around in the dense forest, screaming and covering their heads. They took shelter under a large tree, but the sparse leaves offered no protection against the hail, and the two men were left bruised and battered, looking utterly disheveled. Jack from the United States is the most miserable. He happened to walk into an open area with no obstructions around him. The hailstones came crashing down, quickly leaving him with a bloody head wound. Fuck! Fuck! Jack roared like a beast, using only his backpack to protect his head, and with the astonishing willpower of an elite special forces soldier, he braved the hailstorm to move forward. But after taking only a few steps, he was hit on the knee by a giant hailstone, stumbled and fell to his knees, unable to get up for a long time. Other participants hid under trees, crawled into bushes, or simply lay on the ground pretending to be dead, but none of them could escape the merciless hailstorm. Viewers in live streams from various countries watched with trepidation. The players are having such a tough time. This weather is a complete disaster. In contrast, Qin Feng appeared remarkably relaxed inside the cave. He leaned against the cave wall, listening to the sounds outside while slowly organizing his equipment. Hailstones pelted near the cave entrance, splashing up icy water. The temperature inside the cave continued to drop, and the humidity was very high. Qin Feng exhaled a puff of white breath and rubbed his palms together. It seems we won't be able to leave anytime soon. He took out the remaining bear meat from his backpack, preparing to start a fire to keep warm. In such harsh weather, starting a fire by friction becomes difficult. Qin Feng, who could usually start a fire in just a few minutes, had taken a full half-hour this time without any progress. Looks like we still need to get a flint. Qin Feng shook his head, put the small wooden stick on the ground, and prepared to rest for a while before starting to make fire by rubbing sticks together. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the cave. Step, step, step. The footsteps were very light, but they were still clearly audible against the background sound of hail hitting the ground. Who is it? Chapter 26 Encountering the French. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and looked outside the cave. His eyes sharpened instantly. He immediately abandoned the idea of starting a fire, silently gripped his entrenching tool, pressed his body against the rock wall at the cave entrance, and looked out. Through the dense curtain of hail and rain, he could vaguely see a figure approaching in his direction. The opponent's steps were unusually steady. They were approaching step by step. Who? Alarm bells rang in Qin Feng's mind, and the knuckles of his fingers gripping the entrenching tool turned slightly white. The figure gradually became clearer in the hail. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and recognized the person who had just arrived. He was a man of medium build, carrying a bulging backpack. The hailstones pelted him with dull thuds, but he didn't even flinch, stubbornly continuing his march towards the cave entrance. What Qin Feng cared about most was this person's appearance. A distinctly mixed-race face, with a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and healthy wheat-colored skin. However, his facial features are not as angular as those of a typical Westerner. Instead, they have a touch of Eastern softness. Which country is this athlete from? Qin Feng quickly calculated in his mind. The man walked to a spot 3 meters away from the cave entrance and stopped. When he saw Qin Feng inside the cave, holding an entrenching tool and looking wary, his expression instantly changed, revealing extreme panic. "I meant no harm!" The man hurriedly raised his hands high, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. He spoke standard English, but his accent was strange, with a heavy and unique intonation. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What surprised and amused him even more was the way the man raised his hand. He raised both hands above his head, fingers spread wide, leaned his body slightly forward, and unconsciously took a half-step back. This pose. It was a textbook example of surrender, so practiced it seemed ingrained in his DNA. "Oh my God!" An outrageous thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. This guy, could he be from France? After all, in the history of Earth, the French are notorious for their performance in wars, with their surrender skills being top-notch. Such a skillful and smooth surrender gesture is indeed full of rich French style. Seeing that Qin Feng did not attack immediately, the man relaxed slightly. He slowly squatted down, took the backpack off his shoulder, and gently pushed it toward Qin Feng. "This is all my equipment. I meant no harm, I just wanted to avoid the hail," the man said in broken English. "And I'm willing to share my tools." Qin Feng did not let his guard down. In this life-or-death survival environment, any stranger could be an enemy. In particular, such proactive gestures of goodwill often conceal greater dangers. But he was indeed very curious about the backpack. Judging from its appearance, the backpack is quite full, indicating that it is filled with many items. In the desolate wilderness where resources are scarce, these are precious resources. The man seemed to notice Qin Feng's hesitation. He pointed to the scattered firewood near the cave entrance, and then to the backpack he had just pushed over. "Fire, fire!" The man gestured, making the motion of starting a fire. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Is this person implying that he has fire-starting tools in his backpack? In this damp and cold weather, starting a fire is indeed of utmost importance. He thought for a few seconds and decided to take the risk. "Take 10 steps back first." Qin Feng spoke in English, pointing to the distance with his entrenching tool. The man immediately complied, obediently retreating 10 steps away, his hands still raised high. Qin Feng then cautiously walked to the backpack. He unzipped the zipper, and what was inside caught his eye. The top layer contains compressed biscuits and canned goods, while the bottom layer contains standard equipment such as first aid kits, ropes, and knives. But what excited Qin Feng the most was the rod-shaped black magnesium rod at the bottom of the backpack. A flint and steel! This is a high-quality flint with a smooth surface. With the right steel tools, you can easily create sparks. In damp wilderness environments, flint and steel are more reliable. It's not afraid of moisture and won't run out of fuel, making it an essential survival tool. Qin Feng was overjoyed. "I've been trying to start a fire for so long, but it won't light. If we had this thing, we wouldn't need all this trouble." He looked up at the mixed-race man. The other party remained in a surrendered posture, their face filled with tension and anticipation. "May I have your name?" Qin Feng asked. Pierre Dupont," the man answered, his voice still trembling slightly. "Dupont?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "This is indeed a French surname. Looks like I guessed right, this guy really is a French player. Didn't you find anyone from your own country either?" Pierre gave a wry smile. "Yes, it's always been just me." Although his English had an accent, his expression was still quite clear. "I was unlucky, I got lost for 3 days before I finally found this place." Qin Feng nodded. This is a common occurrence. Most teams from different countries are formed on short notice and haven't undergone professional training. It's normal for people to run for their lives when they encounter danger. However, the fact that Pierre has survived to this day shows that he still has a certain survival ability. "What do you want?" Qin Feng asked directly. In the wilderness, there is no such thing as unearned kindness. Pierre's willingness to share supplies must have been motivated by something. Pierre hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the cave. I want to take shelter from the rain with you." His voice was very soft, clearly indicating that he lacked confidence in the request. Qin Feng considered it for a moment. From a practical point of view, having one more person does have advantages. They can take turns on guard duty and share the risks. Most importantly, he had a flint and steel. Qin Feng made a decision. "But there are a few conditions." A look of surprise flashed in Pierre's eyes. "What conditions?" "First, you must listen to whatever I say. Second, you are not allowed to ask me any personal questions. Third, if there is any danger, each of you must run for your own life." Qin Feng's tone was indifferent. He doesn't mind working together temporarily, but there will never be any friendship between them. In this brutal game of survival, you can't fully trust anyone but yourself. Pierre nodded repeatedly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. His voice trembled with excitement. Finding a strong person willing to cooperate in such a harsh environment is incredibly lucky. Qin Feng tossed the backpack back to him. Pack your things and come in. Pierre felt like he had been granted a pardon and quickly grabbed his backpack and rushed into the cave. The cave instantly became crowded. But it's much better than being hit by hail outside. Qin Feng started a fire. He first dug a small pit in the ground with an entrenching tool, then collected the dry stones from the hole and arranged them in a circle. Pierre offered to hand over a flint and some hay. Thanks. Qin Feng took the flint and steel and quickly rubbed the blade of his entrenching tool against the stone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Golden sparks flew as the hay ignited. The small flames leaped inside the cave, dispelling the damp chill. A satisfied smile spread across Pierre's face. With fire, there was hope. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, viewers were buzzing with discussion. This Frenchman looks pretty honest. Has Fengshen taken on another follower? The French surrender was truly professional. Their gestures were perfect. Haha, it's probably a genetic skill. In the studio, the three hosts had different expressions. Cao Baining stroked his chin. This Pierre is very clever. He knows to take the initiative to make friends. Dong Qing was somewhat worried. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Qin Yi pushed his glasses. From a tactical perspective, temporary cooperation is a wise choice. But Qin Feng's vigilance is also justified. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered. Qin Feng took out the bear meat, sliced it into thin slices with a knife, and skewered it on a sharpened wooden stick to roast. The grease dripped onto the flames, sizzling loudly. The enticing aroma of meat quickly filled the entire cave. Pierre swallowed hard. He hasn't had a hot meal for 2 days and can only eat compressed biscuits and cold canned food. The aroma of the roasted meat was driving him crazy. Want to eat? Qin Feng asked calmly. Pierre nodded frantically, his eyes filled with longing. Bring your flint and steel in exchange. Qin Feng extended his hand. A flash of anger crossed Pierre's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He handed him the flint with both hands. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and handed him a skewer of grilled meat. For Qin Feng, this deal was incredibly profitable. Reignition will be much easier in any extreme environment from now on. This deal is a good one. He chuckled to himself. Pierre took the roast meat, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you so much. He took a small bite carefully, then his eyes narrowed instantly. This is so delicious. What kind of meat is this? Bear meat. Qin Feng gave a simple answer. Pierre's eyes widened. You killed a bear? Qin Feng didn't explain in detail and continued grilling his own portion. Pierre's gaze towards Qin Feng completely changed. A person who can hunt a brown bear with their bare hands is definitely a top hunter. Following such a strong person will greatly increase your chances of survival. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. Hail was still falling outside, but it was warm and cozy inside the cave. The two silently enjoyed the steaming hot barbecue, neither of them saying another word. But the air wasn't just filled with the aroma of meat, there was another subtle atmosphere. Chapter 27. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. The hail outside the cave gradually stopped, while the bonfire inside the cave was burning brightly. Pierre would steal glances at Qin Feng from time to time, a subtle glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. He said casually, Qin, you are really amazing. I've never seen anyone in my life who can hunt brown bears. Qin Feng did not respond. She simply poked at the campfire with a stick to make the flames burn more evenly, as if she hadn't heard what he said. I imagine someone as powerful as you must possess many valuable items, right? Pierre asked tentatively, leaning forward slightly. Qin Feng finally glanced at him, his eyes calm and expressionless, which made Pierre's heart skip a beat. Pierre gave an awkward smile and wisely shut his mouth. He recalled the rules Qin Feng had just set. No personal questions allowed. A glint flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it, replacing it with a sincere expression. We French have a saying, friends should help each other. You saved me, I will definitely repay you. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the viewers had already noticed something was amiss. That Frenchman's eyes are weird. He looks like a weasel plotting to steal a chicken. Fengshen, be careful. I sense something's wrong with this guy. He's got a hidden agenda behind his smile. What can the French do besides surrender? Don't worry. Fengshen definitely knows. In the studio, Qin Yi frowned. Pierre's behavior is somewhat unusual. Under normal circumstances, the vulnerable who receive protection should be more cautious, rather than repeatedly testing the limits of the powerful. Dong Qing also felt uneasy. He asked too many questions, and his eyes were full of greed. Sao Baining sneered. So-called romance sometimes includes romantic betrayal. It all depends on whether he has the guts. As night deepened, the hail outside the cave finally stopped. Pierre glanced at his watch, then at Qin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Qin, it's getting late, why aren't you asleep yet? Qin Feng didn't even open his eyelids and said calmly. You weren't asleep either, were you? Pierre paused for a moment, then gave an awkward smile. Haha, yeah? However, I'm used to staying up late, so you should rest first. I'll keep watch and make sure everything goes smoothly. Not sleepy. Qin Feng's answer was concise and powerful, directly silencing Pierre's words. Pierre was inwardly anxious, but outwardly remained friendly. Then shall we keep watch together? Whatever. As time ticked by, Pierre grew increasingly agitated. He kept checking his watch and frequently looked out of the cave, his forehead even beaded with sweat. About half an hour later, Pierre finally couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly stood up. Excuse me, I need to go out to use the restroom. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, his movements slightly hurried. Qin Feng finally opened his eyes, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. From the moment Pierre entered the cave, he noticed the man's unusual behavior. His gaze was unfocused, and there was that overly bulky backpack that made it uncomfortable to even sit down. Do I need to bring all my belongings to the toilet? Do you really think he's a 3-year-old? Casual. Qin Feng's voice remained calm. Pierre felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly walked out of the cave, his footsteps soon disappearing into the night. After he left, Qin Feng suddenly stood up, his movements as swift as a cheetah. He kicked the campfire away, covered the embers with sand, slung his equipment over his shoulder, and silently disappeared into the darkness outside the cave. Moonlight streamed through the clouds, casting a silvery glow over the wilderness. With his master-level environmental perception, Qin Feng quickly found a sheltered spot behind a rock. He crouched in the shadows, bow knocked, the cold arrowhead gleaming in the moonlight. He was like a top assassin who blended into the night, waiting silently. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, 2 furtive footsteps came from afar. Pierre lowered his voice, a hint of excitement in it. Ivan is in that cave, all alone, and very well equipped. That entrenching tool and bow and arrow alone are enough to make us a fortune. Another gruff voice responded, with a heavy Eastern European accent. Are you sure there's only one? You haven't been discovered, have you? I'm sure. I observed him all night, and he was the only one there. And this guy is too arrogant. He's probably still sleeping in the cave, completely unsuspecting. Pierre made a firm promise. Very good. The man named Ivan sneered. Remember, first cripple his hands and feet, take all his equipment, and then, clean him up, leave no trace. The 2 figures appeared in the moonlight. Besides Pierre, the other was a large, bear-like white man. Holding a gleaming machete, he was none other than Ivan, the burly Russian who had previously eliminated the South Korean contestant. Pierre pointed to the cave. That's it. Let's charge straight in and catch them off guard. Ivan grinned maliciously. An arrogant Asian monkey, actually thinking he's a hunter? Once we have his bow and shovel, everyone else in this forest will be our prey. The 2 crept stealthily toward the cave. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room instantly exploded. Holy crap! It really was a trap! And a multi-layered one at that! Those 2 bastards! Fengshen, run! Wait, where's Fengshen? Where did he go? Wait! Fengshen seems to have already slipped away! Brilliant! The 2 men were already prepared for a surprise attack in front of the cave. Ivan raised his machete, and Pierre also pulled out a dagger. 3, 2, 1! Charge! The 2 pounced into the cave like hungry wolves. Where are the people? The cave was empty, with only a pile of scattered ashes. Pierre's face changed drastically, and his voice trembled. Impossible! He's right here! How could he? Ivan turned around abruptly, glaring fiercely at him. You idiot! You've been found out! Just then, a sharp whooshing sound rang out from behind them. Call out! An arrow, like a black lightning bolt, pierced Pierre's thigh with pinpoint accuracy, the immense impact knocking him to the ground. Ah! Pierre's pig-like screams pierced the night sky, and blood instantly stained his trousers. Ivan was terrified and raised his cleaver, roaring in the direction from which the arrows had come. Who? Get out! He was met with a second arrow. Call out! The arrow, though fired later, arrived first and pierced directly through his wrist, the one holding the knife. Ah! The machete clattered to the ground, and Ivan screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding wrist. Qin Feng slowly emerged from behind the rock, his bow already strung again, The arrow aimed at the two men. Under the moonlight, his figure resembled that of a death god descending to earth. Cooperate? Qin Feng's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Is this how we cooperate? Pierre's face was ashen, and ignoring the excruciating pain in his legs, he crawled backward with all his might. No! No! Qin! This is a misunderstanding! Misunderstand? Qin Feng sneered. I heard you clearly. First, cripple their hands and feet, loot all their equipment, and then, clean up the mess? Despite the pain, Ivan roared, his voice a mixture of bravado and fear. You can't kill us! This is being broadcast live globally! If you kill someone, your Dragon Kingdom will be punished by our FA Kingdom! Chapter 28. Killed 2 people and reaped great rewards. Sanctions? A hint of extreme mockery flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. You're all going to kill me, so what am I afraid of in terms of punishment? He slowly drew back the bowstring, and the bow made a terrifying creaking sound. Survival of the fittest. No! Please! Pierre completely broke down, kneeling on the ground with his hands raised high above his head in the most standard gesture of surrender. We were wrong! We'll give you everything! Spare our lives! Ivan also knelt down with a thud, his eyes filled with fear. Please let us go! We'll never do it again! Qin Feng looked at the two men's disheveled appearance without any emotion. In this cruel world, kindness is cruelty to oneself. If these two don't die tonight, I might be the one dying tomorrow. Your equipment. Qin Feng spoke softly, his voice exceptionally clear in the night breeze. I'll take it myself. Before he could finish speaking. Call out. The third arrow flew from the bowstring with a whistling sound of death, piercing precisely into the eye socket of Pierre, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, and penetrating the back of his head. Pierre's pleas abruptly ceased, and his body fell straight backward, his face frozen in extreme fear and disbelief. Ivan was terrified and turned to run away. But Qin Feng simply drew the fourth arrow from his quiver, knocked it, drew the string, and shot it with fluid, lightning-fast movements. Phew! The arrow pierced Ivan's back, spraying blood as it struck him, pinning him to the ground. Qin Feng walked forward expressionlessly, first pulling out the arrows stuck in Pierre's leg and Ivan's wrist. They carefully wiped the bloodstains off their dirty clothes and solemnly took them back. Every arrow is a precious treasure. Then, he began to skillfully loot the spoils. The night wind carried with it a strong stench of blood. Qin Feng didn't care at all. His heart was even beating slightly faster with excitement. I'm rich! I'm rich! He first reached for Pierre's backpack. Besides a few compressed biscuits and half a bottle of water, a brand new red first aid kit was clearly visible. Qin Feng opened the first aid kit and his eyes lit up when he saw the neatly arranged bandages, disinfectant alcohol, painkillers, and sutures inside. In the wilderness, this is practically a second life. Then he pulled a folded Swiss Army knife from Pierre's pocket. Click! With a crisp sound, the main blade was ejected, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Qin Feng flicked his fingers, revealing a knife, scissors, a can opener, a screwdriver. He took out each small tool, examining its intricate mechanical structure. The curve of his lips became more and more pronounced. In some aspects, this thing is even more practical than an entrenching tool. Now look at Ivan. This burly man reaped an even greater harvest. The backpack contained half a dried-out rabbit and a roll of sturdy nylon rope at least 10 meters long and as thick as a thumb. And that machete that fell to the ground. Qin Feng picked up the machete. It was heavy in his hand, even heavier than an entrenching tool. He casually swung his hand, creating a whooshing sound. This thing is much more efficient than an entrenching tool for clearing roads and cutting down thick trees. Rope, machete, military knife, first aid kit. These are all top-tier survival supplies that everyone dreams of. Qin Feng stuffed all the useful items into his already bulging backpack, then glanced one last time at the 2 corpses on the ground, his eyes cold. In the next life, keep your eyes open. After saying that, he turned around, carrying his heavy load of goods, and disappeared into the vast night without looking back. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room has completely transformed into a sea of joy. The barrage of comments was like a volcanic eruption, so dense that the screen was almost completely obscured. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Fengshen is awesome! Decisive and ruthless. That's what a true man of our Dragon Kingdom should be like. There can be no mercy towards the enemy. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. Fengshen had these 2 idiots figured out from the very beginning. His intelligence and execution are absolutely amazing. Haha, the French player sent equipment from afar, what a thoughtful gift! Thank you so much to the top donor for the first aid kit and Swiss Army knife. Our French friends are really generous, the machete and nylon rope are top-notch stuff. Fengshen has really upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. Did you guys see Fengshen's last look? It was so damn cool. He's practically walking hormones. I love people like Fengshen, who are ruthless and don't talk much. Just do it. Inside the studio, Sabining excitedly slammed her hand on the table. Beautiful. A textbook example of a comeback. Dong Qing's beautiful eyes also lit up, and she sincerely praised. He showed everyone through his actions that in the wilderness, the most dangerous thing is never the wild beasts, but the human heart. The revelry in the Dragon Kingdom serves as a stark contrast to the desolation in some other countries. Global Emergency Meeting Channel. The French representative's face turned a deep shade of liver. He abruptly stood up, pointed at the Chinese representative's face on the screen, and roared angrily. This is murder! Blatant murder! Your Dragon Kingdom's contestants have cruelly murdered our contestants. The Dragon Kingdom must pay the price for this. Faced with the challenge from France, the representative from China simply picked up his teacup slowly, blew on it gently, and then leisurely raised his eyelids. Confess? Confess what? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire conference room. In wilderness survival, the rules are clearly written. Elimination means death. Your players were less skilled and more dishonest. Their attempt to ambush others backfired, and they were killed instead. They only have themselves to blame. He put down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and his eyes were sharp as knives. Or do you two think that only your contestants are allowed to kill, while our contestants are not allowed to fight back? You! The French representative was trembling with anger, but he couldn't utter a single word. Because what the representative from the Dragon Kingdom said is true. Such is the rule, the strong prey on the weak. The representative from the United States watched with great interest, even showing a smile of anticipation. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage over the rules, the French representative's face turned ferocious. He stared intently at the Chinese representative and said word by word. Good. Very good. You wait. In 2 more days, the communication channel between the players will be open for a limited time. At that time, I will personally order all surviving contestants from our country to hunt down every single one of you from the Dragon Kingdom at all costs. Kill them if you see them. It's a fight to the death. This murderous declaration instantly chilled the atmosphere in the conference room. However, the representative from the Dragon Kingdom simply chuckled, leaned back in his chair, and showed no fear on his face. Instead, he exuded a calm and collected air of looking down on the world. We'll wait. Chapter 29. It's great to have tools. Qin Feng, carrying a heavy load of spoils, moved silently through the forest. Although I hadn't slept all night, the exhilaration brought on by adrenaline dispelled all my fatigue. During this time, the system had already pushed the news of his killing of 2 foreign players to all Chinese players in the form of battle reports. Qin Feng, a player from the Dragon Kingdom, successfully countered and defeated Pierre and Ivan, players from the famous country, and seized a number of supplies. A simple message was enough to cause a huge uproar among all the surviving Chinese contestants. Inside a hidden cave covered with vines, Ling Yu was meticulously sharpening the military dagger in her hand with a whetstone. Her wristwatch suddenly vibrated, causing her to pause in her hand movements and turn her gaze to the screen. When she saw the battle report, her sharp, hawk-like eyes narrowed sharply. Qin Feng. It's him again. She had initially thought he was just a hunter with exceptional survival skills, but now it seemed she had underestimated him. Well done! Ling Yu murmured to herself, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible approval. She turned off the screen, picked up the dagger, and whetstone again. But this time, her polishing movements seemed to be more forceful and faster than before. An invisible pressure, but also a powerful driving force, rose within her. She knew she couldn't be left behind. On the other side, the other surviving contestants from the Dragon Kingdom included Wang Xian, the iron ore discoverer, the food delivery driver, and the office worker. Reactions to this message varied. There was shock, excitement, and disbelief, but in the end, it all turned into a strong sense of pride and hope. Qin Feng, a college student whose future was bleak at the start, is showing all his compatriots in his own way. The Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. In the east, the horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Qin Feng stood up, dusted himself off, and slung his heavy backpack over his shoulder. He checked the direction and continued walking towards the long-extinguished column of red smoke. He was determined to get the airdrop. After several hours of continuous high-intensity marching, Qin Feng's legs felt like they were filled with lead. Every step I took was incredibly painful, and I even started to tremble slightly. He decided to stop, rest, and recharge. With his master-level environmental perception, Qin Feng headed towards the area with the more humid air. Soon, the sound of rushing water reached my ears. He pushed aside the bushes in front of him, and a babbling brook appeared before him. The stream wasn't particularly clear, carrying small amounts of silt and fallen leaves. But in such dire circumstances, this is undoubtedly a source of life. Qin Feng took off his heavy backpack and pulled out the captured machete from it. The blade gleamed with a chilling light in the morning sun, and felt heavy and powerful in my hand. He walked to the stream and picked a tree that was about the thickness of a bull. Call! He took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulged, and he swung the machete fiercely. Puff! The sharp blade cut into the tree trunk nearly halfway down without any resistance, cleanly and efficiently. This feel is heavenly compared to the trembling sensation in my hand when I used an entrenching tool to chop down trees. Cool! Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a low shout, and with a few swings, wood chips flew everywhere. Crack! In less than 2 minutes, the sapling fell down. He deftly broke it down into a pile of firewood of suitable length. Then he took out the flint and steel he had scavenged from Pierre. He used the back of his Swiss Army knife to scrape the black magnesium strip hard. Sizzle! A burst of dazzling sparks shot out instantly, landing precisely on the dry ignition source that had been prepared beforehand. A wisp of smoke rose, and the flames suddenly leaped up. A warm campfire was burning brightly by the stream. The feeling of fire is fucking good. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, feeling that much of his fatigue and chill had been dispelled. He used an entrenching tool to dig a makeshift filtration pit by the stream, then layered it with sand, gravel, and ashes from the campfire. The murky stream water was filtered several times, then poured into an iron pot and placed on a fire. While waiting for the water to boil, he took out the half-dried rabbit from Ivan's backpack. The rabbit meat was dry and hard, like a piece of wood, but in Qin Feng's eyes, it was a top-notch delicacy. After eating too much bear meat, rabbit meat would be nice too. With his multifunctional Swiss Army knife, he easily cut the rabbit meat into small pieces, skewered them on a sharpened twig, and slowly roasted them over the campfire. Soon, the grease was forced out by the high temperature and dripped onto the burning firewood. Sizzle, sizzle! A rich aroma of meat mixed with the fresh scent of firewood permeated the forest. In the live broadcast room of Longhua, countless viewers who were eating breakfast or squeezing onto the subway were instantly struck by this primitive and alluring scene. I'm devastated, guys! I'm eating dry bread while Fengshen is eating freshly roasted rabbit by the stream. My mouth is watering. This rabbit meat looks so delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The key is starting a fire. Look at how smoothly Fengshen uses that flint and steel. I can't even be as fast as him with a lighter. Haha, I have to give my French buddies a big thumbs up. Sending equipment from afar and even including half a rabbit as travel expenses, their service is just too good. Inside the studio, Sao Baining watched the screen, couldn't help but swallow, and joked. Director, could you give me a link? I feel like this roasted rabbit is even more authentic than the barbecue stall downstairs. My mouth is watering like a waterfall. Qin Yi, standing to the side, analyzed with a serious expression and shining eyes. Everyone, pay close attention to how Qin Feng treats the water. This is the most classic and effective infiltration method. He used sand, gravel, and wood ash to create a natural filter layer. Wood ash not only absorbs impurities but also has a certain bactericidal effect. This is definitely a testament to his extremely rich experience in wilderness survival. Qin Ye's voice was filled with undisguised admiration and awe. By the stream, the air-dried rabbit meat sizzles and drips with oil when roasted, its skin turning an enticing caramel color. Qin Feng drank the boiled water that had cooled to a warm temperature, and ate large mouthfuls of the crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside roasted rabbit meat. The fatigue from not sleeping all night was being gradually dispelled by the heat and moisture. After finishing the last piece of rabbit meat, he drank several large gulps of water. Next, the campfire was completely buried with sand, then water was poured on it, and a careful check was made to ensure that no sparks remained. This is a fundamental principle of wilderness survival. Caution is always the first priority. He put his heavy backpack back on and felt like he had come back to life. It's time to hit the road. After determining the direction, he continued forward in the direction where the airdrop signal smoke had disappeared. However, after walking for less than half an hour, Qin Feng's pace involuntarily slowed down. His body sounded the alarm faster than his brain. Something's not right. It's too quiet. The entire forest fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The clear birdsong and annoying insect chirps that could be heard before have now vanished without a trace. The rustling of the wind through the leaves and the crunching sound of footsteps on the withered branches and leaves were amplified countless times in this deathly silence, sounding particularly jarring. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head, instantly extinguishing the warmth of the meal I had just enjoyed. Qin Feng's muscles tensed instantly, and his breathing became shallow and long. His hand had already quietly gripped the handle of the machete tucked at his waist. Their steps came to a halt. Chapter 30. Cooperation? Then you can commit suicide by disembowelment. The master-level environmental perception ability was pushed to its limit at this moment. His senses were no longer limited to sight and hearing, but rather radiated outwards from him like an invisible net. In the air, besides the damp smell of earth, there was also a very faint, unfamiliar scent. His eyes scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on the space between two trees in front of him, about 10 centimeters off the ground. It was a thin thread that blended almost seamlessly into its surroundings, made from the casing of some kind of animal, tough and well concealed. Trap. And it's a tripwire trap specifically designed for people. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room instantly erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Something's off! Why did it suddenly go silent? Fengshen has stopped. Did he discover something? Damn, my palms were sweating from watching this. It's even more thrilling than watching a horror movie. There's an ambush. There's definitely an ambush. This deathly silence is too abnormal. Inside the studio, Sabining's expression also turned serious, and his voice lowered slightly. Professor Qingyi, what is going on? Qingyi stared intently at the screen, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He almost held his breath as he spoke. It's killing intent. Real killing intent. Qin Feng, he's being targeted. Everyone's heart was in their throat. However, Qin Feng in the scene made a move that surprised everyone. Instead of retreating, he slowly squatted down, stretched out his finger, and gently drew a few circles on the ground, as if he were calculating something. His eyes were frighteningly calm, devoid of any fear, displaying only the focused coldness of a hunter spotting his prey. Based on the location of the tripwire, he quickly constructed a three-dimensional attack plan in his mind. Once the tripwire is triggered, from which direction is the attack most likely to come? Which angle is best for shooting? Where are the ambush attackers most likely to hide? 30 meters to the left front, there is an oak tree with exceptionally lush foliage. To the right rear, there is a sloping hill perfectly concealed by bushes. 2 excellent ambush points. A barely perceptible sneer curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Want to be a hunter? It all depends on how sharp your teeth are. He didn't touch the tripwire, but instead quietly took 2 steps back, his figure flashing. Like a ghost, it blended into the shadow of a giant tree behind it, becoming completely one with its environment. At the same time, he took the homemade longbow from behind his back, and a sharp bone arrow was quietly nocked on the bowstring. 30 meters to the left, a figure dressed in camouflage clung to the thick trunk of an oak tree like a gecko. He is a Japanese player, Osamu Kobe. He stared at the spot where Qin Feng had disappeared, a sinister smile and impatience on his face. Matsushita-kun, that guy stopped. Did he discover something? He asked the person next to him in a low voice. Impossible. A cool, clear female voice came from the side. That gut trap was made using an ancient method from our great Japan. Unless you're a top-notch scout, it's impossible for anyone to spot it. This woman is none other than Matsushita Morisa, one of Japan's ace players this time. He's probably just tired. Matsushita Morisa's voice exuded absolute confidence. Zaiji, be patient. The moment he takes one more step forward and triggers the trap will be his death. His equipment, and the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, will all be ours. Hee, got it. Little Bazaar licked his chapped lips, his eyes filled with greed. However, a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The target area remained completely still. Baka! What is that guy up to? Little Bazaar's patience is being rapidly worn down. Just then, a soft rustling sound came from the bushes next to him. Little Bazaar was startled and abruptly turned his crossbow to aim at that direction. A gray hare emerged from the bushes, looked around in alarm, and then quickly ran to the other side. Phew, it was just a rabbit. He breathed a sigh of relief and aimed the scope back at the open space. But that brief moment of distraction, lasting only a second or two, became a fatal oversight. As his gaze refocused, a dark shadow shot out from the edge of the scope's field of view without warning, like a venomous snake. Puff! One arrow. An arrow that is both incredibly fast and incredibly ruthless. It pierced through Xiaobizai's right wrist with precision, and the enormous force pinned his hand to the tree trunk behind him. Ah! A piercing, distorted scream instantly shattered the deathly silence of the forest. The sinister smile on Xiaobizai's face froze, replaced by extreme pain and disbelief. He didn't even see where the arrow came from. Enemy attack! At another ambush site, Matsushita Morisa reacted extremely quickly. The instant her scream rang out, she rolled out of the bushes. The knife in his hand drew a chilling arc in the sunlight, held guard defensively in front of him. But all she saw was her companion nailed to the tree, looking wretched and agonizing. The Chinese man who should have been the prey had long since disappeared. Saiji! Matsushita Morisa shouted sternly. My hand is ruined! Little Bazai's face contorted in pain. He's there! Behind that tree! Matsushita Morisa looked in the direction he indicated, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Qin Feng calmly emerged from behind the giant tree, a longbow in his hand, looking at them with a serene gaze, as if he were looking at two corpses. At this moment, the global live stream went completely crazy. Dragon Country Live Room. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That was an incredible comeback. Fengshen is awesome! He noticed it a long time ago. He was calculating the enemy's position when he crouched down. I was so scared. I thought Fengshen was going to die, but it turns out the clown was just Xiaorizi himself. Ha! Awesome! That's fucking awesome! You guys played dirty tricks. You even delivered your own heads to the enemy from 1,000 miles away. The Japanese livestream room was deathly silent, followed by furious cursing. Bakayaru! Zaiji, that idiot! He actually got ambushed. How could that Chinese man have discovered Lord Matsushita's trap? Impossible! Kill him! Lord Matsushita, you must kill him to restore the honor of our great nation of Japan. In the forest. Qin Feng approached step by step, and the powerful sense of oppression made Matsushita Morisa gasp for breath. She knew she had met her match. Who are you? Matsushita Morisa asked in broken Chinese, her eyes sharp as knives. She originally only wanted to snatch the Chinese player, but she didn't expect to run into Qin Feng, a tough nut to crack. Qin Feng did not answer, but slowly raised the bow in his hand and knocked another arrow. In his eyes, there's no need to know too much about the dead. Etc. Matsushita Morisa suddenly shouted, trying to buy time. We can cooperate! We can split the resources in this area, as well as the items from the airdrop. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's icy smile deepened. He finally spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of the two people and echoing throughout the global live stream. Cooperate? Can. Leave all your equipment behind, then commit seppuku. This is my cooperation plan for you. Chapter 31 Lingyu was attacked. Inside the official Japanese livestream studio, a high-ranking official with slicked-back hair slammed his hand on the table. On the screen, his large, fat face turned a deep liver color from anger. Bakayaru! Arrogant! This Chinese man is too arrogant. He is humiliating our great Japanese samurai. This is a blatant provocation. Kill him! Matsushita-kun! Saiji-kun! Kill him! Let him know the might of our empire! The live chat was flooded with angry comments from Japanese netizens. Outrageous! How dare a mere Chinese speak to Lord Matsushita like that? Saiji's hand is ruined, all because of that bastard. He should be torn to pieces. Suicide? That is the noblest end for us samurai. How dare a barbarian utter such a thing? In stark contrast, there is the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room. The billions of viewers were stunned for a second, and then erupted into a thunderous frenzy. Damn, that's so inspiring. Leave your gear behind, then kill yourself. I'll remember that line for the rest of my life. This is what true men of our Dragon Kingdom should be like. Those who offend our Dragon Kingdom, no matter how far away, will be punished. Well done, Fengshen! Ha ha ha, did you see those two bastards' faces over there? They've turned green. So satisfying. So satisfying. Inside the studio, even the usually composed Dong Qin couldn't help but smile, and saw Baining excitedly pumped her fist. So domineering. This is the domineering spirit of our Dragon Kingdom's contestants. When facing wolves, the only solution is to send them to their doom. In the forest, the air seemed to freeze. Matsushita Morisa's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. As a descendant of a family of swordsmen, how could she have ever suffered such humiliation? Qin Feng's words were like a resounding slap in the face, striking her proud so-called warrior dignity. Very good. She forced out two words through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with such intense killing intent that it almost materialized. Since you insist on dying, then I will grant your wish. Before she finished speaking, she moved. Instead of charging directly, he flicked his wrist and 3 sharpened rhomboid stones flew out of his hand. The stones, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, struck Qin Feng's face, chest, and calves with cunning and ruthless techniques. As she attacked, she lowered her body and swooped in from the flank like a cheetah. The short sword at his waist was already drawn, its cold light gleaming in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. However, Qin Feng reacted even faster. He didn't even back down when faced with the flying stone. With a twist of the body to the left as far as possible, using the power of the waist and abdomen, the whole person felt as if they were being pulled by an invisible hand. 3 stones flew past the edge of his combat uniform. It pierced the tree trunk behind it with a resounding thud, penetrating deep into the wood. It's this moment. Qin Feng drew his longbow taut once more, the bowstring groaning under the strain. His target was not Matsushita Morisa, who was approaching with a knife. Instead, it was Bizarre Osamu, who was nailed to the tree and struggling. Bizarre Osamu's right hand was crippled, and the excruciating pain contorted his face. He was pinned to the tree, his left hand desperately trying to grab onto something or break free. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated. A bow and arrow, launched later, arrived first, precisely tearing through the air. Puff! Blood burst forth. The resentment and ferocity on Bizarre's face froze instantly, and he lowered his head in disbelief. His intact left wrist was also pierced by a bow and arrow, pinning his other hand firmly to the tree trunk. Both his hands were crippled, and his entire body was nailed to the ground in a T shape. Ah! A scream 10 times more piercing than before shattered the mountains and forests. Zaiji! My Zaiji! Matsushita Morisa was shocked. Her opponent could not only dodge her attacks, but also instantly cripple her companion. What terrifying archery skills! But she didn't have time to think much, because Qin Feng's figure rapidly magnified in her field of vision. After eliminating all the ranged threats, Qin Feng immediately discarded the longbow. He pulled out his entrenching tool from behind his back with a clang, and instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet Matsushita Morisa's blade head-on. Clang! The entrenching tool and the short knife collided violently, sending up a string of dazzling sparks. An immense force, unlike anything a human could possess, emanated from the blade. Matsushita Morisa felt a jolt of electricity shoot from her arm to her shoulder, and her hand instantly split open, blood seeping out. She was jolted back 2 steps by the force before she regained her balance. Is this Chinese man a monster? Qin Feng struck successfully and didn't stop for a moment. He flicked his wrist, and the entrenching tool whistled through the air as its blade traced a tricky arc, aiming straight for her neck. Matsushita Morisa felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly ducked to avoid the attack. She then launched a sweeping kick at Qin Feng's lower body, attempting to turn the tide. Qin Feng, however, seemed to see through all her movements. Lightly touched the ground with the left toe, and the whole body rises half a foot to avoid the sweeping kick. At the same time, his right military boot, with a whooshing sound, kicked hard at her head, which she had just lowered. This kick was fast, accurate, and ruthless, with no unnecessary movements. It was purely for killing. Matsushita Morisa was terrified and could only hastily cross her arms to protect her face. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding thud. Matsushita Morisa felt as if her arms had been hit head-on by a battering ram, and she felt a sharp pain as if her bones were shattering. She was thrown backward uncontrollably, her back slamming heavily against a large tree, sending bark flying everywhere. Puff! She felt a sweet taste in her throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her vision began to blur. Before she could catch her breath, a dark shadow had already enveloped her. Qin Feng arrived like a shadow, his eyes cold and devoid of any human emotion. He had already raised his entrenching tool high, aiming it at her head. About 1 kilometer away. Lin Yu stopped and crouched behind a bush, listening intently. That piercing scream just now didn't sound like it came from a wild animal. It's a human. Moreover, they are people who have suffered extreme pain. There is a fight. As a top-notch Special Forces member, she immediately determined the direction of the battlefield. She didn't rush forward, but instead lowered her breathing to its lowest point, concealing all her presence, like a true jungle cat. Using the trees and shadows as cover, they stealthily made their way towards the source of the sound. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream could only see her through a miniature camera perched on her head. Seeing the constantly shifting and changing green scene, my heart was in my throat. Lin Yu stopped behind a huge banyan tree, poked half her head out, and prepared to observe the situation ahead again. Just then, call out! A faint yet deadly whooshing sound came from her side and behind, from an absolute blind spot in her vision. Sneak attack! Ling Yu's muscles tensed instantly. Years of combat instincts allowed her to roll to the side without even thinking the moment she heard the sound. Puff! The rolling motion saved her life, but it didn't completely dodge the attack. A jet-black arrow flew past her back and pierced her thigh. A piercing pain exploded instantly. Well? Ling Yu let out a suppressed groan, her face instantly turning deathly pale, and cold sweat beading on her forehead. Blood quickly stained her combat trousers. She endured the excruciating pain, rolled into a denser thicket, immediately drew her dagger, and cautiously observed the direction from which the arrows had come. Footsteps were heard. A tall, white figure, carrying a finely crafted composite crossbow, emerged from behind a tree in the distance, grinning maliciously. He had binoculars hanging around his neck. he was well equipped. It's a contestant from the United States. Hee hee, quick reaction, little kitty from the Dragon Kingdom. He spoke sarcastically in fluent English, his eyes scanning like those of prey in a cage. Unfortunately, it was still a bit slow. He didn't rush forward, but leisurely raised the composite crossbow and aimed it at the general direction where Ling Yu was hiding. He knew that being shot in the thigh was tantamount to a death sentence in this jungle. The bloodstains on the ground are the best road signs. However, something even more devastating happened to Ling Yuexin. The athlete from the United States whistled loudly towards the dense forest behind him. Guys, get out there and get to work. As he spoke, two more fully armed American athletes emerged from the shadows of the forest. One of them carried a recurved bow and had sharp eyes. The other was a muscular, burly man carrying a gleaming axe. 3 people. Without exchanging words, they tacitly dispersed, forming a standard tactical triangular search formation. They slowly surrounded the area where Ling Yu had hidden after being injured. The burly man with the axe licked his chapped lips and spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Ghost, hurry up, I smell blood. Don't rush, mad cow. The crossbowman known as Ghost Shadow sneered. Take it slow, don't let her bleed to death too quickly. We need to keep her equipment intact. Chapter 32 God-level acting. The moment he pulled out the gun, the whole world was stunned. In the dense forest, Qin Feng swung his entrenching tool expressionlessly. With a muffled thud, the resentment and bitterness in Matsushita Marisa's eyes froze forever. Blood splattered all over Qin Feng. But without pausing, he turned around, picked up the longbow from the ground, and nocked an arrow. Little Bazaar, pinned to the tree, witnessed this scene, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints with fear. It made ho-ho sounds begging for mercy, just like a monkey. Qin Feng ignored him, and the bowstring twanged softly. A bone arrow pierced his throat precisely, ending his final scream. Qin Feng from China successfully eliminated Matsushita Morisa from Japan. Qin Feng, a player from China, successfully eliminated Xiao Bazaiji, a player from Japan. 2 consecutive global announcements completely ignited the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room. Meanwhile, the Japanese live stream room fell into a deathly silence and wailing. Qin Feng calmly collected all the usable arrows, and then searched the 2 men for a sharp dagger and half a pot of water. Then, without looking back, he rushed towards the direction of the airdropped red smoke. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at his destination. A huge military green metal box lay quietly in a forest clearing, next to a parachute wrapped around a tree branch. Qin Feng did not immediately step forward. Instead, he cautiously scanned his surroundings and, after confirming that there were no ambushes, glanced at the live streaming watch on his wrist. Live stream, shut down. He uttered 3 words calmly. The watch's light dimmed instantly, and the screens of billions of viewers worldwide went black simultaneously. Holy crap! Fengshen turned off the live stream? What's going on? It's the crucial moment. What's inside the box? The US government strongly protests. This is cheating. The air investment resources must be disclosed. Official statement from the Chinese government. Protests are invalid. Rules allow players to shut down their live streams for 2 hours each day. Inside the Dragon Kingdom studio, Cao Baining was wringing his hands anxiously. What is Qin Feng trying to do? Is there something in the airdrop that he doesn't want us to know? Only Qin Yi, with a deep gaze, murmured. No, he's not hiding it from us. Perhaps, they didn't want everyone to know immediately. Qin Feng ignored the noise from the outside world. He pried open the metal box, the lid opened, revealing what was inside. There were no guns or ammunition, and no high-tech equipment. Instead, there were several bags of seeds sealed with waterproof material, labeled in multiple languages. High-yield, cold-resistant potatoes, fast-growing, drought-resistant corn, high-protein soybeans. In addition, there's a more sophisticated military first aid kit, a multifunctional axe and pliers, and a palm-sized solar charging panel. Strategic-level resource. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. In this wilderness, seeds that could reliably produce food were far more valuable than any weapon. He quickly put his things into his backpack. Then, he did something no one would have expected. He took out the M1911 pistol and 2 magazines that he had received from signing in, from the most hidden compartment of his backpack. Then he put the pistol and magazine into the empty metal box. Only after doing all this did he prepare to restart the live stream. However, at that moment, his master-level environmental awareness suddenly emitted a strong warning signal. Someone's approaching. And not just one. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he instantly flashed behind a giant tree, disappearing into the shadows like a ghost. Soon, footsteps and rude conversations could be heard coming from the woods. Ghost Shadow, are you sure that Chinese guy will come here? A gruff voice asked in English. Shut up, Mad Bull. The airdrop is the only variable in this area, And he'll definitely come. A relatively calm voice answered. As the voice spoke, 3 tall figures appeared in the clearing in the woods. It was those 3 athletes from the United States. What made Qin Feng's pupils shrink even more was that there was another person being held captive among them. The person was tall and slender with short, neat hair. It must be Ling Yu. Her thigh was wrapped in simple bandages, but blood was still seeping out. Her face was pale, her lips were tightly pressed together, but her eyes. Yet, like a lone wolf on an icy plain, it burns with an indomitable flame. At this moment, the Chinese viewers who switched to Ling Yu's live stream felt their hearts clench. It's Ling Yu. She's been captured by the people of the United States. Damn it. 3 against 1 and they still managed to sneak up. These dog-like traitors. Maple Goddess. Maple Goddess is nearby. Please save her. The leader, the American player known as Ghost Kane. His gaze swept over the airdrop crate on the ground, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come out, friend of the Dragon Kingdom. I know you are here. He shouted loudly. Your companion is in our hands. If you don't want a few more holes in her pretty face, you'd better hand over the contents of the airdrop. Qin Feng did not move. He was quickly analyzing the situation. 3 enemies, fully armed, wielding composite crossbows and recurve bows, and a burly man carrying a machete. On their side, Ling Yu was already injured and had lost her fighting ability. A direct confrontation would not yield much of a chance. Seeing that no one responded, Kane lost his patience. He winked at the burly man next to him, nicknamed Mad Bull. Mad Bull grinned and held the gleaming axe to Ling Yu's neck. Just then, Ling Yu suddenly looked in the direction where Qin Feng was hiding. In the instant their eyes met, she shook her head almost imperceptibly. Don't worry about me, just live. Qin Feng understood what she meant. But he had his own plans. He slowly emerged from behind the tree, raised his hands, and his face showed just the right amount of tension. Don't hurt her. The things are all in the box, take them. That's smart. Kane smiled with satisfaction and gestured with his chin towards the airdrop crate. Open it and let us see what treasure you've got. Qin Feng did as instructed and slowly walked towards the metal box. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream was filled with wails. Everyone thought Qin Feng was about to give in. Fengshen, no! This is a trap. It's over, our equipment has been stolen, and both Ling Yu and I are going to die. Qin Feng squatted down in front of the box and pretended to struggle to pry open the lid. This box is a bit tight. He spoke without looking up, but his body cleverly blocked most people's view, his hand already inside the box. Stop talking nonsense! Hurry up! Mad Bull urged impatiently. All right, Qin Feng said softly. The next second, he suddenly turned around. What he held in his hand was no longer an entrenching tool or a longbow, but a black pistol that gleamed with the cold light of steel. Before anyone could react, Qin Feng had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunfire shattered the tranquility of the forest. The bullet didn't hit Kane, who was leading the charge, but instead struck the Mad Bull, who was holding an axe, precisely between the eyebrows at a tricky angle. The Mad Bull's grin froze instantly, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Bang! Almost without pause, a second shot rang out. The moment the American athlete, wielding a recurved bow, placed his hand on the bowstring, a burst of blood erupted from his chest. He looked down at his wound in disbelief and staggered to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 were gone. Kane was terrified. He never dreamed that the other party would have a gun. Is this a demon from hell? He instinctively raised his crossbow, but Qin Feng moved faster than him. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots were fired. One shot knocked the compound crossbow out of Kane's hand, and the other shot hit his shoulder. Kane screamed as the immense impact tumbled him away. He scrambled and rolled, not even glancing at his companion's corpse, before disappearing into the depths of the forest in an instant. From the moment Qin Feng appeared to the moment he killed 2 people and forced one back, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. The forest fell silent again, with only the strong smell of blood and gunpowder filling the air. Qin Feng, holding an M1911 with smoke still rising from the muzzle, calmly walked to Ling Yu's side and cut her ropes with a dagger. Ling Yu leaned against the tree trunk, clutching her bleeding thigh, looking at the man before her with eyes filled with shock and gratitude. And a deep, incomprehensible confusion. The global live stream fell into a deathly silence for half a minute. Then, a barrage of comments completely flooded the entire screen. Holy shit! A gun! It's a gun! What the hell did I just see? The airdrop contained guns. Fengshen is awesome. Who just said Fengshen was going to compromise? Step forward. When Fengshen acts, he deserves an Oscar. The US is dumbfounded, right? Ha! Trying to rob them? They got killed instead. Awesome. So fucking awesome. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there was a frenzy of celebration. Chapter 33 Finding a New Shelter. The echoes of the gunshots faded into the woods, leaving behind a deathly silence. The pungent smell of gunpowder mixed with the warm, metallic scent of blood filled the air, filling the nostrils. This once peaceful forest clearing has instantly turned into a battlefield. The M1911 in Qin Feng's hand still carried a lingering warmth. Its heavy metallic texture was the most reassuring force in this primeval wilderness. He didn't immediately lower his guard. His hawk-like gaze swept across the direction where Cain had disappeared. My ears caught every subtle sound in the forest. Only after confirming that the other party had fled far away did he turn his gaze to Ling Yu, who was sitting under a tree. Ling Yu was also looking at him. Her eyes were filled with a complex mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of relief at surviving a close call. As a Special Forces captain, she has experienced countless life-or-death situations. But what she was seeing was beyond her comprehension. The man who was holding his hands up 1 second, playing the role of a panicked hostage, transformed into a grim reaper who reaped lives the next. That composure, that precision, that masterful grasp of timing. This is something that an ordinary college student could never have. Thanks. Ling Yu's voice was a little hoarse. She tried to stand up, but a sharp pain shot through the wound on her leg. She let out a muffled groan and slumped back down. Don't move. Qin Feng walked over and squatted down beside her, his tone flat, revealing no emotional fluctuation. The arrow has barbs. Moving it around will only make the wound worse. He took the military first aid kit he had obtained from the airdrop crate out of his backpack and opened it quickly. Disinfecting cotton, hemostatic powder, bandages, surgical scissors, everything is available. He carefully cut open the fabric of Ling Yu's trousers with surgical scissors, revealing a bloody, mangled wound. A black crossbow bolt was deeply embedded in the outside of his thigh, its fletching still trembling slightly. Qin Feng's movements were frighteningly professional. Without the slightest hesitation, he firmly pressed down on Ling Yu's thigh muscle with his left hand, gripped the arrow's shaft with his right hand, and with a sudden push, pulled it out. Ling Yu gritted her teeth, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead, but she didn't utter a single cry of pain. The arrow, along with flesh and blood, was pulled out, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. Qin Feng remained calm, quickly applied hemostatic powder, cleaned the wound with sterile cotton, and then took out suture needles and thread to begin stitching. His fingers were long and steady, and the way he threaded the needle was as fluid as if he were creating a work of art. The spacing between each stitch and the way each knot is tied are textbook perfect. Ling Yu stared intently at his profile, her heart filled with unbearable horror. She had only ever seen this kind of battlefield first aid technique performed by the most elite military doctors. You! She couldn't help but speak up. Who are you? Qin Feng didn't even look up, focusing intently on his work, as if he were sewing not a human thigh, but a tattered garment. Qin Feng, a contestant from China. My information is on the watch. I mean... Ling Yu emphasized her words. Where did you learn all this? She meant everything. Qin Feng tied the last knot, cut the stitches, and began to bandage the area. He finally raised his eyes and looked at Ling Yu, his gaze calm as still water. She didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has secrets. In this desolate wilderness where every day is uncertain, survival is the most important thing. The man before her was undoubtedly the most powerful survivor she had ever seen. No matter what, you saved me, Ling Yu solemnly said. I'll remember this favor. No need to remember. Qin Feng packed up the first aid kit, stood up. As long as you live, the Dragon Kingdom has one more glimmer of hope. We are not just 2 people now, we are 2 numbers on the list of survivors of the Dragon Kingdom. His words were cold and realistic, yet they stirred something within Ling Yu. She was used to the terms comrade in arms and fellow soldiers used in the army. Qin Feng, on the other hand, directly defined their relationship as a survivor alliance, based on national interests. It's cruel, but also pure. At that moment, the global live stream room went completely crazy. I hereby declare that Fengshen is now my half-brother. His acting and marksmanship were absolutely amazing. The Lighthouse Country's live stream chat is now filled with groans of despair. Their players Mad Bull and Archer have had their streams go black. They were instantly defeated by Fengshen. Awesome. That was so satisfying. You got 3 against 1. You tried to ambush us. Now you know we Chinese aren't to be trifled with. I'm more concerned about that escaped ghost Cain. He saw that Fengshen had a gun, which is definitely a huge potential problem. In the studio, Sa Baining was so excited that her face turned red, while expert Qin Yi looked solemn. Qin Feng's response was perfect, but he revealed his biggest trump card. Qin Yi pointed at the screen. Guns are a force outside the rules of this wilderness. That contestant named Kane is an elite member of the U.S. Navy SEALs. His escape means that all the contestants from the United States will soon know that there is a gun-wielding devil in China. What will they do? Cao Baining asked nervously. They will spare no effort to gather together and hunt down Qin Feng. Qin Ye's voice was resolute. Because of Qin Feng's existence, the balance has been broken. For the United States, he is a greater threat than any resource. A clearing in the woods. Qin Feng quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He walked over to the two bodies of the American athletes and began to loot them without any hesitation. After looting them, they even stripped them of their clothes. The two corpses were left naked. You even want their underwear? Ling Yu frowned. Of course, even if it's just for starting a fire. Qin Feng answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He took a tactical vest off. Mad Bull. Then picked up the composite crossbow and a whole quiver of carbon fiber arrows. These are all top-quality products. Their companions will be back soon, with more people. We have to get out of here immediately. He walked to Ling Yu's side and extended his hand. Ling Yu looked at his hands, which were stained with blood and dirt, hesitated for a moment, and then took them in her hands. Qin Feng used his arm's strength to easily pull her up. Where are we going? After Ling Yu steadied herself, she asked. Let's find a new shelter and gather the athletes from our dragon kingdom. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the distant mountain range, his eyes growing deep and dangerous. A new home that they could never return from. Deep in the forest, Kane was running for his life. He was like a wounded wolf being chased by hounds, every breath carrying the smell of blood, and the excruciating pain in his left shoulder almost made him faint. But he dared not stop. Those hellish 10 seconds kept replaying in my mind. The young man from China looked alarmed, raised his hands, and cleverly concealed the box as he crouched down. It was all a facade. A perfect, deadly deception. Then there was the gun. That black M1911, exuding an aura of death. Bang! The mad bull was shot between the eyebrows, and its huge body crashed to the ground like a felled tree. The dull thud still echoes in his ears. Bang! Before the archer's astonishment could fade, a burst of blood erupted from his chest. Everything happened too fast, so fast that even this battle-hardened Special Forces soldier didn't have time to make any effective reaction. He wasn't fighting against a college student, he was dancing with the devil disguised as a human. Fear, an unprecedented fear, gripped his heart. But after the fear came endless humiliation and rage. Ah! Kane slammed his fist into the tree trunk beside him, his knuckles instantly tearing open, but he felt no pain. Qin Feng, a man from the Dragon Kingdom. He gritted his teeth, forcing the name out between his teeth, his eyes so venomous they seemed to drip with poison. I swear, I will make you pay 1,000 times over for everything you've done today. He knew he had to survive. He had to bring this intelligence back. People from China have guns. This news is enough to change the entire landscape of the wilderness survival battlefield. He wants to gather all the power of the United States, set up an inescapable net, and tear that devil to shreds. Chapter 34. A night of living together in the forest with a beautiful Special Forces soldier. A cool breeze blew through the woods, dispersing some of the stench of blood. Qin Feng supported Ling Yu, and could feel the tension in her arm muscles when he touched her. Even though she was seriously injured, this woman remained as alert as a cheetah poised to pounce. Ling Yu's leg was unable to bear full weight, so most of her body weight was on Qin Feng. She could clearly feel the steady strength coming from Qin Feng's arm, and she could also smell the unique scent of dirt, and a faint smell of blood on his body. This close contact made her somewhat uncomfortable, but more than that, it gave her a sense of security rooted in reality. We can't stay here any longer. Qin Feng's voice broke the silence, as calmly as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. That guy Kane could come back with men at any time. We need to find a new, easily defensible place to spend the night. Ling Yu nodded without saying anything more. She knew very well that the two corpses and the airdrop crate were the most obvious coordinates. It wouldn't be long before this place will become a meat grinder where all sorts of people gather. The two limped deeper into the mountains and forests. Qin Feng's steps were steady. He carried almost all of Ling Yu's weight, and had to use his master-level environmental perception to explore the surroundings at all times. The surrounding trees grew denser, the light dimmed, and the decaying leaves rustled softly underfoot. Every sound could mask a deadly danger. They did not find the cave they expected. The terrain in this area is relatively flat, mostly dense forests and hills, with very few natural caves. The sky gradually darkened. Finally, Qin Feng stopped under a huge ancient tree that would require 3 or 4 people to encircle. The tree's canopy is like a canopy, shading off a large part of the sky, while its tangled roots below formed some natural depressions and barriers. Here tonight. Qin Feng made a decision. This place is so spacious. Ling Yu frowned. With the instincts of a special forces soldier, she immediately saw the defensive weaknesses of the place. There is no better option. Qin Feng helped her to a sheltered spot against a tree root where she could sit down. Open space also means a good view. At least, you won't be touched on the face without even knowing it. After saying that, he stopped explaining and began to remove his equipment. He first laid the huge bear's skin on the ground to insulate it from the moisture, his movements practiced and natural. Then whoosh. The items were taken out of their backpacks one by one, and soon they were piled up in front of the two of them into a staggering mountain of supplies. Ling Yu stared at what was before her breath catching in her throat for a moment, a storm raging in the depths of her eyes. Her own equipment was already quite good, but compared to Qin Feng's, it was like a refugee meeting an arms dealer. First, the weapon. A captured composite crossbow, equipped with a full quiver of carbon fiber arrows, gleaming coldly. A rugged-looking machete. A sharp Swiss army knife. There is also a small fighting dagger. This doesn't even include Qin Feng's own seemingly crude but incredibly powerful bamboo bow and bone arrows. Then there are the tools. A multifunctional entrenching tool, a flint and steel, a pair of binoculars, 2 military water bottles, and a field cooking pot. Next came the supplies. A large bag of bamboo tubes containing salt extracted from a salt mine. Upon seeing this, Ling Yu subconsciously licked her chapped lips. I remembered the weakness I'd been feeling these past few days due to salt deficiency. A nearly brand new military first aid kit, far superior to her nearly used up one. A roll of high-strength nylon rope, and an enormous, exaggerated bearskin spread on the ground. Finally, there was the waterproof, sealed bag containing high-yield seeds, which was taken out of the airdrop crate. This doesn't even include the 2 almost brand new tactical backpacks they just looted from athletes from the United States and Japan. Ling Yu looked at the dazzling array of supplies. Looking at Qin Feng, who appeared calm and composed, as if he were simply taking out everyday items, she felt a surge of turmoil within her. She has gone to great lengths to find a sip of water and a bit of food, struggling on the brink of life and death every day. But the man in front of me not only lives a fulfilling life, but has also accumulated enough wealth to arm a small team. Is this really something a college student could do? Who exactly is he? In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the viewers went completely wild. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Has Fengshen moved a supermarket into the wilderness? This equipment. I suspect Fengshen isn't here to survive, but to buy supplies. Look at the expression on Cold Moon Goddess's face. It's exactly the same expression I had on my first day at work when I saw my boss driving a Rolls-Royce. Shocked and envious at the same time. Ha ha ha, Ling Yu, who am I? Where am I? Aren't I the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom? Why do I feel like a beggar? Inside the studio, Qin Yi adjusted his glasses, his tone full of admiration. Qin Feng's ability to accumulate resources has exceeded our expectations of any survival expert. In the woods. Qin Feng carefully sorted the supplies into categories. He concealed the pistol bullets close to his body. Then, the other items were packed into 3 backpacks, ready for immediate relocation. After doing all this, he picked up his cooking pot and 2 canteens and stood up. You stay here and start a fire to keep warm, and be on guard. Qin Feng spoke to Ling Yu, and handed her a flint and a dagger. I'll go get some water and see if there's anything edible around. Your wound needs to be cleaned with clean water. He added a sentence. Ling Yu took the item, nodded, and watched Qin Feng's figure disappear into the dim forest. She couldn't help but ask. You have always been alone? Qin Feng paused for a moment, but did not turn around. In the wilderness, sometimes being alone is safer than being in a group. His figure quickly disappeared into the deep twilight. Ling Yu looked in the direction he left, then looked down at the almost perfect stitches on her leg, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This man is powerful and mysterious, like an unsolvable enigma. After leaving the camp, Qin Feng did not go far. With the help of his master-level environmental perception, he listened carefully to the language of the forest. The sound of wind, the chirping of insects, the low growl of an unknown wild beast in the distance. All the sounds formed a 3-dimensional sound map in his ears. Soon, he caught a faint sound of flowing water to the west. He carried the pot and kettle and walked in that direction. The forest under the cover of night was fraught with danger, but he walked through it as if he were walking in his own backyard. They always managed to avoid the slippery moss and entangle the vines half a step ahead, as if they had become one with the forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, a clear stream came into view. Qin Feng squatted down, first cupped his hands to taste the water, and only after confirming that there was no strange taste did he begin to fill the kettle with water. Just as he was about to fill the pot with water, a buzzing sound caught his attention. These are not ordinary mosquitoes. The sound was dense and powerful, filled with a certain regular vibration. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and found an irregular hole in a huge dead tree on the other side of the stream. The buzzing sound was coming from inside the tree hole. Honeycomb. Chapter 35 Wild Honey. Qin Feng's heart stirred. Sugar. Like salt, it is a strategic resource in the wilderness. It can replenish physical energy and soothe the nerves. In dire straits, a taste of sweetness can be the hope of survival. His gaze swept quickly around, locking onto a few clumps of damp mugwort by the stream and dry, withered branches on the ground. A plan took shape instantly. He put down the pot and kettle, walked over to the mugwort, and picked only the plants with thick leaves. Back where he started, he took out a flint and steel, and with a click, a spark landed precisely on the dry branch. Flames shot up. He didn't throw in the mugwort immediately, but waited patiently. He only covered the half-damp mugwort with it after the dry branches had burned into a steady red ember. Sizzle! A thick, pungent plume of white smoke billowed up. The smoke wasn't pungent, instead, it carried a fresh, grassy fragrance. Qin Feng plucked a few large leaves, his fingers flying, and quickly rolled them into a cone shape. He wrapped the burning mugwort inside, leaving only a small opening for smoke to escape. A simple smoke torch is complete. The entire process was so fast that the live stream camera almost couldn't keep up with it, without a single unnecessary movement. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the chat paused for a second, then exploded completely. What just happened? I blinked, and suddenly Fengshen had something in his hand. It's mugwort. He's making smoke torches. Wild bees are afraid of this. The smoke confuses them and makes them less aggressive. My grandfather used to do this, but he was never as skillful as Fengshen. Wow, is this level of knowledge ingrained in my DNA? I only know that mugwort can be used for foot baths and making qingtuan. Don't ask, the answer is simply the practical skills of college students. I doubt we even went to the same university. In the studio, Qingyi pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the screen. The mugwort fumigation method is extremely delicate. The concentration of the smoke, the fumigation time, and the wind direction are all crucial. If you make a mistake, you'll be stirring up a hornet's nest, and the consequences could be disastrous. Qin Feng, he actually managed to perfectly replicate this technique under such conditions, using the most rudimentary materials. His voice was filled with undisguised amazement. On the screen, Qin Feng, holding a smoke torch, had already waded across the icy stream. He approached the dead tree, aimed the torch at the irregular opening of the hollow, and slowly blew the thick smoke inside. Buzz, 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 buzz! The hive erupted in a sudden uproar, the buzzing sound abruptly rising in pitch, filled with unease. Countless wild bees swarmed out of the cave entrance and plunged headlong into the thick smoke. Like drunkards, their flight paths were erratic, circling a few times before they fell helplessly to the ground. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smoke the food at the same steady pace. 5 minutes later, the buzzing of the hive completely stopped. The time has come. He put down the torch, took out his entrenching tool, and carefully pried along the crack in the tree hole with the blade. Snap! The rotten bark peeled off. A brilliant golden light suddenly shone through the dim forest. The golden honeycomb was exposed to the air without reservation. Within its perfect hexagonal structure, crystalline and viscous honey gleamed, reflecting an amber-like luster under the faint moonlight. That pure, exquisitely sweet fragrance instantly permeated the screen. The throats of all the viewers in the live stream involuntarily bobbed. Oh my God! I can smell it even through the screen. My mouth is watering. My mouth is watering. That color, that luster. This is pure, natural wild honey. The kind that can sell for 4 figures per spoonful. I was wrong, so wrong. I thought Fengshen was here to survive, but now I realize he's here for vacation and to stock up on goods on the side. My instant noodles for dinner suddenly don't taste good anymore. When Xiongde and Xiong'er come over, you have to offer them a cigarette and call them Brother Feng. That's what professionalism is. The documentary series, A Bite of the Wilderness, has officially premiered. Director, Qin Feng. Qin Feng only had eyes for the immediate gains. He used a dagger to precisely cut off a large, plump piece of honeycomb and carefully placed it into the cooking pot. Golden honey flowed down the edge of the honeycomb, pooling into a shallow puddle at the bottom of the pot. He didn't take too much, he only took 2/3. To exhaust the resources of a pond is a grave mistake for survival. Just as the honeycomb landed steadily in the pot, a line of cold text appeared before his eyes. Ding! Contestant Qin Feng has been detected to have acquired a rare resource, wild honey. Trigger 10,000 times the amount returned. Rewards are being distributed. The notification flashed by in an instant. Qin Feng didn't get distracted. He filled a pot with stream water, carried the pot in one hand and 2 water bottles in the other, and turned to return to the camp. With water and honey, Ling Yu's wounds can be treated better. Physical strength can also be replenished. However, his first movement as he turned around froze him in place. His body tensed up instantly, his muscles like a fully drawn bowstring. A chilling, rusty killing intent emanated from a bush not far behind him. Something is hidden there. A pair of eyes were peering through the gaps in the branches and leaves, fixed intently on his back. The alarm bells of master-level environmental perception screamed wildly in his mind. The world is quiet. The sounds of wind, insects, and streams all disappeared. In the dim light of night, the thicket of bushes transformed into the maw of a monstrous beast, emanating a thick aura of death. Qin Feng slowly, very slowly, put down the kettle and pot in his hands. The movement was so light that it made no sound. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, from south to north, from east to west, in countless city parks, suburbs, and designated ecological zones, huge wild beehives have appeared out of nowhere without warning. The public's curiosity and the crowds that gathered were quickly replaced by the cordon that was set up and the emergency response team of experts. In the Supreme Operations Group's command center, the telephones rang incessantly, as urgently as on the eve of war. Report! 1,200 new wild beehives have been discovered in Guangxi Province. Report! 900 have been discovered in the dense forests of Heilongjiang Province. Report! Preliminary statistics indicate that a total of 10,000 wild beehives of the same type have been found nationwide. The news caused an uproar in China. Inside the studio, the host, Sa Baining, stood up excitedly, waving his fist and his face turning bright red. Honey! It's honey! Contestant Qin Feng has simply found a nest of honey! They brought 10,000 high-quality wild beehives to our Dragon Kingdom. 10,000. What does this mean? This means our agriculture and our ecology will experience a leap forward. God bless our Dragon Kingdom. Qin Yi, standing to the side, stared intently at the screen. On the screen, Qin Feng put down the precious supplies he had just acquired and stood motionless by the stream, his back to the camera. His figure, in the dim forest, resembled a statue poised to strike. The excitement and admiration on Qin Ye's face were instantly replaced by an extreme solemnity. He murmured to himself. Something's not right, his posture, he's bumped into something. Chapter 36 Wolves. Qin Feng's muscles tensed as he stared intently at the bushes. Behind the bushes, a pair of eerie green eyes moved silently, as if assessing the humanoid prey opposite them. Crash! The bushes were pushed aside by the beast's powerful body. A large adult gray wolf, far exceeding the size of ordinary wolves, leaped out from among them. It crouched low, its hind leg muscles bulging, every movement brimming with power. Its moist nose twitched slightly in the air, greedily capturing the lingering scent of blood on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat as his left hand moved extremely slowly toward the M1911 at his waist. Just as his cold fingertips were about to touch the gun handle. Ouch! A shrill, high-pitched wolf howl suddenly tore through the night sky. The gray wolf raised its neck and howled at the moon overhead, calling for its companions. The sound was extremely penetrating, echoing layer upon layer through the silent mountain forest. Qin Feng's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Damn it, at least they know to call for their teammates. Social animals. It never intended to fight alone from the beginning. This howl was to summon the entire pack. No more hesitation. Qin Feng's arm shot out to his waist like lightning, and the M1911 was instantly in his hand. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the darkness. The bullet, carrying a surge of fury, pierced the alpha wolf's eye socket with pinpoint accuracy, its immense kinetic energy instantly shattering its brain. Its massive body suddenly jerked backward and crashed heavily to the ground, without even uttering a scream. Blood splattered on the leaves of the bushes. But it's too late. Ouch! Whoa! In the distance, howls rose and fell in response, converging from all directions. The sound grew clearer and more intense as it approached from afar. The Dragon Kingdom's live-stream chat room instantly exploded. Holy crap! Wolf! Fengshen took him down in one shot. That was awesome! Handsome my foot! Didn't you hear that? Wolves are howling all around! He's stirred up a hornet's nest! It's over, it's really over. Judging from the noise, there are at least 8 or 10 fish. Run, Fengshen! Forget about the wolf carcass. Qin Feng's face turned ashen. He rushed to the wolf carcass and looked at the robust gray wolf, a pang of regret flashing through his mind. This wolf pelt and this meat are top-quality materials. But now, life is more important than resources. Whoa! The wolf howls were almost upon them, and they could even be heard in different tones, indicating that the wolf pack was flanking them from at least 3 directions. Qin Feng grabbed the cooking pot and water bottle from the ground and ran wildly towards the camp without looking back. Time is of the essence. We must break through with Ling Yu before the wolves finish encircling us. At the same time, Ling Yu in the camp also heard gunshots and the howls of wolves that followed. She abruptly stood up from beside the campfire, gripping her spear tightly in her right hand. The arrow wound in her thigh sent shivers of pain through her, but her body was already in a state of absolute combat readiness. It's a pack of wolves! Ling Yu's expression was extremely solemn. As a Special Forces member, she knew better than any of the viewers. An organized wolf pack is far more efficient at hunting than a human squad. Even worse, she now has difficulty moving around. But she didn't panic. Instead, she immediately stuffed the supplies on the ground into her backpack. A resolute glint flashed across his face. If I can't escape, I absolutely cannot become a burden to Qin Feng. Thinking this, Ling Yu touched the dagger at her waist. Rustle, rustle! A series of hurried footsteps came from the woods, growing louder as they approached. In an instant, Ling Yu gripped her spear with both hands, assuming a fighting stance. The pain in her injured leg did not affect the stability of her upper body at all. It's me! Qin Feng's voice rang out in the darkness, followed by his figure rushing out of the woods. In the moonlight, his face was stern. A pack of wolves, at least 7, is approaching us. Qin Feng reported the situation in a very fast pace. We must evacuate immediately. Stream. Ling Yu sheathed her spear and, without uttering a single wasted word, gave the same answer that Qin Feng had in mind. Running water can mask smells and traces. They hate water, and it is our only way to survive. A hint of approval flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. No wonder she's a woman from the Special Forces. She remains so calm even in a life-or-death situation, without screaming or yelling. While quickly stuffing the water bottle into his already half-full backpack, he nodded and said, That's right. No further words were needed. A tacit understanding had already been established. Qin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder, and Ling Yu, enduring the excruciating pain in her leg, followed closely behind. The campfire was quickly extinguished, and the camp was plunged into darkness in an instant. Less than 10 seconds after they left the camp. Ouch! An angry wolf howl rang out from where they had just been standing. The vanguard of the wolf pack had arrived. The two moved quickly through the darkness, Qin Feng leading the way, using his machete to cut through the thorns blocking their path. Ling Yu endured the excruciating pain and tried her best to minimize the sound of her footsteps. Behind them, the low growls of wolves searching and the cracking sounds of branches breaking were clearly audible. Ouch! A short, sharp howl, that was the signal that the alpha wolf had spotted them. Immediately afterwards, the entire wolf pack began to move, turning their search into a frenzied pursuit. The heavy footsteps pounded on their hearts like war drums. Quick! Qin Feng lowered his voice, feeling the killing intent behind him getting closer and closer. The rushing sound of the stream grew clearer and clearer. It was the sound of hope. But the wolves' panting grew closer, their breaths, a mixture of saliva and the smell of blood, seemed to be right behind their ears. Huffing and puffing. Under the moonlight, Qin Feng could already see the shimmering water ahead. We've reached the stream. Just then, a gray shadow darted out from the bushes on the side like a ghost. It didn't roar. Its silent attack was even more deadly. With a clear objective, they headed straight for Ling Yu, whose movements were slightly slowed due to her injuries. Careful! As Qin Feng roared, Ling Yu had already noticed. Her fighting instincts even outpaced her brain. She staggered suddenly, seemingly falling, but in reality, she used the momentum to twist her body, her machete already swinging upwards. We're prepared to pay the price of an arm for a chance to strike back. Never let your teammates down. But she was ultimately a step too late. Just as the wolf's kiss was about to bite her shoulder. Bang! Qin Feng had already turned around abruptly, the muzzle of the M1911 drawing a cold arc in the air, and the gunshot rang out again. The bullet pierced the gray wolf's back, and the enormous impact knocked it to the ground. But it was only injured and did not die immediately. Instead, it let out a mournful howl of pain. This shot, this howl, completely exposed their position and became the clarion call for the wolf pack's all-out attack. Awoo! The howls of wolves from all directions converged instantly, and the entire pack charged toward this place like madmen. The shadows in the forest swayed, and countless pairs of green eyes lit up. Qin Feng grabbed Ling Yu's arm, feeling its coldness and slight trembling, and roared. Jump! With no other choice, the two leaped into the icy, bone-chilling stream. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through her body, and the stream water irritated the wound on Ling Yu's leg. A sharp, piercing pain shot through her, causing her to groan softly. Aha! But this is their only way to survive. The two men surfaced from the water, panting heavily, and looked back at the shore. In the dark forest, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, a dozen pairs of green eyes, like will-o'-the-wisps. They stayed on the shore and did not venture into the water rashly. The lead black wolf, exceptionally large, stared intently at its two prey in the water with its cold eyes, letting out a defiant roar. Just when Qin Feng and his companion thought they were out of danger. Led by the black wolf, the wolf pack on the riverbank scattered frantically towards both sides of the river. That speed was extremely fast. Qin Feng saw the wolf pack's movements, and knew he was in trouble. He said to Ling Yu, whose face was flushed, beside him. "Damn it, these bastards are planning to come ashore and intercept us." Ling Yu's expression was very strange at this moment. She felt completely powerless, so she didn't reply. He swam towards the other side of the river entirely by willpower. Qin Feng realized that Ling Yu's condition was a bit off, frowned, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 37 High Fever Infection. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Feng noticed the abnormal flush on Ling Yu's face, and his alarm bells rang in his mind. Her cheeks looked like they were on fire, but her lips were frighteningly white. Ling Yu's voice was hoarse, her eyelids heavy as she opened and closed. "The arrow wound, it might be infected." "Infect?" Qin Feng's heart sank. Infection from an arrow wound is almost a death sentence in this environment. The stream was icy cold, and the two struggled to move forward in the rapids. With a heavy backpack on his back, Qin Feng could only use one arm to hold Ling Yu to prevent her from being swept away by the current. On the riverbank, the wolf pack had split into two groups and were running wildly along both sides of the river, trying to intercept the two prey downstream. Dragon Kingdom livestream. Damn! Ling Yu's complexion is off. She has a high fever. Her arrow wound is infected. It's over, it's completely over. Fengshen, throw her away quickly. Otherwise, they'll both die. Is the person upstairs crazy? That's his teammate. A player from China. Can't you be rational? This is called strategic abandonment. As long as you're alive, you can always rebuild. It's foolish to throw yourself into this mess for someone who's already going to die. Damn it, what's all the fuss about? Just watch. I believe in Fengshen. In the studio, the host Chen Shui's fingernails were almost digging into her palms. Teacher Qin Yi, contestant Ling Yu, she. Qin Ye's face was ashen as he stared intently at the screen. Arrow wounds can lead to infection and high fever. In the wilderness, without antibiotics, the mortality rate exceeds 80%. That Qin Feng. He is now facing the most difficult choice of his life, Qin Yi said in a heavy voice. Reason told him he should give up on Ling Yu, but... In the water, Ling Yu's scalding breath sprayed onto Qin Feng's ear, making his teeth chatter, yet his voice carried a fierce, unwilling edge. Qin Feng, this injury is holding you back. Don't worry about me, go downstream and leave them behind. She tried to push him away, but she didn't even have the strength to lift her hand. Don't speak, and don't sleep. Qin Feng growled, clenching his teeth, and pressed his face against her forehead to take her temperature. Piping hot. A high fever of at least 39 degrees Celsius. Her body temperature remained so high in the icy stream, indicating that the infection was quite severe. Listen! If I feel my life is threatened, I will abandon you, but not now. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking the cold river surface and the hearts of all the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap! Fengshen! This is a true man. This is the spirit of our Dragon Nation's army. I'm so moved. I'm really moved to tears. Isn't this a million times better than those players who abandon their teammates? Stop being so emotional. Look ahead. The wolf pack is almost in front of them. Ouch! Wolf howls echoed from the shore, and the wolf pack had begun to split up. Qin Feng struggled to swim in the rapids, dragging Ling Yu along, each stroke requiring immense physical exertion. The equipment in his backpack became even heavier in the water, as if it were dragging him to the bottom of the river. Ling Yu's body grew softer and softer, and her breathing became weaker and weaker. Cold moon! Cold moon! Don't sleep! Qin Feng shouted loudly in her ear. Ling Yu's eyelids trembled, and she barely opened them a crack. I can't hold on any longer. Then let me persevere! Qin Feng suddenly adjusted his posture, holding Ling Yu horizontally in his arms, and continued forward using a backstroke technique. Although this is slower, it ensures that the head of the cold moon remains above the water. The river water lapped against his cheeks, icy cold. But the woman in his arms was as hot as burning coals. This extreme temperature difference made Qin Feng realize that Ling Yu's life was slipping away. Ouch! A wolf howl came from ahead. Damn it! The wolf pack has already circled around to the downstream area. With a fierce determination, Qin Feng suddenly turned towards the riverbank. He had to find a way to get ashore, otherwise, if they were attacked from both sides by the wolves, they would both be doomed. Under the moonlight, he saw a relatively flat, shallow beach on the riverbank. That's it! Qin Feng swam to the shore with all his might. Ling Yu in his arms had completely lost consciousness, with only faint breathing to prove that she was still alive. Qin Feng's feet finally touched the sand and stones at the bottom of the river, and he used his last bit of strength to carry Ling Yu ashore. The two were soaked to the bone and shivering in the night wind. But before he could catch his breath, the sound of wolves' footsteps came from afar. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by low, labored breathing. Holding the unconscious Ling Yu, Qin Feng frantically searched for a hiding place under the moonlight. Just then, he saw a dark hole in the mountain wall ahead. Cave. With no other choice, Qin Feng carried Ling Yu and rushed towards the cave entrance. The opening is small, just big enough for one person to pass through. Qin Feng bent down and crawled inside. Ling Yu, whom he was holding, was scraped by the cave wall and let out a soft groan. Shadash. Qin Feng gently stroked her forehead. We'll be safe soon. Upon entering the cave, Qin Feng was surprised to find that it was more spacious than he had imagined. By the faint moonlight filtering through the cave entrance, he could tell that it was a naturally formed stone cave, about 10 meters deep. But what alarmed him even more was, this cave clearly shows signs of having been inhabited. There are clearly cleared and leveled areas on the ground, and some small pits carved out by hand on the cave walls, as if they were used to place items. Most importantly, a faint smell of smoke still lingered in the air. This means that people were living here not long ago. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. But the current situation doesn't allow him to think too much. Ling Yu's high fever has reached a dangerous critical point and must be treated immediately. He gently placed Ling Yu on the relatively dry ground and touched her forehead. It's so hot. Cold moon, cold moon! He gently patted her cheek, trying to bring her back to her senses. The woman's eyelids trembled, and she barely opened them a crack, her eyes unfocused. Qin Feng. I'm here, I'm right here. Qin Feng rummaged through his backpack. You have to hold on, do you hear me? Ling Yu wanted to say something, but her lips only moved slightly without making a sound. Qin Feng quickly checked her injuries. The arrow wound on his thigh had begun to fester, and the area around the wound was severely red and swollen. The infection is indeed very serious. He immediately took out the captured first aid kit from his backpack, which contained some basic medical supplies. But these measures are woefully inadequate in the face of this level of infection. Just then, the howling of wolves came from outside the cave. Oh, whoa! They've found this place. Ouch! The howling of wolves echoed outside the cave, sounding like it was near the entrance. Qin Feng held his breath, gripping the M1911 in one hand and protecting Ling Yu with the other. The woman in his arms was groaning softly due to a high fever. In this environment, any sound could give away their location. Shadash! Qin Feng gently stroked her forehead, trying to calm her down. Moonlight slanted in through the cave entrance, casting dappled shadows on the cave walls. Feng could clearly see several dark figures moving around at the cave entrance. It was a pack of wolves sniffing around. Dragon Kingdom livestream. Damn, these wolves are too smart. Fengshen, please don't fire. If you do, your position will be completely exposed. Will Ling Yu's groans be heard? This cave looks strange. It's obvious someone lived here. I can't worry about that now. I need to get away from the wolves first. In the studio, Qin clenched his fists. The situation is very dangerous. Wolves have a sense of smell that is 1,000 times stronger than humans, and it is very difficult to completely mask the smell of blood and human body odor. Xinshui bit her lip. Then we can only pray for a miracle. Outside the cave, a gray wolf cautiously approached the entrance. Its moist nose twitched constantly in the air, catching any suspicious smells. Qin Feng could hear its heavy breathing and even feel the wild aura emanating from it. They're too close. Less than 3 meters. Just then, Ling Yu convulsed due to her high fever and let out a weak sound. The gray wolf's ears perked up instantly. It heard it. Qin Feng's heart almost stopped beating, and his finger was already on the trigger. The gray wolf slowly approached the cave entrance, its green eyes gleaming in the darkness. Just as it was about to peek into the hole. Ouch! The call of the alpha wolf came from afar. It's like they've discovered some new prey. The gray wolf hesitated for a moment, but ultimately turned and ran towards the alpha wolf. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Cold sweat had soaked his back. It's too dangerous. We almost got caught. Only after confirming that the wolf pack's footsteps had completely faded away did Qin Feng dare to relight the flint and steel, using the faint sparks to examine the cave. This sight made him even more certain of his previous judgment. Deep inside the cave is a simple stove made of stacked stones, with traces of burning on it. There was a pile of dry firewood next to the stove, which was obviously prepared by someone. More importantly, he found a broken tin can in a small pit in the cave wall, with some remnants of herbs inside. Someone has lived here, but not for long. Chapter 38. Someone is helping us feed the wolves. Qin Feng looked at the meticulously built stone stove and the neatly arranged firewood, which exuded a sense of meticulousness bordering on obsessive-compulsive disorder. His brow furrowed slightly. This style is very much like that of a soldier or... well. At this moment, Ling Yu convulsed again, cold sweat streaming down her face, biting her lip and groaning in pain. Qin Feng's thoughts were interrupted by this painful gasp, and he immediately turned around to check on Ling Yu's condition. "Cold Moon, wake up!" He gently patted the woman's cheek. "Can you still hear me?" Ling Yu's eyelids twitched a few times with difficulty, and she barely managed to open them a crack. I'm so cold." Despite having a frighteningly high body temperature, she claimed to be cold. This is a thermoregulation disorder caused by a high fever, and the situation is more serious than imagined. Qin Feng quickly took off the brown bear skin and covered Ling Yu with it, then turned around and started a fire. The dry firewood in the cave was clearly carefully prepared by the previous occupants, and was easy to ignite. He drew his dagger, and scraped it hard against the flint. Laugh! The orange-red firelight instantly illuminated the entire cave, and the warm heat dispelled the cold and damp air deep within. Dragon Kingdom live streaming room. Holy crap, Fengshen's fire-starting skills are amazing. Even Ed would give him a thumbs up. Ling Yu's face is terrifying. If the fever continues, she'll die. Without antibiotics, this kind of wound infection is basically a death sentence. In the studio, host Chen Shui stared nervously at the screen. "Teacher Qingyi, what's the situation with contestant Ling Yu?" "It's very dangerous." Qingye's expression was solemn. "Without antibiotics, this level of infectious high fever has an extremely high mortality rate. All Qin Feng can do now is use physical cooling methods to lower his temperature and maintain fluid balance." That cave. Judging from the layout, the previous residents were probably of East Asian descent, and their lifestyles were very regular. Qingyi pointed to the stone stove on the screen. "I've seen this kind of stacking method in Japan. It's very likely the work of a Japanese player." After the fire was lit, Qin Feng immediately began to treat Ling Yu's wounds. He used a knife to cut open the woman's trouser leg, revealing the shocking arrow wound on her thigh. The area around the wound was severely red and swollen, with yellowish-green pus oozing out. "Bear with it." Qin Feng simply washed the wound with water. Ling Yu arched her body in pain, but clenched her teeth tightly to prevent the scream from escaping her throat. You can leave me alone." Ling Yu's voice was weak. "This kind of infection means certain death in the wilderness. Don't speak yet, conserve your energy." Qin Feng didn't even look up, continuing to clean his wound. His movements were very gentle, but each one made Ling Yu break out in a cold sweat from the pain. After treating the wound, he used a damp cloth to cool Ling Yu down physically. The woman was delirious with fever, sometimes lucid and sometimes unconscious. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Qin Feng instantly became alert, stood up, gripped his pistol, and pointed it towards the outside of the cave. The footsteps were very light, but they were exceptionally clear in the quiet night. It wasn't the sound of wolves walking on all fours, but the sound of humans walking upright on two legs. Moreover, judging from the rhythm of his steps, the person who came was in a good mood, and was even humming a tune softly. Qin Feng pressed himself against the cave wall, and slowly approached the cave entrance. Under the moonlight, a short man was carrying a dead rabbit toward the entrance of the hole. He was wearing a windbreaker, carrying a simple bow and arrow, and had a satisfied smile on his face. "They really are Japanese." From that typical East Asian face and slightly sleazy appearance, Qin Feng instantly recognized the newcomer. Holy crap! A Japanese player. Haha, this little Japanese devil doesn't even know his lair has been captured. Judging from his smug look, he probably thinks he'll be eating rabbit meat tonight. Japanese viewers must be incredibly anxious. They want to warn them but can't. Meanwhile, the Japanese live streaming room was in an uproar. "Tanaka-kun, watch out. There's an enemy in your cave. Those damn Chinese have taken over our land. Run, Tanaka. That Chinese guy has a gun. Why can't we communicate now? We have to wait until tomorrow. Tanaka-kun is about to be ambushed. Damn it." Outside the cave, Tanaka Ichiro hummed a little tune, in an exceptionally cheerful mood. Today's haul was good. A fat rabbit was enough for a delicious meal. He had been living comfortably in this cave for the past few days, with water, firewood, and good seclusion. Roasted rabbit with wild vegetable soup tonight, perfect! If we could catch a Chinese woman to serve us, that would be perfect! He muttered to himself in Japanese, and when he mentioned women, a lewd smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Qin Feng, inside the cave, took in everything, his gaze growing increasingly cold. This Japanese athlete has clearly been staying here for quite some time and is very familiar with the surroundings. Judging from his relaxed gait, he probably didn't know about the wolf pack. Tanaka Ichiro walked to the entrance of the cave, bent down, and prepared to crawl in. Just then. Ouch! The howls of wolves echoed in the distance. Tanaka Ichiro froze instantly, his smile freezing on his face. He slowly turned his head and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Under the moonlight, a dozen pairs of green eyes slowly emerged from the woods. Wolves! No! Impossible! Tanaka Ichiro's voice trembled. How could there be a pack of wolves here? He tried to escape, but the wolves had already surrounded him. The lead wolf slowly emerged from the woods, its gray fur gleaming in the moonlight, making it appear exceptionally majestic. Ha! Karma's finally caught up with you. Well done, wolves! You've avenged us. Inside the Japanese livestream room. Tanaka-kun, run! This is the wolf pack of those two from the dragon-chasing kingdom. Damn it! They've been murdered. It's all that Chinese guy's fault. They're the ones who brought this pack of wolves. Damn it! Those treacherous and cunning people from the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the cave, Qin Feng coldly observed everything. Tanaka Ichiro raised his bow and arrow, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Faced with more than a dozen vicious wolves, a simple bow and arrow were completely ineffective. Help me! He pleaded for help in broken English. Help me! The wolf pack began to tighten their encirclement. The lead wolf let out a deep growl, and the other wolves immediately responded, creating a cacophony of howls. Tanaka Ichiro completely broke down. He threw away his bow and arrows and turned to run towards the cave entrance. But the wolf pack is faster. A gray wolf pounced from the side, its sharp claws leaving 3 bloody scratches on Tanaka Ichiro's back. He screamed and fell to the ground. No! Don't kill me! Tanaka Ichiro cried out in Japanese as he desperately crawled on the ground toward the cave entrance. Blood was gushing from his back, which was particularly glaring in the moonlight. The wolves did not immediately kill him, but instead played like cats toying with mice, constantly leaving wounds on his body with their claws and teeth. Each attack was perfectly timed, inflicting pain without being immediately fatal. These wolves are too clever, they know how to torment their prey. Those little devils are scared now, aren't they? This is karma. What goes around comes around. Haha, there's even a maple tree god waiting for you inside the cave. Tanaka Ichiro finally climbed to the entrance of the cave, and with his last bit of strength, he tried to squeeze inside. But just then, a huge wolf claw pressed down on his head. Click! The sound of a neck being snapped. It echoed in the night sky, then abruptly stopped. The blood splattered on the rocks at the cave entrance was particularly glaring in the moonlight. Tanaka Ichiro's body twitched a few times, and then became completely still. The wolves sniffed around the carcass, then began to tear it apart. The stench of blood instantly filled the air. Inside the cave, Qin Feng watched all of this with a blank expression. He felt no emotion whatsoever at Tanaka Ichiro's death. In this dog-eat-dog world, being kind is being cruel to yourself. Moreover, the death of this Japanese man solved a major problem for him. The wolves have found new food and will not bother them for a while. What's wrong? Ling Yu, no longer trembling by the fire, got up and asked groggily. It's very noisy outside, is there any danger? It's all right, continue resting. Qin Feng lowered his head and added dry firewood to the fire, while taking out bear meat to roast. They then placed the pot on the fire, preparing to boil a pot of hot soup. Without turning his head, he said in a flat tone. There are good people helping us feed the wolves. Chapter 39, Honey Barbecue in the Cave, Other Countries Are Anxious. Inside the cave. Qin Feng sat by the fire, his soaked clothes slowly drying in the heat. Moisture rises from the surface of the clothes and slowly dissipates in the warm air. He took off his coat and wrung it out forcefully. Water droplets pattered onto the stone ground beneath them. Call! Qin Feng let out a long breath, feeling the long-lost warmth enveloping his entire body. They fled for most of the night, repeatedly soaking themselves in the icy stream. The tense muscles and nerves finally relaxed at this moment. He took some bear meat out of his backpack and sliced it into evenly thick pieces with a dagger. The flesh is bright red with clear marbling and has a faint smell of blood. Slices of meat were skewered on sharpened wooden sticks and slowly rotated above the fire. Sizzle sizzle. The moment the grease came into contact with the flame, it emitted a loud bang. The aroma of meat began to fill the cave. Qin Feng carefully took out the honey wrapped in leaves from his backpack. Fortunately, most of them are still intact. Thank goodness, at least it wasn't all for nothing. Seeing that most of the honey was still usable, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. When heated, the honey quickly caramelizes, forming a glossy glaze on the surface of the meat. The aroma of meat and the sweetness of honey mingled with the smoky scent of burning firewood. This taste, tsk. Qin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. He turned to look at the other side of the fire. The woman lay quietly on the bearskin. Her high fever had subsided, and her breathing had become steady and long. The firelight illuminated her cheeks, softening her otherwise striking features. We finally made it through! A sense of relief welled up in Qin Feng's heart. After all, in this cruel wilderness, being able to save a fellow countryman, in particular, having such an outstanding comrade in arms, gave him a long-lost sense of satisfaction. The aroma of the roasted meat grew stronger, and the skin had turned an enticing golden brown. Huhu! Qin Feng gently pried off a small piece with the tip of his dagger, blew on it to cool it down, and put it in his mouth. The outer skin is crispy and slightly sweet with honey, while the meat inside is tender and juicy. The moment you bite down, the rich, juicy meat bursts on your tongue. That feels so good! This was the most peaceful and delicious meal he had eaten since arriving in this wilderness. I should be able to sign in tomorrow, right? As Qin Feng chewed, he pondered in his mind. According to the system's pattern, I should receive a new reward tomorrow. I wonder what it will be this time. He recalled his previous sign-in rewards: Master-level Environmental Awareness, an M1911 pistol. Each of these items saved his life at the crucial moment. Hopefully something more practical will come up. Qin Feng thought to himself. Medical skills or even more powerful weapons. The enemy is getting bigger and bigger, our equipment must keep up. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the cave entrance. The sounds of wolves tearing apart the corpse in the field outside the cave had faded away, leaving only the mangled body. Although the Japanese man's backpack was torn to shreds, there might still be something usable inside. No rush. Qin Feng suppressed the urge to immediately go out and loot the bag. Let's wait until dawn, when the wolf pack is completely gone, before we talk about it. Safety is always the top priority. The firewood in the fire crackled softly. Lingyu turned over in her sleep, letting out a muffled murmur. Qin Feng secretly admired him. This woman is really healthy. An ordinary person would have died from this level of infection long ago. In this warm cave, he enjoyed the rare tranquility. Little did they know, a storm was brewing that would sweep across the Dragon Kingdom, centered around him. Countless eyes were fixed on the constantly fluctuating number in the live stream. 5 hours and 12 minutes until communication begins. Lighthouse Country. Inside the massive octagonal operations command center, hundreds of high-definition screens simultaneously displayed real-time footage of the various players in the wilderness. On the central main screen, Qin Feng's profile was quietly grilling meat. Damn yellow-skinned monkey! Army General Harris slammed his fist on the table, and the military tablet on the table instantly went black. But he seemed oblivious to the pain, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the screen. He has already killed several of our elites. The man seated in the main seat, Commander-in-Chief John, slowly turned around. His voice was deep and cold. Anger won't solve anything, Harris. What we need is analysis and strategy. So what do you say? Harris suppressed his anger. Are we just going to watch that Chinese man continue killing our people? John walked up to the huge map and gestured with his fingers. Brown is in the northern grasslands, William is in the southern swamps. He rattled off the names of several American players, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The moment communication is activated, my command will be transmitted immediately. All athletes from the United States, regardless of their location, immediately assemble in the Central Mountain region. He glared fiercely at everyone, his voice growing even colder. Tell all contestants that if they see any Chinese, kill them on sight. No prisoners, no interrogation, just kill them. Meanwhile, in Japan, the atmosphere in the emergency meeting room at the Prime Minister's official residence was so oppressive it was suffocating. A dozen or so high-ranking officials sat around the huge round table, each with an expression of anger and resentment on their face. Tanaka-kun is dead, Matsushita Moisa and Kobe Zaiji-kun are both dead. An officer's voice trembled, and the paper in his hand shook slightly. Torn to pieces by a pack of wolves. The scene was horrific. Bakayalo! The Prime Minister stood up abruptly, his face ashen. He was a short, thin man, about 1.45 meters tall. It's all that Chinese man's fault. If he hadn't brought the wolves, Tanaka-kun wouldn't have died. An older advisor cautiously advised. The most important thing now is to protect the remaining players. Protect? The Prime Minister paced back and forth in the room. We don't want protection. We want revenge. He turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tanaka-kun is a hero of our great Japan. His death cannot have been in vain. Then, what should we do? After communications are turned on tomorrow. The Prime Minister spoke, word by word. All Japanese competitors must kill any Chinese player they encounter. At all costs. But Your Excellency, that Qin Feng is very strong, and he has a gun. Our contestants might not be a match for him. Then let's join forces. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth. The United States, South Korea, everyone hates China. We can form an alliance. He walked to the window and gazed at the distant night sky. The Chinese people must pay the price. We must avenge Tanaka-kun and Kobe-sama. But in the Dragon Kingdom, in Shanghai, the conference room was brightly lit, with high-ranking leaders from more than a dozen countries sitting around an oval conference table. The situation is extremely serious. The Minister of Defense spoke in a deep voice, with a thick stack of intelligence documents spread out in front of him. Based on our intelligence analysis, once communications are restored tomorrow, various countries will likely unite to target our athletes. What specific evidence is there? A senior executive asked. Comrade Qin Feng's performance is too outstanding and has seriously threatened the interests of other countries. The foreign minister opened the document. In particular, his repeated kills of foreign players and multiple triggers of the 10,000X return have made other countries uneasy. What is the current distribution of our players? Based on the analysis of the livestream footage, Qin Feng and Ling Yu discovered an iron ore deposit in the central mountainous region, while Wang Xian discovered it in the eastern plains. The intelligence chief pointed to the map on the big screen. The other players are all quite far away, making it difficult for them to gather in a short period of time. The top management pondered for a long time. What message should we convey after communications are activated tomorrow? First, warn all athletes about the hostility from other countries and make them more vigilant. The defense minister said solemnly. Second, instruct them to get as close as possible to Comrade Qin Feng, for unity is strength. Third, if attacked by foreign athletes, do not hesitate to kill them. And there's one more crucial point. The top leader added, his tone firm. Tell Comrade Qin Feng that all 1.6 billion people in the entire Dragon Kingdom are supporting him. Tell him not to feel any pressure, and to do whatever he wants. Yes. Chapter 40 Master Forging. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight shone into the cave entrance. Qin Feng, who hadn't slept all night, stood up and stretched his stiff muscles. I stepped outside the cave and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Immediately, my nose felt clear, and I felt much more energetic. Where in the city can you breathe such fresh air? Cool! He let out a soft, heartfelt cry, while simultaneously glancing around. The wolves had vanished without a trace, leaving only a dark bloodstain on the ground not far away. The Japanese athlete's backpack was torn to shreds. Qin Feng walked over and used an entrenching tool to open the backpack, scattering its contents all over the ground. A broken bow, its body broken, is clearly useless. A standard-issue dagger, reasonably well made, can be used as a spare. A military compass, its needle still swinging precisely, this thing is crucial. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that little Japanese devil to have chosen a compass. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. Finally, there was a medical kit. He didn't have high hopes, as these basic medical kits usually only contain bandages, disinfectant, and the like. He opened it and flipped through it, and sure enough, it was so. Just as he was about to close it, his fingertips touched a hard edge. He removed the gauze, and a pill, individually wrapped in tin foil, lay quietly at the bottom of the bag. It has a line of tiny English letters printed on it. Amoxicillin. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Antibiotic. In this primeval wilderness, this thing is worth 100 times more than gold. This is practically a miracle cure for treating infected wounds. This is truly a pleasant surprise. He carefully put the pills away and turned back to the cave. Inside the cave, Len Yu had already awakened. He was sitting against the stone wall, his face still pale, but his eyes had regained their clarity. She looked down at the wound on her thigh. Qin Feng had treated it very professionally. But she could feel the burning and throbbing pain deep in the wound, and her body felt weak in waves. Woke up! Qin Feng's voice came through. Len Yu nodded and said softly. What are you holding in your hand? Qin Feng handed over the antibiotic pill. Eat this, and I'll grill some meat for you later. Ling Yu took the capsule and paused for a moment. Antibiotics? Where did you get them? The legacy left by that Japanese man outside. Qin Feng had already started to rekindle the fire. It was a pleasant surprise. She was a professional soldier and knew how precious antibiotics were in the wild. I never expected Qin Feng to give it to me like this. She gave the other person a deep look, asked no more questions, and swallowed the pills decisively. Gurgle. An untimely sound came from her belly, but Lin Yu remained calm and said indifferently, I still have some dried meat in my backpack, let's take it out and eat it. That was jerky made from the wild rabbit she had hunted before, which she had always been reluctant to eat herself. He probably rarely eats meat in this wilderness. Lin Yu thought to herself. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He then turned and walked to the fire. Let me treat you to something good. He took out thick slices of bear meat from his backpack and skillfully skewered them onto a wooden stick. Then he took out a large piece of golden, translucent honey and carefully spread it on the surface of the meat slices. Sizzle! The aroma of meat mixed with the sweet scent of honey once again filled the entire cave. Lin Yu was completely stunned. Her eyes widened as she watched Qin Feng's fluid movements and the golden brown, juicy bear meat. Then I looked at the remaining honey on the leaves next to me, and my brain went blank for a moment. Huh! No! This is bear meat? And honey too? Lin Yu's voice was dry. This ordinary college student's abilities have left even her, the Special Forces captain, in disbelief. She originally thought that eating rabbit meat was already quite an achievement. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had already started roasting bear meat with honey. She fell silent. Yeah, I shot a bear on the way the other day and also raided a beehive. Qin Feng didn't turn his head, his tone relaxed. Lin Yu carefully examined the man in front of her. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he's nothing special. I really can't understand how he managed to hunt brown bears. Just then, the live-streaming watches on both of their wrists vibrated slightly at the same time. Supreme Order of the Dragon Kingdom. To all Dragon Kingdom players, the current situation is extremely serious. There are signs of a coalition between the United States, Japan, and South Korea, and their high-ranking officials have issued orders to hunt down our contestants. Once communication is established, they will gather their forces and encircle and eliminate any lone players. Order, all participants, immediately abandon your current mission and, at all costs, move towards the area in the central mountain region where Qin Feng and Lin Yu are located. Repeat, move towards them immediately. Appendix, known information on elite opposing players. Furthermore, to Comrade Qin Feng, your performance is evident to the entire nation. Go ahead and do it without any hesitation. Behind you is the entire Dragon Kingdom. The message is long and contains a huge amount of information. The next call was a week later. After reading it, Lin Yu's expression instantly became extremely solemn. She clenched her fist tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Looks like we've become a target, Lin Yu said in a deep voice, her tone carrying a hint of excitement that she herself did not realize. She was a soldier, and naturally, she longed to fight for her country. A target can also turn into a hedgehog studded with arrows. Whoever comes near will die. Qin Feng handed her the grilled meat, a cold glint flashing in his deep eyes. Eat something first to regain your strength. We need to find a suitable place nearby to build a shelter for our fellow countrymen and our enemies. Lin Yu gave him a deep look and nodded in agreement. After all, she had seen Qin Feng's outstanding personal abilities. Just as Qin Feng was pondering his next move, a voice that only he could hear rang in his mind. Ding! The host has survived in the wilderness for 7 consecutive days, meeting the sign-in requirements. Sign in now? Here we come. Qin Feng stood up and dusted himself off. I'm going outside to take a look around and familiarize myself with the surrounding terrain in preparation for building a shelter. Lin Yu was focused on the honey-roasted bear meat in her hands, and when she heard this, she just hummed in response and didn't pay any attention. Qin Feng emerged from the cave, found a secluded grove of trees far from the entrance, and after confirming that no one was around, whispered an order to his watch. Shut down the live stream. Live stream has ended. Remaining time, 2 hours, 00 minutes, 2 seconds. System, check in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine reward, master-level forging. Boom. An unimaginably complex torrent of information instantly flooded into Qin Feng's mind. From the most primitive stone tool making to bronze smelting, and then to the forging technique of tempering steel through repeated tempering. Methods for identifying various ores, temperature control for different fuels, quenching temperature, forging hammering techniques. The wisdom of countless ancient craftsmen is perfectly integrated with the precision knowledge of modern industrial metallurgy. Countless blueprints flashed through his mind. Sharp tang swords, indestructible heavy armor, ingeniously designed traps, and labor-saving pulley systems. Even a semi-automatic ballista that can fire bolts. In the absence of firearms, the destructive power of this thing is unimaginable. If we make dozens of them, one for each player from China. That scene. Thinking of this, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He grinned, revealing a confident smile. A joint encirclement and suppression? Very well. Then let me show you what a steel torrent really looks like. Chapter 41 Trends in Various Countries. Qin Feng composed himself and turned to walk back into the cave. Inside the cave, Ling Yu had finished eating the honey-glazed roasted meat and was now carefully sharpening the arrow shaft with her dagger to make its surface smoother, so that it can fly more stably. She worked like a machine, never letting herself rest for a moment. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her gaze sweeping over Qin Feng's face before pausing slightly. Even after only a short time outside, she sensed that the man before her had undergone some inexplicable change. We must leave here as soon as possible and find a suitable place to build a sanctuary for our dragon kingdom. Ling Yu spoke first, her voice clear, cold, and firm. Your injury. Qin Feng frowned slightly, fearing that her injuries might worsen. This little injury is nothing to worry about, don't worry. Ling Yu waved her hand to interrupt him, and she stood up, leaning against the stone wall. Although his movements were slightly stiff, there was no weakness in his eyes. The enemy is now gathering. Every minute we delay increases the danger, and the same goes for our compatriots. Qin Feng looked into her unwavering gaze and nodded emphatically. He knew that for a true warrior, waiting was the most agonizing ordeal. Okay, let's go. Without another word, the two quickly packed their bags. Qin Feng repacked the remaining bear meat, honey, medicine, and captured supplies. Their backpacks were bulging and incredibly heavy, but every item was essential for their survival. Ling Yu then checked her equipment. Arrows, daggers, ropes, everything was wiped spotless. Once outside the cave, the two followed the compass and headed north. The location of the shelter must be easy to defend and difficult to attack, preferably with natural barriers, and with a stable water source. Finally, it must be sufficiently concealed. Ling Yu walked beside Qin Feng, observing the terrain while offering his professional assessment. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the distant, continuous mountain range, and he added in a steady voice. There also needs to be a mine. Mine? Ling Yu paused, turning her head to look at him with a puzzled expression, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Yes, a mineral vein. Qin Feng didn't offer much explanation, but simply stated in an unquestionable tone. Iron ore or copper ore, the more the better. Ling Yu gave him a deep look, but didn't ask any further questions. Having spent time with Qin Feng, she had completely come to acknowledge his abilities. Since he said that, the iron ore must be part of his plan. Meanwhile, in various corners of the vast wilderness, the Dragon Kingdom contestants, having received their orders, were advancing in the same direction. Some of them were covered in wounds, while others were emaciated from hunger. But for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, they resolutely persevered. Everyone in China is constantly cheering them on and encouraging them through the live chat. One of them, a muscular man with a menacing expression, was pulling a military dagger from the wild boar's neck and shaking off the blood. Damn it! Didn't trigger the 10,000X return again. What terrible luck! He is Wang Meng, a Chinese athlete and a former Marine. Wang Meng glanced at the instructions on his watch, grinned, and revealed his gleaming white teeth. Qin Feng. Ling Yu is quite interesting. His eyes gleamed with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. I want to see who this person is that the higher-ups are paying so much attention to. I hope it's not just some empty talker. He deftly severed his two hind legs, hoisted them onto his shoulders, determined his direction, and strode towards the central mountainous region. The edge of a swamp. A delicate figure was lying in the mud, carefully digging out the roots of an edible plant. Linihan, once a radiant and dazzling star, now has her face covered in mud. His clothes were already torn to shreds by thorns, leaving him in a sorry state. But her eyes remained resolute. They were not consumed by despair. She also saw the instructions on her wrist. Qin Feng. She murmured the name, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Linihan knew that she wouldn't survive long in this damned wilderness on her own. For her, aligning herself with them was her only way out. She stuffed all the roots she had dug up into her mouth, then checked the direction. Gritting her teeth, she trudged along, one step at a time, towards the mountainous area that could bring her hope. Danger is also gathering. In a wide open valley, a campfire burns, and 7 or 8 figures gather together. They were well equipped and arrogant. The arm patch clearly displays the flags of the United States and Japan. Leading the group was none other than Kane, an elite player who had escaped Qin Feng's gun. Beside him stood a sinister-looking man dressed in traditional clothing, holding a samurai sword, Miyamoto Musashi. The order has been confirmed. Those rats from the Dragon Kingdom are moving towards the central mountainous region. Kane glanced at the information from the United States on his watch and sneered. They think they can stick together for warmth? That's naive. The terrain there is complex, which makes it convenient for us to divide and encircle them. This time, I'm going to make that guy Qin Feng kneel before me and lick my shoes clean with his own hands. Miyamoto Musashi slowly and methodically wiped the blade with a white cloth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Kane, your desire for revenge is too blatant, it's clouding your judgment. He paused, then looked up, a lewd and fierce smile appearing on his face, and said, And I already have a plan. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him, each person looking on with a puzzled expression. Miyamoto Musashi enjoyed the attention. He forcefully plunged the knife into the mud beneath his feet, and gripping the hilt with both hands said, My companions, on their way here, have already captured a Chinese contestant alive. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Just kill that person. Kane was taken aback at first, then roared through gritted teeth. Veins bulged on his face. He had long harbored a deep hatred for the people of China. Miyamoto Musashi let out a low laugh. Lord Kane still doesn't understand the people of China. There are quite a few cowards among them. With a little cunning, they can be easily dealt with. The Chinese man we captured will obediently become a spy. Ha 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 ha! Kane finally understood, and the rage on his face turned into a ferocious grin. Great plan! Excellent! Let's set up camp here and wait for your companions. In the mountains and forests, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ling Yu immediately gripped the bow warily, her body slightly bent, assuming a fighting stance to protect him from the side. Qin Feng did not answer. He slowly closed his eyes. The sound of the wind, the sound of the water, the breath of the grass and trees. This time, in his perception, the world gained a new kind of awareness. Thanks to his master-level forging skills, he has developed a mysterious intuition about the distribution of various metallic minerals beneath the Earth's crust. The Earth is no longer just soil and rock, but a vast treasure trove. He could vaguely sense where there was iron and where there was copper. Ling Yu immediately gripped her bow and arrows warily, assuming a fighting stance to protect him from the side. A moment later, Qin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed on a precipitous mountain peak in the southeast direction. The mountain peak resembled a lurking black beast, with clouds and mist swirling around its waist. A huge waterfall, like a silver dragon, plunges down from the sky and crashes into the deep pool, creating a deafening roar. The exposed rocks on the mountainside gleamed with an unusual dark red hue under the sunlight. Found it. He spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a certainty of ending his search. Ling Yu followed his gaze, somewhat puzzled. There? The terrain is treacherous, but wouldn't it be too conspicuous? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, forming a fervent smile. It's good to be conspicuous so that our compatriots can find it easily. There is not only an endless supply of drinking water there, but the surrounding forests are also enough for us to burn as fuel for 10 lifetimes. He paused, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Most importantly, there is also a hematite vein there, enough to arm an entire regiment. Chapter 42. The whole world is jealous. How did they find such a feng shui treasure land? Hematite vein. Qin Feng's words exploded in Ling Yu's ears. For the first time, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared in her ever-calm eyes. Or vein? Or is it hematite? How did he know? From this distance, could he have seen it with his eyes? How did you? Ling Yu swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She wanted to ask how she knew, but suddenly felt that the question was meaningless. Since we met, how many unbelievable things has this man done? She simply took a deep breath and showed her trust in Qin Feng through her actions. Walk! In one word, crisp and clear. Inside the live stream, the screen was flooded with comments. What did I just hear? Hematite? Arming an entire regiment? Don't scare me, Fengshen. I'm easily frightened. How could you tell that? Have you developed a third eye? Turns out, what Fengshen was looking at wasn't scenery, it was a damn dragon vein. Inside the studio, Dong Qing and Xiao Sa stared with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Jin Ye's face flushed with excitement. He had already witnessed countless miracles in this man. His voice trembled, but it was filled with excitement. Look at those mountains and waterfalls, they provide an endless source of water and a natural barrier. Moreover, the open area is large enough to accommodate thousands of people to set up camps and shelters, and can also be used to cultivate farmland. Backed by a forest, fuel and prey are inexhaustible. Without further delay, the two set off towards the mountain peak with a clear goal in mind. The closer you get, the more you can feel the water mist hitting your face, bringing a refreshing coolness. What a great place! Ling Yu looked up at everything before her and couldn't help but sigh. This is a natural circular valley. To the left is a steep cliff hundreds of meters high, with a cascading waterfall hanging on it. No one can cross it except for birds. The soil on the flat land to the right is fertile and black. It was covered with all kinds of lush shrubs and wild grasses, clearly a treasure land suitable for cultivation. At the end of the flat land stretched a vast primeval forest. Various tall trees block out the sun, stretching as far as the eye can see. That place meant an inexhaustible supply of firewood and countless prey. There is only one entrance here, which is the direction they came from. A natural fortress. Ling Yu murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. As a top-notch special operations captain, she immediately recognized the military value of this location. The waterfall is a natural chasm, with steep mountains on both sides, leaving only a wide entrance at the front. As long as fortifications are built at the entrance, this place will become an excellent fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is water, there is land, there are forests. Now, Qin Feng even claims there's a mine. Ling Yu walked to a bare cliff face, reached out, and touched the rocks that gleamed with a dark red luster. The rock is hard and cool to the touch. She scraped it hard with the dagger, and the stone dust fell off, revealing a rust-like color. She turned to look at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Beyond feeling awe and admiration, there was even a hint of dependence that she herself hadn't noticed. Phew, this should be our home in the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng's slightly tired voice came through. He put down his heavy backpack, lay down on the grass, looked at the azure sky, and let out a long sigh of relief. He was too tired. The days of running around and fighting, coupled with not having a good night's sleep recently, have taken their toll. It had already exhausted him, both physically and mentally. Get a good night's sleep, I'm here with you. Ling Yu's voice came from the side. She looked around and became more and more satisfied. Unable to stay idle, she began collecting branches from the surrounding area. These were useful fuel. Qin Feng only rested for a short while before joining in. Let's sleep later tonight, and collect as much as we can while it's still light. In the global live stream, the emergence of this base has elicited mixed reactions. Some are happy, while others are envious and jealous. Fengshan is awesome! This place could house 1,000 people, let alone 100. Our Dragon Country athletes are saved. Everyone else come quickly. Let's build a shelter. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was overjoyed, as if they could already see their compatriots gathering here and building a powerful sanctuary. However, in other countries' live streams, the air was thick with sourness. Humph, all show and no substance. Such a huge waterfall is practically a sitting duck. The Japanese commentator said sourly. When our warriors gather, this will be their burial ground. That's right. They don't deserve such a wonderful place. Lord Kane will definitely lead the warriors of our Lighthouse Kingdom to take it back from the Dragon Kingdom. The audience in the United States cheered. That's right, thanks to the Chinese for helping us find this auspicious land, we will gladly accept it. Ha! On a ridge dozens of kilometers away from the waterfall valley, two figures were lying in the bushes, observing from a distance with binoculars. They wore gray-green camouflage uniforms. Their equipment wasn't top of the line, but it was very practical. The arm patch features a red flag with a white cross, representing the Swedish athlete. My God, Hans, what's that? A mirage? One of the younger contestants, Leo, put down his binoculars, rubbed his eyes, and looked utterly incredulous. It's not a mirage, it's a real waterfall. The man called Hans was older and had a composed expression. He put down his binoculars, his brow furrowed. I have never seen such a huge waterfall, it's amazing. Should we go over and take a look? There must be plenty of water there. I'm excited, Leo said. Hans shook his head, his tone becoming serious. The Chinese, the people of the United States, the Japanese, they are now tearing each other apart like mad dogs. Our policy in Switzerland is to preserve ourselves and survive to the end. That place is now at the center of a vortex. Get too close, and you'll be torn apart. The excitement on Leo's face faded, and he nodded. I understand. So, what about us? Let's find our companions first. Hans decisively gave the order. Then let them fight it out, and we will just wait and see. After saying that, the two quietly put away their binoculars. Like a gecko, it clung to the other side of the ridge and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Inside the waterfall valley, Qin Feng did not go to the hematite vein first. Instead, they headed straight for the deep, jade-green pool beneath the waterfall. Foraging and quenching cannot be done without water, and water is even more essential for everyday drinking water. However, its safety must be confirmed before using it for daily water use. He walked lightly along the edge of the deep pool. The water in the pool rippled with the impact of the waterfall. However, the water remained crystal clear, with pebbles and swaying aquatic plants clearly visible. Several small fish darted happily in the water, creating a peaceful scene. However, Qin Feng frowned slightly. It's too quiet. Aside from these few small fish, there was no sign of any other large aquatic animals in this enormous pool. This doesn't make sense. Chapter 43, A Trial Run. Master-level forging shows its power. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the center of the deep pool, where the water was a deep, dark green, its bottom unseen. A faint sense of danger was seeping out from the dark green water. What's Fengshen doing? Looking for fish? This pool of water is so clear, it feels like you could drink it straight from it. Something's not right. Look at Fengshen's expression. He seems to have discovered something. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream also noticed Qin Feng's unusual behavior and became tense. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. I gently touched the cold pool water with my fingertips. The water temperature in the pool was lower than expected. The instant your fingertips touched the water's surface, a strong chill ran through his body from his fingertips. The warnings of master-level environmental perception were ringing wildly in my mind. There's something at the bottom of the pool. And it was a huge, extremely dangerous creature. Qin Feng abruptly withdrew his hand and slowly stood up. Without making a sound, he took a few steps back, creating a safe distance from the edge of the pool. He made no sound, but calmly gazed into the unfathomable depths of the pool. However, his mind was rapidly analyzing the information he had just sensed. The existence of this creature poses a huge potential threat to future shelters. They can't possibly come here to fetch water every day in constant fear. It must be eliminated. But at the same time, a bold idea also arose in his mind. Danger often coexists with opportunity. A creature that can occupy this place and keep other large animals away is itself a top-tier resource. Its flesh, its skin, even its bones. These could all be valuable spoils of war. More importantly, if you successfully hunt it down and trigger a 10,000-fold return, what an enormous reward that would be. Qin Feng turned around and quickly returned to Ling Yu's side, who was cleaning up the camp. Ling Yu had already cleared a space of about 10 square meters with her machete, and was preparing to build a simple shack. Seeing Qin Feng return so quickly, and with a serious expression, she immediately stopped what she was doing. What's wrong? Ling Yu's voice was soft, but carried a unique alertness. There's a big one in the pool. Qin Feng's words were concise and to the point. Ling Yu's pupils contracted, and she gripped the cleaver in her hand tighter. How old? I don't know, but it feels like it's stronger than the bear I encountered before. Qin Feng's voice was calm, yet it carried a peculiar sense of oppression. Ling Yu followed his gaze to the seemingly calm deep pool, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. She completely trusted Qin Feng's judgment. It must be dealt with. Ling Yu's voice was clear and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. It's too close to us. I can't sleep peacefully with something like this around. That's what I think too. A fierce fighting spirit flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. But in water, the power of a bow and arrow is greatly reduced. We need more effective and specialized tools. Give me half a day. After saying that, he picked up his entrenching tool and strode towards the mining area. Ling Yu watched his retreating figure without asking him what he was going to do. She knew that this man was about to create another miracle. She quietly returned to the camp and continued her work. She needed to quickly establish a stable temporary base and set up warning traps around it. We want to secure a completely safe sleeping environment for both of us at night. Qin Feng arrived at the cliff face and used an entrenching tool to pry off a piece of dark red ore. It feels heavy and has a hard texture. He struck it with another stone, and the ore cracked, revealing a more metallic cross-section inside. Hematite, with a grade of about 65% and few impurities, is an excellent raw material for iron smelting. The master forging expertise instantly provided the appraisal result. High quality! Qin Feng was overjoyed. Such high-grade open-pit mines have long disappeared on Earth, but I never expected to see them everywhere here. He didn't rush to start a fire to smelt iron. That would take too much time. His current goal is to use the existing resources to create a weapon capable of dealing with the underwater behemoth. A long harpoon! He began searching near the cliff face. Soon, he found a black rock that was harder and had sharper edges, obsidian. Before the Bronze Age, obsidian was the top material for cutting tools and weapons. With a little polishing, it can become incredibly sharp. Qin Feng selected a piece of obsidian the size of a human head and found a hard river pebble to use as a hammer. He didn't act immediately, but instead closed his eyes. Images of ancient stonemasons crafting stone tools flashed through my mind. Every angle and force of the strike, every choice of which stone fragment to peel off, was etched into his mind like an instinct. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his gaze becoming focused and sharp. Thump! 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 A dull thud echoed through the valley. Qin Feng held the obsidian in his left hand and the stone hammer in his right, each strike precise and accurate. Stone chips flew everywhere. Thin, sharp stone flakes peeled off the main body. His movements were rhythmic, powerful yet with exquisite control. Holy crap! What is Fengshen doing? Making stone tools? This skill? I feel like it's even more professional than my second uncle's. What does your second uncle do? Someone who carves tombstones for others. Grass! Quiet! Let me appreciate the art in peace. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the viewers were completely engrossed. In Qin Feng's hands, the core of the obsidian was being gradually shaped. A spearhead with a streamlined design and deadly penetrating power is slowly being born. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cold Moon had already laid out a makeshift trap with sharpened wooden stakes and vines around the camp. She climbed a large tree with an excellent view and used its branches to build a hidden lookout point. The two remained silent, yet their actions demonstrated the most perfect teamwork. If only there were more people from China! We could build so many shelters right away. Yes, but many Chinese are already heading here. Deep within the pool, the enormous shadow seemed to sense the threat from the shore. It slowly opened its cold eyes. Time flew by as I focused on my work. As the setting sun bathed the valley in golden light, Qin Feng finally stopped what he was doing. Call! He let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the masterpiece before him with a satisfied expression in his eyes. Not bad! The craftsmanship of this master forging skill is truly exquisite. Before him lay 3 brand new weapons. It's not really a weapon, though. It was a heavy javelin composed of 3 straight and sturdy ashwood shafts and 3 incredibly sharp obsidian spearheads. Each spearhead is meticulously polished to present a perfect rhombus shape. The front is sharp, and there are blood grooves on both sides. A small tuft of feathers was cleverly tied to the tail to ensure stable flight when thrown. More importantly, behind each spearhead, there is a strong rope, tens of meters long, woven from multiple vines. Once thrown, it can be retrieved intact regardless of whether it hits the target. These are no longer simple spears, but 3 primitive harpoons powerful enough to hunt whales. This is a harpoon? Chapter 44 Giant Saltwater Crocodile. Holy crap! Holy crap! This was made by Fengshen with a stone. You call this a stone-crushing tool? The sheen, the sharp angles, the streamlined design. As an industrial designer, I'm completely blown away. The most terrifying thing is that there's a rope tied to the back of the spearhead. Isn't this just a primitive version of a harpoon? Professor Qingyi adjusted his glasses, staring intently at the close-up of the 3 harpoons on the screen. A masterpiece. This is simply a masterpiece. It's on par with weapons forged by the Vikings. In the valley, Qin Feng was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He picked up a javelin, weighed it in his hand, feeling its just right weight and perfect balance, and nodded in satisfaction. Ling Yu, bring the bear meat over here! He shouted without turning his head. In the wilderness, temperature fluctuations are extreme, and some bear meat has already begun to spoil, making it a perfect bait. Ling Yu, who was setting up a trap, came over upon hearing the noise. When she saw the 3 harpoons lying quietly on the grass at Qin Feng's feet, her breath caught in her throat. Nice one! As a top-tier Special Forces soldier, her sensitivity to weapons far surpasses that of ordinary people. Just one glance is enough to feel the lethality of this harpoon. She quickly bent down and picked up one of them. A heavy, substantial feel immediately came from her palm. Ling Yu merely touched the tip of the obsidian spear lightly with her thumb. A slight stinging sensation came through my fingertip, and a bead of blood had already seeped out. Hiss so sharp! Throw a piece of bear meat into the pool, and the rest into the shallow water near the shore. Let's wait and see. Qin Feng's voice interrupted her thoughts. Ling Yu snapped out of her daze and threw the bear meat out as Qin Feng had instructed. Thump! The bloody bear meat sank into the water, creating ripples that quickly subsided before returning to calm. The 2 men remained silent, each holding a harpoon, waiting quietly a few meters from the edge of the pool. Time passed second by second. Only the roar of the waterfall remained in the valley, a depressing sound that made one's heart race. Ling Yu's palms were already slightly sweaty as she gripped the javelin. She could sense that although Qin Feng seemed relaxed, but all the muscles in the body are in a critical state that could explode at any moment. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of viewers in China held their breath. Is it coming? Is it almost here? I'm so nervous. I have this feeling like something's watching me underwater. My thalassophobia is about to kick in. I feel like I can't breathe. Sudden. The ripples in the center of the pool, which were originally gentle, became rapid. 1, 2. A series of tiny bubbles rose from underwater, as if the water was boiling. Then, the piece of bear meat used as bait seemed to be suddenly pulled by something and disappeared into the water in an instant. Here we come! Qin Feng and Ling Yu's pupils contracted simultaneously. The next second, to everyone's utter astonishment, a shadow so large it defied imagination rose suddenly from the deep pool. Crash! The calm surface of the pool suddenly exploded. A hideous and terrifying head was the first to break through the water. That's neither a fish nor a snake. Instead, it was a gigantic creature, entirely dark green and as hard as a rock. A crocodile far larger than anyone could imagine. It opened its gaping maw, wide enough to swallow an adult bison whole. It revealed a dense array of sharp teeth inside. As its throat contracted, its teeth moved up and down in response. Next, there was its enormous body. Thick limbs, a back covered with small bumps and bony plates, and that thick, powerful tail. What kind of monster is this? Godzilla? This size, it must be at least 5 meters long. This is not a creature that should exist on Earth. My God! In the studio, Xiao Sa also gasped in surprise. It's a saltwater crocodile, also known as a killer crocodile. Expert Chen Ye's face was deathly pale, and his voice was trembling. This is the largest living reptile in the world. Adults can reach over 7 meters in length and have a bite force exceeding 1 ton. It is a true apex predator. The hearts of all the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream instantly jumped into their throats. Faced with such a monster, how insignificant human strength seems. The saltwater crocodile by the pool swallowed the bait but did not leave. Its cold, vertical pupils slowly rotated, finally locking onto the 2 tiny humans on the shore. In its eyes, these 2 creatures might be a more delicious snack than bear meat. Get started! Qin Feng gave a low shout, his arm muscles bulged instantly, and he exerted force from his waist and abdomen. The heavy harpoon in his hand transformed into a black lightning bolt, whistling through the air as it hurtled straight toward the giant crocodile's neck. When? A crisp sound. The sharp obsidian spearhead only left a white mark on the giant crocodile's thick scales before being deflected. Holy crap! It's so hard! Before Qin Feng could react, Ling Yu's attack arrived. Instead of confronting it head-on, she targeted the relatively soft area where the crocodile's belly connects to its forelimbs. Puff! The harpoon successfully pierced through, but only penetrated a little over an inch before being stuck by the tough muscles. Roar! The excruciating pain completely enraged this aquatic overlord. It suddenly swung its head, pulling the rope in Ling Yu's hand, and a tremendous force came through. Caught off guard, Ling Yu was dragged forward and nearly fell into the water. The giant crocodile opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Ling Yu on the shore. Fortunately, she didn't panic and quickly put some distance between herself and the giant crocodile. The latter missed his target, and shook his head in frustration. He let out a humph sound from his nose. Just as the saltwater crocodile was stunned. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, particularly jarring by the pool. Qin Feng had already drawn his M1911 at some point and fired a precise shot into its exposed left eye. Blood and murky liquid exploded, and the giant crocodile let out a roar of extreme pain. The massive body rolled on the shore, stirring up a cloud of mud and water. Now is the time. Without pausing, Qin Feng took advantage of the giant crocodile's painful roll and raised the last harpoon high. Use all your strength. Like a nail, it pierced its brain through its shattered eye socket. Puff! A dull, unusual sound, unlike a sharp blade piercing flesh. It's more like piercing a thick, oily sack. Feng could clearly feel the spear tip, which felt like it was being shredded, as he gripped the spear shaft with both hands. He didn't let go immediately. Instead, he used his last bit of strength to twist the spear shaft violently. Roar! A roar filled with extreme pain emanated from deep within the crocodile's throat. The giant crocodile's massive body suddenly stiffened, then it went into a complete frenzy. Its tail, thicker than a bucket, lashed wildly across the shore like a giant steel whip with its string cut. Boom! 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 Soil, gravel, and grass roots were swept into the air. The hard riverbank was smashed into terrifying craters. As soon as Ling Yu regained her footing, she was so terrified by this destructive force that she retreated several steps. He slipped and fell to the ground in a sorry state. She watched helplessly as the giant tail swept past her, just a few meters away, the force of the wind it generated stinging her cheeks. If she had been a step slower, she would probably be a pile of minced meat by now. Qin Feng had already retreated the instant he smashed the giant crocodile's brain. He was kneeling about 10 meters away at that moment. His chest heaved violently, and sweat mixed with mud dripped from his forehead. That desperate, all-or-nothing throw had almost drained all his strength. Damn, they're not even dead yet! Chapter 45, Dissecting the Giant Beast, A Crocodile Feast. Qin Feng cursed under his breath and gripped his pistol tightly. They remained vigilant, watching the enormous creature that was still struggling frantically. The saltwater crocodile had gone completely mad. Blood and white brain matter continued to gush from its shattered left eye socket, while its thick tail continued to lash the ground instinctively. The live stream room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the bloody scene. The power it exuded, even through the screen, sent chills down their spines. It took more than 2 minutes for the saltwater crocodile's frenzied movements to gradually subside. The fierce light in those vertical pupils gradually dimmed. With one last slight twitch, this predator, which had lingered in the deep pool for who knows how many years, fell completely silent. Within the valley, only the panting of Qin Feng and Ling Yu, and the gentle sound of the distant stream, remained. Ding! Global announcement. Chinese contestants Qin Feng and Ling Yu successfully hunted down a saltwater crocodile. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. A 10,000x reward has been triggered. 10,000 ancient saltwater crocodiles of the same level have been randomly released into various waterways within the Dragon Kingdom. Warning: this creature is extremely dangerous. Relevant departments and the public in China are urged to take precautions. A mechanical voice rang out in all the contestants, and in live broadcast rooms around the world. This was immediately followed by a collective cheer from everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap! Dead? Really dead? Ha! I can already picture the constipated expressions on the Japanese pirates' faces. Crocodile meat is so nutritious. Especially the tail, it's full of collagen. When will the government organize a crocodile fishing program? My mouth is watering. Hey foodies, the government has issued an emergency notice, urging residents along the river to be on high alert. The army has been deployed. This is no joke. In contrast to the nationwide jubilation in China, the live streams in other countries were eerily silent. Cheating. This is absolutely cheating. How could a human possibly kill that kind of monster? Haha, we Russians picked up 3 airdrops but didn't get a single gun. China is so lucky. Our Indian contestants are still the most laid back. They're just looking for small animals in the wilderness. What the hell are you guys doing looking for animals? Don't think we don't know. In the valley? Qin Feng and Ling Yu looked at each other and smiled. They both saw in each other's eyes the exhaustion and joy of surviving a disaster. The effort was not in vain. It's over. Qin Feng let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of soreness and weakness throughout his body. Ling Yu struggled to her feet and walked to Qin Feng's side. Looking at the crocodile carcass, which resembled a small mountain, his voice was slightly hoarse. How do we get it back? Qin Feng was also perplexed as he looked at the crocodile carcass in front of him. This thing weighs at least a ton. Even if there were several strong men, let alone the 2 of them, they wouldn't be able to move it. He walked around the crocodile carcass, tapping its dark green scales with his entrenching tool. It made a muffled bang-bang sound. It can't be put back. Qin Feng shook his head. Deal with it on the spot. He handed the entrenching tool to Ling Yu. Go and retrieve those 2 harpoons. I'll go and get the tools from the camp. This hide is valuable, we can't waste it. Ling Yu nodded and hurriedly returned to the camp to retrieve all the tools. Soon, the 2 began to dissect the giant beast. This is a massive undertaking. Saltwater crocodiles have incredibly tough hides. Qin Feng could only use the captured machete, along with the dagger, to cut and peel away the material bit by bit. Ling Yu helped from the side, pulling the peeled skin and flesh back with both hands. Under the sunlight, 2 figures were busy around the huge crocodile carcass. Their clothes were soaked with water, but their movements remained meticulous. After the saltwater crocodile's skin is peeled off, the 2 then began processing the crocodile tail, which was almost entirely composed of gelatin and tender meat. The best part of crocodile meat is this moon meat from the tail. As Qin Feng processed the food, he explained it to everyone like a gourmet. The meat is tender and has no fishy smell, comparable to top-quality steak. How do you know everything? Ling Yu asked curiously. I learned it from TV. Qin Feng smiled. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Ling Yu did not ask any further questions. After all, who doesn't have a few secrets? Finally, there was the lean flesh of the 4 thighs. The 2 of them worked together. It took nearly 2.5 hours to dissect the saltwater crocodile. As for the remaining skeleton and internal organs, Qin Feng didn't waste them either. Bury it on the spot to use as fertilizer. Because he had crop seeds he found in an airdrop crate in his backpack. High-yield, cold-resistant potatoes, fast-growing, drought-resistant corn, and high-protein soybeans, 3 varieties in total. He already had a plan, and had designated areas for farming. Farming seems to be ingrained in the genes of the Chinese people. I can't forget it no matter where I go. The two dragged the heavy load of crocodile meat, and hied back to the temporary camp that Ling Yu had set up. The campsite was very rudimentary, consisting of a sloping shed built against the mountainside using only a few thick tree branches. The ground was covered with large leaves, barely enough to shield it from the wind and rain. Next to it was a makeshift hearth made of stones. Besides that, there was nothing else. Although it looks rather rudimentary now, I believe it will be better soon. You rest for a bit, I'll go start a fire. Qin Feng put down the crocodile meat and said to Ling Yu, whose face was still a little pale. He used a flint to ignite the dry grass. Soon, a bonfire then rose in the valley. The orange flames flickered, dispelling the chill in the forest and bringing a sense of security. Qin Feng used a machete to cut a thick tree branch, skewered a large piece of marbled crocodile leg meat on it, and grilled it over the fire. The oil sizzled under the high temperature, dripping into the flames and igniting bursts of fire, instantly filling the air with the rich aroma of meat. He then found a captured iron pot and placed it beside the fire. Add a few pieces of crocodile meat with bones, pour in stream water, and prepare to simmer a pot of hot soup. Ling Yu sat to the side, watching Qin Feng's busy figure, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. This man seems to possess inexhaustible energy, and an endless stream of ingenious methods. Being with him always gives me a strange sense of security. Soon, under the scorching heat of the flames, the white meat gradually turned into an enticing golden yellow. Drops of oil fell into the flames, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire valley. Qin Feng tore off a large piece and handed it to Ling Yu, then picked up a piece himself and began to chew. Crocodile meat has a unique texture, somewhere between chicken and fish, very chewy, and with a distinctive sweetness. Eat, replenish your energy, Qin Feng said vaguely. After we finish eating, let's organize our supplies and get a good night's sleep. We'll be busy tomorrow. Ling Yu took it, blew on it, and carefully took a bite. An indescribable deliciousness exploded on my taste buds. The meat is firm and springy, yet incredibly tender. It has a unique sweetness, and none of the earthy taste I expected. It's delicious! This is the first time I've ever eaten crocodile meat. Ling Yu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in genuine admiration. The two fell silent, eating the piping hot crocodile soup. They ate large mouthfuls of grilled meat to replenish their energy, which had been greatly depleted. After finishing the soup, a warm current rose from their stomachs, dispelling their fatigue and chill. Just as Qin Feng and Leng Shui were enjoying the fruits of their victory. In a dense forest dozens of kilometers away, a muscular man with a menacing expression was struggling to move forward. He was Wang Meng, a former Marine who had come to assemble. Several days of continuous travel had left him exhausted, and his water and food supplies were running low. Just then, a faint light shone through the trees ahead. Is it Qin Feng and the others? Wang Meng's spirits lifted, and he immediately lowered his body. With their outstanding military skills, they stealthily made their way towards the flames. The closer he got, the more his heart sank at the sound he heard. It's not in Chinese. There was his familiar, arrogant English, and another language that chattered on, a language that sounded tedious. Wang Meng's heart sank to the bottom. He pushed aside the last bush in front of him, and the sight before him astonished him even more. In the firelight, a dozen or so figures sat together, roasting and eating their prey. Some of them had the American flag emblem prominently displayed on their arms. Others are Japanese dogskin plaster flags. It was Kane and Miyamoto Musashi's group. Among them, a young man was tied to a tree with his hands behind his back, covered in wounds, on the verge of death. Unfortunately, Wang Meng was wearing a black hood, so his face couldn't be seen. I wonder what country that person is from, that they actually got caught by this group. It seems this group is also after Qin Feng. No way! I have to find Qin Feng faster than them. Just as Wang Meng was preparing to quietly retreat, a wary voice suddenly rang out. Who is it? Who's there? Chapter 46. Organize supplies and build a house. This alert shout was like a thunderclap in a silent forest. It's Kane. His blue eyes scanned precisely at the bushes where Wang Meng was hiding. Swish. 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 The dozen or so people around the fire sprang to their feet instantly, their weapons all pointing in their direction. The bowstring is drawn taut, the blade is unsheathed. Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat. Discovered? His muscles tensed instantly, and his brain raced in a split second. Run? No. If you get up and run now, you'll instantly become a sitting duck. Those arrows aren't to be trifled with. Take action? That's suicidal. What to do? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his temples. The brain's processing speed exceeded its limits at this moment. At this critical moment, Wang Meng's body reacted before he could think. He didn't move. Instead, suppress your heart rate and breathing to the lowest possible level. Then, he pressed the tip of his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Using a technique he had practiced thousands of times in the military, he squeezed out a burst of air from deep in his throat. Coo, coo, chirp! A remarkably lifelike owl's cry echoed from the bushes. The sound was shrill and piercing, echoing through the forest. Damn man! It's just a bird! A competitor from the United States, cursing, loosened the bowstring. Kane still had a frown on his face. His sharp gaze lingered on the bushes for several seconds, as if he wanted to confirm something. At this moment, Miyamoto Musashi, the Japanese man who had been sitting cross-legged, spoke up. Kane, excessive vigilance is just cowardice. After saying that, he picked up a piece of roast meat and began to eat it slowly and deliberately. Ignoring the tense atmosphere around them, Kane finally calmed down after Miyamoto's dismissive attitude. He waved his hand impatiently, signaling his men to sit back down. He was still muttering impatiently to himself. This godforsaken place, who knows what might jump out? It's better to be careful. Behind the bushes, Wang Meng's back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. Awesome. Manga is awesome. It's a shame he's not a stand-up comedian with that kind of vocal technique. That scared me to death. My heart was pounding in my chest. Wang Meng's mental fortitude is incredible. This is the spirit of us Chinese. We remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before us. Hurry, hurry! Now's the time. The audience's emotions fluctuated between ecstasy and lingering fear. Wang Meng did not leave immediately. He lay prone on the cold, muddy ground, listening quietly. Until one of the members of the Beacon of Light team started telling a dirty joke, which drew a burst of laughter. Wang Meng knew the time to retreat had come. His body pressed against the ground as he infiltrated backward, inch by inch. They retreated over 100 meters. Only after he was completely hidden in darkness did he suddenly flip and leap up. The night breeze blew by. He then realized that his clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat. Hiss. Wang Meng took a deep breath. After determining the direction, I set off at full speed towards the mountain range mentioned in the information. His eyes were incredibly determined. Qin Feng, Len Yu, you must wait for me. In the valley of the waterfall, dozens of kilometers away, the campfire crackled, its warm light dispelling the chill of the night. A sumptuous crocodile feast finally pulled the two back from the extreme exhaustion of hunting the giant crocodile. We still have quite a lot of supplies. Lin Yu looked at the pile of tools in front of her, her tone filled with excitement. That enormous and intact saltwater crocodile skin, and hundreds of kilograms of crocodile meat. There were also the bear pelts and various weapons they had accumulated before. These things are enough to drive any contestant crazy with envy. Ha ha ha, that also means becoming someone else's target. Qin Feng chuckled as he emptied one of the backpacks. Crash. Various supplies were scattered all over the ground. We need to take inventory first, so it will be easier to find what we need later. First, the weapons. Qin Feng placed the silver-black M1911 pistol in the most conspicuous position. Next to it were two magazines fully loaded with bullets. This is their biggest trump card right now, and also their ultimate guarantee of security. Unfortunately, there are only about 20 bullets left. Next came another high-quality hunting bow that he had seized from Pierre and Ivan. Not many arrows. Including those recycled, there are only 11 in total, each one incredibly precious. 3 heavy harpoons, meticulously crafted from obsidian, their spearheads gleaming with a chilling black light in the firelight, still bearing traces of crocodile blood. Secondly, melee weapons. An entrenching tool that can do almost anything. A captured German-made machete. A sharp Swiss army knife. And 2 spare daggers. Looking at this pile of gleaming weapons, Len Yu's breathing became slightly rapid. In the wilderness, these things are worth far more than gold. Utility class? Qin Feng categorized the items. 4 blackened iron pots, and a flint. A compass found on a Japanese athlete, and some other odds and ends that are useful. For example, a solar charging panel and a multi-tool axe and pliers found in airdrops. These 2 items were found in an airdrop crate. Supplies? This is the highlight. The saltwater crocodile skin, completely peeled off, resembled a giant carpet. It lay flat on the ground, its dark green scales as hard as iron. This thing. Ling Yu stroked the crocodile skin with her hand, her eyes burning with passion. If it can be properly processed and made into armor, it will be able to withstand most of the slashes from cold weapons, and may even provide some protection against small-caliber crossbows. Qin Feng nodded. This is exactly what I want. His master-level forging skills extend far beyond just metal smelting. It also includes knowledge of processing natural materials such as leather and tendons. Next to the crocodile skin was a small mountain of crocodile meat, which, after being smoked, was enough to feed the two of them for a month. Golden honey was stored in a captured water jug, along with a bamboo tube of precious salt. Regarding medicine, there were 2 fully loaded first aid kits. These were life-saving supplies. Finally, Qin Feng solemnly presented a small cloth bag. This is... Ling Yu curiously leaned closer. Qin Feng opened the cloth bag. Inside were 3 small packets wrapped in oil paper. High-yield, cold-resistant potatoes, fast-growing, drought-resistant corn, and high-protein soybeans. Seed! Ling Yu gasped in shock, her eyes flashing with disbelief. You even have this? Were the seeds also collected by Fengshen from the airdrop crate? Yes, by the way, why aren't the 2 of them going to collect the airdrops anymore? This equipment and these supplies are more than enough to arm a 10-man squad, right? While other contestants are still fighting tooth and nail for a piece of meat, Fengshen is already considering whether to develop agriculture or handicrafts first. That crocodile skin is so cool. If it were made into armor, Fengshen would be a god of war. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream watched as the supplies piled up like mountains. It felt as if I were in that safe valley, filled with an unprecedented sense of security. After taking inventory of all their belongings, Qin Feng and Ling Yu exchanged a glance. They both saw shock and a hint of pride in each other's eyes. Let's do a simple upgrade to the house tonight. It'll help us digest our food. Chapter 47 Great Discovery. Kiwi and Tobacco. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's eyes also lit up with interest. Both of them are action-oriented. They act on their ideas immediately. Qin Feng pulled out 2 captured thermal blankets from the spoils of war. This is the initial equipment. It's lightweight yet sturdy, and everyone receives one. Come on, lend a hand. He handed a thermal blanket to Ling Yu, and then quickly climbed onto the roof. Ling Yu was equally agile and followed closely behind. The 2 of them worked together to carefully lay the thermal blanket under the existing branches and leaves on the roof. The silver reflective surface faces inwards, maximizing the reflection of heat from inside the shed. In addition, the ground also needs to be treated. Dig down 20 centimeters, lay down a layer of dry grass and leaves, and then put this bear skin on top. This will keep out the moisture from the ground. Qin Feng swung his entrenching tool, the blade cutting into the damp soil with a dull, powerful thud. A dozen minutes later, a flat, shallow pit had been formed. He filled the bottom of the pit with the hay and soft leaves he had collected during the day. At last, the 2 of them worked together to spread the huge bear skin on it. As my palms stroked the thick, warm fur of the bear, a sense of security welled up from the bottom of my heart. Soon, a brand new shelter appeared before them. From the outside, it looks like just an unremarkable thatched hut. But inside there's a completely different world. The thermal blanket added a touch of warmth to the small space. The thick bearskin was laid out on the leaves, soft and comfortable. The 2 crawled into the shelter, where the chill outside was instantly shut out. Great, very comfortable. Qin Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction, added a piece of firewood to the fire, and said to Ling Yu, I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. You go to sleep first. Ling Yu did not refuse and nodded. Leaning against the warm wall, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. As night deepened, all was quiet. However, new troubles arose. Buzz, buzz. A faint but annoying sound rang in Qin Feng's ear. Several black mosquitoes, like ghosts, hovered around his exposed skin. Qin Feng frowned, shooed away a few, but more mosquitoes swarmed in from the darkness. Even the sleeping cold moon seemed disturbed. She shifted uncomfortably, her brow furrowed, and she unconsciously scratched her arm. This is never going to end. Qin Feng cursed under his breath. He got up and by the firelight scanned the nearby bushes for a moment. Found it! He plucked a few large leaves and returned to the shelter, gently fanning them. It took about half an hour of fanning to drive away some of the mosquitoes in the shelter. The world is finally a little quieter. But Qin Feng knew that this only worked temporarily. I'll have to look for something to repel mosquitoes or something after I wake up. He sat quietly by the door, his M1911 pistol lying beside him. Looking out into the deep darkness, listening to the sound of water. Qin Feng, however, was already thinking about that enormous iron mine. Weapons, armor, traps. Countless forging blueprints and manufacturing plans are slowly taking shape in his mind. Phew, it's too slow for just the two of us. Hopefully, a few more compatriots will arrive soon. In the middle of the night, Lin Yu woke up on time, and the two silently switched places. Qin Feng leaned against the wall, and quickly fell asleep. The morning sunlight shines through the mist rising from the waterfall, creating a magnificent rainbow that spans the valley. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, Lin Yu had already rekindled the fire, and water was boiling in the iron pot. Several pieces of smoked crocodile meat sizzled and glistened by the fire. Morning. Lin Yu handed over a bamboo tube filled with water. Qin Feng took the water, drank a sip, and the warm water flowed into his stomach, dispelling the last trace of sleepiness. Let's explore this area first today. Qin Feng tore off a piece of crocodile meat, chewing as he spoke. Get a feel for the terrain and see what resources are still available. In addition, all possible entry and exit routes should be identified, and some warning traps should be set up. Good. Lin Yu readily agreed, saying that this was precisely her area of expertise. She was better at setting traps and establishing defenses than Qin Feng. After the two had breakfast, they extinguished the campfire. Armed with weapons and necessary tools, they began a basic exploration of the area. The valley isn't particularly large, but its terrain is complex. They walked upstream along the stream. On both sides are steep cliffs covered with vines and shrubs. As they walked, Qin Feng suddenly stopped, sniffed the air hard, as if he had discovered something. There's a very faint, sweet scent in the air ahead. Lin Yu looked in the direction he pointed and sniffed the air, but found nothing. I can't smell anything. Qin Feng didn't explain further, but simply smiled and led the way towards the mountain wall, pushing aside the dense ferns and bypassing a huge rock. The sight before her eyes made Lin Yu's eyes widen instantly. On a sun-shaded cliff face, thick vines were climbing. The vines were covered with countless fuzzy, egg-sized brown fruits. This is a kiwi? Lin Yu cried out in surprise. It's wild. Qin Feng picked one, squeezed it with his hand, and found the flesh was still very hard. They're not fully ripe yet, but you can pick some and let them ripen at home. The instant he touched the fruit, a cold, mechanical voice rang out simultaneously in his mind and in the global live broadcast room. Ding! Qin Feng, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, has discovered an edible resource, wild kiwi fruit. Trigger 10,000 times the amount returned. Reward: 10,000 wild kiwi vines of the same quality will be randomly distributed in suitable mountainous areas within the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room exploded instantly. Holy crap! Kiwi fruit! And wild ones at that! This stuff is incredibly nutritious. 10,000 trees! Ha! Does this mean our Dragon Kingdom can finally achieve kiwi fruit freedom? Although it's not as spectacular as a gold mine, this reward feels so wonderful. It's so sweet. Within the Dragon Kingdom, vast tracts of wild kiwi vines have suddenly appeared in many scenic mountainous areas. The local forestry department and residents were pleasantly surprised. Although it is not a strategic resource like gold or iron ore, it is like a sweet breeze that has blown into the heart of every Chinese person. The two had harvested a full bag of semi-ripe fruit and continued their exploration. Qin Feng made another discovery in a wetland by the stream. He crouched down and parted the weeds. A patch of tender green wild vegetables with serrated leaves was revealed underneath. Shepherd's purse, Qin Feng said. There are also bracken ferns over there. Both of them are edible. Just blanch them in water, and they'll be delicious. Lin Yu nodded. She recognized these people as well. But what she admired was Qin Feng could always spot them immediately, and he could always find the patch that was growing the best. The two had reaped a bountiful harvest, and were preparing to return the way they came when Qin Feng stopped again. He didn't speak, he just closed his eyes. This time, he smelled a completely different scent. It had a very peculiar taste. It carries a hint of spiciness, a touch of botanical freshness, and a unique, indescribable fragrance. This smell really stirred something in the DNA of this long-time smoker. He opened his eyes and his gaze was fixed on a sunny slope on the other side of the valley. Let's go over there and take a look. The two walked through a sparse woodland and came to the hillside. There grew a patch of peculiar plants, each more than half a person tall. They have broad leaves, and clusters of trumpet-shaped pink flowers bloom at the tips. Lin Yu had never seen this plant before and asked curiously, "What is this? Can I eat it?" Qin Feng didn't answer. He walked to a plant, picked a large, mature leaf, and smelled it. Hey! This is the taste! That scent, which he both missed and found somewhat complicated, instantly filled his nostrils. Wild tobacco. Qin Feng slowly uttered 4 words. Tobacco? Lin Yu was stunned. Besides smoking, what else can this thing do? It's extremely useful. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. He looked at the patch of wild tobacco, a complex light flickering in his eyes. To others, this might just be a pile of useless weeds. But for him, it was more than just a luxury item that could relieve fatigue and refresh him. In the wilderness, the value of tobacco is beyond imagination. Dried tobacco leaves steeped in water make an excellent, all-natural insecticide that can protect future crops. It contains alkaloids and, after special processing, can be used as a topical anesthetic and analgesic. Certainly. Most importantly, it can provide a moment of spiritual comfort during this long and oppressive journey of survival. Tobacco? Did I hear that right? Fengshen is going to become a smoker in the wilderness? Haha, this suddenly feels so down to earth. A survival master having a cigarette after a meal is better than being a god. Don't be silly, tobacco works. My grandpa used to use tobacco water to kill pests in his vegetable garden, and it was incredibly effective. Holy crap, so Fengshen has found a completely natural and pollution-free pesticide. He's preparing to start farming. Qin Feng carefully picked a dozen or so of the largest and darkest tobacco leaves and tied them together with vines. This time, the system did not sound a notification sound. It seems that this kind of unconventional resource is not on the list of those offering 10,000 times the return. But for him personally, its value is no less than any previous discovery. He was in a great mood as he carried the bundle of tobacco leaves. Chapter 48. Build a blast furnace with bare hands. Let's go back. Qin Feng weighed the heavy bundle of wild tobacco leaves in his hand, a smile he couldn't hide on his lips. For a seasoned smoker, the allure of this is no less than that of a piece of roasted, juicy bear paw. Looking at his satisfied expression, Ling Yu's eyes flashed with a helpless amusement. The two returned to their camp with a full load. The kiwi fruit was carefully placed in a corner, waiting for time to ripen. The shepherd's purse and bracken were washed with pond water, ready for an evening snack. Qin Feng sat to the side. They slowly strung the tobacco leaves together with thin vines and hung them near the fire in a spot where they could feel the heat but wouldn't burn directly. He watched as the emerald green leaves slowly curled up under the heat, their color gradually deepening. A pungent and unique aroma wafted through the air, easing his long tense nerves. Is this what men's happiness is? Ling Yu glanced at the tobacco leaves and gave a succinct evaluation. Ha! Qin Feng simply chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. His gaze also passed over the campfire and landed on the dark red rock layer on the cliff of the valley, hematite. Cold moon, lunch and camp watch are your responsibility. Qin Feng picked up the entrenching tool, his eyes burning with a fierce light. I want to make something very important. What are you doing? Ling Yu asked, puzzled. Qin Feng pointed with his entrenching tool to a clearing by the stream not far away, where the soil was a fine yellow color. A stove. After saying that, he stopped talking and strode towards the open space. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the audience's curiosity was instantly ignited. A stove? Is Fengshen going to cook? Doesn't he have an iron pot? Wait a minute. Look at his expression. That expression is definitely not just about cooking. I have a feeling that Fengshen is about to start causing trouble again. Hey bro, that's not just messing around, that's infrastructure. Get it? The DNA of the infrastructure powerhouse has kicked in. I bet 2 vials of nutrient solution that he's going to target that iron ore mine. He's going to smelt iron. Inside the studio, the expressions of the 3 hosts also became extremely focused. Sabining stroked his chin, excitedly guessing. What is Qin Feng trying to do? Does he really intend to start from scratch and forge iron in this wilderness? Is that even possible? Dongqing's eyes were also full of anticipation. If he can really do it, it will be one of the most incredible feats in this national struggle for survival. Qin Yi, the survival expert, shook his head with a solemn expression. It's theoretically feasible, but the difficulty is beyond imagination. Iron smelting is no child's play. It requires precise proportions, extremely high temperatures, and furnaces that can withstand the high temperatures. This first step, building a proper furnace, is enough to stump 99% of people. On the screen, Qin Feng had already begun to act. He used an entrenching tool to dig out that yellow clay from the stream. The feel of the soil told him that it was fine-textured and had excellent stickiness, making it a perfect material for making adobe bricks. But instead of using it directly, he transported the clay to a flat rock. They then scooped up some coarse sand from the pool and mixed it in a specific ratio. He repeatedly kneaded and pounded the sand and clay to fully combine them. What is he doing? Why is he mixing sand in? Qin Yi in the studio immediately provided a professional explanation. This is to prevent the furnace walls from cracking at high temperatures. Pure clay, when fired, will develop numerous cracks due to shrinkage. Adding sand as a binder can greatly increase the stability of the furnace walls. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng grabbed a handful of withered yellow grass from the ground, chopped it up with a knife, and evenly kneaded it into the soil. This is grass fiber? Xin Ye's voice trembled slightly. Clay plus sand plus straw, this is the best ancient rammed earth wall recipe. Where did he learn all this knowledge? In the global live broadcast room, countless foreign viewers and experts watching were also dumbfounded. Oh my god, is this Chinese guy playing in the mud? Does he think this is a children's game? Ha! What a show-off! A true samurai only needs a sword, not this mud fuss. Comrade in arms, although I don't understand it, I feel this kid is pretty amazing. He's dedicated himself to infrastructure. Qin Feng was completely absorbed in his work, his hands covered in mud as he piled up clumps of the mixed mud. He did not use any molds. Relying entirely on the incredibly precise blueprint in his mind and a pair of skillful hands, he compacted and shaped the clay. A hollow cylinder slowly took shape in his hands. He precisely controlled the thickness of the furnace wall to be around 10 centimeters, and the inner diameter to be about 30 centimeters. It can ensure that there's enough space inside the furnace, and also ensure that the furnace walls are sturdy. On the other side, Ling Yu set up several simple warning traps around the camp. He then took his bow and arrows and silently slipped into the dense forest deep in the valley. Although their food reserves are still relatively sufficient, relying on them to run out is not a long-term solution. Furthermore, she also needs to hunt to maintain her combat readiness. The sunlight dappled through the trees, and the cold moon, like a ghost, moved lightly and silently among the shadows. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning every rustle and movement around her. Deep in the dense forest, she suddenly stopped, crouched behind a clump of bushes, and remained motionless. It turned out to be a clearing in the woods 50 meters in front of her. A glossy-coated Sika deer was grazing on the grass, completely unaware of the danger. Ling Yu slowly raised the longbow in her hand, her movements gentle. She didn't knock the arrow immediately, but quietly observed the wind direction and calculated the distance. Beside the stream, Qin Feng used a wooden stick to poke a downward-sloping channel into the side of the stove. That's a ventilation opening, Qin Yi explained. He'll definitely need a blower to bring air in so the charcoal in the furnace can reach the ultra-high temperature required for iron smelting. Time passed second by second. Qin Feng remained focused on perfecting his work. Sweat dripped from his forehead and into the soil beneath his feet. But his eyes were surprisingly bright. Finally, a cylindrical earthen stove, about 1 meter high, with an ancient yet unusually neat appearance, stood quietly on the open ground by the pool. Call! Qin Feng let out a long breath, looking at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile spreading across his mud-covered face. This was the first cornerstone of his industrial revolution. It was at this moment. In the dense forest, Ling Yu's gaze sharpened, and her right hand had already knocked an arrow. The bow is drawn as full as a moon. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the bowstring emitted a dull tremor. The arrow transformed into a deadly streak, striking its target with pinpoint accuracy. The Sika deer seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up, but it was too late. The arrow, whistling through the air, pierced its eye socket with deadly accuracy, penetrating its entire skull. Before it could even utter a mournful cry, the robust Sika deer collapsed to the ground with a thud. Its forehooves twitched a few times, then fell silent. One arrow to the throat. No! An arrow pierced the skull. Ling Yu slowly lowered her bow and calmly walked towards her prey, as if she had only done something insignificant. Qin Feng by the stream and Ling Yu in the dense forest, though far apart, completed their work at the same time. After a long and arduous journey, Lin Yihan actually saw the waterfall hanging on the mountain peak before Wang Ming did. What a beautiful place! Could they be there? Chapter 49 The Embarrassed Female Star. The waterfall, like a dragon, rushes down from the dark blue-green cliffs. Lin Yihan leaned against an ancient tree covered in moss, panting heavily. She felt like her lungs were on fire, every breath was accompanied by a burning pain. My lips were also dry and cracked, with several layers of white skin peeling off. That outdoor windbreaker was already tattered and torn by thorns. His trousers were stained with dried blood and mud, looking hardly better than a beggar's outfit. Water, there's water! She gazed at the enormous curtain of water descending from the sky, and managed to squeeze out a few words from her parched throat. These days, she relied on the sound of the waterfall as a guide, which prevented her from completely losing her way in the vast forest. In the live stream, Lin Yihan's channel had already exploded with excitement. We've arrived! We've finally arrived! Yihan, just a few more steps forward and we'll enter Fengshen's territory. She can't see the comments. I'm so worried. Can someone please tell her? Looking at her, it's so pitiful. Even I, a grown man, almost cried. It's truly remarkable that a female celebrity like her has managed to hold on until now. Hua Yihan, keep fighting. You're not alone. Lin Yihan took out the last 2 sour wild fruits from her inner pocket. She found this 2 days ago. There were 5 in total, and it took her 2 days to finish them. She carefully put one of them into her mouth. Tasting that tiny bit of sweet and sour juice on the tip of your tongue is like savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world. She dared not approach the waterfall rashly. In this cannibalistic wilderness, the more beautiful a place looks, the greater the danger it often hides. The presence of water means the presence of animals, and also the presence of more powerful predators. There is a greater possibility of human adversaries. She leaned against the tree to rest, while warily watching her surroundings. And within the valley, Ling Yu's petite figure was slowly emerging from the dense forest, dragging a sick deer that was even taller than herself. Qin Feng was squatting beside the newly built earthen stove, feeling the dryness of the stove walls with his hands. Seeing the prey that Ling Yu had dragged back, a heartfelt admiration, even a touch of awe at its stunning beauty. It arose spontaneously from the bottom of Qin Feng's heart. He always knew Ling Yu was very strong. But it was only at this moment that he truly realized just how strong this former Special Forces captain was. He can hunt down a sick deer as tall as a person all by himself. Ling Yu dragged the sick deer downstream to the edge of the pool. Blood flowed down the deer's neck, staining a small patch of the clear stream red. She raised her head. He was slightly taken aback when his eyes met Qin Feng's, which were burning with an unusual light. Well done! Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented solemnity. These 4 words carry more weight than any flowery language. Ling Yu nodded silently. But the lines on that perpetually frozen face seemed to have softened a little. Oh, right! Keep the deerskin, I need it! He was concise and to the point. Ling Yu nodded, drew her dagger, and began skillfully skinning the sick deer. Her movements were clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary step. Qin Feng stood up, shouldered his entrenching tool and 2 burlap sacks, and walked towards the cliff he had already set his sights on. Holy crap! Another deer! Too bad it didn't trigger the 10,000x payout. Did you see Fengshen's expression? It was the first time I'd ever seen that look in his eyes. It was shock. Absolutely shock. Captain Ling Yu is amazing. That arrow completely stunned Fengshen. This is truly the Valkyrie of our Dragon Kingdom. The mutual respect between strong individuals. This is the ultimate CP chemistry. I declare that the Lung Feng duo is locked in. Shipping everything will only hurt you. Those who ship couples, get out. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and walked to the dark red rock wall. He used the tip of his entrenching tool to pry it open, and a large piece of dark red rock rolled down with a thud. Ding! Qin Feng, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, has discovered a strategic resource, hematite. Trigger 10,000 times return. Reward: 10,000 large hematite mines with enormous reserves have been deployed to the northwest region of the Dragon Kingdom. In the official live stream room of the Dragon Kingdom, time seemed to stand still at that moment. The host, Sabaining, who had just been praising Ling Yu's archery skills, now seemed to have his throat grabbed, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. A full 3 seconds later. Red hematite! He suddenly jumped up from his chair, his voice completely distorted by extreme excitement, even cracking slightly. 10,000! 10,000 large hematite mines with huge reserves! Dongqing's usually calm and elegant face was now flushed with disbelief. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white from the force. Boom! After several seconds of deathly silence, the barrage of comments in the entire Dragon Kingdom live stream erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for 100 years. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? 10,000? Large iron mines? I'm dumbfounded. The Northwest. It's been deployed to the Northwest. From now on, our Dragon Kingdom will never lack steel again. Our Dragon Kingdom's industry is about to take off. Wah! I'm just a steel factory worker, and I'm crying. I'm really crying. You have no idea what this means. This is the cornerstone of the nation. Even at the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. An elderly general with graying hair stared intently at the real-time geological survey report transmitted back on the screen. His hand, which was holding the teacup, was trembling violently and uncontrollably. Report to the chief! A young operations staff officer rushed in, his voice filled with barely suppressed elation. Urgent telegram from the Northwest Military Region. The landscape of the mountainous areas in northwestern my country has undergone drastic changes overnight. Preliminary exploration has revealed at least 10,000 iron-rich veins with immeasurable reserves underground. Snap! The old general's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground, but he was completely unaware. He suddenly stood up, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears. "May God bless the Dragon Kingdom! May God bless the Dragon Kingdom!" However, the United States did not continue its pessimistic pronouncements. Their top brass are actually planning to trade iron ore with China in exchange for other resources. Meetings were in full swing at the Octagon. Because this is no longer a simple resource discovery. This is an overwhelming leap in a nation's industrial potential. They couldn't help but panic. In the Wilderness Valley, Qin Feng simply bent down, picked up the dark red ore, and weighed it in his hand. Back at camp, he didn't start immediately. "Ling Yu, help me burn charcoal." Qin Feng pointed to a pile of hardwood that had been prepared in advance. "Pile them up, cover them with wet mud, leave a few ventilation holes, light them, and let them smolder." This is a traditional method for making charcoal. Iron smelting requires charcoal, not ordinary firewood. Because charcoal can provide a higher and more stable temperature. Ling Yu put down her work and began building the earthen kiln for charcoal burning according to Qin Feng's instructions. The two had a clear division of labor and worked together seamlessly. Qin Feng himself began processing the ore. He poured the ore onto a flat stone slab and used a hard stone as a hammer. They forcefully smashed large chunks of ore into smaller pieces, then gradually chipped them into fist-sized fragments. Ding! 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 The dull, rhythmic tapping echoed through the valley. After doing all this, Qin Feng retrieved the yellow clay he had mixed earlier. He did nothing else. Instead, with their skillful hands they molded small, mold-like objects. When the viewers in the live stream saw the shape of the thing, they all gasped in shock. "That's a mold for arrows. My God, is he going to mass-produce arrows?" From mining to iron smelting, and then to mold making, it's a complete service. This isn't survival, it's technological advancement. While others are still in the Stone Age, Fengshen is already preparing to enter the Iron Age. This is insane. I'd call him the #1 engineer in the wilderness. Qin Feng carefully placed a dozen or so shaped arrow molds near the fire to bake and set their shape. Everything is ready. As dusk fell, wisps of smoke rose from the charcoal kiln. Ling Yu had already processed most of the venison and hung it on a wooden rack to smoke. Qin Feng glanced at the quietly standing earthen furnace, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He knew that tomorrow, the first industrial fire would be lit in this wilderness. Just as their campfire was lit. In the distance, Lin Yihan was huddled at the base of a large tree, suffering from hunger and cold. She saw the flickering light in the distance, and her heart leaped into her throat. It's a human! Are they enemies, or fellow countrymen? She didn't go forward, she didn't even dare to move. They could only stare intently at that tiny flame, as if it were the only hope in the darkness. Chapter 50 New Faces at the Campfire. The night wind is always icy cold. Lin Yihan tightened her clothes and then took out a thermal blanket to wrap herself up tightly. Yet the chill still managed to penetrate the fabric and seep into her very bones. He was curled up, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. She knew that if she continued to stay here, the only outcome would be to freeze to death. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. With her last ounce of strength, she leaned against the rough tree trunk and shakily stood up. They moved step by step toward the faint campfire in the distance. At the valley campsite, the campfire was burning brightly. A large piece of venison was roasting over a fire, sizzling loudly. Golden drops of oil dripped into the charcoal fire, sparking bursts of embers. Above the campfire, Qin Feng had made a simple triangular grill. On the platform above, strips of venison were laid out and slowly smoked over a fire. Smoked venison turns into jerky, which can be preserved for a considerable period of time, making it ideal as a staple food. The rich aroma of meat, mingled with the saltiness of salt, filled the air. The taste alone is enough to drive any hungry person crazy. Qin Feng tore off a piece of roasted venison, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and slowly put it into his mouth. The meat was firm and juicy, a flavor he knew best. Then, he picked up a large mouthful of freshly blanched bracken from the iron pot beside him. It's refreshing and delicious, perfectly cutting through the greasiness of the grilled meat. That feels better. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Although Ling Yu ate quietly, she ate very quickly, clearly she was also very hungry. Suddenly, Qin Feng abruptly stopped chewing. He raised his head. His gaze shot like lightning towards the deep darkness surrounding the camp, and his ears twitched slightly. The master-level environmental perception detected an unusual movement. A very faint sound of footsteps is slowly approaching. Someone! Qin Feng had barely finished speaking when Ling Yu reacted almost simultaneously. She quickly put down the roasted meat, and with a flick of her wrist, she gripped the sharpened harpoon in her other hand, her muscles instantly tensing. He was poised to strike, his sharp eyes fixed on the dark area. The two exchanged a glance, the same question lingering in their minds. Friend or foe? Qin Feng did not choose to hide. In this open area, the campfires shone so brightly. Now that the enemy has already infiltrated, there's no point in hiding. He slowly stood up, picked up the longbow from beside him, drew an arrow, and nocked it. The bowstring was slowly pulled back, making a creaking sound. The arrow was precisely aimed at the patch of jungle from which the unusual movement had occurred. Who's there? Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly penetrating. You have 3 seconds to get out of there. Otherwise, you'll stay there forever. In the darkness, the slender figure trembled violently. Lin Yihan's heart was about to jump out of her throat. She heard it, the pure language of the Dragon Kingdom. They are compatriots! Overwhelmed with a mixture of excitement and grievance, she was speechless for a moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as Qin Feng was about to release his grip and the arrow was about to leave the bowstring. No! Don't shoot the arrows! A weak, tearful female voice, filled with pleading, came from the darkness. I am from China! I am also a contestant from China! Before the words were finished, a disheveled figure staggered out from behind the tree. They were terrified that if they were even a step too slow, they would be shot dead on the spot. When the firelight illuminated her face, which was covered in dirt and tear stains, the number of comments in the live stream suddenly increased. It's Yihan. It really is her. Oh my God! Great. They've finally reunited. I thought Yihan wouldn't make it. Poor Yihan, she can finally have something hot to eat. Look how thin she is. How did she, a singing and dancing star with almost no wilderness survival skills, survive alone for so many days and even accurately locate Qin Feng's camp? This doesn't make sense. Lin Yihan raised her hands to indicate that she posed no threat. Her body trembled violently with weakness and fear. Qin Feng didn't lower his bow, but gave Ling Yu a look. The latter understood immediately, and holding a harpoon, he cautiously stepped forward and circled around to Lin Yihan's side. He deftly removed the deflated backpack from her body. They quickly checked her again to make sure there were no hidden weapons. Name, ID number. Lin Yu's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lin Yihan shuddered and swallowed hard. Lin Yihan. Dragon Kingdom, number 58. As she answered, she frantically fiddled with the device on her wrist, trying to prove her identity as quickly as possible. Ling Yu leaned closer to take a look at the number and name displayed on the screen. After confirming everything was correct, he put away the harpoon and nodded to Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng slowly lowered his bow and arrow, but his vigilance was not completely dispelled. How did you find this place? Qin Feng's tone softened somewhat. Lin Yihan was about to speak when her gaze swept past the two of them, fixed intently on the dripping, roasted deer leg over the campfire. My throat bobbed uncontrollably, and saliva started flowing like crazy. She could even clearly hear that gurgling sound coming from her stomach. Seeing her almost fainting from hunger, Ling Yu's tightly clenched lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Perhaps it was the instinct of being a fellow Chinese player. Without saying a word, she turned around, silently wrapped a sizzling piece of roasted meat in a clean broadleaf, and handed it over. Let's eat first. These 3 words instantly shattered all of Lin Yihan's strength. Her tears streamed down her face instantly. Ignoring the heat, with trembling hands she took the grilled meat and stuffed it into her mouth without thinking. Wah! It's hot! But it smells so good! She ate quickly and hastily, tears mingling with the meat juices and smearing her face, but she didn't care about her appearance at all. In the live stream room of Longhua, Lin Yihan's fans were instantly moved to tears upon seeing this scene. Wah! Yihan! My Yihan! I've finally found my people! Seeing her eat like that, even I, a grown man, cried. How did she manage to get through these past few days? Thank you, Fengshen. Thank you, Captain Ling Yu. You are like second parents to Yihan. These are true compatriots. In dire straits, nothing is more heartwarming than a simple eat first. Qin Feng watched Lin Yihan wolf down her food, then glanced at Ling Yu beside him, who had fallen silent again. Finally, I looked up at the cold, clear moon overhead. As the population gradually increases, resource consumption will intensify. But in this wilderness, the unknown dangers extend far beyond hunger and wild beasts. We must quickly enhance our strength, manufacture powerful weapons, and establish safer shelters. He silently calculated the time in his mind. Tomorrow is system check-in day. What will it be this time? Meanwhile, at the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, a young operations staff officer, pale-faced, rushed into the conference room. Report! His voice trembled uncontrollably. Commander! The old general, seated at the head of the table, raised his head and said in a deep voice. Speak! We have just confirmed that our athlete Zhang Pengfei's live stream camera has been fixed on the bark of a tree for 12 consecutive hours. There has been no movement whatsoever. Go on! The old general's fingers tapped on the table, making a dull thud. We have reason to strongly suspect that it was the joint team from the United States and Japan that did it. Based on their physique and clothing details, they identified the prisoner they had captured earlier. There's a greater than 70% chance it's Zhang Pengfei, who has been out of contact. The command center was deathly silent. The air seemed to have frozen. Everyone knows what this means. A living prisoner is far more terrifying than a corpse. Coercion, bribery, torture. They have countless ways to turn a person with a weak will into a sharp knife that will pierce the back of their own compatriots. How long until the next communication with the player? The old general's voice became somewhat hoarse. Report. 4 days left. 4 days. The old general slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a deep worry flashed in them. Hopefully in these 4 days they won't find Qin Feng. Chapter 51, Asian-faced gun-wielding hunter. The campfire crackled and popped. After eating 3 large pieces of perfectly grilled venison steak, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Lin Yihun finally stopped eating. The feeling of fullness in her stomach was an experience she had never had since arriving in this wilderness. Huh. She leaned against a rough tree trunk and let out a long sigh of relief. That once stunningly beautiful face was now covered in soot from the smoke and looked utterly disheveled. But those eyes shone with a unique clarity. Thank you all! Her voice was still hoarse, but much stronger than before. Lin Yu didn't speak, but silently added a dry pine log to the fire. The flames shot up with a whoosh, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The nights in this valley are extremely cold. More fire means more safety. Qin Feng's gaze calmly fell on Lin Yihun, and he spoke. Tell me about your situation. Lin Yihun's body tensed up instinctively. Facing Qin Feng's unfathomable eyes, she always felt that everything about her would be seen through. She composed herself and began to recount her experiences. I landed on the edge of a swamp, and luckily I didn't fall in. She gave a wry smile. At first I really thought I was going to die. There was no food, no water, and insects everywhere, along with strange noises I couldn't understand. But when I was filming a period drama before, I learned to climb trees for a single shot. I wasn't very professional, but at least I could get up there. She pointed to her arm, which was covered in scratches. These past few days I've relied on this to find lots of wild berries to eat, and when I'm thirsty I collect dew from clean leaves to drink. Qin Feng and Lin Yu listened quietly. They all knew that a female celebrity with no wilderness survival experience was able to survive alone in such an environment for so many days. It was definitely not just luck. That will to survive is itself worthy of respect. I encountered other people twice during that time. Lin Yihun's voice suddenly lowered, a hint of lingering fear flashing in her eyes. What nationality are you? Lin Yu immediately pressed for details, as this was crucial information. I have no idea. Lin Yihun shook her head. I hid in the tree, afraid to make a sound. The first time it was 2 people, blonde and blue-eyed. I couldn't understand what they were saying. They seemed to be looking for something and left in a hurry. The second time. She took a deep breath, as if recalling some horrific scene. There were 3 people. They moved very quickly, like soldiers. When I saw them, they were processing the carcass of a wild boar. They did it very efficiently. The point is. Lin Yihun lowered her voice even further, as if afraid of being overheard. I saw one of them had a gun hanging from his waist. Gun? Gun? Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and she asked the question almost simultaneously with Qin Feng. Did you see clearly? What kind of gun is it? Qin Feng frowned as well. His M1911 is currently his biggest trump card, if other countries also have firearms. His established advantage will be greatly weakened, and the danger level of the entire wilderness will rise sharply. I'm too far away to look closely. Lin Yihun tried hard to recall. It's black, and it looks longer than the pistols in movies. But it wasn't that long. There seemed to be a piece of wood at the front of the gun. They had Asian faces, but they weren't speaking Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. I've heard those 2 languages before. It's not the United States, nor Japan, nor South Korea. Qin Feng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. This wilderness is indeed a place where hidden talents abound. An unknown, armed Asian team, like a beast lurking in the shadows, could bare its fangs at any moment. This intelligence is extremely important. It instantly changed Qin Feng's assessment of the current situation. He originally thought the biggest threat was the alliance between the United States and Japan. But now it seems that the Real Hunter may still be observing from the shadows. The atmosphere in the valley became somewhat somber for a moment. Alright, let's rest first. Qin Feng broke the silence. I'll be on watch tonight. I'll take the first half, and the cold moon will shine in the second half. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yihan. You've just arrived and are still weak, so go to sleep first. But starting tomorrow, you'll be on duty from 4 to 6 in the morning. Good. Lin Yihan took a breath, straightened her back, and said decisively. I understand, I won't hold anyone back. She didn't want to be a burden who could only open her mouth to eat. She also wanted to contribute her own strength, however insignificant. After Lin Yihan agreed, the fans in her live stream refused to cooperate. What's going on? Fengshen, are you serious? Yihan just escaped death and is exhausted like this, and you're making her keep watch tomorrow? Have you no humanity? Exactly. What can a girl like her do? Isn't Captain Ling Yu on night watch? Isn't Qin Feng being incredibly heartless? Is he bullying Yihan? Lin Yihan's fans were instantly enraged, and the screen was flooded with various condemnatory comments. However, their triumph was short-lived, as an even more powerful torrent of bullet comments swept in. Get out of here, you brainless fan! This is wilderness survival, not your backyard. Well said. Qin Feng is saving her. If he doesn't teach her to take responsibility, does he want her to be a burden for the rest of her life? Hilarious! Give us back Yihan. She's now contestant number 58 from China. Trying to get something for nothing? Dream on. Fengshen did the right thing, I support you. Fuck your mother. The comment above is fantastic. The extreme use of foul language is pure enjoyment. The arguments in the live stream were more intense than in real life, but the mainstream viewpoint was very clear. In the wilderness, there is no distinction of gender or identity, only teammates and burdens. Qin Feng's actions were approved by the vast majority of viewers in China. Lin Yihan, who was at the center of the incident, naturally had no idea what her fans were saying. She glanced at Qin Feng, then at Ling Yu beside her, who was silent yet exuded a powerful aura, and bit her lip, saying, Can I start now? You guys have been working hard for a long time, and I want to do something for the team. The vulnerability in her eyes was gone, replaced by a firmness. Qin Feng glanced at her with some surprise. It seems this female celebrity is more resilient than I imagined. Need not. He refused outright. Conserve your energy and get plenty of rest, there's still a lot to do tomorrow. After saying that, he ignored the two of them. He took the huge crocodile skin out of his backpack and examined it carefully by the firelight, already starting to envision the design of the leather armor in his mind. Ling Yu handed Lin Yihan a thermal blanket. Go to sleep. Qin Feng will be keeping an eye on things for the first half of the night, so don't worry. Her voice remained cool and detached, but Lin Yihan detected a hint of concern in it. Lin Yihan nodded heavily, hugged the thermal blanket, and walked towards the unassuming shelter. In her imagination, this was probably just a small earthen hut that could barely keep out the wind. But the moment she bent down and crawled inside, she froze completely. The biting cold wind from outside seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, disappearing without a trace. A dry yet warm scent wafted over, carrying a faint aroma of smoke and hay. Lin Yihan's eyes widened little by little, her pupils filled with disbelief. The shelter's ground had been dug down 1/2 meter and was covered with a thick layer of fluffy dry grass and leaves. It feels soft and springy underfoot, completely blocking out the damp and cold air from the ground. On the very top was a huge, complete bear skin. Just looking at it makes you feel warm all over. Here. There was no wind, no dampness, no cold. Only absolute warmth and safety that allows one to let down all their guard. Lin Yihan's nose tingled, and tears welled up uncontrollably once again. But this time, it wasn't because of fear, nor because of hunger. It's because of happiness. She curled up in a corner of the bearskin, wrapped the thermal blanket tightly around herself, and felt the warmth coming from both the ground and the air. This was the most restful sleep she had had since arriving in this wilderness. As night deepened, only the sound of the wind and the burning of flames remained in the valley. Qin Feng leaned against the tree trunk, his eyes closed. Whose gun could it be? Thailand? Or is it some low-profile Mongolia? This unknown variable cast a shadow over his originally clear plan. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. Qin Feng was relieved by Ling Yu that night and slept soundly for several hours. He extinguished the embers under the grill and carefully removed the strips of venison that had been hanging overnight. The venison was now completely dehydrated, turning into dark red jerky. A thin layer of salt frost and grease has formed on its surface. It is hard in texture and exudes a captivating smoky aroma. He took a bite with his teeth first. Crack! Only a faint layer of teeth marks remained on the jerky. Wow, it's so hard! He rubbed his chin, his expression somewhat ferocious, then pulled out a dagger and forcefully cut off a small piece. I put it in my mouth and savored it carefully. The meat is firm and chewy, with a savory flavor and a hint of woody aroma, making it an excellent ration for marching. It tastes pretty good, but it's a bit tough on the teeth. It tastes better if you soak it in soup. This much dried meat is enough for us to eat for more than half a month. Ling Yu had woken up some time earlier and was standing behind him. Looking at this substantial reserve, a sense of reassurance crept into his eyes. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, then cut off a few more pieces and handed them to Ling Yu. Would you like 2 pieces? Ling Yu quickly waved her hand and said, My teeth aren't as good as yours. Lin Yihan was also awakened by the aroma. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at the dried meat and her mouth started watering again. Yesterday's meal was the most delicious she had ever eaten in her life, and now, she feels like she can eat quite a lot again. She stepped forward and asked the two of them, Is there anything I can do or help with today? I'll do my best. Chapter 52 Physical Strengthening. Qin Feng looked at the once radiant actress before him, whose eyes now held a resolute gaze. Without any unnecessary words, the task was assigned directly. Ling Yu, could you show her around the valley? Especially make sure she remembers the areas where we set traps, so she doesn't accidentally step on them. He paused, then turned his gaze to Lin Yihan. Your task is to cut down some trees about the thickness of a wrist. We need to upgrade our shelter. If it's hard to chop, just gather more dry firewood. You can never have too much fuel. Good. Ling Yu nodded succinctly. I understand. Brother Qin Feng, sister Ling Yu, I will try my best. Lin Yihan straightened her back and answered forcefully. She was afraid of being tired, but she was even more afraid of becoming a useless piece of trash. Watching the two men, armed with machetes and ropes, disappear into the woods one after the other, Qin Feng turned around and calmly said to the live streaming device on his wrist, Shut down the live stream. Player Qin Feng has closed his personal live stream. The live stream will be forcibly restarted in 2 hours. Holy crap. Here we go again. Every time Fengshen shuts down his live stream, it feels like he's about to do something big. Don't guess anymore. I bet 5 cents he went to take a dump. After all, he's very conscious of his image. Go check on how the other players are doing. Uncle Chen, who is doing quite well these days, he just caught a wild boar in a trap. The live stream room in China was filled with jokes and banter. At that moment, in the valley camp, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and closed his eyes. Check in! Ding! You have successfully survived in the wilderness for an extended period, meeting the sign-in requirements. This day's sign-in reward is Physical Enhancement. Reward description: your basic physical qualities, such as muscle density, nerve reaction speed, cell activity, endurance, and recovery ability, will receive a comprehensive, significant, and permanent improvement. The next second, a surge of scalding warmth exploded from his heart, violently washing over his limbs and bones. Qin Feng's body trembled violently. He could clearly feel every bone in his body making a series of subtle popping sounds. Beneath the skin, muscle fibers become tough and thick at an astonishing rate, exuding a solid and powerful sense of strength. He clenched his fists instinctively, a powerful feeling he had never experienced before filling his entire body. He felt as if he could run tirelessly for a whole day and night. Is this the feeling of power? Qin Feng whispered. To clear a work area, he walked to a bluestone blocking his way. That rock weighed at least 200 pounds. He had always walked around it before. Now, he wants to give it a try. Qin Feng took a deep breath, bent down, and gripped the edge of the stone with both hands. Using the strength of my lower back, I prepared to exert all my might to move it away. But the next second, he froze completely. The expected heaviness did not occur at all. He lifted that 200-pound bluestone as lightly as if it were a chicken weighing only a few pounds. Throughout the entire process, his breathing remained steady, and his heart rate did not increase. After Qin Feng moved the boulder, he stared blankly at his hands. A sense of unfamiliarity with his own power, and an overwhelming feeling of control over everything made him want to roar to the sky. This feeling is fucking awesome. I owe all my current strength to myself. His improved physical condition gave him immense confidence in his upcoming plans. His gaze fell upon the simple, earthen blast furnace and the clean deer hide beside it. The Industrial Revolution is only now truly beginning. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately sprang into action. In iron smelting, the most crucial element is temperature. Relying solely on natural ventilation, it is difficult to reach the high temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius required to melt iron or in the furnace. He needs a device that can force airflow, a bellows. From the master forging knowledge base, the most primitive and effective method of making animal hide bellows instantly came to mind. He picked up the dagger and precisely cut the supple deerskin into a specific shape, piercing the edges with a bone needle to create numerous tiny holes. Next, he found several sturdy, straight pieces of wood. The hide was carved into a frame, and then tightly stretched to the wooden frame with tough vines. For the most crucial air outlet, he used a hollow bamboo tube as a substitute. The joint was sealed with a mixture of moist clay and straw fibers, then slowly dried over a low flame, creating a perfect seal. The entire production process was smooth and efficient, without a single unnecessary movement. After a period of meticulous cutting and sewing, about an hour later, only when a rugged-looking but highly durable one-way inflatable airbag is it truly complete. He aligned the air outlet of the blast furnace with the air inlet reserved for the blast furnace. Then, the prepared charcoal and crushed hematite were layered and loaded into the furnace. Call! He took a deep breath and began to rhythmically press on the skin. Whoosh! 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 Strong streams of air were pumped into the furnace, and the charcoal inside initially emitted a dull red glow. Then, under forced combustion, the color changed from red to orange, and then from orange to a dazzling bright white. Buzz! The blast furnace emitted a deep rumble. Surges of scorching heat erupted from the furnace opening, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Qin Feng could clearly feel that the temperature inside the furnace was rising at an alarming rate. He maintained the rhythm of the blower while observing through the vent, staring intently at the changes in the ore inside the furnace. The dark red ores began to soften and deform under the extreme heat. A layer of flowing molten iron gradually appeared on the surface. Success! Qin Feng was overjoyed and immediately picked up a long wooden pole to pry open the tap hole at the bottom of the blast furnace. Laugh! A stream of molten iron, mixed with black smoke, slowly flowed out along the clay channel he had dug beforehand. The scorching heat, the pungent smell of sulfur. This heralded the birth of the first man-made metals in this desolate world. Without a moment's hesitation, he carefully poured the precious molten iron into rows of neatly arranged arrow molds. Sizzle! The molten iron made a series of piercing sounds as it came into contact with the cold clay mold. White steam rose up, accompanied by a burnt smell. Once the last mold was filled, given my previous physical condition, I would definitely need to rest for a long time. But Qin Feng wasn't particularly tired right now, he just felt very hot. So I simply took off my shirt. Anyway, the live stream is off now, so it doesn't matter. He used the stick to pick up a mold that had begun to cool and threw it directly into the nearby pond. Puff! With a loud bang, a large amount of water vapor exploded instantly, forming a thick white fog. Once the mold had completely cooled, Qin Feng scooped it out and casually tapped it on a stone. Crack! The charred clay shell shattered with a crack, revealing the dark object inside. That was a perfect, barbed, diamond-shaped arrowhead. It lay quietly in Qin Feng's palm, though its surface looked a bit rough. However, with just a little polishing, it becomes a weapon that can easily penetrate a person's body. Qin Feng could almost see a Chinese army armed with steel, sweeping across this wilderness. Just then, the countdown on his live streaming device reached 0. Live stream has been forcibly started. The instant the camera returned to normal, this was the scene that hundreds of millions of viewers in China saw. A man, shirtless, his bronze muscles glistening with sweat. At his feet was a pile of broken clay molds. And dozens of iron arrowheads scattered on the ground, gleaming with a cold, dark light. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to fall silent. The live stream was silent for 3 seconds before being completely flooded with comments. Holy crap! A guy with abs is live streaming? Ah! I really want to reach out and touch it. What are you all looking at? Look at what's under Feng Shen's feet. That's iron. It's an iron arrowhead. Damn it! He turned off his live stream for 2 hours and gave us an industrial revolution. Where are the experts? Experts, come out and explain. Is this reasonable? Is this even scientifically sound? Far ahead. From today onwards, please call him Engineer Qin. At that very moment, a clear shout came from the woods not far away. Brother Qin! We're back! We've made a major discovery! Chapter 53. Another powerful general has arrived in the camp. A clear, crisp shout echoed through the woods, carrying a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Brother Qin! You're back! You're back! We've made a major discovery! It was Lin Yihan's voice. Qin Feng turned his head at the sound and happened to meet Lin Yihan, who rushed into the camp like a gust of wind. Ah! A short scream. Lin Yihan suddenly stopped in her tracks, and swiftly covered her eyes with her hands. Her pretty face instantly flushed red from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. The scene before her eyes was simply too impactful. The man was shirtless, sweat slowly sliding down his clearly defined muscles. Especially noticeable are the 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Ling Yu, who was following behind her, took a step forward, thinking that something unexpected had happened, and her right hand instinctively gripped the cleaver at her waist. But when she saw the situation before her, that fierce aura instantly dissipated. But her gaze didn't waver at all. She openly and honestly scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. She nodded and gave her assessment in a flat tone. Good training. Qin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze. It was more awkward than facing a ferocious beast. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, quickly grabbed the shirt next to him and put it on, only then feeling a little more at ease. Hey, what major discovery? You're back so soon? He changed the subject, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Lin Yihan then lowered her hand, her blush still lingering. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, and he dared not look directly at Qin Feng, reporting in a low voice. I went out just now, trying to find a convenient spot, and then I heard some noise coming from the bushes nearby. As she finished speaking, Ling Yu, who was standing next to her, took over the conversation. Her expression was serious and professional. I went over to check, and it was a newborn calf, still covered in mucus, and the umbilical cord hadn't completely fallen off. I checked the surrounding area and found paw prints left by a large feline. It's likely that the cow encountered a predator while giving birth, and in her fright, she had no choice but to abandon her calf and flee for her life. But I don't know why the calf wasn't eaten. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly after hearing this. He slapped his thigh and blurted out. Great! What luck! Who cares why it wasn't eaten? We'll have a whole roasted cow for dinner tonight. He could already picture the calf sizzling and dripping with oil, its skin golden and crispy. However, his jubilant demeanor only earned him a helpless exchange of glances from Lin Yihan and Ling Yu. Lin Yihan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Ling Yu rubbed her forehead, sighed, and said to Lin Yihan. See? I told you he definitely wanted to eat this calf. Qin Feng looked completely bewildered. Why aren't you eating it? Are you saving it for the new year? Lin Yu coughed lightly and said seriously. This calf is not just a meal, it's also a strategic resource. She held up one finger. First, it's a cow, so it can be fed with grass, and we'll have a continuous supply of milk to drink, which is the best source of protein. She then extended her second finger. Secondly, and most importantly, it can be domesticated into draft animals. Just think about it, how much ore can we move by manpower alone in our iron mine? When it grows up, it can help us carry ore and haul wood. It eats only grass, but expends a huge amount of labor. You can't possibly be stronger than an ox. Qin Feng was stunned. His mind was previously filled with forging, weapons, and combat. Indeed, he didn't connect a calf with his grand plan. Ling Yu's words of guidance instantly enlightened him. Yes. Productive forces. The ox was the most advanced tool of productivity in this primitive era. I understand. Qin Feng felt somewhat ashamed, and looking at Ling Yu, his eyes held a hint of admiration. This woman is not only incredibly powerful in combat, but also has a sharp strategic vision. Just then, Ling Yu seemed to suddenly notice something, her gaze falling directly on Qin Feng's feet. There, scattered around, were dozens of dark, metallic lumps. She crouched down and picked one up. It felt cold and heavy when I held it. That perfect diamond-shaped outline, and a mounting groove reserved at the rear. This is... Her voice trembled with disbelief. Iron? Iron arrowheads? You really succeeded in smelting iron? Lin Yihan also came closer, and when she saw what it was, she was completely stunned. Although she didn't understand what metallurgy was, she recognized what this was. This is a weapon. It is real iron that can easily tear flesh apart. Brother Qin, you used to be a blacksmith. Haha, this is nothing to worry about, nothing at all. Qin Feng put his hands on his hips and laughed twice, having regained the face he had just lost. Ling Yu's mind was still reeling from the immense shock brought by the ironware. Her gaze, however, inadvertently swept across a corner of the camp. Then, she froze completely. That huge, bluish-green rock, weighing at least 200 pounds, that was originally blocking the roadside. It looks like it's been moved. She remembers it very clearly. When she set off in the morning, she made a point of avoiding that rock. Now, that rock has been moved to a tree 7 or 8 meters away, clearing a large, flat area for the camp. Ling Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. She slowly turned her head, her gaze shifting from the boulder to Qin Feng. An absurd thought uncontrollably popped into my head. Could it be that he moved it? Wow! Is this man really stronger than an ox? At this moment, Qin Feng, seeing Lin Yihan's embarrassed appearance, belatedly realized a serious problem that he had overlooked. Go to the toilet. Both he and Ling Yu were used to military-style wilderness survival and didn't care about these details. In particular, he often just goes to the toilet anywhere, then covers it up afterwards. But Lin Yihan's arrival reminded him. As the team expands, hygiene and convenience will become issues that must be addressed. A fixed, hygienic toilet. Not only can it prevent the growth of germs, but it can also be used as fertilizer in the future, and it is an important symbol of the camp's progress towards civilization. Cough! Qin Feng cleared his throat and announced with a serious expression. We must go and get that calf right away, lest that beast come looking for us again. In addition, our camp needs to undertake a new infrastructure project. What kind of infrastructure? Lin Yihan asked curiously. Qin Feng looked at her and said word by word. Build a toilet! Upon hearing the word, toilet, Lin Yihan's eyes filled with gratitude. Ling Yu nodded readily, agreeing with this pragmatic decision. Hygiene and privacy are necessities in any environment. Go save Nio Nio first! Qin Feng gave the order, and the three of them immediately sprang into action. Ling Yu walked at the front, a sharp machete in her hand, her eyes warily scanning the surrounding dense forest. Qin Feng followed closely behind, his enhanced senses fully activated, allowing him to clearly perceive the sounds of the wind and the rustling of the grass around him. Lin Yihan was shielded in the middle, clutching a dagger tightly in her hand. Nervous, yet not missing a single step. Soon, they arrived at the bushes that Lin Yi had discovered earlier. Moo moo! A very faint cry came from inside. Chapter 54. The good days of our daily life are over. Ling Yu stepped forward and parted the last branch and leaves. A calf, soaking wet, was struggling to its feet, its large, clear, yet bewildered eyes staring at them. Its placenta hadn't completely come off yet, and its slender legs were trembling. I tried to stand up straight, but each time I collapsed back down. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Moo! The calf mooed again, its voice filled with helplessness. Lin Yihan's heart melted instantly. She crouched down and reached out her hand, but then, afraid of startling it, she stopped midair. Qin Feng abandoned his earlier eager expression, licked his lips, walked over to the calf, and carefully examined it. Aside from being weak, the calf had no obvious injuries. He reached out and gently rubbed the calf's forehead with the back of his hand. Instead of flinching, the calf nestled its head into his palm in a dependent manner. Let's go, take it back. As Qin Feng spoke, he carefully picked up the calf. Newborn calves typically weigh 50 to 60 pounds, a weight that's child's play for Qin Feng. Haha, 1 second Fengshen was thinking about roasting a whole cow, and the next second he's transformed into a super dad. This calf is so cute. Please don't eat it. The view from upstairs is too narrow-minded. The goddess of cold moon is right, this is a strategic resource. It's our Dragon Kingdom's running bull tractor. That's right. When the ox grows up, we'll have Fengshen forge it a suit of iron armor, and it'll be known as the ironclad galloping bull. Back at camp, Qin Feng made a makeshift leash out of soft vines and loosely tied it to the tree. After laying down a thick layer of dry grass, the little guy quickly laid down, curled up into a ball, and seemed much more at ease. After settling the new members in, the construction of the camp could not be delayed. All right, let's get started. At Qin Feng's command, the three immediately split up and took action. Ling Yu and Lin Yihan, armed with machetes and ropes, re-entered the forest. They need to cut down more trees, about the thickness of a wrist, to reinforce the shelter and build the framework for the toilet. Lin Yihan wasn't as delicate as one might imagine. Although her movements were clumsy when chopping down trees, she was methodical and precise. Sweat soaked her back, but she simply wiped her face and continued pushing. Qin Feng, carrying an entrenching tool, arrived at a slightly lower, downwind spot about 50 meters from the camp. He chose a spot and drew an area on the ground with his foot that was about 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters wide. Then he raised the entrenching tool high and brought it down hard. Puff! The black soil beneath their feet was easily turned over. The enhanced strength made this heavy physical labor as simple as eating and drinking. Before long, a square, deep pit began to take shape. He dug very deep, a full 2 meters. The pit walls need to be reinforced with clay and gravel, and the bottom needs to be covered with wood ash and dry soil to facilitate absorption and decomposition. From now on, these will all be top-quality natural fertilizers. While working, Qin Feng was also thinking about how to improve the toilet. The entire valley campsite was a scene of bustling activity. Everyone is contributing to this newly established home, full of hope and enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in a dense forest below the waterfall valley. Oh shit! Wang Meng plopped down on the ground. He angrily stuffed a sour wild fruit into his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound. His face was covered in bruises, and he had a bump on his left temple. He looked quite disheveled. As a former Marine, he considers himself to be top-notch in physical fitness and combat skills. But today, he suffered a loss at the hands of a bunch of beasts. It turns out that half an hour ago, he finally found a wild fruit grove and painstakingly picked a whole bagful. Thinking I should find a place to catch my breath, I temporarily placed the fruit under the tree. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, the bag of fruit had vanished? He looked up and several long-tailed monkeys were perched on the tree branches, clutching his fruit. She bared her teeth at him while stuffing food into her mouth, juices dripping everywhere. Then she even threw the fruit pit precisely at him. How could Wang Meng's fiery temper be tolerated? He immediately took off his shirt, howled, and climbed the tree, ready to teach those mischievous monkeys a lesson. Upon seeing this, the monkeys scattered and fled. But Wang Meng was faster. He grabbed the tail of a lagging monkey and yanked it hard. Squeak! The monkey let out a miserable cry, and the fruit in its hand scattered all over the ground. Just then, a huge old monkey king pounced down from above, its sharp claws aimed straight for his face. Wang Meng snorted coldly. With an incredible twist of its body on the tree trunk, it dodged the attack while simultaneously kicking the old monkey king in the waist. Ouch! The old monkey king let out a miserable cry and crashed into another tree branch. But the other monkeys also took the opportunity to attack relentlessly with stones and branches. Although Wang Meng was not injured, he was left looking disheveled and only managed to retrieve a small half-bag of fruit. A bunch of beasts! He jumped down from the tree, looked at his disheveled self and the departing troop of monkeys, and his eyes were filled with rage that almost burst out. He would remember this debt. Wang Meng touched the injury on his face, wincing in pain. Don't let me ever run into you again! He had been walking towards the assembly point for 2 days, based on the approximate location provided by the command post. Unexpectedly, we were ambushed by a group of monkeys when we were almost there. He looked up at the sky, checked his bearings, and continued walking towards the direction from which the sound of the waterfall was coming. After walking for about 15 minutes, Wang Meng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He crouched down, picked up a tender leaf that had been trampled on from the ground. The broken end was still fresh. His gaze swept across the ground and he quickly spotted a series of very faint footprints that did not belong to him. Not a wild animal, but a human. Wang Meng's breathing became long and even, his anger quickly cooled, and he calmed down. He no longer traveled in a straight line, but instead used the terrain and vegetation as cover, following the trail to outflank them. Soon, a rustling sound and a faint, unpleasant odor reached my nose. Wang Meng silently parted the last broad leaf. In the field of vision, a man was crouching under a tree with his back to him, exerting all his strength. He almost spat out the fruit in his mouth. It turned out he was there to take a dump. But just then, the person who was squatting. While straining, he mumbled incoherently, the tone and pronunciation. Akimochi. It's the language of the Japanese pirates. Wang Meng's pupils suddenly contracted. I was already furious because I was tricked by the monkey, and now it felt like I had found an outlet for my anger. He lowered his body. He swallowed the remaining half-mouthful of fruit, and his right hand quietly gripped the hilt of the wood-chopping knife at his waist. A simple life. Your good days are over. Chapter 55. The toilet takes shape, and spiritual needs must also be met. It's said that people who are using the toilet are very vulnerable. Hidden in the bushes, the Japanese athlete was in a state of extreme relaxation. With his back to Wang Meng, his tense muscles completely relaxed after relieving himself. He was even humming an off-key folk song from his hometown, accompanied by a satisfied sigh. Little did he know that someone was silently closing the distance between him. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just as the Japanese athlete pulled up his pants and prepared to stand up, Wang Meng made his move. His taut leg muscles, like springs compressed to their limit, suddenly burst forth. The ground beneath his feet seemed to sink under his foot, and he transformed into a blur, silently lunging forward. No roaring, no unnecessary movements. Only the most efficient killing instinct. The Japanese athlete seemed to sense the wind behind him and tried to turn around, but it was too late. A strong, powerful hand shot out from behind like lightning. They tightly covered his mouth and nose, forcing back the gasp he was about to utter. With his other hand, he held a machete, drawing a precise arc. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh and severing the trachea was exceptionally clear in the silent forest. The Japanese athlete's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulged, and his pupils were filled with extreme fear. He didn't understand why there were other people next to his team's camp. He struggled and twisted his body desperately, but the arm covering his mouth and nose remained firmly in place, like an iron clamp. The excruciating pain in his neck and the rapid loss of his life force slowly drained him of all strength. Warm blood gushed out, splattering Wang Meng's hand, but he didn't even flinch. He could clearly feel the hoarse sound coming from the other person's throat. That's a sign that vitality is fading away. Wang Meng showed no pity whatsoever. He released his grip, letting the still warm body slump softly to the ground. After seeing the appearance of the corpse clearly, he immediately realized that the man's companion must be nearby. Because he'd seen that face before. He was a member of that multinational team from before. He did not hesitate for a moment, nor did he have any intention of disturbing the corpses to search for spoils. Because people who come out to relieve themselves are unlikely to have anything of value on them. Wang Meng casually wiped his machete on the corpse's clothes, then turned and plunged into the dense forest on the other side, fleeing frantically. Almost exactly a dozen breaths after he disappeared. "Baka! Why isn't Nakamura-kun back yet?" A low, impatient shout came from not far away. "I'll go take a look." A cold voice rang out. A figure flashed out from the forest. It was none other than Miyamoto Musashi, the leader of the Japanese squad. He spotted his companion lying in a pool of blood at a glance, and his narrow, elongated eyes were instantly ignited with rage. "Enemy attack!" Miyamoto Musashi let out a roar. He crouched down and examined the body. He glanced again at the hurried footprints Wang Meng had left on the ground, his eyes turning as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. "They just left. Chase them!" He grabbed the longbow beside him, drew an arrow, nocked it, and gave chase. The other contestants from the United States and Japan also realized what was happening. He drew his bow and fired a barrage of arrows in the direction Wang Meng was fleeing. Whoosh! 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 A dozen or so arrows whistled into the jungle, but most of them either struck tree trunks or missed their mark. Wang Meng navigated the complex terrain, using trees and rocks to constantly change direction. Those ordinary arrows posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, a deadly sense of crisis was locking onto him from behind. Those were arrows from Miyamoto Musashi. Wang Meng felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he suddenly lunged forward and rolled over. "Call out!" An arrow flew past him, barely grazing his scalp, and landed shallowly on a large tree in front of him. That was close. Wang Meng was startled and dared not stop. He got up and continued running. But Miyamoto Musashi's second arrow had already arrived. This time, Wang Meng didn't have time to make a complete evasive maneuver. He could only desperately twist his body to one side while running. Puff! The arrow grazed his left side, drawing a trail of blood. A searing pain instantly shot through my lower back. Wang Meng groaned, reached down, and touched his hand. It was covered in thick, warm blood. He knew he had been hit, though it was just a superficial wound. In this dangerous wilderness, any wound could be fatal. He gritted his teeth and, instead of stopping, unleashed all of his body's potential, running even faster. "Miyamoto! That's enough!" Just as Miyamoto Musashi was about to fire his third arrow, Kane, the captain of the Beacon Nation squad, stopped him. Kane walked to his side, looking in the direction Wang Meng had disappeared, his eyes chillingly calm. "Let him go. He's injured, and the smell of blood will bring unnecessary trouble to the forest for us. More importantly, an injured rabbit will only run desperately back to its burrow. Following the tracks he left behind, we can find the real rabbits much more easily." Miyamoto Musashi's chest heaved violently, but he finally lowered his bow. He stared at his companion's corpse and said through gritted teeth, "Next time, I will definitely twist his head off with my own hands." Kane patted him on the shoulder, a cold smile playing on his lips. "There will be an opportunity, and it will come soon." Wang Meng clutched the wound in his waist and frantically sprinted through the forest. He dared not stop, nor could he stop. He didn't know how long he had been on the run, until he could no longer hear any sound of pursuit behind him. Only the faint roar of the waterfall grew closer. Only then did he dare to lean against the giant tree, panting heavily, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Damn it, you just wait!" "Hiss!" He growled softly as he gave his wound on his waist a quick first aid. After figuring out the direction, I trudged towards the source of the waterfall's sound. But on the other side of that waterfall, a completely different scene unfolds. "Hey!" With a low shout, Ling Yu slammed a wooden stake, as thick as a bowl, into the ground, then tamped it down with stones and clay. Lin Yihan stood to the side, using wet vines to firmly bind the wooden stakes together. With the last stake secured, a simple yet sturdy toilet enclosure is taking shape. The door was a sparse wooden fence woven from a few thin strips of wood and vines. Qin Feng patted the dirt off his hands, looked at his masterpiece, and nodded in satisfaction. "We don't have enough materials today, so we can't build the roof. I'll go with you tomorrow and cut more wood." After saying that, he casually picked up a rectangular piece of briar wood that had fallen to the ground. He weighed it in his hand, seemingly calculating something. As night fell, the campfire was lit again. Ling Yu placed a sizzling piece of venison on the stone slab. In the small earthenware pot beside it, wild vegetable soup was bubbling away, emitting a refreshing aroma. Lin Yihan returned from outside, carrying a large bunch of fresh, juicy green grass. Then, the grass was brought to the calf's mouth, and the little guy immediately nuzzled up affectionately. It ate with its rough tongue, making satisfied, moo sounds. The three sat around the campfire, the atmosphere warm and peaceful. Ling Yu silently distributed food to everyone. The kiwis, which had been sitting for 2 days, had softened and were ready to eat. It's so sour, but it's actually quite delicious. Lin Yihan took a bite of the kiwi, and exclaimed in delight. She chattered away, sharing her experiences of cutting down trees that day, occasionally eliciting soft laughter. Qin Feng ate some dried venison while fiddling with the piece of photinia wood in his hand. Under the curious gazes of Ling Yu and Lin Yihan, he pulled out the sharp military dagger, and began carving on the wooden block. His movements were not fast, but exceptionally steady. Swish, swish, swish! Wood chips flew everywhere, falling like snowflakes. The originally irregular block of wood gradually revealed a unique outline under his skillful hands. A slightly curved bowl handle, a rounded and full pipe bowl. Ling Yu and Lin Yihan were both stunned. They looked at Qin Feng. This man always seemed to possess abilities beyond their wildest imaginations. From smelting iron by hand to today's woodworking skills. He's like an all-powerful treasure trove. You never know what surprise he'll pull out next. Holy crap! What is Feng Shen doing? Making a pipe? My grandfather was an old carpenter. Feng Shen's craftsmanship requires at least 10 years of dedicated training. Haha, after the Iron Age, is Feng Shen about to usher in a retirement era where a cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god? Chapter 56. Wang Meng joins in, his face full of pleading. A dozen minutes later, Qin Feng blew away the last bit of wood shavings, and a simple yet exquisitely crafted pipe was perfectly presented to everyone. The handle of the bowl is smooth, and the bowl itself is round. All done! We'll forge some iron tomorrow and stuff it into the pot. A look of joy appeared on Qin Feng's face, and he even forgot to eat the roasted meat in his hand. He excitedly stood up, went into the shelter, and soon came out with a small deerskin bag. He opened the bag and took out a pinch of dark brown tobacco, cut into thin strips and emitting a distinctive spicy aroma. These tobacco leaves were the ones he had carefully dried and processed beforehand. He carefully packed the tobacco into the pipe bowl and pressed it down firmly. Then he drew a small, burning stick from the campfire and brought it close to his pipe. Sizzle! The tobacco was lit, and a wisp of smoke rose. Qin Feng brought the pipe to his lips and took a deep drag. Hiss! Call! A thick, rich white smoke slowly billowed from his mouth, spreading through the cool night air. The spicy aroma mixed with the fresh scent of wood instantly dispelled fatigue, bringing an indescribable sense of relaxation and satisfaction. He comfortably squinted his eyes, leaning back against the wooden post, a look of bliss on his face. At that moment, all the danger and exhaustion seemed to dissipate into the air with that puff of smoke. Puff! Lin Yihan couldn't help but laugh when she saw his, old man, demeanor. Ling Yu shook her head helplessly. Although she didn't laugh out loud, her icy eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible smile also appeared on his face. The campsite was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. However, just as this warm and peaceful atmosphere reached its peak, clang! Crash! A muffled thud, like stones colliding, suddenly came from the darkness surrounding the camp. That was a warning trap that Qin Feng had set up at the entrance. Someone is coming! The sound was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the warm atmosphere around the campfire. Qin Feng, who was completely absorbed in the moment, suddenly turned sharp. His pipe was gently set down, but his gaze had already met Ling Yu's in the air. No words were needed, a single glance was enough to assign tasks. Qin Feng silently picked up his hunting bow and stood up. Ling Yu drew her machete from behind, crouched down to shield Lin Yihan, and stared intently in the direction from which the sound came. The only sound in the campsite was the crackling of the campfire. Lin Yihan turned pale with fright at this sudden turn of events. But she didn't scream. Instead, mimicking Qin Feng and Ling Yu, she hurriedly grabbed a sharpened wooden stick from beside her and nervously hid behind the two of them. Her experiences these past few days have made her realize that, in the face of danger, panic is the most useless emotion. I'll go take a look. Qin Feng's voice was deep and calm, without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, he gave Ling Yu a wink. Ling Yu understood immediately, bent down and pulled a burning piece of firewood from the campfire to use as a torch. The two walked one after the other. Qin Feng drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Ling Yu held up a torch to light his way while simultaneously keeping watch on his flanks. That warning trap was a makeshift device that Qin Feng created using a few stones and a vine. At this moment, stones were scattered all over the ground, and the vines were broken. The firelight stretched forward, and at the edge of the light and shadow, beneath a thick, large tree, a dark figure leaned against the trunk, panting heavily. The man seemed to be stung by the firelight, and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. It's a man. He was covered in mud, his clothes were torn to shreds, and his face was bruised and battered. The most shocking thing was his left side waist. The clothes there were soaked with dark red bloodstains, and blood was still seeping out. Qin Feng tightened the bowstring even further, the arrowhead pointing steadily at the man's heart. The man seemed to sense a deadly threat. He slowly lowered his hand from the light, squinted, and tried hard to see who it was. When the firelight illuminated the familiar dragon flag emblem on Qin Feng and Ling Yu's arms, his pale face instantly erupted with a wild joy of surviving a catastrophe. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his lower back, he struggled to raise his right arm, revealing the equally worn but still clearly visible dragon emblem. "Help, please help." His voice was hoarse and dry, yet it exuded a fierce vitality. "I Wang Meng of the Dragon Kingdom!" As soon as the words fell, his tense nerves completely relaxed, and he slid down the tree trunk and fell to the ground. After Qin Feng stepped forward and confirmed the other party's identity, the taut bowstring finally slowly released. He and Ling Yu quickly walked forward. "Help him over there," Qin Feng said in a deep voice. The two men, one on each side, lifted the mud-covered Wang Meng and half-dragged, half-helped him back to the campfire. "Ihan, go to the shelter, to the left corner, take out that thing from the backpack." Ling Yu's voice was fast and urgent. "Okay. Great." Lin Ihan then came to her senses, scrambled into the shelter, and quickly ran out with a backpack. Ling Yu took the package and opened it deftly. Inside were bandages, disinfectant, and other supplies that had been previously delivered. "Bear with it." Ling Yu didn't waste any more words. She drew her dagger and, with a rip, slashed open the tattered cloth around Wang Meng's waist, which was covered in blood and flesh. A wound about 4 centimeters long was exposed to the air, with the skin and flesh turned inside out. Although not deep, it was enough to be fatal in this wilderness. Wang Meng gasped in pain, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly appeared on his forehead. Ling Yu remained expressionless. She unscrewed the disinfectant and poured it directly onto the wound. "Holy shit!" Wang Meng let out a scream that sounded inhuman, his body jerked violently, but Qin Feng held him down tightly again. The pungent smell of alcohol mixed with the stench of blood filled the air. "After cleaning, then wrap it with clean bandages layer by layer." Ling Yu's movements were professional. She was clearly adept at treating this type of wound. After doing all this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yihan thoughtfully handed the roasted venison and a bowl of hot soup to Wang Meng. Wang Meng didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed some venison and stuffed it into his mouth greasy from eating. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Qin Feng looked at his eating habits and couldn't help but say something. After eating a few pieces of venison, Wang Meng finally caught his breath. He leaned against the wooden stake and recounted everything that had happened to him over the past few days, pouring out his heart like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. From being tricked and robbed by a group of monkeys to witnessing a Japanese athlete relieving himself and then casually slitting his throat. Then, after being hunted by a multinational team, and finally wounded in the waist by an arrow, he desperately escaped to this place. His words were chilling, and Qin Feng and the other two listened with heavy hearts. "Those sons of bitches, they shoot arrows like they have eyes. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd be meeting the king of hell by now." Wang Meng cursed angrily, then gulped down another mouthful of wild vegetable soup. "Although I've cleaned up my bloodstains, they'll definitely still come after us. We need to prepare in advance." Qin Feng and the other two nodded with grave expressions. A multinational team working together is no joke. However, we will meet force with force and water with earth. Being anxious won't help. So Qin Feng silently picked up the briarwood pipe that he had just placed aside. Refill with tobacco, light with tinder. He took a slow, deliberate drag, and exhaled a white smoke ring. Wang Meng was speaking animatedly when he suddenly caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. His words came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening like saucers. He stared intently at the pipe in Qin Feng's hand. A profound sense of disconnection assaulted Wang Meng's mind. No, buddy." Wang Meng's voice was trembling slightly as he pointed to what Qin Feng was holding. What are you smoking?" Qin Feng paused for a moment, took the pipe away from his mouth, and weighed it in his hand. "A pipe." "Pipe?" Wang Meng's voice suddenly rose, and he sat up abruptly, aggravating the wound on his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. But this did not dampen his excitement at all. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and an almost pleading longing. Holy crap! Dude! What kind of godlike life are you living? Wang Meng practically roared it out. Quick! Give me a bite! I just slaughtered a little devil, shedding blood and sweat. Does that count as doing a good deed? For this alone, you have to give me a bite. Otherwise, I won't die in peace. Chapter 57. The tough guy is shocked and discusses taking the initiative. Wang Meng roared as he struggled to get up from the ground. This aggravated the wound on his waist, causing him to wince in pain. But the hand reaching out to Qin Feng remained steadfast. In the live stream, the viewers from China were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! Wang Meng, a muscular man, is asking for cigarettes online. This guy is a tough guy, ruthless and talkative. He's hilarious. Brother Meng, I've shed blood for China, what's wrong with letting me have a smoke? Qin Feng was both amused and exasperated by Wang Meng's "I'll kill myself if you don't give me a beating" attitude. He quickly knocked the remaining ash out of the pipe. Then, he carefully twisted in a small pinch of fresh tobacco, packed it in firmly, and pressed it down. Then he handed it over, along with the still burning tinder. Wang Meng was overjoyed and carefully took it with both hands. His eyes seemed to be fixed on some incredible treasure. He clumsily imitated Qin Feng's earlier actions, using a tinderbox to light the tobacco. Then, without waiting, he brought the pipe to his lips and strained out. I took a big, deep drag. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. He clearly underestimated the raw power of this untreated tobacco. One bite. The pungent, bitter smoke hit his head, choking him and making his face sting with tears and snot. Slow down. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of helpless laughter. Lin Yihan was amused by his disheveled appearance and giggled, but she still considerately handed him a peeled kiwi. Brother Wang Meng, have some fruit to calm your nerves. Wang Meng finally recovered. He wiped his face, took the kiwi, and glanced at it. He glanced again at Lin Yihan and the small pile of food beside the campfire, and was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! There's fruit after the meal? Wang Meng felt that his worldview had been repeatedly overturned and shattered into pieces in just over 10 minutes. He looked at himself, then at Qin Feng and the other two. Both were about wilderness survival, but one got tricked by a monkey. Eating sour and astringent wild berries, being chased like a dog. And what about here? A warm and dry shelter. With a fire burning, we drank soup and ate roasted meat. There was even dessert and tobacco. Is this even a normal day? Wang Meng took a bite of the kiwi fruit in a fit of grief and indignation. The sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. That tasted better than any delicacy he had ever eaten in his life. After a satisfying meal, I smoked a cigarette and ate some fruit. Wang Meng's wounds didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. He leaned against the wooden stake, his expression turning serious. Brother Qin Feng, we need to get down to business. He wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth. I've faced countless life-threatening situations on my journey here. This wilderness is too vast. For the rest of our dragon kingdom to find this place is harder than climbing to heaven. He glanced at Ling Yu and Lin Yihan, and continued. The long journey is the first problem, but the most crucial one is that food and drink are hard to guarantee. Without a stable source of food and water, just the journey itself can wear a person down. Not to mention, there are those bastards from the US and Japan lurking in the shadows, specifically hunting down our lone personnel. Wang Meng's eyes turned fierce. He threw the cleanly gnawed bone into the fire, making a soft crackling sound. We can't just sit here and wait, that would be too passive. He took another drag of his cigarette. This time I learned my lesson and inhaled very gently. He slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes sharpening behind the smoke. We need to find a way to take the initiative. Eliminate every single threat in this area beforehand. Once we clear them out, this valley, and even this forest, will be ours. At that time, we can develop however we want, and the 10,000-fold return we receive will truly allow our dragon kingdom to stand tall. Wang Meng's words were full of military-like iron will and decisiveness. Strike first, and you'll have the upper hand. Strike later, and you'll suffer the consequences. Qin Feng understood this principle better than anyone else. He gazed calmly at the campfire, its flames dancing in his deep pupils. Your thinking is the same as mine, passive defense, which will eventually wear you down. He paused, then changed the subject. But our top priority right now is to completely eliminate the group of people chasing after you. Only by eliminating them can we gain a brief period of safe development. We can also seize their equipment and arm ourselves. Once we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, have a certain number, we will go out and actively kill people from other countries. Obtaining resources will make things safer later. His voice wasn't loud, but every word resonated clearly in everyone's hearts. First, resolve the immediate crisis. Then plan for future development. Take steady and cautious steps, proceeding cautiously and methodically. This is so Qin Feng. Although Wang Meng was impatient, he was very quick-witted. He knew Qin Feng was right and nodded. Fine, I'll listen to you. Damn it, those bastards shot me with an arrow. If I don't avenge this, I'll change my name to something else. You should focus on recovering first. Qin Feng glanced at the wound on his waist. Tonight, Ling Yu and I will keep watch. You and Yi Han can rest first. I can do it. Wang Meng tried to show off. No, that's an order. Qin Feng's words were calm. But the unquestionable tone made Wang Meng swallow his words. The latter simply nodded heavily. That night, the valley was silent. In addition to the crackling of the campfire, the campsite was also filled with Wang Meng's snoring. They must be really exhausted. Qin Feng was in charge of the first half of the night. After his body stiffened from sitting, he stood up and walked around the campsite, keeping himself occupied. She wasn't replaced by Lin Yu until late at night. The sky was just beginning to lighten. A stream about 10 kilometers away from the waterfall valley. A figure stumbled and staggered to the water's edge, burying its entire head in the clear stream. Glug glug. He drank the water greedily. The icy stream water finally gave his parched throat some relief. This is another contestant from China. Zhao Ziqian. An ordinary 30-year-old office worker, wearing glasses, and with a refined demeanor. After being dumped in the wilderness, he has barely survived to this day thanks to some common sense and unparalleled luck. He hadn't found anything to eat for 2 days and had been surviving on water. We're saved, there's water. Zhao Ziqian raised his head and wiped his face. The prolonged hunger made him dizzy and lightheaded, almost unable to stand. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the grass moving in the distance. Zhao Ziqian's hair stood on end instantly. Is it a wild animal? Or are they competitors from other countries? In just a few seconds he scrambled and crawled behind a rock, a skill so practiced it was heartbreaking. Then he stared intently in that direction. The bushes parted, and a tall figure emerged. The person was wearing fairly clean clothes. He was carrying 2 iron pots. He must have come here to fetch water. Aside from some wounds on his face, he seemed to be in good spirits. Most importantly, Zhao Ziqian saw clearly the mark on his arm that brought tears to his eyes. A bright red dragon symbol. Compatriots! Zhao Ziqian practically screamed as he rushed out from behind the rock. The tall figure seemed startled as well, but after recognizing Zhao Ziqian as a Chinese, a surprised smile instantly appeared on her face, and she quickly went to greet him. Brother! You're from our Dragon Kingdom too? His eyes unconsciously swept over Zhao Ziqian, sizing him up and down. Great! I finally found you! My name is Zhang Pengfei, what's yours? Are you alone? His questions were quick and urgent, sounding less like concern and more like interrogation. When Zhao Qian said he was alone, a fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam of joy flashed across Zhang Pengfei's eyes. Chapter 58 The Traitor Succeeded. Prepare for War. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream room, as Zhao Ziqian excitedly ran towards the man named Zhang Pengfei, countless viewers in China who were watching felt their hearts sink. Because they could see it clearly. The man who identified himself as Zhang Pengfei is the one previously reported by the authorities to have been missing for a long time. And there is a strong suspicion that the player has been captured by the enemy. Don't go! It's a trap. Zhao Ziqian is finished. He's been tricked. Zhang Pengfei has definitely betrayed us. Zhang Pengfei. You beast. You traitor. You actually helped outsiders harm your own compatriots. It's over. Fengshen and the others don't know yet. Another comrade is about to fall into the tiger's den. I request that all of Zhang Pengfei's family members be released. I want to see what kind of family could raise such a scoundrel. No, Zhang Pengfei should have found a chance to run away. Why doesn't he run away himself and instead drag his compatriots down with him? The audience was screaming and cursing wildly in the live chat. However, their voices couldn't penetrate the screen at all. There were still 2 days until they could communicate with the contestants. By the stream, Zhang Pengfei patted Zhao Ziqian on the shoulder warmly, asking about his well-being. They even shared a piece of the dried meat they had saved with the other person. Zhao Ziqian was moved to tears and hurriedly stuffed all the jerky into his mouth. The aroma of the dried meat even made him forget that he was in the wilderness. In the dense forest less than 10 meters from the stream, a member of the Lighthouse Nation team, holding a wooden bow, was intently focused on Zhang Pengfei's back. It turns out that Zhang Pengfei's every move was under surveillance. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but that he was afraid to run. When he bent down to hand Zhao Ziqian the dried meat, no one saw the undisguised fear deep in his eyes. He could even feel the excruciating pain from the times Kane had repeatedly struck his ribs with the axe a few days ago. And the feeling of Miyamoto Musashi's cold blade against my neck. He was terrified, and his backbone was completely broken. More than distant honors, he feared the fists and knives that would fall on him the next second. Seeing Zhao Ziqian wolfing down his food, Zhang Pengfei felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, a morbid sense of pleasure arose. Finally, another unlucky soul has come to share my suffering. Unlike the conspiracies and despair outside, the morning air in the waterfall valley carries a sweet, moist scent. Wang Meng was awakened by a series of mooing sounds and Lin Yihan's laughter. He opened his eyes, stretched, and felt completely refreshed. The thick bare skin beneath him insulated him from the cold and dampness of the ground, providing him with softness and warmth. This was much more comfortable than any cot he had ever slept on. My goodness, this bearskin cushion is really awesome! Wang Meng sat up, rubbing his eyes and sighing. Lin Yihan, who was feeding water to the calf nearby, heard this. I couldn't help but turn around and glare at him, but a smile played on my lips. The mat is nice, but Brother Wang, your snoring is a bit too loud. Last night I thought a bear had broken into the camp. Hey. Wang Meng scratched the back of his head sheepishly, his gaze falling on the calf. The calf seemed to have regained some energy, and was affectionately licking Lin Yihan's palm with its tongue, making her giggle. Wang Meng's eyes lit up instantly. He strode over, rubbing his hands together, drool practically dripping from his mouth. Hey, Qin Feng! This beef, when are we going to eat it? The hind leg meat looks pretty good. Qin Feng was cooking soup by the campfire when he heard this, and he merely raised his eyelids slightly. Before anyone could speak, Lin Yihan's voice rang out. Brother Wang, could you please not eat dun? She stood protectively in front of the calf. It will help us plow the fields and haul things in the future. Dun? Wang Meng grinned. This name sounds good, it sounds sturdy. Okay, I won't eat it. He said that, but his eyes still couldn't help glancing at the calf's rump. After a simple breakfast, Qin Feng took out all the bows. One of them was made by himself, its lines are smooth and full of power. The other 3 were seized from the players from the United States and Japan that they had previously eliminated. The 4 bows represent their strongest ranged firepower to date. Then, Qin Feng placed the heavy animal skin bag on the ground and emptied it out. Clatter! 70 or 80 black iron arrowheads, bearing rough casting marks, rolled to the ground. Wang Meng was about to take the bow from Qin Feng when he caught a glimpse of that pile of things out of the corner of his eye, and he froze instantly. He crouched down, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and picked up an arrowhead. It feels heavy in your hand, with the cold, metallic texture characteristic of metal. Beneath its rough surface lies a solid structure. He flicked it with his fingernail, making a crisp, ding, sound. This is iron. Wang Meng's voice trembled. He raised his head, his eyes wide, staring intently at Qin Feng. Dude, you're actually smelting iron in the wilderness? As a former Marine, he knew all too well what this meant. This isn't about sharpening a stone spear or hammering a bone arrow, this is a true industrial-level dimensional reduction attack. Qin Feng simply nodded calmly. Holy shit! Wang Meng blurted out a curse word. He stood up excitedly, his face flushed, and looked at the pile of arrows as if they were a pile of gold. No wonder you have a pipe! Brother Qin Feng! With this, what are you afraid of, you bird of a pursuer? He picked up an arrow, weighed it in his palm, and his eyes instantly turned fierce. Don't worry! Even if I wear my hands out, I'll still install all these arrows today. Damn it, I'm going to make those bastards taste what it's like to have a metal gun pierce their foreheads. Lin Yu simply nodded. Yihan. Qin Feng looked at Lin Yihan. You're responsible for assisting them and delivering tools. In a corner of the shelter were bird feathers we had collected during our previous outings. You are responsible for selecting and processing the arrows to make fletching. Also, keep an eye on the fire at Dun and the camp. Yeah, I understand. Lin Yihan nodded emphatically. She knew she wasn't very good at other things. But being able to provide logistical support for everyone is also a contribution. What about you? Wang Meng asked curiously. Hey bro, what are you doing? Qin Feng turned and walked towards the huge saltwater crocodile skin that had been cleaned and laid flat on the grass. That skin was bigger than a double bed, its dark green scales as hard as iron, exuding a wild beauty. Qin Feng drew his already sharpened dagger, crouched down, and his gaze lingered on the crocodile skin. Make some clothes for us that can save our lives. He wants to use the skin of this ancient giant crocodile to create a unique soft armor for the team's core combat power. That's amazing! You guys managed to kill such a huge crocodile! Wang Ming gave a thumbs up, praising her endlessly. With a clear division of labor, the entire camp instantly transformed into a highly efficient small workshop. Wang Ming and Ling Yu sat on either side of a flat, large rock, with a pile of iron arrowheads in the middle. Wang Ming was strong and was responsible for using rough sandstone to initially polish the arrowheads, removing the burrs and excess material left from the casting process. The scraping, grating sound was rhythmic and powerful. He was working up a sweat, humming an off-key military song, as if he were back in basic training, on equipment maintenance day. Ling Yu was in charge of the finer processing. She had several pieces of finer textured stone beside her. The arrowheads, roughly sharpened by Wang Ming, were gradually honed in her hands to develop sharp edges and pointed piercing angles. Lin Yihan moved back and forth between the group. She handed the sharpened arrow shaft to Ling Yu, and every now and then she would wipe the sweat from Wang Ming's brow and hand him a bowl of water. After doing all that, she trotted off to add some fresh grass to the calf, dun, before returning to tend the campfire. He would occasionally tell a joke, bringing laughter to everyone. It also adds a warm touch of brightness to this little world. Chapter 59. The Dragon Nation is furious. This traitor must die. The stream babbles, the water sounds crisp and clear. Zhao Ziqian followed behind Zhang Pengfei, his feet treading on the soft, decaying leaves, walking forward step by step. He had been starving for so long that he was so weak that even his thinking had become sluggish. Brother, we're almost there, our camp is just ahead. Zhang Pengfei enthusiastically pointed to a dense forest ahead. There are many of us, and we have food and drink, so we are absolutely safe. Zhao Ziqian nodded vigorously, his eyes slightly moist. He's just an ordinary office worker. The only reason he survived this long in this godforsaken place is thanks to God's favor. Now that he was finally finding his organization, he almost wanted to burst into tears. Passing through that dense forest, the scene before him made Zhao Ziqian freeze in his tracks. There were no smiling faces from my fellow countrymen as I had imagined. Instead, a scattered but heavily guarded camp was formed. In front of several simple triangular shacks, 7 or 8 figures sat or stood. They were of different skin colors, had wary eyes, and carried different weapons. The badge peeking out from his arm made Zhao Ziqian's pupils shrink sharply. The beacon of light. Japanese country. The joy on his face vanished instantly, turning ashen. He turned his head sharply, looking at his compatriot beside him in disbelief. The enthusiastic smile on Zhang Pengfei's face had long since disappeared. Instead, a fawning yet timid expression appeared. He dared not look Zhao Ziqian in the eye. He simply walked a few steps faster, then approached a blond, blue-eyed white man like a lapdog, bowing and scraping. Mr. Kane, I brought the man. Boom! Zhao Ziqian's mind went blank. Run! This thought, like an instinct, instantly occupied all his thoughts. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around abruptly and, with the last ounce of strength in his body, charged like a madman back towards the dense forest he had come from. However, he had only taken 2 steps when 2 dark figures emerged from behind the trees at the edge of the woods. They blocked his path from the left and right. They are 2 athletes from the United States wielding wooden spears. Zhao Ziqian tried to force his way through, but one of them simply stuck out his foot and tripped him. Hungry and weak, he was thrown heavily to the ground, his mouth full of mud. Before he could get up, the 2 of them pounced on him. They roughly twisted his arms behind his back, dragged him back to the center of the camp like a dead dog, and threw him at Kane's feet. Kane's lips curled into a mocking smirk. He crouched down, used a twig to lift Zhao Ziqian's mud-covered face, and examined him with great interest. Traitor! Zhang Pengfei, you son of a bitch, you traitor! Despair and anger overwhelmed Zhao Ziqian's reason in an instant. He let out a shrill roar, his voice hoarse with excitement. He wanted to rush over and bite the scoundrel's throat, but his body was too weak to move. Zhang Pengfei was startled by the roar and instinctively shrank back behind Kane, a flash of shame, anger, and resentment crossing his face. Kane seemed to be enjoying the scene. Only when the latter's voice became hoarse from cursing did he lazily raise his chin. Beside him, a Japanese man with a sinister look slowly walked out. It was Miyamoto Musashi. He didn't speak, but simply cracked his wrist, then approached Zhao Ziqian step by step. You'll die a horrible death! Your whole family! Bao Ziqian's cursing stopped abruptly. Miyamoto delivered a vicious hook punch, slamming it heavily into his abdomen. The excruciating pain caused Zhao Ziqian's eyeballs to bulge out instantly, and acid and bile gushed from his throat. Before he could even catch his breath, Miyamoto's knee had already slammed into his face. Bang! A muffled thud and a dizzying, spinning sensation left Zhao Ziqian utterly powerless to resist. He collapsed to the ground, his face smeared with warm blood from his nose. His vision blurred, and all he could see was Zhang Pengfei's gloating face as he hid behind the enemy. This scene was clearly presented to a global audience through the live broadcast. The atmosphere in the official Dragon Kingdom live stream room was incredibly tense. The host, Cao Baining, clenched her fists tightly, the veins on the back of her hands bulging. His face, which was usually adorned with a witty smile, was now ashen. Beast! This Zhang Pengfei is worse than a beast! The dignified Dong Qing's eyes reddened, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. We cannot imagine how joyful Zhao Ziqian must have been upon seeing his compatriots, nor can we imagine how desperate he must have felt at that moment. Survival expert Qin analyzed word by word. Kane's methods are extremely insidious, and he grasped the most crucial point. Information gap. Qin pointed to the screen. There are 2 days until the next official call with the players. These next 2 days are Kane's prime hunting season. Feng Shun and the others knew nothing about this. They didn't even know that a major traitor had emerged from among their own people. The live stream chat was completely engulfed in flames of anger. Kill him. Kill that scumbag Zhang Pengfei. We demand the authorities release information on all his family members. This kind of person doesn't deserve to have family. Holy shit. I'm fucking furious. I want to jump in and kill him even through the screen. It's over. Zhao Ziqian is finished, and Feng Shun and the others are in danger too. That Kane will definitely use this trick against Feng Shun. What else can that damned beacon of democracy do besides resort to underhanded tactics? Stop cursing, brothers. Now all we can do is pray. Pray that Feng Shun and the others are on guard and don't trust any comrades who suddenly appear. The hearts of over 1 billion viewers in China were gripped with anxiety. They watched helplessly as their compatriots were deceived and brutally beaten, yet they were powerless to do anything about it. This frustration and anger almost burst out of my chest. However, the atmosphere in the command center of the United States was completely different. A general with a star on his shoulder looked at Kane's confident face on the screen and patted the table with satisfaction. Brilliant! Kane, that kid, he's quick-witted. He traded a piece of trash for a new hostage, and also planted a thorn in the side of the Chinese. Well done! A well-dressed aide next to him adjusted his glasses and smiled in agreement. General, this is just the appetizer. Kane's ultimate target should be Qin Feng. According to intelligence, the recent appearance of 10,000 iron and gold mines in the Dragon Kingdom is directly related to Qin Feng. If we can capture him alive, that will be our most important bargaining chip at the negotiating table. A glint of greed flashed in the general's eyes. That's right, let Kane continue. Tell him the more hostages the better, especially that Qin Feng. I want him alive. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was considered the ultimate prey, was completely unaware of this. Unlike the despair outside, the morning air in the waterfall valley was filled with an atmosphere of efficient production. Sizzle, sizzle. Wang Meng was shirtless, his bronze muscles glistening with sweat. He was sitting on a large rock, intently polishing an iron arrowhead in his hand with a piece of rough sandstone. Sweat stung his eyes, but he didn't care. The last one! Wang Meng roared, threw the sharpened arrowhead into the animal skin bag, and then wiped the sweat from his face with his arm. He stared at the heavy pile of metal objects in the bag, his mouth agape in a wide grin. Qin Feng stood up at this moment, and patted the dust off his hands. Stop for a moment, everyone turn off the live stream and let's test the weapons. Chapter 60, The Battle of National Destiny, Not an inch of land will be lost. The hunting wisdom of our ancestors. His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone stop what they were doing. The four arrived at an open area outside the camp. Wang Meng used a thick, round log as a target, leaning it heavily against the rock. Ling Yu was the first to step forward. She drew a newly completed iron-tipped arrow from her quiver. The heavy feel of it was completely different from the wooden arrows I had used before. Knock the arrow on the bowstring and slowly draw back the longbow. The bow was stretched into a full crescent shape by brute force. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, producing a low, muffled thud. The black arrow, carrying an unstoppable and ferocious momentum, instantly covered a distance of 30 meters. Puff! A dull thud was heard, and the iron-tipped arrow had actually pierced through the nearly 8-centimeter thick, hard outer layer of the log. The entire arrowhead, along with a small section of the shaft, was driven deep into the ground. The feathers at the fletching of the arrow were still trembling violently. Holy shit! Wang Meng stared in disbelief. He rushed over and touched the section of the arrow's shaft deeply embedded in the wood. He recalled the arrow that pierced his waist when he was being chased. A mix of lingering fear and ecstatic joy welled up inside me. He shouted excitedly. This power is more than one level stronger than those damn wooden arrows. If that shot onto a person, wouldn't it just go right through them? Looking at her masterpiece, A hint of satisfaction flashed in Ling Yu's eyes. The penetrating power of this iron arrowhead has exceeded expectations. This means their attacks will pose a deadly threat to enemies wearing simple leather armor or even hiding behind trees. My turn! Wang Meng excitedly rubbed his hands together, then took the bow. Following Ling Yu's example, he shot an arrow. He was stronger, and his arrows were more powerful, driving them deep into the logs just as well. This is no longer just a simple hunting tool. These are real weapons of war. All right. Just as Wang Meng was about to go for another round, Qin Feng spoke up. He turned and walked towards the huge, clean saltwater crocodile skin laid out on the grass. After a morning of cutting and sewing, it was no longer a complete piece of animal hide. Qin Feng bent down and picked up the 4 finished products. He used the hardest and thickest scales on the back of the saltwater crocodile to create a breastplate and carapace that resembled a breastplate. They were sewn and connected together using strong animal sinew. The dark green scales reflected a cold, eerie luster in the sunlight. He handed 3 of the similar-sized items to himself, Ling Yu, and Wang Meng, respectively. He handed the last, slightly smaller one to Lin Yihan. Lin Yihan was stunned, and somewhat at a loss, pointed to herself. Me, I have one too? Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Definitely, wear it, and you'll survive. Lin Yihan was stunned, her eyes welled up with tears, and she nodded heavily. Wang Meng couldn't wait to put on the leather armor, but its heavy weight made him stumble. Hey, you know what? It's fucking heavy! He pounded his chest hard, making a dull thud. This thickness, this hardness. It's like a mini bulletproof vest. Damn, if those Japanese bastards saw this, they'd be scared out of their wits. He stretched his body and felt something was a little uncomfortable. It's just that these scales are pressed against the flesh, and they feel a little chilly. Lin Yihan couldn't help but burst out laughing at his comical appearance. She stepped forward and casually adjusted the laces of his leather armor. Brother Wang, bear with it, this is something that can save your life. Hee hee, I know. Wang Meng chuckled sheepishly, letting Lin Yihan do as she pleased. Everyone has changed clothes. For people. For figures, clad in dark green crocodile skin armor, holding bows and with iron arrowheads at their waists, stood beneath the waterfall. Looking at his transformed teammates, Qin Feng loaded the last iron arrowhead into his quiver. No. He paused, then looked up into the distance. It's our turn to be the hunters. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center was heavy. On the giant screen, a general from the United States, his shoulders adorned with stars, was displayed. His expression was arrogant and greedy. The conditions are very simple. The general's voice came through the encrypted line, carrying an unquestionable tone. The Dragon Kingdom has received a return of 10,000 times the value of the 10,000 iron and gold mines. Our lighthouse kingdom wants half of the mining rights. In exchange, we'll persuade Kane and his team to release your captured players. At the conference table, a high-ranking official from China with gray hair slowly took off his glasses and wiped them with a velvet cloth. He didn't get angry, he simply looked calmly at the screen and said, word by word. Every inch of land in the Dragon Kingdom belongs to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom is a priceless family member, not a bargaining chip for you to trade. He put on his glasses, and his gaze suddenly became sharp as a knife. If our athletes are not released, your beacon nation will bear all the consequences. After saying that, he immediately cut off the communication. The screen went dark, and the conference room fell into a deathly silence. After a long silence, the high-ranking official said in a deep voice. Pass the order. Continue to exert pressure on the diplomatic front. Besides, isn't the United States going to import our iron ore and gold ore for its development? Then we'll mine with all our might. Guarantee the supplies to their enemy countries, Iraq and North Korea. At the same time, notify me immediately once you are able to communicate with the player. Qin Feng is our only hope. With fewer people involved in mining, development will be slower, one person added. The high-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom said softly. Many people are enjoying the huge rewards the players provide from behind the scenes, yet they're still not satisfied and are sending barrage comments to attack and mock the players. I see. Waterfall Valley. Just charge over there and wipe out those bastards. Wang Meng slung the bow over his shoulder and gestured wildly, spitting as he spoke. Now that we've upgraded our weapons, are we afraid of them? Find their lair, and take them all down with an arrow each. No. Ling Yu immediately rejected it. We know nothing about the enemy's exact numbers, weaponry, or camp defenses. If we attack rashly and get surrounded, we won't even have a chance to retreat. Just as the two were about to argue, Qin Feng spoke up. Wang Meng is right, we must take the initiative. Ling Yu's concerns were valid, they couldn't fight a battle unprepared. He looked at the two of them, his gaze calm. Have we forgotten the valuable things passed down from our ancestors? Wang Meng was taken aback. What good stuff? Sparrow Wars. Qin Feng uttered 3 words calmly. Wang Meng was taken aback at first, then his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He slapped his thigh and excitedly interjected. You mean, when the enemy advances, we retreat, when the enemy camps, we harass them? Instead of confronting them head-on, we'll stick to them like glue, making them lose their appetite and sleep, dragging them down and driving them insane. Qin Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, and he nodded. Wait until they become easily frightened, then find an opportunity to strike them deadly. Great! Wang Meng rubbed his hands excitedly. Brother, how could I have forgotten about this? You're really smart. Just do it. Torture them to death. Ling Yu nodded emphatically, fully approving of the tactic. This is the best approach for their small, elite team. With the plan finalized, the 4 immediately took action. Lin Yihan led the calf, Dun-Nun, back to the shelter, blocked the entrance to the hole with stones, leaving only a gap for ventilation. Then, a cold rain extinguished all the campfires, and they took weapons, water, and dried meat. Before setting off, Wang Meng, with his sharp eyes, spotted the bunches of kiwis that Qin Feng and the others had collected earlier, and chuckled. He grabbed 7 or 8 of them and stuffed them into a leather bag. It'll quench our thirst and replenish our energy on the way. With everything ready, the 4-person team moved like 4 ghosts. They left the paradise they had built with their own hands without a sound and plunged headlong into the vast and dangerous forest. Qin Feng walked at the front, his eyes scanning everything around him like a high-precision radar. The air in the jungle was humid and sticky. The rotting leaves mixed with unknown wildflowers emitted a strong, foul odor. The incessant chirping of insects filled my ears. In such an environment, everyone is suffering. But everyone's eyes held the same unwavering determination. Wang Meng crouched down and, drawing on his reconnaissance experience as a Marine Corps soldier, picked up a broken fern. The broken surface was still very fresh, with a trace of green sap. He lowered his voice and said to Qin Feng behind him. Brother, they came from this side. Judging from the tracks, it took no more than 3 hours. He continued tracking forward for another 10 meters or so. But he stopped before a rocky beach washed clean by the rain, his brow furrowed. Damn it, the trail ends here. Those bastards are cunning. They used the terrain to erase all traces. Ling Yu also stepped forward to check, and shook her head as well, indicating that she was powerless to help. Just as Wang Meng was preparing to split up and search again, Qin Feng stood still, without moving. He closed his eyes slightly. With his master-level environmental perception activated, the entire world appeared as if it were a completely different place in his mind. In the air, a few faint but distinct odors remained, a pungent smell of body odor wafting into the nostrils. They belong to the type of Caucasian people who consume meat regularly and have a strong body odor. At that moment, a faint gust of wind blew in from the southeast. This is the smell of cooking smoke. Chapter 61, Insidious Sentinel Arrangement. Because the smell was very faint, not the thick smoke of a campfire. It was more like the smell of dust from an already extinguished fire. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze showing no sign of confusion. He raised his hand and pointed to the southeast. Over there, about 2 kilometers away. A look of surprise flashed across Wang Meng's and Ling Yu's faces at the same time. How did you know? Wang Meng asked instinctively. Even though he and Ling Yu are professionals, they were helpless here. He just stood there with his eyes closed for a moment and determined the direction. Qin Feng chuckled and said, Would you believe me if I said I've always had a sharp nose and could smell the body odor of white people? Although Wang Meng had a lot of questions, he just laughed it off. Ha! Of course I believe you! Ling Yu naturally didn't need to ask any further questions. He trusted Qin Feng the most. I just added one sentence. Let's find a place to eat something first, and then wait until it gets dark. Good! After saying that, Qin Feng and Ling Yu took the lead and walked in that direction. Wang Meng and Lin Yihan exchanged a glance, both seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes. But they followed without hesitation. As dusk settled, the light in the forest was filtered through the dense canopy. The 4 found a secluded hollow, and simply ate some dried meat and drank some water. Wang Meng is a restless person. After quickly finishing the jerky, his gaze began to wander over the surrounding bushes. He deftly pulled many supple vines and broad leaves from the surrounding area, his fingers flying across the paper. Soon, 4 uniquely shaped hats appeared before the crowd. It's called a hat, but it's actually more like a bird's nest placed on your head. Although simple, the green vines blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, providing excellent and easy camouflage. Hey, don't let its appearance fool you, It'll work perfectly when hidden in the grass. He proudly put the bird's nest on his head. Lin Yihan curiously put one on and immediately felt a fresh scent of grass waft towards her. She couldn't help but laugh. Brother Wang, it's a shame you're not opening a straw weaving shop with your skills. Wang Meng chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth. This is nothing, little sister. Back in the day, when I was in the army, I used this as camouflage. I could lie in the grass all day and the enemy could walk right past me without me noticing. Night slowly enveloped the entire jungle, and the noisy chirping of insects that had filled the daytime gradually subsided. 4 figures, each wearing a bird's nest headdress. They stealthily made their way in the direction Qin Feng pointed. After traveling about a kilometer, a faint light flickered in the distant woods. Found it. The 4 immediately ducked and hid behind a thick patch of ferns. Because there was still some distance to go, and the forest was dimly lit, Wang Meng could only squint to barely make out the makeshift campsite ahead. He lowered his voice, a hint of disdain in his tone. There aren't even any sentries around the camp. These bastards are too arrogant. He was just about to suggest that they take this opportunity to sneak over and shoot 2 of them first. Let's give them a great start. But a hand landed on his shoulder. It's Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't speak, but gestured with his eyes for him to look at the 2 towering trees on the left and right sides of the camp. Wang Meng and Ling Yu followed his gaze, and their pupils suddenly contracted. Within the dense canopy of the 2 large trees, a blurry human figure was lurking in the shadows of each tree. They used tree branches and vines to perfectly conceal themselves. If Qin Feng hadn't reminded him, even the experienced Wang Meng. At this distance, and under these lighting conditions, it would be absolutely impossible to spot. What a cunning setup. Wang Meng's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng turned his head and whispered to the 3 of them. There's a real talent in this team. This is a textbook example of a covert sentry. First, the high vantage point allows for a wide view, providing a complete overview of the camp's surroundings. Secondly, being in a tree makes it extremely difficult for enemies on the ground to approach silently. Third, and most importantly, even if the 2 sentries were killed by arrows, falling from such a high tree, the loud noise and screams were enough to wake all the sleeping companions in the camp immediately. This is an open conspiracy with no solution. Damn, that's really vicious. Wang Meng cursed under his breath, then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Who cares? Let's just shoot those 2 sentries. Shoot them and run. Come back in 2 hours. I don't believe they can stay awake forever. Let's wear them out. This is exactly the typical sparrow warfare strategy mentioned earlier. Drive the enemy to a mental breakdown through constant harassment. Ling Yu also agreed with the plan. This seems to be the only way to effectively strike the enemy. After speaking, he glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. There is currently no good solution. The 2 slowly raised their longbows, the cold iron arrowheads gleaming, and aimed them at the 2 dark figures in the treetops. Just as the bowstring was about to be fully drawn, a commotion suddenly broke out in the camp. The 4 of them immediately held their breath, stopped what they were doing, and squinted as they looked into the distance. The dense foliage of the jungle blocked their view, allowing them to vaguely make out a tall figure. He threw a humanoid creature out of the camp shack, carrying it in his hand. They're fighting amongst themselves? Lin Yu asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the figure slumped on the ground. The flickering flame in that instant illuminated that area. The firelight then dimmed again. But in that instant, Qin Feng clearly saw the symbol on the man's sleeve on the ground. People of the Dragon Kingdom. No! They seem to be from our Dragon Kingdom. What? Lin Yu's breath hitched, and her hand, which was about to draw the bow, froze. Wang Meng seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately said, That's right. All of it is right. I told you all. I saw them before. They did kidnap someone, but unfortunately I didn't see who it was. It's confirmed now. It's our fellow countrymen from the Dragon Kingdom. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. If they shoot the sentry, the other side will become enraged. Will they take their anger out on their fellow countrymen? As soldiers, saving our compatriots is an instinct ingrained in our bones. But the current situation has put them in a dilemma. What to do? Wang Meng looked at Qin Feng, his tone anxious. Rescue is difficult. If we are exposed, they will definitely use us as hostages to threaten us. If we're forced to lay down our weapons, we'll be meat on the chopping block. Lin Yu also frowned and said, I can't bear to stand by and watch my compatriots be imprisoned without helping them. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely heavy. All eyes were on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's brain was racing, countless plans flashing through his mind, only to be rejected one by one. A direct assault won't work, nor will harassment. Chaos must be created. A kind of chaos that leaves the enemy with no time to spare. His gaze swept over Lin Yihan, who looked anxious. The thought returned to Wang Meng, whose face was full of murderous intent, and a flash of inspiration struck him. A bold, almost insane plan began to take shape in his mind. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his lips. He lowered his voice, looked at Wang Meng, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wang Meng, you said, when you arrived, you were attacked by a group of monkeys? Wang Meng was taken aback at first, then a terrifying glint flashed in his small eyes. He instantly understood Qin Feng's meaning, and a sane wicked smile appeared on his face. Hey! Wang Meng grinned and smiled silently. You little rascal, you're cunning. I get it. Chapter 62. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. I have a surprise force coming from the sky. With the plan set, the two immediately took action. Although Lin Yu and Lin Yihan still didn't understand the situation. But they still quietly followed the two away, leaving the place. Relying on Wang Meng's memory, he quickly returned to the monkey forest where he had lost face. Right here! Wang Meng pointed to a lush forest ahead and lowered his voice. That bunch of rascals' lair is probably inside. They gave me a real hard time last time. This time I'm not afraid. After saying that, he patted his crocodile skin armor. The jungle under the cover of night was filled with the damp, earthy scent of. Qin Feng nodded and said to everyone, We'll play it by ear later. Those who pose a threat will be killed, and the weaker ones will be captured alive. Wang Meng took out the 7 or 8 kiwis he had been carrying as snacks on the road from the animal skin bag. Luckily I brought some kiwis before I came. Now let's see how your acting goes. Instead of hiding, the four swaggered to a clearing at the edge of the woods. They looked like they had traveled for a long time, and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Wang Meng let out an exaggerated long sigh and casually tossed his weapon aside. Qin Feng slowly took out a kiwi from his pocket, used a dagger to peel off the fuzzy skin, revealing the bright green flesh inside. A sweet and refreshing aroma immediately filled the night air. Lin Yihan followed suit, picking one up and eating it in small bites. His eyes, however, were alertly watching for any movement around him. While seemingly chatting and relaxing, everyone was secretly hiding a piece of sturdy vine rope behind their backs. My palms were slightly sweaty from nervousness. Rusting. Not long after, a slight rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes. Several pairs of bright eyes lit up in the darkness. Filled with greed and temptation, they stared intently at the fruit scattered in their hands and around them. The monkeys here are very similar to the mischievous monkeys on Mount Ame from the past on Earth. They're incredibly audacious. I don't know if it's because it's not afraid of people, or because it has never seen people before. Even the boldest monkey couldn't resist the temptation. Quietly slipping down from the tree, it cautiously made its way towards Wang Meng. Wang Meng glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, a cold smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the kiwi in his hand, accidentally, rolled to the ground, no more than half a meter away from him. A glint of light flashed in the monkey's eyes, and without further hesitation it suddenly darted over and reached out to grab the fruit on the ground. Now is the time. Qin Feng gave Wang Meng a wink. Wang Meng understood perfectly. His body appeared relaxed, but his muscles were already tense. His large, fan-like hand moved with lightning speed, grabbing sharply behind him. I only felt a fuzzy texture on my hand. Squeak! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Wang Meng grabbed the monkey's arm with precision. The monkey, in pain, began to struggle frantically. With its other claw and 2 feet, it relentlessly clawed and kicked at Wang Meng's chest. Bang, bang, bang! However, what it encountered was the hard scales of the crocodile's hide. Human civilization, little monkey! Wang Meng's strength remained undiminished, and with his other hand he swiftly picked up the rattan rope. With Ling Yu's help, they quickly and easily tied up the vanguard officer. This scream seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. The woods erupted in chaos. Squeak, squeak, squeak! More than a dozen monkeys leaped down from the trees from all directions, baring their teeth and showing their ferocity, and fearlessly pounced on the 4 of them. Monkeys are the most vengeful creatures. Good timing! Qin Feng said softly. Far from being afraid, he became excited instead. Faced with the swarming monkeys, the 4 men, fully armed, showed no fear. Qin Feng was incredibly agile, always able to predict the monkeys' attack routes thanks to his master-level environmental perception. Step aside in advance and dodge, then scoop one up with a swift grab. But Lin Yu presents a completely different picture. Her movements were precise and efficient, lightning fast, always managing to catch the monkey's flailing claws with pinpoint accuracy, twisting them in the back of its hand. Using a grappling technique from military combat, inflict instant pain and render the victim unable to resist. The two worked together to tie up the fallen monkeys one by one. Some clever monkeys climbed trees and threw stones. They were driven away by Lin Yihan shooting arrows. Although most of them missed, they still had a certain deterrent effect. Wang Meng stood like an iron tower, protecting Lin Yihan. His large, fan-like hands moved with equal force, catching the monkey as easily as catching a chick. In an instant, the forest clearing was filled with the sounds of monkeys, as 6 or 7 captured monkeys struggled desperately, and let out angry screams. However, this forest is still some distance from the enemy camp. Moreover, the forest is naturally teeming with birds and animals. Even if those monkey calls carried over, it would only be seen as a normal fight between wild animals and wouldn't arouse any alarm. After a chaotic struggle, the 7 fiercest monkey kings were tied up tightly. Seeing that things were going badly, the remaining monkeys let out a few unwilling screams. They dashed back into the woods as if to fetch reinforcements. All done, call to roll! Qin Feng patted the dirt off his hands, a smile spreading across his face. The 4 immediately set off, stealthily making their way towards the enemy camp. Lin Yu led the way, carrying 2 snarling monkeys in each hand, moving silently. Qin Feng and Lin Yihan walked in the middle, seemingly talking about something. I need you to do something in a little while. Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet it reached Lin Yihan's ears clearly. Lin Yihan looked puzzled, then leaned closer to listen to Qin Feng's explanation. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. He hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Qin Feng, I can't do it. I'll mess it up. Qin Feng didn't stop walking. He merely turned his head to glance at her, his gaze calm yet possessing an undeniable power. I believe in you. If it doesn't work, I have a backup plan, so go for it. Lin Yihan was stunned. She looked at Qin Feng's calm profile and his confident eyes. The panic and fear in my heart were replaced by a strange courage. She bit her lower lip, nodded firmly, and her eyes changed from timid to resolute. Good. Wang Meng carried 3 monkeys in each hand, like a string of lit firecrackers. With each step he took, the monkeys cried out. He brought up the rear of the group. One of the monkeys he was carrying was particularly ferocious. Even though it was tied up, its mouth was still wide open. It emitted a threatening, hoarse sound from its throat, as if it wanted to devour Wang Meng alive. Annoyed by its noise, Wang Meng lowered his voice and muttered to the monkey. Scream, scream, scream! What the hell are you yelling for? Have you forgotten about how he stole my wild fruit and threw stones at me a couple of days ago? What goes around comes around, and today it's your turn. The monkey, not understanding human speech, continued to open its mouth wide and let out a ho-ho roar, a puff of hot air hitting Wang Meng's face. Wang Meng's threatening voice came to an abrupt halt. He was suddenly startled, and his nose twitched involuntarily twice. This smell is wrong. He brought the monkey closer and carefully sniffed the scent. It's a subtle alcoholic aroma, a blend of fruity and fermented notes. His expression shifted from fierce to confused, and then to utterly shocked as if he had seen a ghost. He started shouting and cursing in a voice only he could hear. Damn it, you stupid monkey, why do you smell like alcohol on your breath? Where the hell did you steal alcohol from? After saying that, he gently grabbed the monkey by the neck and shook it wildly. It was as if they really wanted to get something out of this beast. Chapter 63, Monkeys Attack at Night, The Hunt Begins. The monkey was so dizzy it saw stars, its tongue lolled out, and a strand of fine white foam clung to the corner of its mouth. Seeing the monkey in such a wretched state, Wang Meng reluctantly let go. Holding the half-dead, drunken monkey in his hand, a sense of exhilaration welled up within him. The smell of alcohol. Where did this awful place get its alcohol from? Unless it's monkey wine, made by monkeys storing wild fruits in tree holes and naturally fermenting them. This is a wonderful surprise. If we can find it, it will be more exciting than any barbecue. He secretly made a mental note of the idea. Around 3 in the morning, all was quiet. This is when human physiological and psychological defenses are at their lowest. Even the chirping of insects in the forest becomes much less frequent. Qin Feng and his group of 4 arrived silently at a gentle slope on the outskirts of Kane's camp. Through the dense vegetation, the layout of the campsite could be vaguely seen. Several makeshift shacks were arranged in a circle. The campfire in the center had burned out, with only a few embers remaining to provide a final warmth. Except for the 2 sentries in the tree, everyone else was asleep. Everything was just as Qin Feng had predicted. He made a simple gesture, and Wang Meng and Ling Yu immediately understood. The 3 of them crouched down and began to untie the vines binding the monkey. Yihan, your safety is the most important thing. Qin Feng lowered his voice. Lin Yihan took a deep breath and nodded. She quietly left the 3 of them and headed around to the back of the camp. Although her legs were still trembling slightly, her eyes had hardened. Qin Feng watched her figure disappear into the darkness, a hint of approval flashing through his mind. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, every viewer's heart was in their throat. Holy crap! What is Yihan doing alone? This is too dangerous. What exactly did Fengshen ask her to do? My god, my palms are sweating. Don't panic. Trust Fengshen. His arrangements definitely have a deeper meaning. Go Yihan. Are you ready? Qin Feng looked at Wang Mang and Ling Yu. The two nodded emphatically and used their daggers to cut the ropes binding the monkey. The 7 monkeys, who had been tormented all the way, had just regained their freedom when it immediately bared its teeth, letting out an angry squeak from its throat. The moment the wine monkey was untied, it even tried to attack Wang Mang. Fortunately, Wang Mang reacted quickly and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Throw it towards the camp like a grenade. Call out. Thump. The monkey flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily beside a shack. Then came the second one, the third one. One of the unfortunate monkeys was thrown directly onto the extinguished embers. Although the open flames have been extinguished, the temperature inside the charcoal pile remains very high. Squeak! Oh woo! A piercing scream tore through the night sky, and the monkey leaped up from the embers like a madman. Its entire body was singed, and it ran around reeking of burnt fur. The entire camp instantly descended into chaos. What the fuck? Enemy attack! Damn it, everyone on alert! Kane emerged from the shack, a sharp dagger in his hand, and warily scanned his surroundings. The sentry in the tree shouted. Captain, they're just some monkeys! They came out of nowhere! Damn beast! A soldier from the United States kicked away a monkey that lunged at him. Get out of here! These monkeys were already seething with anger, and their companions' screams only added fuel to the fire. They mistook these bipedal apes for the culprits, and charged at them fearlessly. Scratching sounds, gnawing sounds, human curses, and monkey screams. In an instant, chaos erupted in the camp, with men and horses falling to the ground. However, none of them noticed that. The moment the sentry finished speaking, 2 chilling killing intents locked onto him from the darkness. Ling Yu knelt on the ground, the drawn longbow remaining perfectly still. Her breathing nearly stopped. All she could see was the blurry silhouette swaying in the shadows of the treetops. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and the iron arrow pierced the air. Almost at the same moment, Wang Mang on the other side also released the bowstring. Puff! A dull thud as flesh was struck. The sentry in the treetop on the left stiffened abruptly, lowering his head in disbelief. Looking at the iron arrow piercing his chest, he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Life force receded like the tide, and his body went limp, causing him to fall straight down from the tree. The sentry on the right reacted half a second faster, seemingly hearing the sound of wind, and instinctively twisted his body. Puff! Wang Mang's arrow grazed his neck, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash. The sentry let out a short scream, clutching his bleeding neck with both hands, losing his balance in the excruciating pain and fear. Boom! Boom! The 2 bodies slammed heavily to the ground one after the other, the dull thuds perfectly masked by the screams of the monkeys and the curses of the people. The 2 most dangerous eyes have been removed. In the camp, a particularly ferocious monkey charged straight at Miyamoto Musashi, its gaping maw aimed at biting his neck. Miyamoto Musashi's eyes turned cold, and he instantly drew his long sword. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the monkey's head fell to the ground, its body lurching forward 2 steps due to inertia before crashing to the ground. Baka! You damned beast! Miyamoto Musashi flicked the blood off his sword and coldly surveyed the surrounding monkey troop. When the other monkeys saw their companion being killed, instead of retreating, they pounced on him even more frantically. Amidst the chaos, 3 arrows were silently shot out from the darkness. Puff! 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 3 figures fell to the ground with a thud. 1 was a Japanese athlete, and 2 were athletes from the United States. The blood gleamed black in the moonlight. Oh no! Enemy attack! Kane reacted the fastest, immediately realizing something was wrong. He scanned the camp and found that 3 of his companions had already fallen. Including the 2 sentries who just fell from the tree, 5 people have been lost in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Miyamoto, come here right now! Miyamoto Musashi kicked away the monkey that lunged at him and quickly ran to Kane's side. The remaining 2 henchmen hurriedly gathered around, and the 4 of them hid behind the shack, warily peering into the darkness. Captain, where are they? A contestant from the United States spoke with a trembling voice. Kane stared intently at the edge of the woods, where he could vaguely see several dark figures moving among the ferns. They're over there! It should be those people from China! Kane raised his bow and aimed in that direction. Shooting! Whoosh! 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 4 arrows whistled out, heading towards the position where Qin Feng and his group were hiding. Move to the left and lower your body! Qin Feng's low shout was like a thunderclap, exceptionally clear in this environment. Several arrows grazed their bodies and embedded themselves in the tree trunks behind them. These bastards reacted really fast, Wang Meng said through gritted teeth. Don't rush. Qin Feng's voice remained calm. They are in the open, we are in the shadows. They have a limited number of arrows, while ours are iron arrowheads. Ling Yu, Wang Meng, take turns firing, suppressing Miyamoto Musashi and the man to his right. In the darkness, the sound of bowstrings vibrating rose and fell. Kane quickly realized something was wrong. The enemy's arrows always seemed to land just as they peeked out to retaliate. The shots came from tricky angles, forcing them to dodge in a sorry state. In just half a minute, the arrows he had already shot hadn't even touched the hem of the opponent's clothes. On the contrary, one of Miyamoto Musashi's companions was cut on the arm by a stray arrow and temporarily lost his fighting ability. Damn it! Kane cursed inwardly. He realized that in a night battle in the jungle against these slippery Chinese, his side had no chance of winning. Dragging this out will only lead to our demise. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in Kane's eyes. He remembered his most important bargaining chip. Miyamoto, you take those 2 and hold off the enemy. I'll go bring the hostage over. Kane chuckled coldly. I'd like to see if they dare to shoot arrows at their own countrymen. He wants to use hostages to force Qin Feng and his men to surrender. Miyamoto Musashi nodded, and he and his 2 subordinates quickly dispersed, using the cover in the camp to fight off Qin Feng and his group. The situation instantly turned into a fierce 3-on-3 battle. Chapter 64. The sound of gunfire signals a full-scale counterattack. At the edge of the camp, Wang Meng lowered his body and switched to a new iron-tipped arrow. He muttered under his breath, "These bastards are pretty good at holding out." Qin Feng gently comforted her. "It's all right, they don't have many arrows left." His master-level environmental awareness now acted like an invisible net, covering the entire battlefield. He could hear the hollow sound of each clatter from the enemy's quiver. The enemy had only a few arrows left. In the darkness, Kane's team was completely put on the defensive. They could only hide behind cover like gophers, completely afraid to show their faces. The veins on the back of Miyamoto Musashi's hand, which was gripping the long sword, bulged. The frustration of being able to only passively take hits drove him almost mad. Just then, Qin Feng frowned slightly. In his perception, a furtive figure was emerging from a shack at the very edge of the camp. They crawled on their hands and feet, then plunged headlong into the depths of the dense forest in the opposite direction, frantically fleeing while rolling and crawling. Strange, who would run away at this time? Qin Feng was puzzled. Logically, the enemy should have united to fight them, so why would someone escape alone? Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. The spray fell on the fleeing figure. It was Zhang Pengfei. He awoke when the first monkey was thrown into the camp and let out that piercing scream. He remained silent as Kane and his men frantically dealt with the monkeys. He just huddled in the corner of the shack like a dead dog, tightly covering his mouth. When the camp descended into a life-or-death battle, and everyone was drawn to the enemy attack, he had already quietly slipped out and run deeper into the woods. It's over! It's all over! Zhang Pengfei thought to himself in despair. Whether I fall into Kane's hands or am captured by the Chinese, I, as a traitor, am doomed. If Kane wins, I, as a hostage who has lost my usefulness, will likely be killed on the spot. If the Chinese win. The thought of that possibility made Zhang Pengfei's teeth chatter uncontrollably. He knew better than anyone what the fate of a traitor would be. Those billions of eyes in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room will devour him alive. He doesn't want to die. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He must escape. He fled to the ends of the earth, to a place where no one could find him. As long as we escape this forest, find a place to hide, and wait for this massacre to end. Zhang Pengfei desperately tried to calm himself down before plunging headlong into the depths of the forest. Inside the camp, the fighting intensified. Puff! Another thud that made your teeth ache. An iron arrowhead pierced straight through the log that the American athlete was using as cover in front of him, and continued its momentum as it went into his side. Ah! The contestant screamed in agony, looking down at the grotesque arrowhead, stained with wood chips and blood, that had pierced through his flesh, his eyes filled with unbelievable terror. How could they have iron arrows? Seeing this, Miyamoto Musashi steeled his heart. He suddenly drew the long sword from his waist. He knew that close combat was their last chance. We have no choice but to fight! He growled and was about to rush out of cover when he suddenly heard Kane's voice behind him. Stop it! Kane's voice carried a hint of smugness and malice. Miyamoto Musashi turned around and saw Kane dragging a blood-covered figure out of the shack. It's Zhao Ziqian. At this point, Zhao Ziqian was on the verge of death, his face covered in bruises, clearly having suffered cruel torture. Kane grabbed his hair, forcing his face to be visible to Qin Feng and the others. She held a sharp dagger to his neck with one hand. You scum of the Dragon Kingdom! Get out here! Kane shouted into the darkness. Shoot another arrow, and I'll slit his throat first. I'll count to 3. 3! The forest fell silent instantly. Qin Feng squinted in the darkness. He could sense that another familiar figure had quietly taken their place. Lin Yihan was slowly approaching from the rear of the camp, following his plan. The live stream room in China exploded instantly. Holy crap! Hostages! They're using hostages! Oh no, what do we do now? Fengshen and the others are in a bind. Fengshen, please don't act rashly. Despair and anger spread like a virus in the hearts of over 1 billion viewers. 2. Wang Meng and Ling Yu both stopped what they were doing, staring intently at their fellow countrymen who had been taken hostage, their eyes filled with anger and helplessness. Just as Kane was about to shout, 1. Crash! The ferns were parted, and Qin Feng's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He wasn't carrying a bow and arrows, only a dagger in his hand, and his expression was eerily calm. You're out, and then what? Qin Feng spoke, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. When Kane saw Qin Feng appear, a cruel and triumphant smile appeared on his face. It's simple. Throw away your weapons, tell your comrades to come out, put their hands on their heads, and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, I'll make him bleed on the spot. The dagger in his hand moved closer to Zhao Ziqian's neck, and a shallow cut of blood seeped out. Good. Qin Feng's answer was crisp and decisive, taking everyone by surprise. He casually tossed the dagger to the ground with a soft thud. Ling Yu, Wang Meng, come out! Qin Feng's voice remained calm, but when he turned and gestured for the two to come out, his gaze met that of Ling Yu and Wang Meng in the darkness. Ling Yu and Wang Meng immediately understood. Although his heart was in turmoil, he outwardly feigned a mixture of resentment and anger, dropped his bow and arrows, and slowly walked out. Kane's smile widened, radiating the air of a victor. The live stream room in the Dragon Kingdom was deathly silent. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand was gripping their heart, making it hard to breathe. No, no! Fengshen! This is a trap. Surrendering means certain death. Is there really no other way? Put down your weapons, and then what? Qin Feng looked at Kane and continued to ask, his eyes calm and composed, as if he were truly engaged in serious negotiations. Then? Kane reacted as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Then, of course, we'll tie you all up and go exchange resources with your Dragon Kingdom. By the way, didn't you find a pistol in the airdrop? Hand it over obediently, don't try to pull a fast one. Okay, but I don't have the pistol. A barely perceptible smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Where? Kane was taken aback. At that very moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. An unprecedented sense of danger crept up his back like a venomous snake. Less than 5 meters behind them, a petite figure had emerged from the darkness at some point. It's that female celebrity, Lin Yihan. She gripped a black pistol tightly in both hands, the muzzle trembling slightly with tension, but firmly pointed it at Kane's back. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, and her tightly clenched lips even bled slightly. But his eyes were surprisingly bright. Lin Yihan's body trembled violently as she recalled Qin Feng's earlier words. I believe in you. If it doesn't work, I have a backup plan. Go for it. She closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them again, crushing all her fear and hesitation under her feet in that instant. Bang! A crisp gunshot ripped through the jungle night. The light flashed and disappeared in the darkness. Kane's tall body jolted violently. He looked down at the blood blooming on his chest, his eyes filled with absurdity and resentment. He didn't understand why, in just a few days, people from China can trust their own compatriots enough to give them something as important as a handgun. Shouldn't the person holding the pistol be the one in charge, and should they be the boss? But his increasingly dilated pupils meant he could no longer think. The arm that was gripping Zhao Ziqian loosened weakly, and the dagger in his hand clattered to the ground. Zhao Ziqian also slumped to the ground. Kane swayed, then collapsed backward with a thud. The last glimmer of light in my eyes was that petite figure holding a gun. Time seemed to freeze for a second the moment Kane fell. The smug smiles on Miyamoto Musashi's and his 2 remaining subordinates' faces froze instantly, turning into utter astonishment and horror. It's this very second. Get started! Qin Feng's icy voice echoed through the forest. The ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, and he caught the dagger he had thrown down earlier with a backhand motion. He moved like lightning, rushing straight towards Miyamoto Musashi, who was caught off guard by the shock. Holy crap! I'll fuck you! Wang Meng's roar had barely begun when his burly body, like an out-of-control heavy truck, crashed into another dumbfounded Japanese pirate. The slaughter has begun. Chapter 65. Break your Bushido with one punch. The Japanese athlete, Masako Maru, was still reeling from the shock of Kane's assassination. In addition, during the previous exchange of fire, his arm was cut by Ling Yu's iron arrow. How can anyone react now? He only saw a huge black shadow charging towards him like a bear. He instinctively tried to raise his weapon to block, but Wang Meng moved faster than him. Die for me! Wang Meng's anger stemmed from seeing his compatriot Zhao Ziqian tortured beyond recognition. All the anger was now focused on his iron fist, which was as big as a casserole dish. Bang! Wang Meng's fist slammed solidly into Masako's face. The dull, loud thud sounded like a ripe watermelon being smashed. The Japanese athlete's head snapped back, his feet leaving the ground, and he flew backward in a parabolic arc. In midair, a mouthful of blood and foam mixed with bits of flesh and teeth gushed out. Masako Maru fell heavily to the ground, her body convulsing repeatedly. It made unintelligible, gurgling sounds. Wang Meng, however, had no intention of giving up. He lunged forward, raised his foot, and stomped hard on Masako's chest. Crack! That was the sound of ribs being broken by being crushed. Masako Maru's body suddenly arched, then went completely limp, and she fell silent. Holy crap! What a man! This is a real man. Damn! That punch sent chills down my spine. It was so satisfying. This is the way to deal with these beasts. Kill them! Kill them all! Wang Meng is awesome. He avenged Ziqian. Inside the live stream, the chat erupted like a volcano. Everyone was fired up by Wang Meng's ferocious performance. On the other side of the battlefield, the last American contestant wounded by an iron arrow was no longer able to resist. He slumped to the ground, struggling to breathe, but Lin Yu showed him no pity. Even from a few steps away, she remained vigilant. What if this person has some other tricks up their sleeve? So even when finishing off an enemy, he would draw his bow and shoot an arrow, piercing their throat with a single blow. They precisely nailed it to the wooden stakes of the shack. Hoo! Lin Yihan looked at him, who was slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead and down his cheeks, leaving streaks. She didn't cry, nor was she afraid. His eyes were just a little unfocused. This was the feeling of utter exhaustion, as if my spirit had been instantly drained, after the first murder. After Ling Yu finished dealing with that person, she quickly came to her side and put a hand on her shoulder. He hugged her tightly. You did a really good job. The steady, firm touch and comforting words calmed Lin Yihan's violently trembling body slightly. She looked up and saw Ling Yu's smiling face. The fear began to fade from his still somewhat unfocused eyes. Instead, it gives me a sense of security. In the center of the camp, only Qin Feng and Miyamoto Musashi remained. He held the long, gleaming sword, his face ashen as he watched the one-sided massacre unfold before him. So many people were slaughtered in less than 5 minutes. He just couldn't understand it. They clearly set a trap, and they clearly held the hostages, so why did the situation reverse so quickly? The gun in the female celebrity's hand, the iron arrowhead that pierced the log, and the man in front of her. Miyamoto Musashi's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng. He could see that Qin Feng was the core of this team. All will be over once he is killed. Baka! Chinese! Miyamoto Musashi forced out a few words through gritted teeth, the tip of his sword pointing diagonally at the ground. I challenge you to a duel! It is the honor of a samurai! Qin Feng sneered upon hearing this, and was about to speak when a very polite voice rang out from the side. I'll cut off your mother's head! Wang Meng, who had just finished off his opponent, spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground upon hearing this. He charged forward, wielding a dagger. You son of a bitch! Why didn't you say one-on-one when you were bullying our fellow countrymen? I'll teach you today what the hell a Chinese-style duel is. That means it's the two of us, one against one of you. Qin Feng didn't even adopt any fighting stance, he simply stood there calmly. He stared at Miyamoto Musashi with an expressionless gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. He neither agreed nor disagreed. In his eyes, the outcome was already predetermined, and the process was meaningless. Wang Meng's involvement simply meant that this battle would end sooner. Seeing this, Miyamoto Musashi grinned maliciously. Very well! 2 people it is. I'll show you what a true samurai is. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng moved. Without warning, without any extra movements. 1 second they were still standing still. The next second, his figure had already turned into a blur, shooting towards Miyamoto Musashi. Too fast. It was so fast that even Wang Meng only felt the blur before his eyes. Miyamoto Musashi's pupils suddenly contracted. Even his prized dynamic vision couldn't keep up with Qin Feng's speed. Without a second thought, relying on honed instincts, I used my core muscles to generate power. The long sword in his hand drew a sharp arc from bottom to top, slashing towards Qin Feng's neck. This knife. It is the essence of his lifelong learning, fast, accurate, and ruthless. However, faced with this fatal blow, Qin Feng neither dodged nor evaded. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, his seemingly simple fist had already struck first despite being a latecomer. Wang Meng roared and took a step forward, wanting to compete with Qin Feng for this prey. But just as his muscles tensed up, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him. The raised fist froze in midair. What followed was a scene he would never forget. Qin Feng's fist struck Miyamoto Musashi's abdomen with an illogical speed. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only one plop sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a rotten persimmon. The sinister smile on Miyamoto Musashi's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme pain. He felt as if a charging rhinoceros had crashed into his lower abdomen. An irresistible and terrifying force instantly destroyed all his internal organs and transmitted this force throughout his entire body. The long sword flew from his hand, and he was sent flying like the monkey Qin Feng had just tossed out. Boom! His back slammed heavily against the thick tree beside the camp, causing the whole tree to shake violently and leaves to fall in a rustling sound. If it weren't for this big tree blocking the way, we would probably have had to go much further. Miyamoto Musashi slid down the tree trunk and fell to the ground. Puff! He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of thick blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Blood stained his chest. He looked down, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. How can this Chinese man possess such terrifying power? This was his last thought. Then his head lolled to the side, his eyes bulged out, and he stopped breathing completely. Dead beyond dead. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Wang Meng's raised fist froze in midair. He stared blankly at his fist, then glanced at the lifeless body of Miyamoto Musashi in the distance. Finally, his gaze turned blankly to Qin Feng. I don't think I hit him either. Wang Meng muttered to himself, feeling that his worldview had been severely impacted. Is my buddy really that strong? Just then, a cold, vast, and emotionless mechanical voice rang out. At the same time, it resonated in the minds of all survivors in the wilderness, and in the minds of everyone on Earth. Chapter 66, National Fortune Rewards Arrive. Dragon Nation rejoices, Japan laments. Warning! The total number of Japanese competitors killed or otherwise killed has exceeded 10. Becomes the first country in the eerie wilderness to have more than 10 deaths. National Fate Punishment Mechanism activated. The physical condition of all Japanese citizens is declining. As soon as the words fell, everyone froze. Inside the Japanese command center, all the high-ranking officials were deathly pale. An elderly man wearing glasses suddenly went limp and slumped into a chair. On the Japanese mainland of Earth, a bizarre scene unfolded. On a street in Beijing, a commuter rushing to work suddenly felt his legs go weak. He fell to his knees uncontrollably, a piercing pain shooting through his knees. He looked around blankly. There are countless people like him who suddenly fall down or show signs of pain. Inside the hospital, countless Japanese soldiers groaned in pain, and various instruments emitted sharp alarms. Panic spread like a plague throughout Japan. At that moment, that grand voice rang out once again. Reward determination. As the primary contributor to the kills, the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune Assessment Mechanism has been triggered. At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, and among everyone in the country, everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. I stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing a single word. Reward. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom gain +1 to their constitution. This sound was like a nuclear bomb dropped on a calm lake, instantly detonating a global phenomenon. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar at that moment. Countless people, still reeling from the thrill of the night raid, hadn't yet recovered from the joy of victory. I immediately felt the changes in my body. Border defense. A soldier, who had suffered from arthritis for many years, was rubbing his knees as he prepared to go to sleep. Suddenly he froze. The aches and pains that had accompanied him for years had actually lessened considerably. Desert. A group of middle-aged men and women who volunteered to plant trees for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, his bent back straightened, and his joyful gaze swept into the distance. Young people working hard in various cities. At the same time, I felt a warm current surge up from my limbs and bones, instantly dispelling all my fatigue. Even those who were being taken away by the secret department to mine felt a significant improvement in their physical fitness. This group is the same group that mocks and insults Chinese players in the live stream every day. Let me go back. I'll never look down on our players again. Me too. I'll never dare to smear them again. I really know I was wrong. The same scene played out in every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Workers who used to suffer from chronic back pain felt healthier, and children who were previously weak and sickly developed rosy complexions. Strength increased by 1. These 4 words, for over 1 billion people in China. This isn't just cold, hard data, it's the most real and genuine feeling. After a brief moment of astonishment, a deafening roar of celebration ensued. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was applauding and cheering for Qin Feng's team. Fengshen is awesome. Wang Meng is awesome. Goddess Ling Yu. Well done, Ihan. I feel like I could starve for 5 days. Is this what they call a boost to my physique? It's amazing. My mom's chronic high blood pressure just came down. Thanks to Team Qin Feng. Thanks to all the Chinese players. It seems like my time has increased. It's even more effective than that dragon's beard grass. Upstairs. You. I'll try it too. One by one, the city windows lit up, and the suppressed gasps turned into shouts that resounded through the sky. Countless people rushed into the streets to embrace complete strangers, sharing this unexpected joy. The chat in the official Dragon Kingdom livestream room has gone completely crazy. Host Sa Bining's eyes reddened, and her voice choked with emotion. A miracle! This is a miracle of our Dragon Kingdom! Our athletes are using their blood and sweat to win the future for us and for our entire nation. A nationwide carnival. This is a true nationwide carnival. This is even better than receiving food. Health is the most important thing. I'm so sad, I finally understand what national destiny means. Our athletes are giving it their all, while we're enjoying the benefits from behind. Brothers, from now on, if anyone dares to say a bad word about Qin Feng and his gang, I'll be the first to fight them to the death. Hey upstairs, I'm first in line. Don't rush me, okay? In stark contrast to the nationwide jubilation in China, the United States and Japan were filled with wailing and lamentation. A slight decline in physical condition can be a fatal blow to elderly people who are already frail and prone to illness. Countless people flocked to the hospital, and social order was thrown into chaos. The atmosphere in the highest command center of the United States was oppressive. The commander-in-chief's face turned ashen, and he slammed his fist on the table. Fuck! Kane, that idiot! Didn't he say everything was under control? Contact Japan immediately. Question them. Is this their Miyamoto samurai? He's not even as good as a chicken. An 8-star general from the United States stared intently at Qin Feng's calm face on the screen, his eyes filled with apprehension. This Qin Feng, he's no longer just a simple threat. He's changing the rules of war. Immediately reassess his danger level and raise it to the highest level. In the wilderness, Qin Feng's team of 4 also heard the announcement, although they couldn't feel the jubilation or lamentation outside. But the joy of victory was real. Note, this reward does not apply to participants in the wilderness battlefield. This last hint made Wang Meng purse his lips. But the sheer ecstasy on his face remained undiminished. He slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Ha! Good! Great! Those Japanese sons of bitches got off easy. Only 1. It should have been 10. A rare, faint smile appeared at the corners of Ling Yu's lips. Her clenched fist relaxed, and her eyes filled with pride. This is the meaning of her fight. She gently patted Lin Yihan in her arms and said with a smile, All right, we won this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yihan nodded emphatically, bursting into tears of joy. At that moment, all the fear and lingering apprehension vanished. Qin Feng listened quietly, a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashing across his face. This is just the beginning. Good. Qin Feng's voice broke the silence. Let's rescue them quickly. We still have a lot to do, clean up the battlefield, check the spoils. Ihan, you did a great job. Take a rest for a while, leave these to us. The 3 quickly got into the zone, with clear division of labor and efficient action. Wang Meng collected all of these people's weapons, daily necessities, backpacks, etc., in the center of the camp. Qin Feng walked expressionlessly to a corpse, squatted down. The dagger in his hand swiftly and precisely sliced open the other person's clothes. Without the slightest hesitation, he peeled off the still relatively intact piece of fabric. Skillfully folded it, then moved on to the next target. These fabrics are waterproof and sun-shading. It would be best to use it on the rooftops of future shelters. Ling Yu immediately ran to Zhao Ziqian's side and skillfully treated his wounds using the bandages she had seized. A brief examination revealed that the patient mainly suffered from external injuries, dehydration, and hunger. There was no immediate danger to life. She took a water bottle out of her backpack and carefully fed him a few sips. The cool spring water moistened his chapped lips, and Zhao Ziqian struggled to open his swollen eyelids. Through the blurry vision, a handsome and refined face from the Dragon Kingdom appeared. He was stunned. Immediately, those lifeless eyes filled with tears. He wanted to say something, but only weak sobs could be heard from his throat. Lin Yu fed him 2 more sips of water and said, "Don't rush." After a long silence, Zhao Ziqian finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Thank you. I've dragged you all down with me." "That traitor, has the traitor been caught?" Chapter 67, Rest and the Next Target. "Traitor?" Lin Yu paused slightly as she cleaned Zhao Ziqian's wound. She raised her head, her sharp eyes instantly locking onto Zhao Ziqian's face. As a soldier, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the word traitor. "Can you explain clearly? Which traitor?" Her voice unconsciously turned 3 degrees colder. Zhang Pengfei from the Dragon Kingdom." A deep-seated hatred flashed in Zhao Ziqian's eyes. "It was him. He tricked me into coming here. He's already sided with those bastards." After saying this, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Coupled with the immense mental shock, his head lolled to the side, and he fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yu frowned. She examined him carefully, and confirmed that Zhao Ziqian was simply unconscious from exhaustion. After settling him in, she slowly got up. That usually cold and pretty face now seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. With a chilling killing intent, he walked towards the center of the camp. At this moment, Qin Feng and Wang Meng were like 2 high-speed machines, rapidly dealing with the battlefield. Wang Meng was in charge of piling up all the valuable items, while Qin Feng was undressing the corpses. "Qin Feng." Lin Yu walked to his side, watched him take off a fairly clean shirt and fold it neatly, before speaking. "Our compatriots have just woken up. How is the situation?" Qin Feng asked without looking up, continuing with his work. "Although there is no danger to his life, he has many wounds from being beaten and has not eaten for a long time, so he is very weak." Lin Yu paused, lowering her voice slightly. "He also mentioned something else. The person who led us here was a Chinese athlete named Zhang Pengfei, and he has already betrayed us." Qin Feng stopped moving. He slowly straightened up, and the faint aura he had felt during the battle, fleeing from the chaos into the depths of the dense forest, instantly flashed through his mind. "I see." At the time, he thought it was just some cowardly enemy deserting in the face of battle, but he never expected it to be something even more disgusting. His face remained expressionless, but a chilling killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. "Traitor!" A traitor lurking in the shadows is more threatening than 10 enemies in the open. He was familiar with the mindset of Chinese players and understood their weaknesses. This nail must be removed as soon as possible. "Traitor?" Wang Meng, who was standing nearby, overheard their conversation and suddenly stood up. His already menacing face turned bright red with rage. "Damn it! I hate these traitorous bastards the most!" He kicked a nearby corpse far away. He roared. "Where did he run off to? I'm going to go and twist his dog's head off right now!" As a Marine, loyalty is ingrained in his very being. The betrayal of his comrades angered him more than the enemy's knife. "Calm down." Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power, instantly silencing the enraged Wang Meng. "He's already far away. Even if we chase after him now, we might not be able to find him. Moreover, Zhao Ziqian's current condition makes him unsuitable for movement." Lin Yihan also came over. Upon hearing the word, "traitor," she frowned deeply. In this harsh wilderness, they not only have to face wild beasts and foreign competitors. She also had to be wary of betrayal from her own people, which made her feel nauseous. "Qin Feng is right." Lin Yu also spoke up. "We're currently carrying a seriously wounded soldier. It would be too dangerous to pursue them rashly. There are quite a few supplies in this camp. We must take them all." Wang Meng took several heavy breaths, his chest heaving violently. He glanced at the unconscious Zhao Ziqian, and ultimately suppressed his overwhelming rage. "Okay. I'll do as you say," he said in a muffled voice. "Then let that son of a bitch live for a couple more days." Qin Feng nodded, then looked up at the Empress. His gaze then swept over the mountain of spoils. "It's just barely dawn, and everyone's exhausted. Rest until noon, then have lunch. Once our compatriots' condition improves, we'll take everything and return to our base." "Good." He looked around, his gaze lingering briefly on each person's face. "Let's take turns on guard duty for 3 hours. I'll go first, I'm not sleepy yet." He was concise and to the point. No one objected. This was indeed the best arrangement at the moment. Qin Feng walked to the side, took out his pipe and tobacco from his backpack. He sat on a piece of broken wood, oblivious to everyone around him, and meticulously crushed the tobacco with the tip of a dagger. Filled the container and ignite it. A wisp of smoke rose, carrying with it that familiar, pungent scent of herbs and plants. Wang Ming was about to go back to the makeshift shack next door for a rest when the smell of smoke made him itch to get back to it. Seeing Qin Feng's blissful expression, he finally couldn't resist. He shuffled over with heavy steps, plopped down next to Qin Feng, and spoke in a muffled voice. "Hey bro, this thing is really great, I need to get one too." Qin Feng's mind was now filled with the image of that trader and the future development of the camp. He had no idea what Wang Ming was thinking, and simply reflexively said, "Okay, I'll make one for you later." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's outstretched hand, which was about to take the pipe, naturally shifted, and he touched his head. He gave an awkward laugh. Hey. Hearing the silly laughter, Qin Feng finally realized that it was him who wanted to take a couple of puffs. He chuckled and handed over the pipe. Wang Ming chuckled, took the pipe, and took a deep drag. This time, perhaps because my body had gotten used to it, the pungent smoke entering my lungs didn't trigger a violent cough. Instead, it brings a strange sense of relaxation. Call. He exhaled a long smoke ring and squinted his eyes contentedly. Comfortable. He patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said as he walked towards the shack. I'll take your place later. An hour and a half later, Wang Ming's biological clock woke him up on time. Although my muscles were incredibly sore, my mind was much clearer. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and walked to Qin Feng's side. Brother, let me take over, you go and rest. He pointed somewhat sheepishly to the pipe in Qin Feng's hand. Can I keep it here for now? Qin Feng handed him the pipe and nodded. I found a sheltered corner, wrapped myself in a thermal blanket, and closed my eyes. He did not fall asleep immediately. In my mind, every detail of last night's battle replayed rapidly like a movie. The enemy's defenses, the teammates' reactions. And that traitor who escaped, Zhang Pengfei. The competition will only get fiercer in the future, so we must become stronger even faster. Qin Feng's thoughts turned to the pile of spoils and his master-level forging skill. The iron arrow is just the first step. To face more enemies in the future, we will need more sophisticated weapons and defenses. You could even start experimenting with creating more complex traps or weapons, such as chained lassos and repeating crossbows. Specific plans began to take shape in his mind, and the path to becoming stronger became clear and definite. When the warm sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on Qin Feng's face. The people in the camp have gradually woken up. Chapter 68. My luck has always been good. Information from Dragon Country has arrived. Ling Yu got busy as soon as she woke up. She went to Zhao Ziqian's side and found that he had slowly woken up. How does it feel? As she asked, she tore the dried meat into tiny pieces and threw them into the newly captured cooking pot. After soaking for a short while, the jerky became much softer. Zhao Ziqian's lips were chapped, his eyes were unfocused, and he nodded weakly. His gaze fell on the dried meat that Ling Yu was offering to his mouth, and his eyes instantly reddened. During his captivity, he ate scraps and drank muddy water. Living a life worse than that of pigs and dogs, when have I ever been treated so gently? He opened his mouth and chewed mechanically. The warm broth slid down my throat, a warm current flowing into my empty stomach. Thank you? The soup smells so good. His voice was much better, no longer so hoarse. It's all right, just tell us about that traitor. Ling Yu's voice remained cold and clear, but her movements were very gentle. Tell me everything you know. The mention of the word, traitor, instantly ignited a deep-seated hatred in Zhao Ziqian's eyes. He's from China. Zhang Pengfei. He was breathing heavily with excitement, and he stammered about where he had come from. She recounted the entire process of how she met Zhang Pengfei and how she was scammed. He's a traitor. He saw me being beaten, so he joined in to beat me too, to show his loyalty to those people in the United States. Zhao Ziqian broke down again, and in the end, he clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, and his body trembled violently with rage. After hearing his account, the entire camp fell into a deathly silence. Wang Ming slammed his fist into the tree trunk beside him, causing leaves to fall in a rustling sound. That son of a bitch! Don't worry, we won't let him off the hook, and we'll kill him with our own hands. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd. We have more important things to do now. He pointed to the mountain of spoils. Clean up the battlefield, inventory the supplies, and take everything you can carry. Qin Feng issued the order, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then we go home. The word home warms everyone's heart. Yes, they still have a home. A safe and warm shelter built by everyone's own hands. That was their only refuge in this cruel world. The midday sun shone through the trees, making the air scorching and somewhat hot. The return journey was not easy. The spoils of war were simply too numerous. 3 cooking pots, 7 or 8 thermal blankets, a large amount of weapons and equipment, and miscellaneous living supplies filled the 4 tactical backpacks to the brim. Including the backpacks of these dead people, there were more than a dozen in total. Wang Meng even made a makeshift sled out of vines and sticks, placing the heaviest supplies on it. I dragged the load forward like an old ox, my back soaked with sweat. Hey, when will that Dundun grow up? Wang Meng sighed. At that moment, he thought of the little cow Dundun at the camp. If only it were a big cow! Lin Han covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this. Brother Meng, Dundun will probably take another year and a half to grow up, so let me take over for you for a bit. She quickly stepped forward, somewhat awkwardly trying to take the rope from the plow. After last night's battle and carnage, she seemed to have matured a lot overnight. Go away, you little brat, stay somewhere else. Wang Meng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and all his fatigue seemed to vanish instantly. This little bit isn't even enough for your brother Meng to warm up. Just take care of yourself. Zhao Ziqian was still weak and could only be carried by Qin Feng, moving forward slowly. The entire group resembled a caravan that had just finished a robbery and was returning home laden with spoils, moving slowly but steadily towards their destination. In the live stream, viewers from China felt both heartache and pride watching this scene. My God, this is practically a house-moving evacuation. Brother Meng is awesome. A true transport captain. Fengshen is incredibly strong. Let him haul the supplies. Upstairs, Manga doesn't know his own strength. He might hurt the injured person again. Seeing Fengshen and the others carrying so many bags, I suddenly felt a sense of security for some reason. Go home. Go home. Once they get back to that valley, they'll truly be invincible. As they walked, Wang Meng, who was pulling the plow ahead, suddenly stopped. I said, Brother Qin. He turned his head, a strange excitement on his face. I just remembered something. When we were catching the monkey, I smelled a faint scent of alcohol on it, and I'm sure of it. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Do you think there might be that legendary monkey wine in this forest? Monkey wine? Lin Han and Ling Yu were both stunned for a moment. Qin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had heard of monkey wine before. Some monkeys store various wild fruits in tree holes or trunks, and these fruits ferment naturally to become the legendary monkey wine. He was about to speak, but then glanced back at the drowsy Zhao Ziqian on his back. That monkey grove isn't very close to here, and taking a detour would waste too much time. His health doesn't allow it. How about we wait until next time? Hey, Brother Feng, I'm fine. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ziqian, who was on his back, woke up. He gave a weak laugh, his voice carrying a strange sense of expectation. You wouldn't believe it, I've always been lucky. What if it really happens? That's a good thing, it disinfects and warms the body. Looking into the light in his eyes, Qin Feng remained silent for a moment. Nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. The group turned and headed towards the monkey forest. Just as the group passed through a patch of waist-high grass and was about to leave the area. Buzz! A series of slight, synchronized vibrations came simultaneously from the live-streaming watches on the wrists of the several people. The 5 people paused, and simultaneously raised their wrists. On the watch screen, a bright red dragon icon was slowly flashing. Below the icon is a line of bold black text, Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command Center. It's a message from Command Center! Ling Yu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Since entering this wilderness, the Dragon Kingdom has been able to communicate with all the contestants every 7 days. This is the second time they have received an official message from the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng gestured for everyone to stop, found a relatively secluded spot, and said in a deep voice. Open it and take a look. He clicked on the icon, and a virtual screen projected into mid-air, displaying clear text line by line. Ling Yu, Wang Meng, and Lin Han also gathered around. To all the surviving Chinese players. Regarding the traitor Zhang Pengfei, this contestant participated in deceiving and harming his compatriots, an act that constitutes treason. All contestants from the Dragon Kingdom, while ensuring their own safety, shall pursue and hunt down the traitor Zhang Pengfei. Upon seeing the first item, Wang Meng's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. He deserves to die. This kill order, from the national level effectively sealed Zhang Pengfei's fate. This also eased some of the resentment and bitterness of betrayal in everyone's hearts. Qin Feng's gaze continued downwards, landing on the second part. 2. Sharing of important intelligence. Regarding the 10000X return trigger mechanism, based on long-term observation and data analysis of tens of thousands of players' live streams, we have initially cracked some of the return rules. For fixed resource points, such as water sources, special plant communities, etc., contestants are required to continuously utilize these resources within a week. This method has a high probability of triggering a 10,000-fold return. An African named Adbio has already successfully returned 10,000 streams. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. 1 week. Continue to use it. The image of the clear stream beside the valley instantly flashed into his mind. From the moment they arrived in the valley, they drank the water there every day. If you think about it carefully, tomorrow seems to be exactly the 7th day. An indescribable excitement and anticipation welled up in my heart. This means that their base is not only a sanctuary, but also a place that will bring tremendous surprises to the Dragon Kingdom. Ling Yu's breath itched slightly. She and Qin Feng exchanged a glance, and both saw the same light in each other's eyes. The value of this intelligence is immeasurable. Wang Meng slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing. So that explains it. We discovered so many things before, but why couldn't we recover so many of them? Turns out there was a trick to it. The text on the screen continued to refresh. Chapter 69 Monkey Wine and Sweet Potato Vines. 3. Regarding the previously cited Asian man carrying a gun, he has been confirmed to be a Cambodian athlete. His weapon is a short-barreled shotgun, obtained from an airdrop. The country's athletes are exceptionally cruel. Several athletes have already fallen victim to their brutality. Currently, only Qin Feng and this player have obtained firearms. All Chinese players, be careful. After reading the last message, the virtual light screen transformed into starlight and dissipated into the air. This news cast a shadow over the relaxed atmosphere that had just begun to rise in the camp. Gun. In this wilderness dominated by melee weapons, the appearance of a single gun is enough to alter the balance of a local battlefield. These South Asian monkeys are really lucky. Wang Meng's expression instantly turned extremely solemn. He knew better than anyone else. What does a shotgun mean in a one-on-one, or even one-to-many situation? Ling Yu's brows furrowed tightly. Most importantly, this person was inherently a cruel and murderous individual. Hopefully, other players from China won't encounter him. Okay. Qin Feng's voice broke the silence. He carried Zhao Ziqian back on his back, adjusted his position to make him more comfortable. Knowing is better than knowing nothing. At least now we know which faces to be wary of. His tone was calm, but this composed aura subtly soothed everyone's anxiety. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng shook his head, trying to shake off the pressure. He rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement returning to his face, and pointed in the direction of the monkey forest. Don't think about it too much. Brother Qin, let's go get that monkey wine first. With that thing, nothing else matters. A sip of warm water in the evening would be wonderful. His words immediately lightened the atmosphere considerably. Seeing the light in his eyes, Qin Feng nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. The group turned and headed towards the direction of the monkey forest they remembered. Half an hour later, a familiar squeak sound came from the woods ahead. This is it. Wang Meng lowered his voice and scanned his surroundings. A group of monkeys were happily playing in the tree. Perhaps because 7 of their companions were captured last time, the monkey troop has become extremely wary. Qin Feng and his group had just entered this area when a robust monkey king was already standing on a high branch of a tree. Baring its teeth, it emitted a sharp warning sound. Dozens of monkeys instantly became agitated. They swarmed in from all directions, screaming and hurling stones and rotten fruit. Damn it! These rascals hold grudges! Wang Ming waved his arm to deflect a fruit that was thrown at Linihan, cursing under his breath. This time, we won't arrest them, we'll just drive them away or kill them. Qin Feng swiftly issued the order, his voice clear and calm. Wang Meng, you and I will charge head-on and draw the main force away. Len Yu, standing nearby, used the dagger to clear out the remaining fish. Ihan, just shoot with your bow and arrow as you like, don't worry about hitting the target. Clear! The 3 responded in unison. Before he finished speaking, Wang Meng roared and charged out like a raging bull. He used the captured pot lid as a shield, charging wildly and instantly disrupting the monkey troop's formation. Qin Feng's figure flashed beside him like a ghost. He didn't make a move until he did, and when he did, he precisely used his longsword to send a monkey charging towards Wang Meng flying. The entire process took less than a minute, and the monkey troop was completely routed by this 3-dimensional and highly efficient coordinated attack. The Monkey King let out a defiant shriek and fled in disarray with his remaining troops. Phew, these bastards are really troublesome. Wang Meng wiped his sweat and began searching the woods. Qin Feng activated his master-level environmental perception ability at full power. In the air, besides the smell of soil and decaying leaves. Sure enough, there was still a very faint, unique aroma of wine in the air, a sweet and sour scent. The source of this smell is that huge, dead tree lying on the ground. That dead tree was at least 2 meters thick, about the same size as a redwood. The middle part was completely rotten, forming a natural tree cavity, the entrance of which was blocked by some rotten leaves and moss. Qin Feng stepped forward and gently used his dagger to clear away the debris at the entrance of the hole. An intensely rich aroma of wine, almost overwhelming, burst forth from the tree hollow. Qin Feng felt as if he were drunk just from the smell, and immediately called for the others to come over. "There really is one! Quick, get the pot!" Upon smelling the aroma from a distance, Wang Meng was so excited he almost jumped up. He hurriedly turned to the pot and kettle he had just seized. Qin Feng and Ling Yu worked together, using an entrenching tool and a machete to gradually enlarge the rotten tree hole. As the cave entrance widened, the scene inside was revealed to everyone. At the bottom of the tree cavity, there was a thick layer of amber-colored, viscous liquid. The liquid also contained the pits of various wild fruits that were no longer recognizable. The strong aroma of wine emanates from this pool of liquid. "It's coming! It's really coming!" Wang Meng held the pot, his mouth practically watering as he gazed at the pool of monkey wine. Without saying a word, he carefully ladled the wine out of the pot. The wine was viscous and had an enticing color. When you scooped it up, the rich aroma of the wine almost made your mouth water. Qin Feng immediately took the cooking pot and canteen. Carefully scoop out these precious liquids little by little. This monkey wine is as thick as honey, with an enticing color. It filled 3 cooking pots and 2 canteens. There was still plenty left in the tree hollow. "Leave some! Leave some!" Seeing that the filling was almost complete, Wang Meng sealed the entrance to the tree hole with leaves. "Let's leave them as a memento, maybe we'll brew them again in the future." He chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. "Brother Meng is so cunning, ha ha ha." Lin Yihun laughed out loud upon hearing this. Just then, Zhao Ziqian, who had been resting on the ground, inadvertently glanced at an open space not far ahead. He suddenly felt that the leaves of the plant growing on the ground looked somewhat familiar. He struggled to his feet and staggered over. He parted the weeds and dug into the soil. The next second, he froze completely, then burst into unbelievable ecstasy. "Sweet potato! It's a sweet potato!" He held up a fist-sized tuber with a purplish-red skin, trembling with excitement. The crowd gathered around at the sound. Beneath that unremarkable patch of land, there was actually a large area of wild sweet potatoes. Almost at the same time Zhao Ziqian shouted the word, "Sweet potato!" A global announcement rang out. Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhao Ziqian has discovered the high-yield crop sweet potato, triggering a 10,000x return. Tens of thousands of acres of high-quality sweet potato fields have randomly generated within the Dragon Kingdom. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly exploding in the minds of everyone around the world. Dragon Kingdom, Supreme Command Center. The general, who had just been worried about the intelligence report about Cambodia, suddenly stood up from his seat. "What?" He stared intently at the information refreshing on the screen, his cloudy old eyes bursting with unbelievable ecstasy. "Reporting, sir! Large numbers of sweet potato fields have appeared out of nowhere in the mountains, forests, and hilly areas all over the country." A communications officer's voice trembled with excitement. He almost shouted it out. The entire command center instantly erupted into a sea of jubilation. In the official live stream room of the Dragon Kingdom, the chat was scrolling wildly. An elderly expert from the Ministry of Agriculture was so excited that he trembled all over and tears streamed down his face. "This stuff is drought-resistant, cold-resistant, doesn't require much from the soil, has an amazing yield, and is easy to store. One vine can produce tens of thousands of dan of grain." Dong Qin couldn't contain her excitement and smile as she told a story from her ancestor. "Back then, one of our ancestors, Mr. Qingjinlong, fed hundreds of millions of compatriots with just a sweet potato vine. This is not an exaggeration, it's a fact written in history." Survival expert Qing Yi explained even more excitedly. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't underestimate this little sweet potato. It's not just food. Its vines and leaves are also excellent fodder." The entire Dragon Kingdom was completely engulfed in a sea of revelry. Chapter 70: An unexpected guest in the camp. And it's a huge one. Inside the live stream, the chat was so dense that the screen was almost invisible. "Holy crap! A sweet potato. It really is a sweet potato. Thank God. Thank Zhao Ziqian. This guy is incredibly lucky." "Haha, who said Zhao Ziqian was useless before? Come out and take your punishment. He's an auspicious omen." A long-time viewer who's been watching Ziqian's live stream from the very beginning, let me say this is what a lucky person looks like. I've been watching Ziqian's livestream the whole time. He gets the most wild fruits with the 10,000x return rate, but his physical condition isn't good enough. He can't even catch chickens. Amidst the jubilant comments, some discordant voices were also present. What about the monkey wine? After all this time, why wasn't that good monkey wine returned? That won't do. The moment this comment appeared, it was immediately drowned out by angry criticism. Did the person upstairs get kicked in the head by a donkey? It's all probabilistic. Maybe it'll trigger next time you come to collect the wine? I don't think he's stupid, he's malicious. Report him, check his IP address, he might be a spy sent by some player who's doing well. Stop wasting your breath on him. Where's the Secret Service? Send him to the mines. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the sweet potato field, finally landing on Zhao Ziqian. This contestant has survived to this day because of good luck. Perhaps, it really can bring unexpected surprises to the team. He stepped forward and took the sweet potato from Zhao Ziqian, who was trembling with excitement. He weighed it in his hand, then wiped it clean with his clothes, broke off a small piece, and handed it over. Try it, the treasure discovered by our meritorious hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Ziqian was taken aback, looked at Qin Feng's smiling face, and nodded heavily. He took the raw sweet potato, stuffed it into his mouth without even looking at it, and chewed it vigorously. A sweet, earthy aroma explodes on your taste buds. This is the most delicious thing he has ever eaten in his life. Sweet! So sweet! Ha! Ha! After a burst of laughter, they started digging sweet potatoes out of the ground one by one and piling them on Wang Meng's plow. Dig! Take as much as you can. Then we go home. Time to go home. Lin Yihan carefully picked up the fallen sweet potato leaves and put them aside. Wang Meng looked at the leaves and grinned. This stuff tastes like chewing grass to humans, it's astringent and bitter, what's the point of having it? Lin Yihan carefully gathered the sweet potato leaves together, winked at him, and smiled. Brother Meng, this is Dun Dun's Manchu Han Imperial Feast, top-grade feed. Wang Meng was taken aback, then suddenly realized. That's right. Look at my brain, I was only thinking about eating people. Yihan is so much more thoughtful. The group returned laden with their purchases, their spirits higher than ever before. However, as they passed through the familiar waterfall, upon returning to the valley where the camp was located, everyone abruptly stopped in their tracks. From a great distance, they saw a blurry, enormous dark figure strolling leisurely in the center of the camp. At the entrance to the valley, the atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone's heart was in their throat. What is that? Is it a bear? Or something else? Wang Meng threw down the plow rope and pulled out a machete from behind his back. Ling Yu and Lin Yihan also quickly removed the bows from their backs, knocked sharp iron arrows, and moved swiftly. Qin Feng gently put Zhao Ziqian down from his back, letting him lean against a rock. Master-level environmental perception activated. The outline of that enormous creature became increasingly clear in Qin Feng's mind. Its entire body was covered in yellowish-brown fur, and it had a pair of curved horns on its head. The enormous body exudes a sense of power. It looks like a cow. The massive, dark figure paced around the camp, occasionally lowering its head as if gnawing on something. Just as they crept to within 10 meters of the camp, the giant bull seemed to sense something and raised its head. It turned around, its large, docile eyes looking in the direction of Qin Feng and the others. At that very moment, they saw it clearly. At the giant bull's feet, a small figure was affectionately rubbing against its leg. It's Dun Dun! The giant bull wasn't actually munching on anything, it was eating the grass beside the campsite. The boulder that was originally used to stop Dun Dun from running around was now pushed aside, leaving a deep dragged mark on the ground. Is it Dun Dun's mom? Lin Yihan covered her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. It was hard to tell whether it was surprise or shock. The giant bull seemed to understand her words. It let out a low, gentle move towards the crowd. It was like a belated greeting. The cry had barely faded when Dun Dun happily ran out of its mother's huge shadow and affectionately rubbed its little head against Lin Yihan's leg. The tense atmosphere vanished instantly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Meng was the first to relax. He strode forward casually, circled the cow twice, clicking his tongue in amazement, his eyes shining. Good heavens! That physique, that size, is equivalent to 2 old oxen from our area! He reached out and patted the cow's firm thigh, feeling the rock-like muscles. That kid Dun Dun has great genes! Qin Feng approached, his gaze fixed on the cow's flank and hind legs. There were several deep claw marks there, the flesh around the edges torn and bleeding. The hair around the wound had dried out. It went through a fierce battle, and it was a Pyrrhic victory. The cow seemed to know that these people meant no harm, and could even sense that they were her calves' saviors. It obediently lowered its massive head and gently rubbed its grass-covered cheek against Qin Feng's arm. A low, pleading hum came from his nose. It's asking us for help. Qin Feng stroked the cow's head and spoke softly. Let me treat its wound. Lin Yu's voice remained as calm as ever. For the next few days, the entire camp was busy with the new, wounded, soldier. Ihan, go boil some water and add a little more salt. Good. The cow was unusually cooperative, standing obediently, as if she knew this was a rescue. But when Lin Yu carefully cut away the rotten and necrotic flesh around the wound with a dagger that had been heated over a fire, the intense pain caused its massive body to tremble violently, and a suppressed, mournful cry escaped its throat. Hey! Little sister, just bear with it, it'll be over soon. Wang Meng gently patted the cow's neck with his large, fan-like hands. When salt water is poured onto the bloody wound, the cow was in so much pain that her hooves went weak and she almost collapsed to her knees. But it only gasped for breath, its huge eyes filled with pain, yet it never struggled. What an incredibly insightful and understanding genius! Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Ziqian was now in a warm shelter, drinking warm salt water, and a bit of color had returned to his pale face. The entire camp was bustling with activity. Night fell. The campfire crackled and popped. A cooking pot was placed on the fire. Sweet potatoes cut into chunks were simmering in a pot, steaming gently and filling the air with a rich, sweet aroma. By the fire, several roasted sweet potatoes, freshly pulled from the ashes, had a dark, slightly charred skin. Wang Meng couldn't wait any longer, so he reached out and grabbed one. He winced in pain from the burn, but didn't seem to care, fidgeting with his hands and blowing on the burn. Hiss! Ha! It's so hot! He impatiently broke open the scalding hot sweet potato, instantly exposing the golden flesh to the air. A purer, more enticing caramel-sweet aroma wafts over. Ignoring the heat, Wang Meng took a big bite, and the sweet and soft texture instantly filled his entire mouth. Holy shit! It's fucking sweet! He mumbled his praise, his face beaming with undisguised satisfaction. Lin Yihan was amused by his appearance, and she carefully used the tip of her dagger to pry one open. Use a wooden sliver to distribute the piping hot potato meat to Zhao Ziqian, who was standing nearby. Zhao Ziqian was just holding the steaming bowl of sweet potato soup when he looked at the golden broth and the soft, tender sweet potato chunks in it. His eyes welled up with tears. Just a day earlier, he was struggling on the brink of death, believing he was doomed. But now, not only has he survived, he's also enjoying delicacies he's never tasted before in his life. He gulped down a large mouthful of soup, the warm, sweet sensation spreading from his throat all the way to his stomach. Sweet! So sweet! His voice was hoarse, with a barely perceptible sob in it. The cow lay docilely nearby. Its wounds had been given basic treatment, and it was regurgitating the sweet potato leaves it had eaten during the day. The calf, Dun-Nun, snuggled up to its mother, occasionally sticking out its tongue to lick her face. This scene brought a sense of peace and home to this perilous wilderness camp. Our hero deserves more food! Wang Meng grinned and handed Zhao Ziqian another roasted sweet potato. You little rascal, you're truly an auspicious omen for our dragon kingdom. You can even dig up a gold nugget while casually taking a dump. Brother Meng, you're really rude. By the way, why aren't you guys drinking? Lin Yihan gave a reproachful remark, but a smile remained on her face. Wang Meng stuffed a roasted sweet potato into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. Hey, no barbecue today, drinking is so boring. Tomorrow, Brother Qin and I will go into the woods. We'll hunt some game. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Chapter 71 Exploring New Discoveries in the Wild, Exchanges Between Countries. Anything is fine. Lin Yihan blinked, a satisfied smile on her face. Now we have sweet potatoes, monkey wine, and the Dun-Dun family. I think we are the happiest people in this wilderness. Wang Meng laughed heartily, patting his belly. Then tomorrow Brother Qin and I will go and get some wild game to go with this monkey wine, the taste, Alright, stop drooling. Lin Yu was clearing away the dishes, her gaze sweeping over the shelter. Now there's a problem, our shelter is getting more and more overcrowded. Indeed. The shelter, originally designed for 3 people, now has to accommodate 5, making the space feel extremely cramped. In addition, having both men and women present makes things a little inconvenient. Qin Feng nodded. Starting tomorrow, we need to build more shelters. We need to have enough manpower and also improve efficiency. I think we could build a connected building, with a corridor in the middle. Zhao Ziqian's spirits have clearly improved a lot. This ensures both privacy and facilitates communication. Good idea! Wang Meng slapped his thigh. We'll build a cowshe for Dun-Dun and the others later, then this family will finally have a home. Ha, great! Looking at the lively scene, Qin Feng felt a great deal of relief from the tension in his heart. As night deepened, the campfire slowly died down. One by one, everyone went into the shelter to rest. Although the space was cramped, everyone's face showed a sense of security and contentment. Wang Ming was assigned to the first shift because of his loud snoring. He was wrapped in a thermal blanket and huddled up beside the campsite. Holding a dagger, he was carving something on a piece of wood. Most people in the live stream room were already asleep, but there were still quite a few night owls. Per Manga, standing guard all alone outside, I'll keep you company. It's so heartwarming to see them sleeping. Ihan is still sleeping with her mouth open. It's hilarious. They're all exhausted, they should get some rest. Meanwhile, on Earth, inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center. Brightly lit. They were numerous, working in small groups, closely monitoring the contestants in other countries' live streams. Once discovered, it will be registered. We will notify all the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom once everything is organized. Report to the chief. A staff officer strode into the operations room, carrying a newly released statistical report. According to feedback from various regions, our mineral extraction volume has increased by another 15% compared to yesterday. The old general, seated in the main seat, took the report and carefully read through it. Very good. Have the logistics department record these people's contribution points. They can be released once the task is completed. As for those who are stubborn and inflexible, increase their workload. Besides, were all these minerals used to exchange for goods with other countries? Yes, mainly to exchange for some rare metals and fruits and vegetables, and... The staff officer hesitated for a moment. Several countries are now trying to exchange the supplies and local specialties returned by their athletes for our sweet potato vines. The old general put down the report and asked with great interest. Who are they? What conditions are they offering? South Korea says one of their players triggered a 10,000-fold return on cabbage, and they're willing to trade 10,000 tons of kimchi for sweet potato vines. Pickle? The old general frowned, then, as if he had heard the funniest joke, waved his hand dismissively. Let them keep it for themselves, refuse it. Is there anything else? The staff officer flipped through the documents in his hand. News has come from D country. Their athletes have discovered an oil field. They hope to trade oil for our sweet potato vines, which they see as the foundation of their future desert agriculture. The old general's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. That's acceptable. Oil is a strategic resource. We need to discuss this further. Let the foreign ministry take over and see what price they'll ask for. Clear. The staff officer saluted, turned, and left. The old general looked again at the image of Qin Feng's camp on the large screen, where several people were sleeping peacefully in the shelter. A hint of relief flashed in his eyes. What a wonderful group of young men and women! You are not only fighting for yourselves, but also for the entire country. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled the campsite, while the chirping of birds woke everyone from their sleep. Qin Feng stretched, got up, stepped out of the shelter, and took a deep breath of the fresh air. The cow was grazing leisurely not far away, while Dun Dun ran around happily beside it. This scene is pleasing to the eye. Good morning, Brother Qin. Wang Meng crawled out of the shelter, stretched, and... I slept so well last night, I haven't slept this soundly in a long time. Ling Yu and Lin Yihan also got up one after another and started getting busy. Lin Yihan went to change the cow's dressing, while Ling Yu began preparing breakfast. Although Zhao Ziqian was not yet able to engage in strenuous activity, he was using a wooden stick for support. He limped as he helped Lin Yihan gather fresh sweet potato vines, intending to use them as cattle feed. Although his movements were clumsy, his face radiated a sense of satisfaction from finding a sense of belonging. What are the plans for today? Lin Yu asked while roasting sweet potatoes. Qin Feng looked at the sky. It was clear and cloudless. Wang Meng and I are going hunting, and we'll see if we can find any other vegetables or something. You guys start planning the location of the new shelter in the camp. Good. Wang Meng rubbed his hands excitedly. Finally, I can stretch my muscles again. After a simple breakfast. Let's go, Manga! Qin Feng tucked a newly acquired longsword behind his waist. He shouted at Wang Meng, who was using a pot lid as a mirror to fix his messy hair. Hey! Here they come! Wang Meng responded, then put the pot lid on his head as a hat. He shouldered a wood-chopping knife and gripped a spear in his other hand. He strode after him. Brother Qin, which way shall we go today? That grove to the east looks promising. We might just run into a silly road deer. What kind of prey do you think we'll encounter today? Wild horses? Deer? Or... Wang Meng talked a lot the whole way. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Brother Meng, your shouting will scare away all the animals within a 10-mile radius. Wang Meng chuckled, and then things did quiet down considerably. The two walked through the forest for about an hour, and Qin Feng's environmental perception detected some animal scent traces. There seems to be a smell of animal droppings up ahead. Qin Feng lowered his voice. Let's go around and approach from downwind. Just then, Wang Meng suddenly stopped and pointed to a clump of bushes by the roadside. Brother Qin, look what that is! Qin Feng followed his finger and saw clusters of bright red berries hanging in the bushes, looking particularly tempting in the sunlight. Wang Meng walked over curiously, brought his nose close, and sniffed. It tastes a bit sweet. What is this thing? Can I eat it? Qin Feng examined the small red berries closely, and seemed to recall some of them. It's edible. Wang Meng's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked one and put it in his mouth. It's so sweet! But it seems to contain a slight toxin. Qin Feng then added. What? Wang Meng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately began vomiting. Why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing Wang Meng frantically spitting in panic, Qin Feng could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. He walked over and picked a few, casually putting them in his mouth, savoring that familiar sweetness. Look how scared you are. Qin Feng chewed on the fruit and said calmly. I heard my grandma talk about this fruit when I was little. They called it snake fruit. They say the fruit is poisonous only if a snake crawls over it, but everyone was starving back then. Who wouldn't eat such sweet fruit? A little bit won't hurt. Wang Meng wiped his mouth, his old face flushed, and he scolded in an annoyed tone. Holy crap! Brother Qin, you've gone astray! You scared me to death! Qin Feng stopped teasing him and pointed to the fruit, saying, This stuff is edible, and there's a lot of it. Let's pick some more to take back for Ihan and Ziqian to try. Wang Meng stood up and started picking as well. The two of them quickly filled 2 large bunches. Just as Qin Feng put the last bunch of wild strawberries into his backpack, that cold, familiar mechanical voice once again resounded in the minds of everyone around the world. Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestants Qin Feng and Wang Meng have discovered the edible plant wild strawberry, triggering a 10,000x reward. Tens of thousands of wild strawberry growing areas have randomly generated within the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 72, Join forces to hunt down giant beasts. And what good will it bring? The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. The old general had just finished an initial video conference with the D Kingdom, and a satisfied smile was still on his face. The sudden global announcement deepened the smile on his lips. Wild strawberries. He muttered to himself, then asked the agricultural expert beside him. How much is this thing worth? The expert adjusted his glasses and immediately replied. Reporting to the commander. Wild strawberries themselves have average nutritional value, but the whole plant can be used as medicine, and has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, dispersing blood stasis and reducing swelling. More importantly, it has extremely low requirements for its growing environment, and is highly adaptable, making it an important plant for landscaping and soil and water conservation. Good! The old general nodded emphatically and immediately issued new orders. Soon, a new announcement was released by the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center. Through various channels, the message reached the ears of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. A message to all compatriots: all return plant resources are for the benefit of all people. All citizens in the area where the resources are located may take and plant appropriate amounts after reporting, but at the same time they are responsible for protecting them. Destructive and destructive harvesting is strictly prohibited. The practice of taking without protecting and reaping the benefits without giving back is strictly prohibited. Once discovered and verified, regardless of identity or status, they will all be sent to the western mining areas to participate in the nation's resource extraction labor, as a warning to others. This announcement was strongly worded and carried a powerful message. For a time, people all over the country were overjoyed that sweet potato fields and wild strawberry bushes had suddenly sprung up in front of their homes. Along with the excitement, there was also a heavy sense of responsibility. Since we've benefited from the athletes' hard-earned success, we should also contribute our share. It's only right. That's right. I'll be the first to report anyone who dares to ruin these treasures. Go mining? Ha ha ha, that's ruthless. I love it. I suggest promoting it globally. The perspective upstairs is brilliant. This is how it should be. In a war for the nation's destiny, the entire population must be mobilized. In the wilderness, after gathering the wild strawberries, Qin Feng and Wang Meng continued their exploration deeper into the dense forest. After walking for a while, Qin Feng squatted down, picked up a bit of damp soil, and gently sniffed it. The earthy smell was mixed with a very faint pungent odor. His gaze slowly moved, finally settling on a dense thicket of bushes a few dozen meters ahead. There were obvious signs of trampling on the ground, and several ferns were broken in half, the cuts still fresh. There's something big ahead! Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. Judging from the marks, the person weighed at least 300 pounds. And it looks like it's eating something. Wang Meng's breathing slowed, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. 300 Qin? That must be the size of a wild beast. Brother Qin, are you in or not? Don't be impatient. Qin Feng pulled back the impulsive Wang Meng and pointed to the wind direction. We're upwind, so the smell will drift over there, go around it, and go that way. The two of them crouched low, their footsteps extremely light. Silently circling around in a semicircle, it slowly approached its target from the downwind direction. As the distance closes, a series of chewing sounds and the sound of rooting to the ground came through clearly. Wang Meng pushed aside the last large leaf in front of him, and the sight before him made his eyes widen instantly. That was an extremely large wild boar. Its entire body was covered with a thick layer of black mane, and its sturdy limbs were like stone pillars. What's most terrifying are its pair of curved, upturned fangs, like two sharp daggers. At this moment, the giant wild boar was burying its head, frantically rooting at the ground with its snout. Turn over the irregularly shaped plant tubers, still covered in soil. Then it chews it up with a crunch-crunch sound. My goodness! Wang Meng swallowed hard. This thing probably weighs more than 300 pounds, right? If one of those fangs were to nudge you, your belly would be split open. Qin Feng's attention, however, was half focused on the plants the wild boar was grazing on. It was a tuber buried deep underground, and it looked like some kind of wild yam or taro. The wild boar of this size must be quite delicious to be so captivating. Brother Meng, are you confident? Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the wild boar and looked at Wang Meng. Done! Wang Meng licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. I'll follow your orders. Good! Qin Feng quickly scanned the surrounding terrain, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. He pointed to a huge ancient tree to the left of the wild boar, a tree that required two people to hug. I'll draw its attention from the front, and you go around to the back of that tree. When it charges at me, I will lure it towards the tree. In its rapid charge, it will inevitably have a brief standoff with that tree. That moment is your chance. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp as knives. Aim your spear at its eyes or neck, and use as much force as you can. What about you? Wang Meng was somewhat worried. I? A cold smile curved Qin Feng's lips as he patted the long sword at his waist. I'll be responsible for delivering the final blow. The plan was simple and direct, yet it hit the nail on the head. Understood. Wang Meng nodded emphatically, lowered his voice, and excitedly added. Just wait until it's stunned by the impact. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it a split open in the neck. Having said that, he said no more. Gripping his spear tightly, he silently disappeared into the bushes to the side. Qin Feng took a deep breath, picked up a fist-sized stone, and weighed it in his hand. His heartbeat was steady. His master-level environmental perception allowed him to clearly see that Wang Meng was in position, and he could even feel his breathing and heartbeat. Now is the time. Qin Feng suddenly hurled the stone in his hand with all his might at the wild boar's fat rear end. Bang! The stone hit the target perfectly. The wild boar, which was engrossed in its meal, let out a deafening roar of anger. It suddenly turned around, and its bloodshot eyes instantly locked onto Qin Feng, who was standing not far away. Provocative. This is blatant provocation. Roar! Two thick plumes of white vapor shot out of the wild boar's nostrils. It lowered its head, aimed its pair of deadly fangs at Qin Feng, and frantically pawed at the ground with its four hooves. The next second, it charged towards Qin Feng like a runaway black tank, bringing with it a foul stench. The ground was trembling slightly. The viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats. Holy crap! It's huge! Is this the king of pigs? Run, Fengshin! This thing will kill you if it hits you. Oh no, this is terrible, we've really messed up. A plan. They definitely have a plan. Trust Fengshin. Faced with this terrifying, unstoppable force, Qin Feng showed no fear whatsoever. He didn't back down, but just bent his knees slightly and stared intently at the wild boar. Getting closer. Closer. He could even smell the stench emanating from the wild boar's mouth. Just as the wild boar's tusks were about to touch his body, Qin Feng moved. His body swerved to the side at an incredible angle, and with a burst of speed from his feet, he sprang away. They narrowly avoided the fatal collision. The wild boar's immense momentum made it impossible for it to stop, and it charged straight toward the ancient tree that Qin Feng had chosen. Boom! With a loud crash, the entire ancient tree shook violently, and leaves fluttered down. The wild boar's head slammed hard against the tree trunk, letting out a painful groan. The massive body stiffened instantly due to the enormous reaction force. Now! Brother Meng! Qin Feng's roar echoed through the forest. Wang Meng, who had been lying in ambush behind the tree, suddenly sprang up from the shadows like a tiger descending the mountain. Die for me! His eyes were wide open, veins bulging, and all his strength was concentrated in the spear in his hand. With all his might, he stabbed fiercely at the wild boar's defenseless, soft neck. Pfft! The sharp iron spear had pierced through the thick flesh without any resistance, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Oh! The wild boar let out an extremely shrill scream. The excruciating pain drove it completely mad. It twisted its body violently, trying to shake Wang Meng off. Wang Meng gripped the spear shaft tightly, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. The wild boar's immense strength forced him backward, the muscles in his arms bulging as if they were about to be torn apart. In that instant of stalemate, a figure flashed to the other side of the wild boar. It's Qin Feng! The long sword in his hand drew a cold arc in the air. The sharpened blade, gleaming with the light of death, slashed horizontally across the wild boar's carotid artery on the other side with precision and swiftness. Whoosh! A deeper and longer wound appeared. The wild boar's pitiful screams abruptly ceased. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, and the ferocity in its eyes quickly faded. Finally, with a loud thud, it crashed to the ground and fell silent. The warm blood stained the earth beneath it. In the woods, only Wang Meng's heavy breathing remained. Hoo! Wang Meng, leaning on his spear, was panting heavily. Looking at the colossal beast before him, the size of a small mountain, his face was filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster and disbelief. Holy crap! Brother Qin, we took it down! Qin Feng wiped the blood off the blade and walked to the wild boar's side. His gaze passed over the wild boar's carcass and landed on the patch of land that had been dug up and destroyed. He walked over, dug through the soil, and pulled out an irregular tuber covered in mud, the very thing the wild boar had been feasting on. Brother Meng, stop panting! Qin Feng wiped the tuber on his clothes, handed it to Wang Meng, and a smile appeared on his lips. Come and see, it looks like we've found another treasure! Chapter 73. Smoke rises in the distance, the warmth of home in the camp. Wang Meng was panting heavily, still buzzing with excitement. He took the tuber that Qin Feng handed him. It was about the size of a fist. Its exterior is dark, but when you break it open, you see a black and white pattern inside. Wang Meng brought the sniff closer and frowned. A familiar smell of gasoline. This stuff is called pigstalk mushroom where I'm from. It's edible, but not tasty. He handed the thing back to Qin Feng, his eyes fixed on the wild boar. After all, there's a pig sitting here. How can the allure of these fungi compare to that of wild boar meat? Qin Feng smiled and carefully wiped the piece of pig mushroom on his clothes. Brother Meng, you're right and wrong. His voice was calm. It was indeed dug out by pigs, but we don't call it pig-rooting fungus, we call it black truffle. Black truffle? Wang Meng was taken aback. He felt like he had heard the name somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. A top-grade edible fungus with demanding growth conditions. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the black truffle, and he continued. This stuff isn't cheap. Stir-frying it with meat, especially with the tenderloin from this wild boar we just hunted, the flavor is. Qin Feng didn't continue, but Wang Meng's eyes were already shining, and his mouth was involuntarily watering. He looked again at the unremarkable black lump in his hand, and his expression instantly changed. Then what are you waiting for? Wang Meng instantly perked up, no longer caring about the smell of gasoline. He dropped his spear and lay down on the ground, frantically digging at the dirt with his hands, just like the wild boar from before. Quick, dig up more! Let's go back and show Ling Yu and the others what's what. Ha! Meng Ji's face-changing speed is amazing. 1 second, even a dog wouldn't pay attention. The next second, my darling. The two dug up more than a dozen pieces of black truffles of varying sizes from the area where the wild boar had rooted. Unfortunately, the system notification sound did not play. Neither the giant wild boar nor these precious black truffles triggered a 10,000x return. Looks like we'll have to come back and try digging again next time. Qin Feng pondered to himself, and wasn't disappointed. A 10,000-fold return is certainly important. But right now, ensuring the team is well fed and that morale is boosted is also a top priority. Let's go back and let everyone try it. Qin Feng patted the dirt off his hands and said happily. The two men worked together to drag the wild boar, which weighed over 300 pounds up. In fact, given Qin Feng's current physique, he could easily drag it away by himself. But since Wang Meng insisted on helping, he didn't refuse. On the way back, Wang Meng suddenly stopped and squinted as he looked into the distance. Hey bro, look over there. Qin Feng looked in the direction he was pointing. On a distant mountain ridge, A wisp of smoke rose, standing out starkly against the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. Anyone? Wang Meng's voice was wary. Qin Feng focused his senses and realized that the distance was beyond his perception range. It could also be a spontaneous wildfire. This season is dry, and fires are very easy to start. Should we go over and take a look? No rush. Qin Feng shook his head. It's too far, and we're dragging such a big pig around, it's hard to move. Let's go back to camp first and settle in before we talk about it again. Wang Meng nodded, and the two continued dragging the wild boar back. At the campsite, Ling Yu was instructing Zhao Ziqian on how to dig soil and plant sweet potatoes. Although Zhao Ziqian's injuries hadn't fully healed, he was still energetically wielding his entrenching tool. Lin Yihan was washing everyone's clothes that they had changed out of. She put the clothes in the stream and beat them with a piece of wood. Although her movements were clumsy, she was very serious. The cow and her calf grazed peacefully not far away, a pastoral scene that soothed the soul. We're back! Wang Meng started shouting from afar. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked up. When they saw the enormous thing that Qin Feng and Wang Meng were dragging behind them, they were all stunned. Oh my God! Lin Yihan covered her mouth. What is this thing that's so big? Wild boar! Wang Meng was smug. This thing weighs over 300 pounds. It'll keep us eating for a long time. Ling Yu walked over, circled the wild boar, and her eyes were full of admiration. Well done. That pig had such big tusks, how did you kill it? Wang Meng was about to start showing off. But Ling Yu interrupted him. You're injured? Quick, take off your clothes so I can see. Her tone was very urgent. Only then did Wang Meng and Qin Feng notice the bloodstains on their bodies and explained. No! It's all the wild boar's blood! Hearing this, Ling Yu felt relieved and turned to study the wild boar. Lin Yihan noticed it too. She put down the clothes she was holding and walked over quickly. Looking at the bloodstains on their bodies, his eyes were full of concern, without the slightest disgust. Take off your outer clothes first, and I'll wash them for you. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feng nodded, without being coy, and began to take off his coat. Wang Meng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and remained silent. Lin Yihan rolled her eyes at him. We're all teammates, it's only right that we help each other. Besides, you all work so hard hunting, what's a little laundry for me? In the live stream, viewers witnessed this heartwarming scene, and the chat was instantly flooded with comments. Yihan has really changed a lot, from a delicate female celebrity to a virtuous wife. This is true friendship revealed in times of trouble. Fengshen and the others saved her, and she is repaying them in her own way. It looks so warm and cozy, like a big family. After taking off their coats, Qin Feng and Wang Meng began sharpening their knives in preparation for processing the wild boar. Brother Meng, shall we do it or should we? Qin Feng tested the blade. It was sharp enough. I'll do it, I'm good at this. Wang Meng rolled up his sleeves. Back when I was in the army, slaughtering pigs and sheep was my job. I'm really good at it, you can get by anywhere. As he spoke, he gestured at the wild boar's neck. He took the cooking pot that Qin Feng handed him. With one slash, fresh blood gushed out, flowing into the pot. First bleed them, then cut them open. Wang Meng's movements were skillful. This pig is a treasure from head to toe. Although it doesn't have as much fat as domestic pigs and renders less oil, it's still enough. Pig skin, pork, offal, bones. Every part was meticulously arranged by Wang Meng. Pigskin can be tanned into tougher leather, and pork fat can be rendered into lard for long-term preservation. The internal organs can be used to make ditch and streams and compost. The bones can be used to make soup, while the pig's blood is stuffed into the clean pig intestines to make blood sausage. The entire camp was filled with a strong stench of blood, but even more so with a sense of joy at the harvest. Ling Yu finished her work and came over, looking at the pork scattered all over the floor. There's so much meat, we can't finish it all in a short time, we need to find a way to preserve it. Make it into cured meat, Qin Feng said. By salting and then smoking, it can be preserved for a long time. As he spoke, Qin Feng took out a few more pieces of black truffles from his backpack. I'm going to cook a delicious dish for everyone today. This is? Ling Yu took a piece, examined it carefully, and also smelled it. Why does it smell like chocolate? Her voice was lower than usual, and she seemed somewhat unsure about the smell she was catching. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng's eyes widened immediately, as if he had heard a joke. Huh! Girl, what's wrong with your nose? I smell gasoline on it. Haha, this stuff is similar to cilantro, some people smell it like stink bugs, while others find it very fragrant. Qin Feng began to explain. Never mind that, just wait and enjoy the delicious food. Chapter 74. Black Truffle Barbecue with Monkey Wine will make the whole world cry with envy. Around 1 p.m., the campfire was burning brightly. Qin Feng, standing by the campfire, coughed uncontrollably from the smoke, and soon beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Wang Meng walked over and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Let me do it! You have more important things to do." Qin Feng turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Then Wang Meng pulled out a defective pipe. "Hee, I really can't figure it out. Can you help me fix it?" "Haha, okay." Qin Feng then stood up and made room for him. Large chunks of wild boar meat sizzled as they roasted on several sharpened wooden sticks. Golden drops of oil dripped into the flames, bursting into sparks and releasing an enticing, caramelized aroma. In a pot, pork rib soup was simmering, the broth clear and steaming hot. Qin Feng stood to the side, modifying his pipe with a dagger while keeping an eye on the meat on the fire. Seeing that it was about right, I decisively took out a few pieces of black truffle and sliced them thinly with a knife. Just as the meat was about to be cooked, sprinkle it evenly on top. A unique aroma was instantly activated by the high temperature, blending perfectly with the meaty fragrance, and wafting straight into people's noses. "Here, try this." Qin Feng handed a skewer of grilled truffle pork to everyone. Wang Meng was the first to take it and eagerly took a big bite. Instantly, his eyes widened. The pork has a crispy outer skin and is tender and juicy inside. The thin slices of black truffle, after being roasted, release a unique aroma. Not only did it eliminate the gasoline smell, it also elevated the deliciousness of the pork to a whole new level. "Holy shit, smells good! It smells so damn good!" Wang Meng mumbled his praises indistinctly, his mouth greasy as he ate. Lin Yihan and Ling Yu also took small bites, their faces showing the same amazement. This taste was an ultimate enjoyment they had never experienced before. The side dish was freshly picked wild strawberries. The bright red fruit, with its sweet and sour taste, is perfect for cutting through the greasiness of the grilled meat. Finally, Qin Feng took out some monkey wine. The amber-colored liquid swayed gently in the pot, releasing a crisp aroma of fruit and wine. "Here it comes! The main event! Monkey wine! Brother Meng, pour it for everyone! Come on! Fill them all up!" Wang Meng took the pot and began pouring wine for everyone. After everyone's rough wooden cups were filled with wine, Qin Feng then raised the cup in his hand. Looking at the smiling crowd around him, he said loudly, "For this meal! For our Dragon Kingdom! Cheers! Damn it! No fish farming allowed! Cheers! Dry! Cheers!" Several wooden cups clinked together softly in front of the campfire, making a dull sound. "Wow! It's so sweet! Brother Meng, another one!" Ling Yu then whispered to Lin Yihan, who was happily standing to the side. "Drink less, don't get drunk, you still have work to do this afternoon." He looked exactly like a patriarch, and Lin Yihan nodded obediently. The group sat in a circle, eating meat and drinking wine heartily. The atmosphere was both lively and warm. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled patterns. It's as if this paradise in the wilderness has been gilded with a golden halo. In the global live stream, countless viewers watched this scene with their mouths watering. "I'm speechless. Is this wilderness survival? Or is this a Michelin 3-star outdoor private kitchen experience?" Truffle roasted wild boar, fresh wild strawberries, monkey wine. A few days ago, a competitor from the United States hunted a goat. I was drooling over the whole roasted goat, but it still paled in comparison to Fengshen's. Haha, there's an Indian contestant eating roasted monkey meat, and he even plans to keep it in captivity. Here's a trick: close your eyes and eat a nutritional supplement, imagine it's barbecue, and you'll find you're even hungrier. The highest command center of the United States. On the command platform, a white general with stars on his shoulders stared at the screen with a livid face. "Black truffles, monkey wine, are these Chinese people on vacation?" He abruptly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, then turned to his adjutant beside him and growled. "Didn't MacArthur trigger a 10,000X return? Go get me a goat, I want a whole roasted goat." The adjutant looked hesitant and answered cautiously. "General, the return supplies appeared randomly across the country. Most of the goats are on citizens' ranches, have been designated as strategic reserve resources, and are being bred in captivity." The general sneered and glanced at his adjutant, a look that sent a chill down the adjutant's spine. "Go tell those damned ranchers that their general now needs the fattest goat to boost the morale of the whole country. I don't care what excuse they use about strategic reserves. I want to see it on my dining table within an hour. This is an order, not a question. If he can't do it, send him to the front lines to eat nutrient supplements." Yes, I understand, General." The adjutant, sweating profusely, hurriedly bowed and scraped as he retreated. The general then turned his gaze back to the screen, and looking at the harmonious scene of Qin Feng's team, his eyes were filled with jealousy that almost burst forth. After a satisfying meal, everyone leaned back against the wooden stakes to rest. Qin Feng wiped his mouth and looked at the cows grazing leisurely, and the lively calf, Dun, not far away. He said, "Sometimes there's too much meat and loot, and we can't carry it all at once. Besides, it's too inefficient to rely on manual labor to mine iron ore. We can't be trapped in this valley forever. There are so many more resources outside." He looked at the crowd, his eyes gleaming with a light that seemed to hold foresight. "We have wood, iron, manpower, and most importantly, animal power. This afternoon, we'll build an ox cart." "An ox cart?" Everyone was taken aback. "Right." Qin Feng pointed to the blast furnace that had been built earlier. "We have wood, we have iron, and we have labor. With ox carts, efficiency will be greatly improved, whether transporting supplies or cultivating land." His words ignited a flame of civilization in everyone's hearts. From eating raw meat and drinking blood to roasting meat over campfires, from living in caves to seeking shelter, and now to smelting iron and building vehicles. They are rebuilding their own civilization step by step in this primeval wilderness. "Good!" Wang Meng slapped his thigh and was the first to stand up. "We'll do as you say, Brother Qin. Just tell us what to do, and we'll do it." Others echoed the sentiment, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. The afternoon sun became less scorching. The breeze in the valley carried a hint of coolness. Qin Feng's team did not slack off in the slightest. A massive project centered around the ox cart unfolded methodically at the camp. "Manga, Leng Yu, you two are in charge of the main materials." Qin Feng pointed to several straight hardwood trees not far away. "We need 2 straight logs, each at least 3 meters long and as thick as a bowl, to make the main beams, and then cut some logs as thick as an arm to make the crossbeams and shafts." "No problem." Wang Meng picked up a captured machete, feeling its heavy weight, and felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through his body. The two walked towards the grove of trees, one on the left and one on the right. Soon, the sounds of felling trees echoed through the forest. "Ihan Ziqian, your task is to collect as many tough vines as possible." Qin Feng turned to the other two. "Peel off the outer layer of the vines, then pound them with stones to make them soft and tough. We'll use them to weave ropes and railings for the carriages." "Okay, leave it to us." Lin Yihan nodded immediately. She was no longer the delicate female celebrity she once was, and the calluses on her hands were the best proof of her growth. Bao Ziqian nodded vigorously. Although he couldn't do much physical labor, he could handle this kind of delicate work. The two men, carrying daggers, disappeared into the nearby bushes. After assigning tasks, Qin Feng walked towards the unassuming, earthen blast furnace. He took a deep breath and moved all the remaining iron ore and charcoal over. His target was the most technologically advanced part of the entire ox cart manufacturing process. Reinforcement components for axles and wheels. What is Fengshen up to? Is he going to forge iron again? My god, this is so hardcore. While others are still worrying about food, Fengshen has already started climbing the technology tree. It feels like the Industrial Revolution. Clear division of labor, well-defined goals, their execution is terrifying. The viewers in the live stream, especially the mechanical engineers and tech geeks, all stared wide-eyed. They want to see. Under such primitive conditions, how exactly would Qin Feng manage to build an ox cart? Chapter 75 10,000 Sources of Living Water. He skillfully layered the charcoal and iron ore into the blast furnace, then lit the fire. Next, he connected the huge blast furnace air inlet, made of deerskin, to the furnace air intake. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the leather bag was rhythmically pulled, powerful streams of air were poured into the furnace. The temperature of the flames inside the furnace gradually increased. Time passed slowly, and the iron ore inside the furnace began to melt. It converged into pools of flowing molten iron. Qin Feng was shirtless, sweat dripping from his chin. It sizzled and turned into white steam on the scorching ground. He suddenly felt his mouth go dry. At the same time, he also needs a large amount of water to quench the metal parts that are about to be produced. I need to fetch some water. Qin Feng picked up 2 campfires and walked towards the pool of water beside the camp. They've been using this pool of water for almost a week now. We rely on it for daily drinking, washing, and cleaning food. He walked to the edge of the pool, scooped up a handful of cool water, poured onto the burning hot chest. A refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout the body. Cool! Just as his cooking pot was submerged in the icy stream, the familiar mechanical sound resonated throughout the globe. Global announcement. Qin Feng, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, has successfully utilized a fixed water source for 7 consecutive days, fulfilling the trigger condition. Trigger 10,000 times return. Reward, 10,000 sources of living water will be randomly generated within the Dragon Kingdom. The announcement, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up a massive wave across the globe. Dragon Country's highest command center. Bang! The old general slammed his hand on the table in excitement, the thick mahogany tabletop making a dull thud. He stared intently at the golden announcement on the screen. The source of living water! It is 10,000 sources of living water! A geologist was trembling with excitement as he pointed to a huge map of China, his voice trembling. Report to the general! Groundwater is continuously gushing out in the heart of the Taklamakan Desert. Report! A giant alpine lake has been discovered in the western section of the Chilean mountains. Report! Dozens of clear springs have suddenly appeared out of nowhere amidst the thousands of gullies and ravines of the Lus Plateau. Report! Good news is pouring in from all over the country like snowflakes. This is not just a simple river, but a source of living water. It is a spring that can self-circulate and nourish the local soil. What this means for a country is self-evident. This means that countless barren lands will be transformed into fertile fields. This means that the country's development potential will achieve an epic leap. Okay. The old general said good 3 times in a row, his eyes even becoming a little moist. Immediately. Organize all forces to protect all newly formed water sources. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Here it comes, the water is here. Back at the blast furnace. Using 2 thick, long, wet wooden tongs, he carefully drew out a stream of viscous molten iron from the opening at the bottom of the furnace. The molten iron flowed into a rectangular groove that had been prepared and compacted with moist soil. As the saying goes, don't take on a job you're not qualified for. In the wilderness, various tools are irreplaceable. First and foremost, you need a heavy hammer. It doesn't need to be very precise, as long as it's heavy enough. Given Qin Feng's current physical condition, an ordinary heavy hammer wouldn't be enough for him. When molten iron comes into contact with wet mud, it makes a hissing sound. A large plume of white steam rose up, carrying with it a scalding, earthy odor. After the molten iron cools slightly and solidifies into a rough iron ingot, Qin Feng immediately used several thick tree branches to lift it out and placed it on a huge granite slab. This rock will serve as his temporary anvil. He didn't have a hammer to forge it, so he had to use the most rudimentary method. Using a stone and a dagger, he painstakingly carved a groove into one end of the still red-hot iron ingot, making it easy to hold. Then, he inserted a piece of hardwood soaked in water into the groove. Using the weight and hardness of the iron block itself, it was repeatedly hammered onto the hard rock. When? The viewers in the live stream, especially the engineers and tech geeks, were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! What is he doing? Hitting himself with a block of iron? What kind of insane move is that? Theoretically feasible. Utilizing the ductility at high temperatures and its own gravity for initial shaping and densification. However, this requires precise control of temperature and force. The slightest mistake will cause the iron block to crack. This doesn't look like a college student, it looks like an old blacksmith who's worked his whole life. Expert Qin Yu was so excited that his face turned red. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling slightly. He is using the shockwaves generated by each impact to eliminate air bubbles and impurities inside the iron block. This is a simplified prototype of ancient, meticulously refined steel. My goodness, how many more amazing properties does it possess that we don't know about? Finally, through repeated hammering and cooling, the iron block gradually took shape. One end became thick and flat, while the other end was firmly fitted into a hardwood handle. A forging hammer with a rough, even somewhat ugly, design but substantial weight was born. Qin Feng weighed the heavy hammer in his hand. It must have weighed at least 10 kilograms. He nodded in satisfaction. Though rough, it was good enough. By this time, Wang Meng and Ling Yu had already cut down enough timber as Qin Feng had requested. Several thick pieces of hardwood were used as the main beams and neatly stacked to one side. There were also thick beams and a lot of tough vines piled up next to them. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian then peeled and pounded the vines. This makes it both soft and strong, ready to be used as binding rope. All eyes were focused on the center of the camp. There, Qin Feng stood in front of the blast furnace, beginning his performance for the day. Brother Meng, the bellows is yours. Keep it at maximum speed and don't stop. Qin Feng's voice was calm yet powerful. Okay. Wang Meng responded and began rhythmically pulling the bellows, the muffled whoosh whoosh sound ringing out again. Flames leaped more than a meter high from the furnace, making his face flush red. Qin Feng threw all the remaining iron ore into the furnace, then lifted the heavy hammer he had just forged. He wanted to build the most crucial part of the ox cart. Reinforcement components for axles and wheels. When? Dang! Dang! A heavy iron hammer and a red-hot iron block. On the mass of granite, the most primal and awe-inspiring industrial symphony in the wilderness resounded. Every strike of Qin Feng's hammer was incredibly precise. His gaze was terrifyingly focused. Although there were no blueprints, all the dimensions and angles were already clearly imprinted in his mind. He first forged a thick iron rod to serve as the main body of the axle. This iron shaft must be straight, sturdy, and of uniform thickness at both ends. Under the astonished gazes of Wang Mang and Leng Yu, Qin Feng, relying solely on his eyesight and touch, they forcefully hammered an irregularly shaped iron ingot into a near-perfect cylinder.